Some years later, O'Neill, in one of the published collections of his works, enlarged on this remark. The preliminary furor over the suggestion that miscegenation would be treated in the theater obscured the real intention of the play. In the eyes of those who had not yet seen it, or even read the manuscript, it became an incendiary drama threatening to stir up race riots. The actual production must have disappointed the howlers. Nothing happened. It was evident from the reviews that most of the critics had taken the trouble to read the published version of O God's Children and had followed with interest the controversy leading up to the production. Several of them even included the complete text of Light's speech to the audience in their columns. But most of them did not like the play. Percy I. Lamond called it mildly dull and audacious, described Paul Robeson as a dignified and handsome Negro of the earnest type. Fye overlooked Mary Blair, and ended his review as follows: a bit overdone and breathless, it is a vehement exposition of a marriage between a stupid Negro and a stupid white woman. If it is possible for you to get an emotion out of that situation, here is your opportunity. To me, began Plessy Woodbrune, All God's Children Got Wings is a very tiresome play. After discussing some of the objections which had been voiced in the press, he went on to say, Caucasian superiority does suffer a little, because Paul Robeson is a far finer actor than any white member of the cast. Mary Blair, as Ella Downey, interested me very little, but this may be set down to the fact that the role which she plays is quite thankless. In the uneven career of Eugene O'Neill, I think that All God's Children will rank as one of the downstrokes. Woolcott said that those who attended its first performance in the hope of seeing a few ructions, or possibly even a bloody riot to put in their diaries, were doomed to disappointment, and those who attended in the hope of seeing a great play or even a good one were also disappointed. There is a perceptible chill in the air of the theater of Eugene O'Neill at present, Woolcott added. It is the chill of compromise, the compromise with the old realism which results in a kind of half-hearted sublimation of the material world through which his figures move. Robert Gilbert Welsh of the Telegram and Evening Mail was one of the few who admired the play almost without reservation. All God's Children is likely to take a permanent place in the American theater, he wrote. And John Corbin, as usual, was non-committal. In the final line of his review in the Times he declared that if the play's enemies had been less diligent, there would be scant likelihood that it would have attracted attention beyond the small circle of those interested in dramatic literature. He did not make it clear whether or not he was a member of that eccentric group. O'Neill did not often allow himself to brood about adverse criticism. Yes, the critics on All God's Children were dumb, he wrote to an acquaintance. But I always count on their being just that, and it would be rather a shock if they ever disappointed me by writing intelligently. The critics in the world to whom I pay any attention I can count on my fingers. Well, I'll be charitable and throw in my toes by way of an optimistic gesture. Generally speaking, the critic of any kind of art is simply a defeated, envious, inferior type who knows nothing whatever about his subject. He is cheap, and the only sane attitude is to take him cheaply. This was only 1-0. On June 1924, at Brook Farm, O'Neill was formally presented with the 1923 Gold Medal for Drama by the National Institute of Arts and Letters. It had taken the awards committee nearly a year and a half to pin him down to a time and place for the ceremony. O'Neill was a hard man to give a medal to. On May 31, having finally cornered his quarry, Dr. John Finley, a member of the Institute's council, turned the medal over to Edmund T. Quinn, the sculptor, and the next day Quinn drove to Ridgefield and gave it to O'Neill. Mr. Quinn made a glorious presentation on our front lawn, O'Neill wrote to Dr. Finelsi on June 2. Nothing could have been more impressive. I made a humble speech of 2 words, thank you, and the whole affair was noted by all a stunning success. News of the presentation quickly reached the cars of George Jean Nathan and H. L. Mencken, who, momentarily united by their common regard for O'Neill and their zest for iconoclastic gestures, summoned the recipient of the medal to the offices of I.E. American Mercury. O'Neill, who suspected their motives, asked Jimmy Light to accompany him for moral support. When the two entered the office, they found Nathan and Mencken seated side by side. On the wall of the office, according to Light, hung a huge poster written in French and satirizing prohibition. "One drinks because" proclaimed the poster, and there followed a long list of reasons: somebody is born, somebody has died, somebody is married, somebody is divorced, the express from Lyons is late, the express from Lyons is early, and so forth. Nathan and Mencken rose ceremoniously. "Mr. O'Neill," said Mencken, "we understand that you have received an insult. We shall try to erase it." Nathan then proceeded to read, by way of citation, some of the more impossible stage directions out of O'Neill's published plays. Light found it difficult to suppress a grin, but O'Neill kept a straight face. Mencken then declared that he and Nathan would now present O'Neill with a more suitable medal. Nathan whipped out a medal consisting of a horse blanket pin, to which was attached a large pretzel, from which was suspended a piece of Westphalian ham, and from which dangled a piece of bologna. O'Neill, still silent and unsmiling, his eyes fixed on the French poster, allowed Nathan to pin the collection of delicatessen to his lapel. "Now, have a drink," said Nathan, waving genially toward a bottle of Napoleon brandy and 4 glasses which had been standing on one of the desks when O'Neill and Light entered. Assuming that the joke was over and pleased with himself for having kept a straight face, O'Neill permitted himself a grin and reached for the bottle. He found that it was cemented to the desk, as were all 4 glasses. "Something seems to be stuck, Jimmy," said O'Neill, instantly recovering his solemnity. "You try." Nathan and Mencken, happy as 2 schoolboys over their little joke, invited O'Neill and Light out for a real drink. As soon as O'Neill closed the Richfield house at the end of June and arrived at Peaked Hill, he took up Marco Millions again, in addition to working on a detailed outline for another new play that he intended to write the following fall. He even had its title The Great God Brown. O'Neill's energy and output were as prodigious and unflagging as ever. All God's Killian Gotwings was running in New York, Desire Under the Elms was scheduled for production in the fall, he was still negotiating for production of The Fountain, he was in process of writing the double-length Marco Millions and had mapped out the experimental Great God Brown. He was also actively participating in the planning of the Provincetown Players' coming season. "Am working hard as hell on Marco," he wrote to McGowan from Provincetown in July. "It is coming along in great shape and I'm tickled silly with it. It's going to be humorous as the devil if the way it makes me guffaw as I write is any criticism, and not bitter humor, either, although it's all satirical. I actually grow to love my American pillars of society, Polo Brothers and Son. It's going to be very long in first draft, I imagine, but I'm letting the sky be the limit and putting every fancy in. I imagine it's pretty nearly 1/2 done now, but it's hard to estimate. One thing is sure, it's going quicker and is much more full of fun than I had conceived it at first." He added a postscript to the effect that he was going to write to Oliver Saylor about the possibility of interesting Max Reinhardt and Morris Jest in producing the play in collaboration with himself, McGowan and Jones. It was too elaborate, he felt, to be done by the trio in Greenwich Village. "It's a tremendous big thing to stage with lots of crowds, silent and otherwise, to be trained perfectly or they'll fall flat," he wrote to Saylor. "In fact, it involves everything a theater can be made to give, and it will take some directing. As you probably know, I'm rather off of Hopkins. His dilatory course with The Fountain, his running out on everything generally, have convinced me that he's not the right sort of Santa Claus for me to believe in." By the end of August, O'Neill had temporarily changed the title of his play to Mr. Mark Millions. He was satisfied with the progress he was making on the script and expected to have his first draft completed by the beginning of September. He had also had an idea for another play, on which he was already making notes. He called it Dynamo and described it as queer and intriguing. But once again, he was in financial difficulties. The income from Welded had been insufficient to pay his taxes on the previous year's prosperity, young Eugene's school bill would soon be due for payment, household expenses were accumulating, and Ella's estate was still in a tangled state of probate. Apologetically, O'Neill asked McGowan for an advance against royalties on the forthcoming production of Desire Under the Elms. His plight was such that he wrote to Eleanor Fitzgerald as well, asking her by all means to forward tiny royal ticks to him from all God's children promptly. "I am very hard up for cash," he said. In the midst of his own creative work that summer, O'Neill read scripts for the coming season's Provincetown Playhouse productions. He also worked on a program of plays for the Greenwich Village Theatre, which he, McGowan and Jones had decided to take over on a seasonal basis, along with the Provincetown. The trio of producers had put out a leaflet announcing an expanded program to their subscribers and potential patrons. The expansion was to consist of a program of experimental plays at the Provincetown Playhouse and a program of repertory at the Greenwich Village Theatre. Although the trio seemed to know what it was about, it was difficult for the uninitiated subscriber to distinguish the experimental from the repertory merely by studying the two lists of promised productions. At the Provincetown, the experimental list for the 1924-25 season included the as yet unwritten The Great God Brown and O'Neill's adaptation of the Book of Revelation, new plays by Edmund W. Ilson and Stark Young, a translation of Walter Hasenclever's Jensates and Congreve's Love for Love. In the Greenwich Village Theatre's repertory there was to be Desire Under the Elms, a new play by Stark Young, plays by Rostand and Shakespeare, The Brothers Karamazov, and a Gilbert and Sullivan revival in the spirit of the 70s. At the beginning of September, with Marco 3/4 finished, O'Neill decided he needed a change of atmosphere, and he and Agnes accepted an invitation from Wilbur Daniel Steele to visit in Nantucket. The visit refreshed him, but he backslid as to his resolve to give up smoking, although he did manage to resist all drinking during his stay on the island. Despite all his financial worries, O'Neill, by the end of September, was making plans for the winter that were not calculated to reduce his expenses. Agnes was pregnant again, expecting her baby in April, and O'Neill, restless as ever, decided to close his house in Ridgefield and spend the winter in a rented house in Bermuda. Bermuda was recommended by Dr. Alexander Miller, the tuberculosis specialist to whom O'Neill still went for occasional checkups. O'Neill usually looked for a physical cause when he was feeling nervous, and though his doctors seldom found a valid one in those days, he was always pleased when they recommended a change of climate. O'Neill planned to sail in mid-November and was only awaiting word on when Desire would be put into production to settle on a definite date. "I must know approximately," he warned McGowan. "I've been counting on its going on 4 weeks after Saint his young wife is looking through the wall into the Chamber of Ebon." Haywood by uncommented sourly that O'Neill laid his hand last night upon the shoulder of his finest play and then passed by on the other side. The gist of his commentary was that the play descended into theatricality and that O'Neill was still the true son of the man who played the Count of Monte Cristo more than 1,000 times. O'Neill must have read with fury Brune's remark that it would have been possible last night to count 1, 2, 3 as this new tale of vengeance clicked into certain old and well-worn grooves. Alan Dale, writing for The American, hit hardest at the play, i.e. theatrical miasma arising from Desire Linder the Elms made even the subway station directly beneath the cantankerous, cancerous proceedings in the playhouse seem delicious. On the Ames the ambiguous John Corbin had faded away to be replaced by Stark Young, who had switched from the New Republic. Young compared Desire to Beyond the Horizon and cautiously concluded that it represented progress on O'Neill's part. He described the party scene as being written with such poetry and terrible beauty as we rarely see in the theatre. It was evident to O'Neill, however, that none of the daily reviewers had really gotten the play and few had even been capable of making the attempt. It remained for the reviewer of The Nation, 31-year-old Joseph Wood Crutch, to give Desire Under the Elms its first intelligent appreciation. Crutch, who recognized the play's greatness, began his review by indicating that he had a clear grasp of O'Neill's artistic aims and a sound knowledge of O'Neill's significance to the American theater. In this age of intellectualized art there is an inevitable but unfortunate tendency to assume of Eugene O'Neill, that his greatness must lie somehow in the greatness or the clarity of his thought, to seek in all God's children some solution of the problem of race or in the hairy ape some attitude toward society, and then not finding them, to fail in the fullest appreciation of the greatness which is his. It was not thought which drove him, as a young man, to seek adventure among the roughest men he could find, and it was not thought which he brought back from this and other experiments in life. Something tempestuous in his nature made him a brother of tempests, and he has sought wherever he could find them the fiercest passions, less anxious to clarify their causes for the benefit of those who love peace than eager to share them, and happy if he could only be exultantly a part of their destructive fury. The meaning and unity of his work lies not in any controlling intellectual idea and certainly not in a message, but merely in the fact that each play is an experience of extraordinary intensity. Sidney Howard, who had recently made an impact of his own with the Knew What They Wanted, it was produced on November 24 by the Theatre Guild, felt so strongly about Desire that he wrote a letter to the New York Times, which was carried in its drama columns on December 14. Desire Under the Elms is a tragedy, a real tragedy, with the power, starkness, and nobility which only real tragedy can assume. If it strikes snags, they are heroic snags of the same stature and quality as those which stagger the closing scenes of Macbeth. I don't see any criticism of Desire Under the Elms which does not as aptly apply to Macbeth. And I can't, for the moment at least, see much praise for Macbeth which might not be applied to Desire Under the Elms. This will not seem extravagant, in view of New York's recent discovery that Shakespeare was an inferior playwright. If it seem extravagant to our backward respect for Shakespeare's plays, I only ask to be shown anything produced by the English-speaking theatre of recent generations which is half so fine or true or brave as Desire Under the Elms. Despite the newspaper critics' lack of enthusiasm, Desire filled the Greenwich Village Theatre for 2 months and was then transferred to Broadway, where, first at the Earl Carroll Theatre and later at the George M. Cohan, it continued to run until October 17, 1925. Unlike All God's Children, which had received widespread publicity before it opened, Desire did not become the subject of public outcry until after it had moved uptown. The storm broke in January, 1925, but O'Neill was not in New York to observe it. He and Agnes had sailed for Bermuda at the end of November. Belinda Gelb preserved a slightly blurred impression of the day they left, when, apparently, O'Neill used the Gelb house as a meeting place. There was O'Neill, Agnes and, I think, 2 children, she later recalled. They were all with my husband in his secretary's office, and I had the feeling when I went in that I had stumbled into a suspended tableau. Agnes looked vague and distracted, O'Neill looked worried, and the children were pale and woebegone. Dr. Gelb was speaking of tickets, steamship tickets to Bermuda, which had apparently been lost or misplaced. Since the O'Neills seemed uncertain about what to do, I offered to go back to their hotel and look for the tickets. I vaguely remember getting into a cab with O'Neill and driving to the Lafayette. At the hotel, we scratched around in bureau drawers and I guess we found the tickets, because I remember later saying goodbye to them all as they left for the pier. One of the last things O'Neill did before sailing was to instruct his agent, Richard Madden, to send a copy of Marco Millions to David Belasco. Having had no encouraging word from Reinhardt or Jest, O'Neill had turned to the spectacular Bishop of Broadway. He had managed to convince himself that everything he had previously despised in Belasco's showmanship was actually just what was needed to put Marco across. I now have a play to submit to you, O'Neill had written Glasgow on November 22. It has these defects from a production standpoint: it is costly to put on, involving a forced act, music, many scenes, large crowds, etc., and also it seems to last TiVo nights to be 2 plays, in fact. O'Neill hastened to add that it had compensating merits, among which were real poetic beauty and philosophy, and the fact that it was comedy satire lay an American of our life and ideals. He asked Belasco to write him in Bermuda after reading it. O'Neill moved into a rented cottage in Paget West, called Camp C, and began to unwind under the mellowing influence of his new environment. The climate is grand, he informed George Jean Nathan. There's absolutely nothing interesting to do, and the German bottled beer and English bottled ale are both excellent. And the swimming is wonderful, if you like such, which I do above everything. Before the end of December he rewrote Marco Millions and mailed the revised version to Belasco. He also began writing The Great God Brazen. On January 1925, O'Neill took a step he had been contemplating for some time. He swore off drinking and smoking. He had been advised to do this by, among others, a New York physician, Dr. Maloney, to whom he reported in February that he was happier and in better shape physically than he had been in many years. The only thing he still drank was ale, limited to 1 glass with his dinner, and he found that this did not create the slightest yen after more. Not smoking, he found, increased his endurance as a swimmer and abolished his insomnia. O'Neill, who had made up his mind to live for his work, was convinced that continued drinking would destroy him as surely as it had killed Jamie. Though he had always been intensely concerned with the state of his own health and had taken all sorts of measures to safeguard it, this was the first time he attempted to cope with his alcoholism. Like any newly converted abstainer, he became preoccupied with the subject of his abstinence and talked of it to his friends. He told one close friend that his mother's triumph over drug addiction helped him in his resolve. He also discussed his abstinence with his next-door neighbor, Dr. Louis Bish, a psychoanalyst. Dr. Bish and his wife had 2 children who played with Shane, and the 2 families visited each other frequently. O'Neill never drank in Bermuda, Dr. Bish recalled. But he was very moody. He told me he was subject to moods and explained that he would become greatly depressed after finishing a play, because it never turned out to be what he really wanted. It was then, he said, that he'd go on a bender. He seemed to be suffering from both overwork and worry, particularly about financial matters. Once he showed me a cable bill that came to $100, he was very concerned about it. Another thing that worried him was time. He told me it took him hours to answer his fan mail, and that he couldn't afford to employ a secretary. I asked him why he didn't just ignore most of the letters, and he said he couldn't, that he just had to answer his mail. One time when he was complaining to me how broke he was, he sighed and said, if only he could write box office plays. I asked him why he didn't try to slant his plays a little toward the box office, and he answered that he couldn't possibly write any differently. He talked a great deal about his health, and one day he asked me to listen to his heart, explaining that it was out of place, located in the middle of his chest. Apparently some doctor had told him that his heart was median, and he seemed very concerned about it. I didn't have a stethoscope with me, but I put my ear to his chest and assured him that it wouldn't affect his longevity or health in general. Although Desire Under the Elms was having a successful run, its profits at the Little Greenwich Village Theatre were meager, and the proceeds from its uptown engagement were only just beginning to accrue in February. Belasco had not yet committed himself on Marco Millions, and The Fountain, now 2.5 years old, was still not scheduled for production, even though the Theatre Guild had picked up the option when it lapsed with Hopkins. On February 6 O'Neill wrote a letter to Madden, which covered a number of things that were currently preying on his mind. The letter is typical of the kind of swift transition from the petty to the sublime of which O'Neill was capable. It began with the discussion of a proposed English production of Desire and moved on to a tirade against Horace Live Wright, whom O'Neill suspected of trying to practice some sort of fraud. Liv Wright had sent him, for his autograph, the title sheets of a limited edition of O'Neill's works which was soon to be published. O'Neill had been told the edition would comprise 1,250 copies, but believed that Liv Wright secretly intended to print and sell several hundred additional copies without paying O'Neill his royalties. I wrote Liv Wright a pretty stiff one last week, and from a cable I have, evidently dispatched after 4 or 10 of those cocktails, I judge he is hurt because I refused to let him bluff me into taking his word for it. There were 1,250 sheets sent me to autograph when I know there were between 1,700 and 1,800 of them. I got suspicious at the size of the packages, and Agnes and I both counted them. Having dispatched Liv Wright, O'Neill turned next to his hope that Belasco would soon give an answer on Marco. O'Neill then inquired naively of Madden, "Do you have to send in script of Desire to committee to make it eligible for Pulitzer Prize? If so, do so." "Of course, I know there's no chance for it, but I do, for the sake of principle, Want to make them pass it up. O'Neill then asked Madden not to have any more of his royalty money deposited at the rural Connecticut bank where he maintained an account. I don't want too much, as it's a small bank and maybe the cashier is betting on the races and my money will hoodoo him. He ended by ordering Madden to keep after Teresa Hilburn, a co-director of the Guild, for definite word as to when the fountain would be produced. With no promise of an imminent production, O'Neill decided to stay put in Bermuda until June, and then move directly to Provincetown, thus avoiding the bother and expense of opening Brook Farm for a short season. Agnes, who expected her baby in April, also preferred to stay in Bermuda for the event. I'm hoping it will be a girl for a change, said O'Neill, apprizing a friend of his plans. Toward the end of February, O'Neill heard from McGowan in New York that Desire Under the Elms had become something of a causa célèbre. District Attorney Joe H. Banton, a Southerner who was hell-bent on cleaning up the Broadway stage, had demanded that the play be closed. Desire was only one of his targets, however. Two David Glasgow productions, Ladies of the Evening and The Harem, were also, according to Banton, improper fare for theatrigoers, as was the William Brady production of A Good Bad Woman. On February 20, Belasco told reporters that he would rewrite both his plays and have them moral by Tuesday. If, said Brady the next day, District Attorney Banton has granted David Belasco and others who are producing filthy plays the right to rewrite them, I claim the same privilege. I shall rewrite A Good Bad Woman between now and Monday and withdraw my promise to the District Attorney to take the play off. I do not propose to be a goat. Banton had not suggested that Desire Under the Elms be rewritten. It was, he said, too thoroughly bad to be purified by a blue pencil, and if it was not closed by the following Wednesday, he threatened to put the matter before a grand jury. We do not intend to accede to any peremptory demand to take the show off the stage by Wednesday, McGowan announced to the press. If we are indicted, we will defend the play in the courts. We are gathering many opinions from persons of eminence, who consider this play a fine, strong work. For a week or more the controversy raged, ending finally in Banton's authorization of a citizen play jury to pass on the morality of any Broadway offering in question. Meantime, McGowan put out a pamphlet quoting his collection of persons of eminence about Desire. Among them were William Allen White, Percy Mackay, Don Marquis, Rachel Crothers, and Augustus Thomas, all of whom said jointly that the forced withdrawal of Eugene O'Neill's Desire Under the Elms by repressive actions of any kind would be against the best interests not only of artists but of good citizenship. Others represented in the pamphlet were Sidney Howard, the Rue John Havens Holmes, and Dr. Smith Ely Jolliffe. O'Neill received all the newspaper dippings and a copy of the pamphlet, thoughtfully dispatched by McGowan to Bermuda. He was amused. For a moment or two he toyed with the idea of sending one or another of several wicked cables to friend Banton, but he thought better of it. He was so deeply involved in the writing of the great god PWWN that he had no worry to spare over Desire. The play jury did, at length, go to SEC Desire and voted that it should neither be suppressed nor corrected, and McGowan promptly cabled O'Neill the news. O'Neill professed to have been sure of the outcome all along, although earlier he had remarked to a friend that it had been a surprise to him that the play had fought its way to the top in New York. Fancy that, with infanticide, he said. While Desire profited from the publicity, O'Neill came to feel eventually that it had suffered artistically. We got a large audience, but of the wrong kind of people, O'Neill later told an interviewer. They came for dirt and found it in everything. It ruined the actors because they never knew how a line was going to be taken. What bothered him almost as much as the attacks of the purifiers were comments of theatrigoers who discovered profound Freudian influences in the play. Regarding himself as an intuitively keen analytical psychologist, he felt injured by the suggestion that he consciously drew on Freud's theories to help him convey truths of the emotional past of mankind. I respect Freud's work tremendously, but I'm not an addict, he snapped to an acquaintance who brought up the subject. Whatever of Freudianism is in Desire must have walked right in through my unconscious. And to a friend he wrote, the Freudian brethren and sisters seem quite set up about Desire and, after reading quite astonishing complexes between the lines of my simplicities, claim it for their own. Well, so some of them did with Emperor Jones. They are hard to shake. Desire continued to be the subject of much analysis in newspapers and magazines both in the United States and abroad. The English critic St. John Irvine, who had written to O'Neill to praise and encourage him when Beyond the Horizon was produced, launched an attack on his work in Theatre magazine, in which he called Desire a lamentable piece and maintained that O'Neill's power was in decline. The play was subsequently banned in Boston by the mayor and in England by the Lord Chamberlain, in spite of O'Neill's willingness to make some minor revisions in the dialogue, such as the substitution of the word harlot for whore and slut in for whorin. And when the road company opened in Los Angeles the following year, the entire cast was arrested on the charge of giving an obscene play and tried in municipal court, awaking memories for O'Neill of the West Coast arrest and trial, nearly half a century earlier, of James O'Neill's Company of the Passion. The trial, held in April, offered testimony by a police officer who had gone to see the play on behalf of the Board of Education. "I was painfully shocked," said the policeman. "I blushed. I sat there so embarrassed that I feared for the time when the act would end and the lights would again be turned on. After I left that place I couldn't look the world in the face for hours." O'Neill, in Bermuda, was content to follow Desire's notorious progress with ironic detachment. He was satisfied that he had attempted to give an epic tinge to New England's inhibited life and, through a broad, poetical vision, to illuminate even the most sordid and mean blind alleys of life, his concern and justification as a dramatist. By the end of March, 1925, he had completed The Great God Brown, which he exultantly described to George Jean Nathan as a devastating, crucifying new one, and which he confidently believed marked the high point of his achievement to date. "I think it's grand stuff, much deeper and more poetical than anything I've ever done before," he assured McGowan. O'Neill's evaluation was largely accurate. Brown was devastating, crucifying and, in concept and many of its passages, profoundly poetic. It was also deep, so deep, in fact, that in parts, particularly the last act, even someone attuned to O'Neill's brand of mysticism could be left foundering. It was also flawed in spots by an incredible awkwardness of language. He could, in the same play, issue the deft line, "This is Daddy's bedtime secret for today, man is born broken. He lives by mending. The grace of God is glue, and the turgid speech. The laughter of heaven sows earth with a rain of tears, and out of earth's transfigured birth pain the laughter of man returns to bless and play again in innumerable dancing gales of flame upon the knees of God." Both passages are from The Great God Brown and typify its best and its worst. When O'Neill began writing The Great God Brown in the early winter of 1925, he was still in private mourning for his family. The same mood that had governed the unconsciously autobiographical Desire was still upon him. It was, in fact, to extend to mourning becomes Electra, begun in 1929. In Brown, O'Neill wrote about his parents in relationship to himself even more revealingly than he had in Desire. Distance had given him greater insight, deepened his sensitivity, and released more of his power to examine his relationship not only with James and Ella but with Jamie as well. Like all God's Killian got wings, in its way Brown was yet another prelude to the crucifixion of long day's journey into night. In Brown, the four characters who stand for James, Ella, Jamie, and O'Neill himself, all die before the play has ended. Unconsciously O'Neill was writing the family epitaph. The play depicts O'Neill as a stranger, walking alone, dark, spiritual, poetic, passionately supersensitive, helplessly unprotected, childlike, religious faith in life, an artist, a creator, set apart from his fellow man, unable to make contact with family or friends, locked in a lonely struggle to find God and the meaning of life's mystery, and eventually knuckling under to the callousness of an unheeding and materialistic society. Dion's parents understand neither their son nor each other, nor can Dion find the means to reach them. One of the most significantly autobiographical speeches written by O'Neill is the one in which Dion mourns his father. "What aliens we were to each other. When he lay dead, his face looked so familiar that I wondered where I had met that man before. Only at the second of my conception. After that, we grew hostile with concealed shame. Dion's friend, William Brown, represents, as Doc's Jamie Tyrone in Long Day's Journey into Night and Andy Mayo in Beyond the Horizon, an antagonist both loved and hated, a symbol of the potentially fine soul grown stunted and envious and destructive, a symbol not only of Jamie but of what O'Neill himself might have become. In The Great God Brown, more than in any other play, O'Neill revealed his unconscious confusion about his own identity. He often seemed to slip into the delusion that he was Jamie, that Jamie was but a harsher, more cynical extension of himself. It was probably this personal confusion that inspired his wholesale and at times bewildering use of masks. Though O'Neill had toyed with masks before, he introduced them as a major dramatic device for the first time in Brown. All the leading characters, Brown, Sybil, Dion, and Dion's Weil, Margaret, use masks to cover their faces when they do not want their soul secrets revealed, and doff them before those they trust. Dion is obliged to wear his mask before Margaret because Margaret cannot understand or cope with the anguish of his naked soul. With the prostitute, Kbul, Dion goes unmasked. Margaret wears no mask before Dion, but goes masked before the world. This much of O'Neill's symbolism is not only lucid but moving. The mystique of the mask of Dion passing, after his death, to Brown is more obscure, and O'Neill himself did little to shed light on it, though he made numerous attempts to do so. For example, in a letter to several New York newspapers in February, 1926, he wrote in part, "I realize that when a playwright takes to explaining, he thereby automatically places himself in the dock. But where an open-faced avowal by the play itself of the abstract theme underlying it is made impossible by the very nature of that hidden theme, then perhaps it is justifiable for the author to confess the mystical pattern which manifests itself as an overtone in The Great God Brown, dimly behind and beyond the words and actions of the characters. I had hoped the names chosen for my people would give a strong hint of this. Dion Anthony Dionysus and Saint Anthony, the creative pagan acceptance of life, fighting eternal war with the masochistic, life-denying spirit of Christianity as represented by Saint Anthony, the whole struggle resulting in this modern day in mutual exhaustion, creative joy in life for life's sake frustrated, rendered abortive, distorted by morality from Pan into Satan, into a Mephistopheles mocking himself in order to feel alive. Margaret is my image of the modern direct descendant of the Marguerite of Faust, the eternal girl-woman with a virtuous simplicity of instinct, properly oblivious to everything but the means to her end of maintaining the race. Kbul is an incarnation of Syb, the Earth Mother doomed to segregation as a pariah in a world of unnatural laws but patronized by her segregates who are thus themselves the first victims of their laws. Brown is the Vision-Elks demigod of our new materialistic myth, a success building his life of exterior things, inwardly empty and resourceless, an uncreative creature of superficial preordained social grooves, a byproduct forced aside into slack waters by the deep main current of life desire. Dion's mask of Pan, which he puts on as a boy, is not only a defense against the world for the supersensitive painter-poet underneath it but also an integral part of his character as an artist. Brown has always envied the creative life force in Dion, what he himself lacks. When he steals Dion's mask, he thinks he is gaining the power to live creatively, while in reality he is only stealing that creative power made self-destructive by complete frustration. This devil of mocking doubt makes short work of him. It enters him, rending him apart, torturing and transfiguring him until he is even forced to wear a mask of his success, William A. Brown, before all the world, as well as Dion's mask toward wife and children. Thus Billy Brown becomes not himself to anyone. And thus he partakes of Dion's anguish more poignantly, for Dion had the mother, Kbul. In the end, out of this anguish soul is born, a tortured Christian soul such as the dying Dion's, begging for belief, and at the last finding it on the lips of Syb. The play's chief obscurity lies in the fact that in the latter scenes Brown impersonates both himself and Dion, in a series of episodes that come perilously close to burlesque. Brown's death scene is written to be played part realistically and part fantasy pantomime, with Brown himself evaporating and being represented, in the end, by nothing more tangible than Dion's mask. The demands on the audience in this instance are too great, and O'Neill himself guessed that they would be. The audience won't know if it's walking backwards or forwards by the time it's ready to leave, he told Dr. Bish with satisfaction soon after completing the play. That O'Neill was aware of the inadequacy of his own printed explanation is obvious from another comment he made in his letter to the press. And now for an explanation regarding this explanation. It was far from my idea in writing Brown that this background pattern of conflicting tides in the soul of man should ever overshadow and thus throw out of proportion the living drama of the recognizable human beings, Dion, Brown, Margaret, and Kbal. I meant it always to be mystically within and behind them, giving them a significance beyond themselves, forcing itself through them to expression in mysterious words, symbols, actions that they do not themselves comprehend. And that is as clearly as I wish an audience to comprehend it. It is mystery, the mystery any one man or woman can feel but not understand as the meaning of any event or accident in any life on earth. And it is this mystery I want to realize in the theater. The solution, if there is ever to be any, will probably have to be produced in a test tube and turn out to be discouragingly undramatic. Much later, looking at Brown in retrospect, O'Neill wrote that it had been an attempt to foreshadow the mystical patterns created by the duality of human character and the search for what lies hidden and beyond the words and actions of men and women. More by the use of overtones than by explicit speech, he added, I sought to convey the dramatic conflicts in the lives and within the souls of the characters. The use of masks enabled me to dramatize the transfer of personality and express symbolically the mystery inherent in all human lives. XLV. For all of O'Neill's prolonged dismay over his disastrous relationship with his parents, a dismay he could convey so forcefully in a play like The Great God Brown, he seemed unaware that he was imposing the same pattern on his own children. It was as though the very intensity of his preoccupation with his parents' failure toward him, the constant attempt to exorcise the hurt that had been inflicted, blinded him to the fact that he was inflicting the same hurt on his sons. He was as stonily incapable of understanding them as James had been of understanding him. The three sons with whom O'Neill furnished Dion Anthony had no more dramatic validity, bore no more importance to their father, than any of the children O'Neill created for dramatic effect in his other plays. In their abortive appearances in The Great God Brown, the three sons are mechanical prigs, mere window dressing - something to illustrate that Margaret is a mother and their father is scarcely aware of them. This was a quite accurate, if perhaps unconscious, representation of O'Neill's attitude toward his own two sons at the time he finished the play, which was also a time when he was anticipating the birth of a third child. O'Neill, like a number of other profoundly creative men, felt no need to be perpetuated by children. When he was writing, he often described his efforts to friends as birth pangs. His plays were his children and he was both father and mother to them. His claim to immortality rested upon his plays. Flesh and blood children were to him at best the necessary appendages of domesticity and at worst irritating hindrances to his work. Agnes expected her baby in April and she and O'Neill rented a more substantial house for the final 3 months of their stay in Bermuda, while keeping the seaside bungalow as a place to swim from. In mid-March O'Neill wrote to McGowan inviting him, Tones and Light to visit Paget in April and offering them the bungalow as a guest house. James Light was the only one of the three who managed the trip to Bermuda in April, although the others visited later. Light spent a tranquil time there, discussing The Great God Brown with O'Neill and helping him plan the production. They also discussed The Fountain, about which O'Neill was growing increasingly discouraged. Maybe I'll decide to produce and publish it myself in a good hot stove, he told Light. As for O'Neill's domestic life, Light found it fairly serene. I remember that Shane tried to get into the spirit of his mother's mysterious condition one day by bringing her a plate of worms and shellfish and other slimy objects and saying, "Here, this will make you sick." When Light left, O'Neill asked him to tell McGowan that his and Agnes's twin girls were expected momentarily, but that ladies always make you wait, don't they? By May, when the twin girls had not yet made an appearance, O'Neill complained to a friend that the waiting was getting on his nerves. While Agnes is as calm kavad, is that what they call it? O'Neill had to endure the discomforts of Kavod for 2 more weeks. It was not until May 14 that Agnes produced her child. It's a goyle. Allah be merciful, O'Neill cabled McGowan. According to indications will be First Lady announcer at Polo Grounds. Predict great future grand opera. Agnes and baby all serene. Both Agnes and O'Neill had been certain of having a girl, and Agnes had written to Mrs. Podrick Cullum, wife of the Irish poet, asking if she and her husband could suggest a feminine Irish name that would go well with O'Neill. We suggested Una, the Irish translation of Agnes, Cullum later recalled. O'Neill kept up a semblance of serenity for another month in the midst of his newly enlarged household, principally because he had managed to time things so that he was not writing a new play. For that brief period he grew domestically expansive, claiming to be unaffected by all the commotion of his household. He even encouraged a visit from Eugene Jr., now a handsome boy of 14. Eugene Jr. made the trip to Bermuda by himself. He was still living with his mother and being supported in part by O'Neill, who was paying his way through Horace Mann in New York. Although O'Neill was proud of the boy and, in a semi-detached way, fond of him, his interest never approached genuine fatherly devotion. A year earlier Eugene had fallen from his bicycle near his house and fractured his skull. Kathleen had rushed her son to a nearby Long Island hospital and then telephoned to O'Neill, who was in New York on his way to Provincetown. O'Neill told Kathleen that his bank account was at her disposal. He arranged for a specialist to visit Eugene and asked Kathleen to keep him informed of Eugene's condition by sending him a night letter, collect, every day. But O'Neill did not postpone his trip to Provincetown. Eugene was in the hospital for 5 weeks, part of that time in critical condition, and O'Neill never visited him. By the end of June O'Neill was glad to exchange the domestic hubbub of Bermuda for what he hoped would be the calm of Nantucket. Remote Peaktail seemed an impractical summer place for an infant, and living in the center of Provincetown promised to be hectic. After a brief stopover in New York, therefore, O'Neill moved into a rented house on a hill in Nantucket, near an old windmill and about half a mile from the wharf. But in Nantucket he felt neither secure nor happy. He began drinking again. He left his family on the island and went to New York during July to meet with McGowan and Jones to discuss the future of the Provincetown Playhouse and Greenwich Village Theatre. The triumvirate's enterprise was becoming shaky and plans for the coming season were up in the air. O'Neill was beginning to be less interested in the programs for the 2 theaters, and more concerned with the production of his own plays. While in New York he allowed himself to be interviewed by Flora Merrill, a reporter for The World, who questioned him about his views of the contemporary theater and his own plans for the future. I should say, O'Neill answered the question as to whether the American theater had made any strides in playwriting, acting, or production, that it had progressed furthest in production, but also tremendously in playwriting, and in acting not at all, if you leave out one man who is the exception to all rules because he has real genius, and that is John Barrymore. I feel very strongly about the matter of acting in this country, and in my opinion it is impossible to carry on much further until the actors catch up. Under present conditions, there is no very bright prospect of their succeeding. Questioned by The World about whether he planned to broaden his own scope of activity, particularly whether he might attempt to write a novel, O'Neill answered, "I have no ambition to go out of my field and become a novelist. I feel that a carpenter should stick to his trade. I don't hold with these novelists who suddenly decide they will write a play. I think it takes years of intensive, hard work to learn your medium if you want to be any good in it. In my opinion, the drama is a darn sight harder medium than the novel because it is concentrated. The only way I would want to write a novel would be if I had 7 or 8 years to devote to doing 10, all of which I would throw away before I should think I could possibly write one decent book. That is what I did with plays. I must have thrown away a dozen when I first started. Yet I knew the theater, having been born in it." Asked who were the great American playwrights of the day, he replied, "There are none. What's more, I don't believe there is any great playwright in the world, with the possible exception of Hauptmann. The last great one died with Strindberg in 1912, that is, the last undeniably great playwright, because some think Hauptmann is, and some think he isn't. He added that he was interested in any sort of play that I hear is good, but that he seldom attended the theater. I know that all the worthwhile plays will be published, he said, so I wait and read them. Musical comedies, he explained, were the exception. I go to them to get a laugh. Before returning to Nantucket, O'Neill went on the kind of binge he had not indulged in for many months. He ended it at the McGowan home in Brewster, where McGowan and his wife nursed him through a severe hangover, involving, as always, a slow tapering off of carefully timed drinks and judicious infusions of soup and milkshakes, interspersed with periods of sleep and exercise. I've meant to tell you both how very grateful I am for all you did for me out at your place, he apologized to the McGowans from Nantucket, where he had once again vowed to stay sober. I must have been a pretty sorry sight to have about the house, and by no means a welcome addition to any family retaining their sanity. Let me know what I owe you for the car, beer, booze, etc., and I'll send you check pronto. He added that he also wanted to send money for a gift for the McGowan children from their old alcoholic pal. Within a few weeks he was off the wagon once again. The arrival in Nantucket of Ed Keefe, one of his new London drinking companions, set him off in August. Keefe and two friends sailed to Nantucket in a schooner and, hearing O'Neill was there, looked him up. Jean was glad to see me and joined my friends and me for dinner, Keefe said later. Then the four of us rowed to the schooner, which was anchored quite a way out in the harbor, and drank and drank and drank. After a while the two other guys went to sleep. Jean and I kept on drinking. At one point Jean stood up in the hatchway and let his wristwatch fly against the hatch. He was being dramatic about something. Finally we went to our bunks and I fell asleep. Keefe was awakened by the steward. "I think your friend is overboard," he said. Keefe followed the steward out on deck and saw O'Neill in the water, fully dressed and still roaring drunk. Keefe and the steward pulled O'Neill back on board, stripped him, and put him into a bunk. Soon after, the steward woke Keefe again. Dawn was breaking. "There's a lady alongside in a rowboat," the steward told Keefe. It was Agnes. She had rowed out to collect Jean, Keefe said. "We got him into a raincoat and some slippers and eased him over the side into the rowboat. I watched Jean and Agnes draw away, Jean trying to sit up straight in the boat, Agnes rowing. The sun was coming up as they headed into shore. Manuel Comroff, O'Neill's editor, also visited him in Nantucket that summer. The household now seemed peaceful, and Comroff's wife, a painter, started work on a watercolor portrait of Shane. O'Neill managed to stay sober and he worked hard trying to make a few revisions on the fountain, outlining new projects, and doing some research on a subject that appeared to fascinate him, though he never used it for a play. In the early days after the Revolution, when Nantucket was a whaling port of great wealth, O'Neill explained to Comroflo one morning, some of the captains made trips to China. They returned with exotic gifts for their wives: embroidered silks, teakwood furniture, carved ivory, and opium. It seemed, said O'Neill, that Nantucket women acquired a nice little taste for opium, and sometimes, while waiting for their husbands to return, they could be seen, dressed in their embroidered silks, staggering through the streets drunk on opium. O'Neill was struck by this picture, so far removed from the traditional one of the stoical New England woman pacing the widow's walk. O'Neill was much preoccupied during the summer of 1925 with his commitment to the Greenwich Village Theatre. Phi had recently withdrawn from active participation in the Provincetown Playhouse. For the coming season, it was decided, the Provincetown would be operated by Jimmy Light, with O'Neill serving merely in an advisory capacity, and McGowan and Jones participating as members of the board of directors. Eleanor Fitzgerald, who was to be manager only of the Provincetown, had asked O'Neill to write something for the program of the Provincetown's opening bill. O'Neill sent a discouraging answer. "I cannot because, temporarily, at least, my faith in theatre, Provincetown or otherwise, has bogged down." I'm miscast among the true believers. The future appears to me completely sterilized against the conception of miracles, and a miracle, as present-day miracles go, is needed. A kick in the false bloomers of Thespi's miracle. But even the God in the wind machine and the thunder sheet seems to have given in his equity notice, and left the theater for the show shop. I don't belong, get me, because I don't believe. And programs are not the proper medium for painful skepticism. He went on to outline his pet grievance, the inadequacy of actors. Fitzy, disregarding O'Neill's warning, printed his diatribe in the program for the Provincetown's opening bill, probably reasoning that skeptical O'Neill was better than no O'Neill at all. She entitled the piece, "Are the Actors to Blame?" I believe that there is no possibility of real progress in the creative interpretation of plays of arresting imagination and insight until we develop a new quality of depth of feeling and comprehensive scope of technique in actors and actresses. For only when a play is self-expressed through sensitive, truthful, trickless acting is the play the thing. In the acting lies the acted play. Great acting has frequently made bad plays seem good, but a good play cannot penetrate bad acting without emerging distorted and uneven, bumpy, ugly duckling of an offspring at whom any playwright father must gaze with a shudder. And this in spite of the finest and most intelligent and inspiring direction. Directors can only direct. They cannot give their actors the right developing experience unless they can plan over a long period of years with the same people. This plainly isn't possible under any present system, for actors are conceived by and born of the parts they have been permitted to play. Are the actors to blame for the present conditions in oil theaters which urge them toward the easy goals of typecasting rather than the long, painstaking self-training in the acquiring of an art? Well, if actors are partly to blame, then we others of the theater, including the audience, who accept them, are equally at fault. Do we give them parts other than the apparent one God cast them in as persons? Do we take a chance on them? Not often. We cannot afford to in an era when the theater is primarily a realtor's speculation. One mistake and there comes the landlord with notice of eviction. He is usually not an artist in the theater, this landlord. He could see Shakespeare boiled alive in Saucony gasoline and have qualms only as to our diminishing national standard oil reserves. The answer? Repertoire. Genuine repertoire. We all know it's as simple as truth, and perhaps that is why we make no attempt to live and work accordingly. What is the Provincetown going to do about acting? Does it plan to lay emphasis on building up a medium for achievement in acting that will make young actors want to grow up with it as part of a whole, giving their acting a new clear fakeless group excellence and group eloquence that will be our unique acting, our own thing, born in our American theater as not so long ago Irish acting was bomb in the Irish Players, modern Russian acting in the Moscow Art Theater, or modern German acting in the Reinhardt Group? All these had humble beginnings as we have had. If we do intend to work with the future of our acting at least equally in view with the artistic production of good plays and great plays, then I am high with hope. O'Neill had ended his letter to Fitzy thus: the present theater of the future is in the actor. Until he goes on, we others I speak as a playwright can't, except by the inadequate written word. My motto just now is write M and leave M. And my intuition is that it is better not to do things at all, especially the most beautiful things, than to run the slightest risk of doing them badly. Beauty is in poor enough repute already. That was too skeptical, even for Fitzy, and she altered it somewhat ungrammatically to: the immediate theater of the future is in the actor. Until he gets his real opportunity, we others I speak as a playwright. This applies equally to all artists in the theater, but wait for ours, or try to be contented with what we know must be an unrealizable dream. To McGowan, O'Neill recently had voiced the fear that there were not only no good actors but no good, new plays. I wish we had more definite proof, he said, that there are experiments all written for the doing at the PP. We had no reason to believe so up to the time I left. That's our main trouble, as it is everyone else. Where's the stuff? And if there ain't none, what's the good of hanging on to the P.P? By summer he was wondering if there was much good in hanging on to the Greenwich Village Theatre either. It did not seem to be living up to its promise, and he questioned its usefulness to him. And it was not, he thought, providing the theatre in general with the stimulus once foreseen, nor devoting its best efforts to his own work. Following the fortunes of both playhouses from Nantucket that September, he deplored the choice of a Maxwell Anderson play called Outside Looking In, with which McGowan had opened the new season at the Greenwich Village Theatre. O'Neill had read it and deemed it totally without significance and depth. But what rankled even more was that McGowan and Jones had not yet been able to cast the great God Brown, presumably because they were devoting their attention to other, inferior plays. "I somehow feel we're going bad and have become a young organization with a brilliant past," O'Neill grumbled to McGowan, just before leaving Nantucket. Although both the Provincetown Playhouse and the Greenwich Village Theatre were to struggle for existence several more years, O'Neill was to detach himself from them completely after early 1926. The Fountain and the Great God Brown were produced at the Greenwich Village Theatre in December, 1925, and January, 1926, respectively. They were the last new O'Neill plays presented by the old group. Soon after that O'Neill made a change in his personal as well as his professional life, marking an absolute cleavage from almost all of his former associates. The Ridgefield House was reopened in October after O'Neill visited New London to look after his still unsettled estate and to have a final, spectacular, reminiscent binge with Ed Keefe, Doc Ganney, and a brother of Arthur McGinley. While in Ridgefield awaiting the triumvirate's productions of The Fountain and the Great God Brown and Belasco's production of Marco Millions, O'Neill began writing a new play, Lazarus Laughed, which he had elaborately and wonderfully scenarioed in Nantucket. As he had to be in New York early in November for rehearsals of The Fountain and was too distracted to concentrate on any single project, O'Neill invited his older son to spend a few days with him. It turned out to be a profitable visit on both sides. In addition to his handsome, foolish Irish wolfhound, O'Neill owned an aggressive, conceited Irish terrier named Matt Burke, in honor of the hero of Anna Christie. Matt Burke terrorized the area by chasing chickens and challenging any and all local pets and children to combat, from which he invariably emerged victorious. O'Neill's neighbors were not happy about Matt Burke, but young Eugene fell in love with him, and O'Neill conceived a plan to pacify his neighbors and please his son. A few days after Eugene Jr. returned to his home in Long Island, a huge crate arrived for him. Kathleen, to whom Eugene had said nothing about the anticipated gift, opened the crate with some misgivings, and tethered its contents to a tree in the yard. When Eugene came home from school, Matt Burke was gone. He returned later that evening, bruised and bloody, having established himself as the boss of the neighborhood. The Pittsmiths kept him until his death from old age several years later. During the period he was attending rehearsals of The Fountain in New York, O'Neill stayed in a hotel Mondays through Thursdays, returning for the weekends to Ridgefield. Getting The Fountain on, after 3.5 years of waiting, was an anticlimax for O'Neill, and he was half-hearted about its production. He agreed to the casting of Walter Huston as Ponce de Leon even though he thought Lionel Barrymore better suited to the role. Ideally, O'Neill would have liked to cast James O'Neill as Ponce de Leon, and he could not reconcile this image with the reality of Huston's characterization. Discussing Huston's technique with Stark Young, and comparing it with that of James O'Neill, O'Neill said, "Here's just the difference, the actors in those days would not have understood my play, but they could act it. Now they understand it, but can't act it." O'Neill grew steadily more impatient with the limitations of his actors. Even when he was able to cast the actor or actress he thought just right for a role, he was usually disappointed with the result. A year earlier he had spoken to McGowan of the difference there must be always between the author's idea as he sees what he writes and the horrible puppet show the actors transform it into, willy-nilly, good or bad. It never failed to infuriate him that despite his knowledge of actor craft and the pains he always took to forestall an actor's personal interpretation of a role by spelling out every important gesture, look and vocal nuance, he could still not get the effect he wanted. Referring, in a more jocular mood, To a particular actress who had failed to live up to his expectations, O'Neill once commented, "She is so thick in spots, it hurts you. Not that I wish an intelligence test for actresses. Or that I don't like the lady. I do. She is a nice girl, the kind your own mother would approve of you keeping, so to speak." It is impossible not to suspect that O'Neill's predilection for masks was inspired, in part, by a hopeless desire to obliterate the actor from his plays. He once wrote that he anticipated the actors' objection to masks, that they would extinguish their personalities and deprive them of their greatest asset in conveying emotion by facial expression. He went on to refute this objection, claiming that masked actors would be obliged, all to the good, to make their bodies become alive and expressive and participate in drama. His point was valid enough. He was calling on actors to learn and develop the art of mime. But, more urgently, he was willing them to extinguish their personalities and stop getting between him and his audience a hopeless hope, indeed. The Fountain opened on December 10, 1925, to lukewarm reviews. Woolcott, now happily closeted at the World, praised the lavish production Robert Edmund Jones had designed and directed, and found certain scenes which glow with the eventfulness of history, but observed that the spark of life was missing a good half the time. His criticism was representative of that of his colleagues. O'Neill took his defeat mildly. He was relieved that the production was over with and anxious to get started on the production of The Great God Brown. A couple of nights after The Fountain opened, Slim Martin later said, "I overtook Gene going east on 4th Street and he asked me if I'd seen the play. I said I had. He told me he thought the critics were right, that the play had no action." Slim asked O'Neill, "Can't an author tell, while he's writing a play, if it has action?" "You can't tell how a play will work out till it's produced," O'Neill explained patiently. "If you could, all authors would write hits and turn out as many plays as Lope de Vega. XLVI. When The Great God Brown finally reached the stage, it became the fifth new O'Neill play to be produced within a period of less than 2 years. Since March, 1924, Welded, All God's Chillun Got Wings, Desire Under the Elms and The Fountain had been mounted, not since the 2-year period between February, 1920, and March, 1922, which saw the production of 8 O'Neill plays, had New York been so thoroughly inundated by O'Neill. Perhaps because of his strong attachment to Brown as autobiography, O'Neill was willing to devote more energy to its presentation than was usual for him, and he suffered more acutely over the inevitable production snags. He and the other 2 members of the triumvirate, unable to interest John Barrymore in the role of Dion Anthony, finally selected Robert Keith, and cast William Harrigan, son of the famous comic, Ned, as William Brown. Albert Lewis, who had sent O'Neill's In the Zone on its vaudeville tour 8 years before, attended an early run-through at the request of Kenneth McGowan, who hoped Lewis would invest in the production. The rehearsal was played without masks, Lewis recalled, and the actors pantomimed the masks. It all looked very awkward. It was impossible to judge the play's power without the masks. After the run-through, I told Kenneth I didn't think the play had a chance. There was a burst of derisive laughter from the balcony, and I looked up and saw O'Neill, who had heard what I'd said. He said he didn't blame me, that it certainly wasn't vaudeville. I was terribly embarrassed, and he tried to assure me he could understand my not being bowled over by the play, that there was no illusion without the masks. Although The Great God Brown was a much more difficult play to evaluate than Desire Under the Elms, the critics welcomed it, on January 23, 1926, with more warmth and understanding on the whole than they had accorded Desire. Brooks Atkinson, who, at 30, had recently replaced Stark Young as the Times critic, began his appraisal. "What Mr. O'Neill has succeeded in doing in The Great God Brown is obviously more important than what he has not succeeded in doing. He has not made himself clear. But he has placed within the reach of the stage finer shades of beauty, more delicate nuances of truth and more passionate qualities of emotion than we can discover in any other single modern play." Richard Watts, Jr., who was pinch-hitting for Percy Hammond, wrote, "In The Great God Brown, Eugene O'Neill has written a play that for at least half of the time is as eloquent and stirring and richly imaginative as anything that has come from the pen of this foremost of our dramatists." Then, as though the mad ghost of Strindberg had entered into him, he plunges into a veritable orgy of expression until the last scenes of his drama approach chaos, but The Great God Brown remains in the end a fascinating, half-mad enigma. Alexander Woollcott was not inclined to weigh the balance in favor of O'Neill and, though he credited the play with being now and again poetic in its divination and almost always sturdy with the characteristic fiber of a playwright who has a lonesome, hardy, pathfinding mind, he found the mask trick tiresome and overdone and the play, as a whole, uneven to the point of being precipitous. Gilbert Gabriel, who had replaced Woollcott on The Sun, found the play a deep-minded and compassionate fantasy, often thrilling in the brightness of its words, sometimes perplexing in the shadows of its meaning. Joseph Wood Crutch, with more time than the daily reviewers to digest the play, declared in The Nation, "At no time during the course of his career has Mr. O'Neill given us a play more powerful or more confused than this. Never be, or has he dealt with a passion so nakedly personal, and never before has he allowed the chaos within to shatter so completely the form of the drama. If the effect remains more powerful than clear, more intense than illuminating, that is the result of the immediacy of the material with which the author is dealing. He is himself too close to the passions with which he is dealing to objectify them completely, and they master him quite as often as he is able to master them. Here, in a word, are passions as authentic and as burning as any that ever went into literature, but no one could say that they had been recollected in tranquility." Despite the play's critical and popular success, O'Neill took his habitually dim view of the production, focusing his discontent on the masks. He decided they had confused the audience in the back rows because they were made to look too realistic. They should have been twice as large, he now believed. "Do the masks in brown do what the script requires of them?" he asked McGowan rhetorically. "They do not. They only get across personal resemblance of a blurry meaninglessness. Perhaps the result the script calls for is impossible to attain by the method of combination masks the script describes. I think I see this now." Still concerned about this a year later, he declared that the masks in the production had not been right, because the triumvirate had had neither the time nor the money to experiment and get them right before we opened the old story that prevents anything really fine from ever being done in the American theater. What he had really wanted those masks to get across, he said, was the abstract drama of the forces behind the people. Instead, he went on, the masks had suggested only the bromidic, hypocritical, and defensive double personality of people in their personal relationships, a thing I never would have needed masks to convey. They became an unnecessary trick, he added. Perhaps I was demanding too much, and it can't be done, but I'm sure with the right masks my meaning would get across, that the play would be mystic instead of confusing, and I'm sure, given the money and time, the right masks could have been made. As late as 1932, writing for the American Spectator, O'Neill was still having afterthoughts about his brown masks. "I would now make the masks symbolize more definitely the abstract theme of the play instead of, as in the old production, stressing the more superficial meaning that people wear masks before other people and are mistaken by them for their masks." In 1952, by which time O'Neill had completed Morning Becomes Electra, The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Might, three plays generally held to be among his masterpieces, he chose a scene from The Great God Brown to represent him in an anthology called This Is My Best. He picked the third scene from Act I, between Dion, Sybil and Brown, which includes Dion's morning speech about his parents, explaining that it was one of the best, and the most self-sufficient when taken out of its context. In an introductory note he wrote, "Rereading The Great God Brown, which I haven't looked at for 10 years or more, I still consider this play one of the most interesting and moving I have written. It has its faults, of course, but for me, at least, it does succeed in conveying a sense of the tragic mystery drama of life revealed through the lives in the play. And this, I think, is the real test of whether any play, however excellent its structure, characterization, dialogue, plot, social significance, or whatnot is true drama or just another play. With the production of Brown out of the way, O'Neill was anxious to return to Bermuda but was obliged to postpone his trip until late February. He had finally, on the advice of a number of friends and physicians, decided to undergo a brief psychoanalysis. Its chief purpose was to cure him, permanently, of drinking. O'Neill selected neither of the two psychoanalysts with whom he was already acquainted, although Dr. Bish did figure indirectly in the decision. O'Neill never asked me to analyze him, Dr. Bish later said, but we discussed analysis in general on several occasions. He wanted to know if I really thought it helped people. Apparently he talked to some of his friends about my ideas, too. One day, in New York, he invited me to have lunch with him and two friends, whose names I've forgotten. A few days later one of them telephoned me and asked if they could consult me about O'Neill, but not to mention this to him. I invited them to my office. They said they thought analysis might be good for O'Neill but were afraid it could harm him as a dramatist. They were worried that it might destroy his genius, inhibit his artistic freedom. I told them I didn't think it would, that, on the contrary, it might make him even freer. But I warned them that O'Neill would be a difficult man to analyze because he had such a strong ego. Most people who are very shy, I told them, have strong egos. They are certain of their own powers but afraid others won't recognize those powers. I felt analysis of this would help him. I said it would probably enhance, rather than repress, his genius. I didn't tell O'Neill's two friends of my privately held deduction that O'Neill was emotionally starved. I had studied his plays carefully and felt they all showed an antagonism toward women, which indicated to me that he had a deep antagonism toward his mother. I believed that O'Neill hated his mother and loved his father. He duplicated his father's profession, the theater, which is one indication. His father was an actor-escapist. Writing is, in a way, also an escape. He also imitated his father in his alcoholism. I felt O'Neill had an unconscious homosexual attraction toward his father, which he carried over to some of his friendships for men. His antagonism toward his mother was carried over to his relationships with women, because his mother had failed him, all women would fail him, and he had to take revenge on them. All women had to be punished. Dr. Bish would have enjoyed psychoanalyzing O'Neill to see whether the theories he held as an observant friend could be supported, but the man O'Neill selected as his analyst was Dr. Gilbert V. Hamilton. It is not inconceivable that one of the reasons for this choice was that Dr. Hamilton could analyze him under the terms of a special grant, and that consequently there would be no fee. With a grant set up for him in 1924, Dr. Hamilton had begun a research program into the problems of sexual adjustment in the marital relationship. Published in 1929 under the title, A Research in Marriage, Dr. Hamilton's findings were a kind of precursor of the Kinsey Report, and, as such, were acknowledged by Dr. Alfred C. Kinsey in his own work. Dr. Hamilton had selected the very small sample of 100 married men and 100 married women to whom he had presented more than 300 questions designed to elicit information about their premarital, marital, and extramarital sex lives. According to Dr. Hamilton, he had little difficulty in obtaining his subjects, who were drawn mostly from professional and literary backgrounds. McGowan and his wife were among them, and so were O'Neill and Agnes. None of the subjects, of course, are identifiable from Dr. Hamilton's charts, but it is easy to guess who the sole male respondent was in one instance at least. Card number 15, question 7, asked if the subject's parents had got along well together, and 20 men answered no. Question 8 asked these 24 the chief source of friction between them, and of 18 who blamed their mothers for the trouble, listing such causes as mother's nagging, mother's sexual inadequacy, mother's interest in other men, etc., only one listed mother's drug habit. In our circle, McGowan recalled, the interviews were the table topic of the day. After completing this survey, Dr. Hamilton received additional funds to psychoanalyze 6 people, and it was under this second grant that he analyzed O'Neill. He agreed to the psychoanalysis to get him on the wagon, McGowan said. He told me he was scared, that he couldn't continue the way he was. Agnes was no help to him in that respect. She drank along with him. During the analysis, Hamilton had Jean lie on a black leather couch, in traditional Freudian style. When it was over, Jean told me he had no trouble understanding that he hated and loved his father, and that he was suffering from an Oedipus complex. Later, when I was working with Hamilton on a popular version of his book, called What is Wrong with Marriage, Hamilton told me, there's a death wish in O'Neill. Though many psychoanalysts agree that they can seldom make lasting headway with alcoholics, in O'Neill's case the cure was essentially effective. Except for a couple of lapses, O'Neill spent the rest of his life as a teetotaler. With his analysis completed and his passage booked for Bermuda, O'Neill took time out shortly before sailing to attend a dinner party given by Donald Freed, a newly appointed vice president of Horace Live Right Incorporated, which had recently issued a 4-volume edition of O'Neill's collected works. Freed had also invited Manuel Comroff and 2 other Live Right authors, Theodore Dreiser and Sherwood Anderson. There were to be no women present except Mrs. Freed, for some reason that Freed has been unable to recall. When he received the invitation, Comroff was somewhat taken aback. He pointed out to Freed that Dreiser and Anderson were feuding and that the affair might be uncomfortable. Freed said he didn't care, Comroff recalled, and the dinner was held as scheduled. It was one of the strangest dinners I ever attended. I remember that Dreiser kept folding and unfolding his handkerchief, and there was nothing that could be described as conversation among the 3 writers. They all seemed to regard each other as freaks and to be wondering what they were doing there. When one of the 3 did speak, he spoke to Freed or to me, not to the others. After dinner, Anderson told a ghost story and then there was a long silence. Finally Dreiser, who was interested in the supernatural and communication with the dead, told, in a harrowing voice and with terrible intensity, the story of how his mother had died in his arms. O'Neill just sat there, watching him. I don't think he spoke 10 words the whole evening. No. We had arrived at 7, and we all left about 11. Freed's recollection is that O'Neill's conversation was a trifle more expansive, perhaps a matter of half a dozen lull sentences. Dreiser, who was usually arrogant, seemed to me like a small boy at O'Neill's feet. Fi asked him questions about his writing technique, all of which O'Neill answered politely. The party was not a stunning success, and only Anderson appeared to salvage anything from it. About a year later he wrote down the ghost story he had told that night, and it was published in Vanity Fair. I once told the story to Mr. Theodore Dreiser and Mr. Eugene O'Neill as I sat with them in a room and now have a fancy to put it in print. The piece begins. The story concerns a widowed schoolteacher who moves into a haunted house and strikes up an acquaintance with a ghost. It is embellished with satiric comments on contemporary cultural pretensions and with references to both Dreiser and O'Neill, which Anderson had omitted on the night of the dinner party. O'Neill's opinion of the story, in either its printed or its recounted version, is not recorded, but he and Anderson later established a cordial friendship. In Bermuda from the end of February to the middle of June O'Neill completed Lazarus Laughed, got a good start on Strange Interlude, made notes for half a dozen future plays, and purchased an early 18th century house. Just a shell, he reported to a friend in describing the house, but a very fine shell. Fi added that he and Agnes planned to decorate it gradually and use it as a permanent winter and spring residence. In the meantime they occupied a rented house called Bellevue in Paget East, a real peach of a house, O'Neill said, lots of room, beautiful grounds, private beach, all at a big bargain of $150 per. Fi boasted that it used to be one of the showplaces of the island. During this stay in Bermuda he thought he had finally found the ideal combination of beauty and peace. He swam every day, gained weight, was inaccessible to most of his Greenwich Village and Provincetown drinking companions and felt, once again, reborn. Next to Peaked Hill in the old days, he confided to Louis Collingham, I believe this the most satisfying habitat I've struck. It really has the feeling of home to me, who usually feel in most houses like a Samoan in an igloo. Flea's work was going so well that Lie was not even perturbed by a series of minor domestic mishaps. Agnes' sister, who was to do O'Neill's typing and had sailed to Bermuda with them, was quarantined in a wing of the house with measles. O'Neill stepped on a coral reef and tore out the keel of his lute, necessitating the use of crutches for several days, and their housekeeper nursemaid, Gaga, fell down and nearly broke where she was broadest. But he assured all the friends to whom he wrote, in the pink. Aside from his work, he let very little except the habitual financial problems occupy his mind. He was concerned over the box office returns of The Great God Brown. "Come on, you Brown. Daddy needs a yacht," he wrote to McGowan early in March. And 3 days later, "I beg to remind the directors of the Greenwich Village Theatre Diet they are taking a longer time to pay royalties on Brown than any management I have ever known, and having dealt with Arthur Hopkins, this is some statement. I am not Otto Kahn. I have a larger family to support, for one thing. Do you want me to begin selling the investments I made before I left New York, in order to pay my bills down here? It is damn close to that now." He was also a little worried about the future of Marco Millions. Belasco had dropped his option on the play in April, and both Hopkins and another prominent producer, Gilbert Miller, had turned it down. Horace Liveright was now trying to raise the money to produce it, but his prospect of doing so was not very hopeful. O'Neill, however, was determined not to be ruffled by anything, and he constantly reiterated his satisfaction with his newfound, peaceful way of life. "I feel sick of all past connotations and think it behooves me to shake them even peaked flill for the next few years, anyway," he told McGowan early in April. The thought of going back to Provincetown, he said, rather wearied him and made him sad. "The old truth is no longer true," he explained. "Too many somethings hide in the corners. What I need for my new voyage is fresh fair winds and new ports of call. I might welcome a new scheme for the summer months that did not involve too much travel and presented an opportunity for interesting associations with new people, combined with enough water sports and outdoors." Lie and Agnes had decided to rent Brook Farm and were going to make Bermuda their home for at least 9 months out of the year. They had taken a long lease on the house at Paget East, at $1,000 per, an enormous bargain, and they were going to supervise the gradual restoration of their 18th-century shell. O'Neill had finished the final draft of Lazarus Laughed by the end of April. It was an ambitious and a virtually unproducible epic. It was also, despite the grandeur of its conception, something of a bore. An imaginary reconstruction of the biblical Lazarus' second life on earth, it derived its title from the Jesus wept of the gospel story of Die Miracle. Before setting to work in early March, he had asked Comroff to supply some books he needed as spiritual background. Among them were Fraser's Golden Bough, Ben Jonson's The Alchemist, A Decent History of Imperial Rome, Henry Bergson's Laughter, and anything else about the spirit of laughter among the Greeks or ancients of any sort. Boiled down to its essence, Lazarus, though filled with the exultant laughter of its hero, is a grim attempt on O'Neill's part to deny the finality of death. It conveys the impression that, however impassionedly O'Neill was trying to evoke a sense of joyousness in life and fearlessness of death, he did not convince himself. Lazarus was foreshadowed by the great god Broyden. It's an age of miracles. The streets are full of Lazaruses, says William Brown, preparing to impersonate the dead Dion, and it echoes the theme of Brown. Always spring comes again bearing life. Always again. Always, always forever again, spring again, life again. Summer and fall and death and peace again, but always, love and conception and birth and pain again, spring bearing the intolerable chalice of life again, bearing the glorious, blazing crown of life again. The monotony of this speech from Brown has nothing on the speeches in Lazarus. The line "there is no death," spoken by Lazarus and his followers, is reiterated so often that it loses all meaning long before the play ends. In his final revision of the manuscript, O'Neill went over all of Lazarus' speeches with the intention of cutting and sharpening them, so that there would be a building up and progression in his ideas from scene to scene and no repetition except where it is intended for dramatic emphasis on the recurrent "there is no death," etc., which the chorus and the mob take up in their chanting. His idea of no repetition and dramatic emphasis consisted of using the line or a minor variant of it ad nauseam in the course of the play's 4 acts. As in The Great God Brown, the characters of Lazarus Laughed are masked, all except the hero, Lazarus, freed now from the fear of death, is unmasked, and his face grows progressively younger. In Masking the Crowds In, O'Neill once wrote, "I was visualizing an effect that, intensified by dramatic lighting, would give an audience visually the sense of the crowd, not as a random collection of individuals, but as a collective whole, an entity. When the crowd speaks, I wanted an audience to hear the voice of crowd mind, crowd emotion, as one voice of a body composed of, but quite distinct from, its parts." In justice to O'Neill, the play, though unactable, does contain some fine, if isolated passages of poetry, and it was probably these passages that overwhelmed their author. O'Neill often maintained that his best writing was contained in Lazarus Laughed. Lazarus coming bigger and bigger. O'Neill reported to McGowan toward the end of March. Slower though. Have almost entirely reconstructed and rewritten first 2 scenes. 10 times better. By mid-May he was overcome with admiration for the play, though cautiously aware that he might be too close to it for objective analysis. "I feel as if it were pressed against my eyes and I couldn't see it. Certainly it contains the highest writing I have done. Certainly it composes for the theatre more than anything else I have done. Certainly it uses masks as they have never been used before and with an intensely dramatic meaning that really should establish them as a sound and true medium in the modern theatre. Certainly, I know of no play like Lazarus at all, and I know of no one who can play Lazarus at all the lead, I mean. Who can we get to laugh as one would laugh who had completely lost, even from the depths of the unconscious, all traces of the fear of death? In short, Lazarus is damned far from any category. It has no plot of any sort as one knows plot. I had better stop getting more involved in explaining what I can't, for the present, explain to myself." O'Neill regarded the play as finished in the late spring of 1926 and sent a copy of it to Nathan, who told him candidly that he did not like it. According to Nathan, O'Neill replied that Nathan's judgment of it couldn't be taken seriously because he was lacking in all religious feeling and was therefore prejudiced against any such play. More broadly, O'Neill had voiced to Nathan his own religious feeling about what he called the death of the old God and the failure of science and materialism to give any satisfying new one for the surviving primitive religious instinct to find a meaning for life in, and to calm lord its fears of death with. "It seems to me," he said, "that anyone trying to do big work nowadays must have this big subject behind all the little subjects of his plays or novels, or he is simply scribbling around the surface of things and has no more real status than a parlor entertainer." And to Joseph Wood Crutch, also on the same theme, O'Neill said, "Most modern plays are concerned with the relation between man and man, but that does not interest me at all. I am interested only in the relation between man and God." One of the few people who thoroughly liked Lazarus was Arthur Hobson Quinn. "I believe it to be the most truly poetic and the most highly imaginative of O'Neill's plays," Quinn wrote, soon after O'Neill had sent him the manuscript and asked for his opinion. Lazarus Laughed marks a new step in O'Neill's interpretation of man's origin and destiny. O'Neill's subtitle for Lazarus was A Play for an Imaginative Theatre. What O'Neill meant, as he later took the trouble to point out, was the one true theatre, the age-old theatre of the Greeks and Elizabethans, a theatre that could dare to boast without committing a farcical sacrilege that it is a legitimate descendant of the first theatre that sprang, by virtue of man's imaginative interpretation of life, out of his worship of Dionysus. I mean a theatre returned to its highest and sole significant function as a temple where the religion of a poetical interpretation and symbolical celebration of life is communicated to human beings, starved in spirit by their soul-stifling daily struggle to exist as masks among the masks of living. O'Neill was occupied with this subject for some time. Paul Green, whose Pulitzer Prize play, In Abraham's Bosom, was produced at the Provincetown Playhouse in December, and who met O'Neill in New York soon after, later recalled a night when O'Neill talked freely of his hopes and dreams for a new kind of American theater, a theater of the imagination unbounded, and one in which the audience especially might participate more vitally and fully. He hoped, Green added, someday to write plays in which the audience could share as a congregation shares in the music and ritual of a church service. There must be some way that this can be brought about, he said. As it is now, there is a too cold and cut division between the stage and the auditorium. The whole environment of the piece, stage and auditorium, actors and spectators, should be emotionally charged. This can only happen, he went on, when the audience actively participates in what is being said, seen, and done. But how? That is the problem. Still, there must be a way. Then he told about his recent efforts somewhat in that direction. The play Lazarus laughed. He seemed to set a lot of store by that play, more, I think, than it deserved, but it was wonderful to see his enthusiasm for it and to catch something of his visioning of a new kind of theater he felt it portended. What I would like to see in the production of Lazarus, he said, is for the audience to be caught up enough to join in the responses, the laughter and chorus statements, even, much as Negroes do in one of their revival meetings. No one wanted to present Lazarus in New York, and O'Neill, desperate for a production, at one time thought of Chelyabin for the leading role. Why not have the part of Laz translated into fine Russian, he suggested wildly to McGowan, and let Chelyabin do it in his own tongue, rest of the cast in English. It would be a wonderful, strange effect. And as far as most of an average audience understanding what Lazarus means, why, it would probably be a lot clearer to them in Russian. The play was produced by the Pasadena Community Players in California in 1927 successfully and imaginatively, according to O'Neill, and some years later by New York's Fordham University Players. It was never done on Broadway. The cost of mounting such an elaborate play has deterred the New York commercial theater from risking the gamble, O'Neill wrote in 1934, this deterrent, if it is the only one, has continued to apply. The O'Neill sailed from Bermuda on June 14. In spite of financial worries and his two unoccupied houses in Ridgefield and Provincetown, O'Neill had undertaken the rental of yet another house in order to ensure a cool and quiet summer vacation. On the recommendation of his agent's partner, Elizabeth Marbury, who had a house on the Maine Lakes, O'Neill had decided to rent a nearby cabin, feeling he would enjoy the change of climate and the opportunity to fish and canoe, while keeping up his swimming and tennis. Above all, he wanted to avoid the Provincetown atmosphere. Not that I'm afraid anymore, but it's no use making it harder for oneself, he told McGowan, shortly before sailing. To their shipboard companions on the two-day voyage from Bermuda, the O'Neills presented the appearance of an attractive, prosperous family: Agnes slim, tan, and pretty, O'Neill handsome, lean, distinguished, his dark hair edged with silver, and their two children, Shane, now an attractive, delicate boy of 5.5, and Una, a shy, pudgy 1-year-old with enormous eyes. They stopped briefly in Ridgefield so that O'Neill could be within easy distance of New 11, for he was to receive an honorary degree from Yale at the end of June. The impetus for the bestowal of the degree had originated with George Pierce Baker, who had moved his 47 workshop from Harvard to Yale in 1924. Larvard's reluctance to build a theater and Yale's willingness to do so were responsible for Prof. S.O.R. Baker's move. Haywood Broun quipped at the time, "The score is Yale, 47, Harvard." O'Neill had derived a quietly ironic enjoyment from the manner in which it had been made possible for Professor Baker to become head of Yale's Department of Dramatic Art, a gift to Yale of $1 million for a theater, from Edward S. Harkness, of the same New London family O'Neill was later to deride in Long Day's Journey into Night and a Moon for the Misbegotten. In March of 1926, Baker, who had long since forgiven O'Neill for his sulkiness in 1914, said, in the course of a public lecture in New York, "Was a most delightful man to work with, for he brought me maturity and wide experience. I asked him once whether his preference for grim and depressing subjects was not something of a pose. He replied in the negative, declaring that life looked that way to him following his experiences before the mast and as a wanderer in all parts of the world. You watch him, for there's a great deal of poetry in his soul, although he's only just beginning to show you it's there. 2 months later Baker had written O'Neill in Bermuda, strongly urging him to come to Yale and accept the degree. When it is given to you next June, said Baker, it means to me, not only the honor to you but the establishment of this fact. Hereafter a man writing on the subject of his choice as his mind urges him to write, will still meet with misunderstanding and doubt, but there will be the precedent established that institutions of learning in this country should recognize him if his honesty of purpose results in genuinely significant accomplishment. It is another milepost. O'Neill replied on May 21, expressing his gratitude. Coming from Yale, he declared, I appreciate that this is a true honor and that this recognition of my work really should have a genuine significance for all those who are trying, as I am, to do original, imaginative work for the theater. In addition, I feel that, although Yale may have had the matter under consideration before you came there, still it should now, in all justice, be part of their interest to honor you through one of your students, and I would be as ungrateful for the fine encouragement and helpful criticisms received during my year in '47 as some of the malicious darned fools who write articles make me out to be, if this aspect of the honor did not also please me exceedingly. O'Neill and Agnes went to New Haven as guests of Professor Baker, leaving their children in Ridgefield. When he received an honorary degree at Yale, an ordeal that he had desperately dreaded in advance, Elizabeth Sargent wrote, having interviewed him soon after the event, his wife was amused to discover that he became so interested in the spectacle that he did finally enjoy his own part in it, and instead of dying of stage fright took a bow on the applause. The degree was bestowed on O'Neill as a creative contributor of new and moving forms to one of the oldest of the arts and as the first American playwright to receive both wide and serious recognition upon the stage of Europe. To the eventual chagrin of both Harvard and Princeton, both of which believed they had a more valid claim on O'Neill's loyalty than Yale, O'Neill transferred his total academic zeal to Yale. He sent Eugene Jr. to school there shortly after receiving the degree. The Yale honorary degree meant a great deal to O'Neill, according to Norman Pearson, who was an undergraduate with Eugene Jr. and later became a Yale professor. It was the only such degree he ever accepted. The honor led to the establishment of the O'Neill Collection at Yale, begun during O'Neill's lifetime and supplemented and supported after his death by his widow. Part 4, Wilderness Regained 1926–1936. Slayey. The newly elevated Doctor of Letters arrived at his rented cabin at the edge of one of the Belgrade Lakes in Maine on July 1926. He unpacked himself and his family for the first part of the summer. It included Eugene Jr. and Agnes' older daughter, Barbara Burton, and promptly came down with a severe cold. Confined to bed, he took up his correspondence with Kenneth McGowan, whom he had seen in Brewster just before leaving for Maine. He carefully wrote his new address in the upper right-hand corner of his letter Loon Lodge, then drew a long arrow pointing to it from the left-hand corner, where he had scribbled, "This, after living in Bellevue all winter, makes me suspect God is becoming a symbolist or something." He complained of his cold, have been feeling peevish enough to bite nails, he said, adding that he found it difficult to concentrate on Strange Interlude and was frustrated about not being able to swim. Still, he went on, "It's the first bad cold I've had since around the opening of Desire, so I suppose I shouldn't beef too much." He liked the lakes and his house, had found a good rowboat and canoe awaiting him, and plenty of fish. With Eugene Jr. and Barbara there, he told McGowan, "We're a fat family." Barbara was 11 years old and, in her own words, madly in love with 16-year-old Eugene. "Eugene was so dashing and handsome and full of exuberance that he was all I had on my mind," she said. "I remember that he seemed very interested in a girl nearer his own age and this piqued me rather, but I rolled my eyes all the harder and made believe she didn't exist. I think I stayed in love with Eugene all summer, and I think he loved it, for he was constantly playing jokes on me which served both to inflate and deflate my ego. We children would play quietly down by the water's edge. Absolute quiet was the rule, as regarded Eugene Sr.'s work. A little shack had been built near the cottage and he went there every morning. In all my stays with the O'Neill family there was never a time when Eugene Sr. was not on the schedule of morning work. Una was little more than a baby. She had a rubber bathtub on legs which used to be set in the lake, so no one ever knew whether she was taking a bath or going swimming. I remember that we had wonderful lunches that summer. They would be prepared in the house and brought to the lake. Now and then, in my stays with Mother and O'Neill, Mother would give me special jobs to do. At Belgrade Lakes it was to get breakfast and I did it right down to making muffins, I think. I felt pretty important getting a complete breakfast for an entire family every day. I remember that we children had some kind of a competition among ourselves as to who could catch the most fish over the summer. It turned out that Shane got the most. He was always a wonderful fisherman and seemed to have some affinity for the silent sitting and waiting involved in fishing. I got second prize and Eugene Jr. came in last. Eugene Jr. had other interests besides fishing and romping with his stepsister and half-brother. He was now a tall, lanky, open-faced boy, who got on well with his father. An honor student, about to start his final year at Horace Mann, Eugene was already discussing plans with his father to enter Yale in the fall of 1927. Eugene Jr. spent a lot of time that summer with Frank Meyer, a 15-year-old boy whose family lived about a mile and a half up the lake from the O'Neills. I was in a store in town one day, Meyer recalled years later, talking to some friends. One of them was a Horace Mann boy, who recognized Gene Jr. when he came in, and introduced us. Meyer, who was to remain a lifelong friend of Eugene's, added, "Gene and I both read a great deal that summer, and his father took an interest in our reading. In fact he lent me several books, among them Tristram Shandy." O'Neill worked in his cabin every day until about 3 in the afternoon, and sometimes I spent the late afternoon hours there with young Gene, O'Neill, and Agnes. At one point during the summer Gene and I were both reading The Great Pacific War by Hector G. Bywater, a projection of a naval war between the United States and Japan. I remember we invented a game based on the book, which we played with O'Neill and Agnes. There was a strong intellectual warmth between Gene and his father. Once he had shaken off his cold, O'Neill tried to persuade himself that he could work efficiently, even though surrounded by domesticity, but strange interlude was coming along with difficulty. On August 7 he lamented to McGowan, "I did most of a second scene 2 separate times and tore them up before I got started on the really right one. There's going to be more work on than on any previous one, much more with no end to the going over and over it, before I'll be willing to call it done. If I get it and the first draft of some new one by next June I'll think it a good year. The point is my stuff is much deeper and more complicated now, and I'm also not so easily satisfied with what I've dashed off as I used to be." He was also concerned about what he now realized was a less than enthusiastic reception of the Lazarus script, which had been going from producer to producer. To Fitzy, who did like the play, he wistfully confided, "Jimmy also wrote me a corking letter about his feeling for Lazarus and his feeling for the me in it. It is a lonely road at times, or at least in moments of self-indulgence in self-pity one likes to feel it is. And such letters are worth a gallon of liquor in making you stick out your chest and step out again. Also your own, dear Fitzy." O'Neill took time out from writing and playing father that summer to play the benign artist, bestowing an interview, or rather 2 interviews. The first was for a New York Herald Tribune reporter named David Carsoner, who sought him out in Maine early in August. O'Neill, Carsoner reported, was optimistic about the future of the American theater. New managers were beginning to demonstrate that they were interested in producing plays of quality and were willing to settle for modest profits. It was impossible, in any case, to regard the theater as a rational business enterprise, he observed. If the United States Steel Corporation were run on the basis of a theater for 1 week, Judge Gary would be out in front of Trinity with a tin cup, he told Carsoner. All about my cradle and throughout my boyhood I was hearing the dogma of the theater as a business proposition from every conceivable standpoint. The second interviewer was Elizabeth Sargent, who met O'Neill that summer for the first time. She had been assigned to do a series of articles for the New Public. Among her other subjects were Robert Edmund Jones, Eleanor Wiley, Pauline Lord, Paul Robeson, H. L. Mencken, Willa Cather, Robert Frost, and Oliver Wendell Holmes. Miss Sargent's studies were subjective, literary impressions, rather than objective, journalistic biographies. She looked for and interpreted essences rather than facts. In O'Neill's case she was particularly successful, and her sensitive, intuitive rendering of him she called the essay man with a mask pleased him greatly and won her his devoted friendship. Miss Sargent spent a week at Belgrade Lakes, seeing O'Neill every day. You cannot be near O'Neill without recognizing in him a unique temperament with a unique power of concentration, she later wrote. No pope was ever more vowed to his cult than this man of 38 to his task as an artist. She went on to observe that, though O'Neill was quite Irish enough to enjoy, in his secret heart, his reputation as foremost American playwright, there was nothing crystallized about him. He was a man in a state of growth, she said. The range of his imagination knows no limits, Miss Sargent reported. He gives the impression of being still at the very beginning of a career which is incalculable, except that it will be precipitate, fertile, concentrated, and solitary. When O'Neill steps lightly along some pagan shore with Shane, he walks a little behind, a tall figure, in a bathing suit, with limbs burned to a pagan blackness, and on his face the look, not of a father, but of some trusting elder child who has grown up into a strange world. O'Neill's enthusiasm for the domestic life waned after about 5 weeks. By mid-August, O'Neill was beginning to feel that he could do with less progeny about. He was, seemingly, not cut out for a paterfamilias, as he grumbled to McGowan, and, he said, children in squads, even when indubitably my own, tend to get my goat. He added that children had their recompensing order too, but that he felt he and Agnes could do with more real friends to talk with. Especially I feel that I could, he said, for, my days of rum living, I am quite confident, being over forever in this world, I rather feel the void left by those companionable or intensely dramatic phantoms and obsessions, which, with caressing claws in my heart and brain, used to lead me for weeks at a time, otherwise lonely, down the ever-changing vistas of that no-man's land lying between the d.ts and reality as we suppose it. But I reckon that, having now been on the wagon for a longer time a good deal than ever before since I started drinking at 15, I have a vague feeling of maladjustment to this cleaner, greener land somewhere inside me. It is not that I feel any desire to drink whatever. Quite the contrary, I rather wonder that I ever had sought such a high-priced release, and the idea of it is dull and stupid to my mind now. But it is just like getting over leprosy, I opine. One feels so normal with so little to be normal about. One misses playing solitaire with one's scales. His last remark was a truer indication of his real state of mind than even he himself perhaps suspected. He wanted to play solitaire with his scales, had a need to take headlong chances with his life, was possessed by a desire to shatter personal tranquility, was as intoxicated with what Edgar Allan Poe called the imp of the perverse as he had ever been by alcohol. Poe, in a short story, illustrated this particular form of intoxication with diabolical brilliance. We stand upon the brink of a precipice. We peer into the abyss, we grow sick and dizzy. Our first impulse is to shrink from the danger. Unaccountably we remain. By slow degrees our sickness and dizziness and horror become merged in a cloud of unnameable feeling. It is merely the idea of what would be our sensations during the sweeping precipitancy of a fall from such a height. And this fall, this rushing annihilation, for the very reason that it involves that one most ghastly and loathsome of all the most ghastly and loathsome images of death and suffering which have ever presented themselves to our imagination, for this very cause do we the most impetuously approach it. Since O'Neill had been deterred from plunging into the abyss of alcoholism, he unconsciously sought some other emotional chasm, one that would destroy the carefully cluttered pattern of his life. He was not long in finding it. On August 18, in a letter to his New London friends, the Rippons, from whom he had recently heard. After a long silence, O'Neill dropped a phrase that sounded casual, but portended upheaval. "I like these Maine lakes for a change," he wrote. "I've never been here before. Quite a few theater people. Florence Reed just a quarter-mile away, and Carlotta Monterey, the famous beauty, visiting not far away." Carlotta Monterey was the house guest of Elizabeth Marbury that summer. She and O'Neill had not met since their uncordial encounter at the Plymouth Theatre in the spring of 1922. Since that time Carlotta had married and divorced her third husband, Ralph Barton. Barton, an artist and caricaturist for The New Yorker, was a handsome bon vivant, black-haired, blue-eyed, with charming manners. Friends of the Bartons were distressed by their separation, for, though aware of Barton's philandering, they believed that the couple had been passionately in love. "Carlotta was mad about Barton," Carl Van Vechten, the novelist, once said. Van Vechten and his wife, the actress Fania Marinoff, were friends of the Bartons and, later, of O'Neill. Another of the Bartons' friends, the portrait photographer Nicholas Murray, once recalled the gay life the Bartons led together. "Ralph and Carlotta used to give very lavish parties," he said. "I remember one party when Jimmy Walker was present. Another time they had a professional wrestling match staged in their living room. And at one party Charlie Chaplin, who was an intimate friend of Ralph's, I photographed them together once in a Greek coin pose, arrived and took over. He did double talk in half a dozen languages, I remember. He played a number of instruments: violin, trombone, clarinet, piano, among others. There was an apparently inexhaustible supply of food and liquor, always elegantly served. Carlotta was a marvelous hostess. Although the guests were numerous, they were all carefully selected, everyone wore dinner jackets, of course." Another aspect of the Bartons' married life has been described by Ilka Chase. "Ralph and Carlotta's life together was stormy and passionate, and she would arrive at the theater in a seething, emotional turmoil and pour her misfortunes into my willing ears. As she was very beautiful, Ralph was not the first man who had made her unhappy. She and Ralph lived in a studio apartment, and I used to love to go there, because they had wonderful books and pictures and delicious little dinners, but they dined at 6:30 even when Carlotta wasn't playing, and I never could understand why. It had something to do with their temperaments, I imagine. Their temperaments were prominent, and everybody relaxed when they got a divorce." Just before the upheaval, Mrs. Barton had given Mr. Barton a fur-lined overcoat, and she was furious when she thought of the expense, but she had to laugh when, in going around the apartment gathering up his personal lorries and penates preparatory to moving to my club, Ralph had asked sheepishly if he might take his fur-lined overcoat with him. Not that he cared about the coat, he said, but it would be something to remember her by. Carlotta always thought he had hawked it. The party ended abruptly, early in 1926. In March of that year Carlotta brought a divorce action against Barton, charging him with misconduct at the Hotel des Artistes, 1 West 67th Street, on the preceding January 2nd. Like Carlotta, Barton had been married twice before, but, unlike her, he had no interest in practicing monogamy. Her choice of locale and date for the grounds of divorce were practically limitless. No one expected Carlotta Monterey Barton to stay single for long. Carlotta once gave an acquaintance this account of her meeting with O'Neill in Maine. "I was living there very quietly. I walked and swam. One day my hostess, who was an old lady, said, 'The O'Neills are coming to tea, would you please stay in this afternoon?' 'What O'Neills?' I asked her. She told me Eugene O'Neill, the playwright. Well, I didn't see why I had to stay and meet that awful man again, but I was a house guest, and out of politeness I had to stay. The O'Neills drove up in a car. Agnes O'Neill got out of the car, and O'Neill followed her. The first thing she said to me was, 'Oh, you are Carlotta Monterey. I've been wanting to meet you.' At another point she said, 'Tell me about your sex life.' 'Well,' said I have no sex life. I've just been divorced.' "Oh," Agnes squeaked, "but you must have a lover." "Don't you have a lover?" "No," I said, "no lover." O'Neill remembered me and he tried to be friendly, but I was cold to him. All through tea, Agnes kept chattering about all the writers and theatre people she knew. She kept turning to me and saying, "You know him or her, don't you, Miss Monterey?" "No," I said, "I'm afraid I don't. I don't know anyone. I live very quietly." It was an awful tea. It is hard to believe that Agnes was quite as idiotic, or Carlotta quite as self-possessed, as Carlotta's account conveys. She had a tendency to remember events in a light that flattered her. After tea, Carlotta continued, "My hostess asked me to take O'Neill down to the bathhouse so he could swim. I didn't want to, but I did it not very graciously." "You don't like me, do you?" O'Neill said as we were walking down to the lake. "Why, Mr. O'Neill, I don't know you. How can I like or dislike you?" I answered. But then I did bring up his rudeness to me that day in the theater, and he explained that he'd just come from seeing his mother's body in the undertaking parlor, where it had arrived from California. He told me they'd painted up the face so the way they do in San Francisco that she looked like a painted doll. He couldn't relate that face to his mother, and he'd been terribly upset when he met me. O'Neill went into the bathhouse and appeared a few minutes later wearing a woman's bathing suit. It must have belonged to my hostess. It was huge, and hung on him perfectly ridiculously. I guess there just weren't any men's suits in there, but he didn't care. He wanted a swim, and he just paid no attention to how he looked. I decided then that he couldn't be so bad, after all. He dived in and swam. He swam magnificently and the suit kept billowing up. It was most indecent. Florence Reed, who, with her husband, Malcolm Williams, owned a large house with a beach not far from the O'Neill camp, inadvertently provided O'Neill and Carlotta with a meeting place. Miss Reed was fond of O'Neill and kept a sisterly eye on him. "He was extremely shy, dear, sweet, and gentle," she said. "We always found interesting things to talk about. Gene would paddle over in his canoe to our beach almost every afternoon, and very often I'd take out one of our canoes and paddle across the lake, which was about half a mile wide, with Gene swimming alongside. Fle'd use the side stroke and talk to me all the while he was swimming. On the other shore he'd rest about 20 minutes and then swim back, using the backstroke. Once he told me about Lazarus Laughed while he was swimming, and another time he described the plot and characters of Strange Interlude. I had a hard time concentrating on keeping the canoe headed in the right direction. When we'd get back to my house, there'd be a tray with drinks waiting. Gene always took tea. One afternoon when we'd just gotten back from a canoe swim trip, and Gene was sitting on the porch drying off in his bathing suit, we heard a station wagon drive up. It was Bess Marbury and Carlotta and some other people, come over for a visit. Gene pussyfooted away when I went to receive them, but I saw that Carlotta spotted him as he walked through the garden toward his canoe, and that she talked with him. When Bess and her guests left, I noticed a scarf on the porch and I asked my husband if he had any idea whose it was. He said he thought it was Carlotta's. The next afternoon, after Gene had arrived as usual, a station wagon drove up and Carlotta got out, asking about her scarf. She and Gene talked a while. Miss Reed was not surprised that O'Neill found Carlotta attractive. She was miraculously immaculate, and a wonderful housekeeper, Miss Reed said. There was nobody like her. Agnes' house, on the other hand, always seemed to smell of diapers and lamb stew, and there was always a lot of noise from the kids. It drove O'Neill almost out of his mind. He finally built himself a plywood shack near the water, about 100 yards from the house, to get away from the noise and the smells. Agnes seemed to live in mortal fear of O'Neill. She tried very hard to please him. Once she drove over to my place alone, and when she started to leave, her car wheel got caught in a sapling and it took 15 minutes to free it. She was in a terrible state because she thought she wouldn't get back in time to fix Gene's supper. Bess Marbury, by the way, was very fond of Agnes, and though she liked Carlotta, too, she was distressed when she realized that Jean seemed to be interested in Carlotta. Why the O'Neills, who lived on the lavish scale they did, could not manage to provide themselves with an efficient housekeeping staff and comfortable quarters for O'Neill to work in is a mystery none of their friends has been able to explain. Most of the friends assumed that both the O'Neills were simply incapable of organizing their domestic life. Barbara Burton once said that, while the atmosphere in the O'Neill household had seemed to her, on most of her visits, to be happy, she supposed that the last years were not. Perhaps the first few years were a happy disorder and the last few years a not-so-happy disorder, she added. I recall that at the end of the summer in Maine my mother gave me a $5 gold piece and a box of candy, and that I felt something sad about our parting which was beyond the sadness of saying goodbye. Looking back now I can realize that that summer was probably the beginning of the end, so far as my mother's marriage to O'Neill was concerned. I recall a handsome, dark-haired woman coming to swim there once, and that she wore a boyish, white, wool-knit, bathing suit, with no overskirt, such as bathing suits usually had at the time. I felt there was something very glamorous about this woman, who, in retrospect, I know was Carlotta Monterey. According to Carlotta, O'Neill asked Elizabeth Marbury for Carlotta's New York address after she left Maine, and Miss Marbury countered by asking O'Neill to address Carlotta in her care, which he did. Of course, recalled Carlotta, he finally did get my address, and when he came to New York he visited me. O'Neill stayed in Maine until well into October. He did not want to leave until he had completed the first part of Strange Interlude. But he was willing to interrupt his work briefly to go on a number of pre-dawn fishing trips with Agnes and his old Greenwich Village and Provincetown friend, Harold DePolo, who was a dedicated angler. Although O'Neill stayed on in Maine beyond the summer, he spent less time working on Strange Interlude than he did in worrying about the productions of his completed plays and in fretting over the deterioration of the Greenwich Village Theatre. Early that spring the Greenwich Village had been merged with the Actors Theatre, which was backed by Otto Kahn. In O'Neill's opinion, the Greenwich Village had been engulfed. The new Actors Theatre planned to lease an uptown playhouse for the production of experimental plays, but no house had been found by as late as August. I feel very discouraged about the Actors Combine, O'Neill wrote to McGowan. Combine? As far as I can see the GV has been simply swallowed up by a vastly inferior, quite brainless organization. What have we gained, for Christ's sake? We have no money to do any real work with, and we've lost our absolute control. O'Neill complained about the situation to Nathan. The Actors Theatre, he said, was still attempting to raise the money for Lazarus Laughed from the ranks of their million-talking, jitney-giving Lorenzos. He was afraid, he added, that he would soon have to go on a search for an insane therefore truly generous millionaire and start my own theater. O'Neill was getting fed up with the eternal show shop from which nothing ever seems to emerge except more show shop. It's a most humiliating game for an artist. Novelists have all the best of it. Then, to McGowan, O'Neill proposed an alternative plan that would solve the problem of his permanent relationship to the theater. He proposed an O'Neill Repertory Theater. He suggested Jimmy Light as the director of this theater, which would open October I with a revival of Anna Christie with Pauline Lord if possible and perhaps with last act revised, or playing alternate last acts for novelty. This would run from 3 to 5 weeks, to be followed by a revival of The Straw for a 2-week run and The Emperor Jones for a 3-week run, bringing the season to the last week of November. Then opening of my new play each year, whatever it was, this to run 4 weeks or less, if only half-liked, and, if a big success, not more than 8 weeks at our theater before being moved. That would be followed by an experimental new production of a classic with the emphasis on the acting for 4 weeks, and then 4 weeks of either an original modern play or a revival of a modern play with the emphasis on originality of production. This, he explained, would take the season to either March I or April I, depending on how long O'Neill's new play had run. After this would come 2 to 3 weeks of Oh God's Chillin' being played on alternate nights by an all-white and all-colored cast, or some such touch like that, followed by 4 or 5 weeks of the hairy ape with a chance of getting Wally that late in season. For the following season, O'Neill's outline was: Beyond the Horizon, 3 to 4 weeks, Gold, 2 to 3 weeks, The Great God Brown, 3 to 4 weeks, a new O'Neill play, 4 weeks, a classic revival, 4 weeks, Welded, 1 week, and she was at that time in love with one of O'Neill's close friends, who was proving somewhat elusive. Gregarious and popular herself, Claire Luce had been struck by O'Neill's aura of brooding loneliness. Partly because she had an impulse, as she has put it, to bring him down to earth, and partly because she enjoyed talking to him about his friend, she persuaded him to celebrate his birthday with her at a 52nd Street nightclub. I wanted him to mingle with people, see some gay life, she recalled. We had champagne, and O'Neill enjoyed every minute of it. His eyes sparkled and he laughed until the birthday cake I'd ordered was brought to our table, and everyone in the club sang happy birthday to him. Then he began sinking lower and lower in his chair. But he insisted he was having fun. That was all I'd planned, but the celebration suddenly developed a spontaneous life of its own. The waiters began marching around our table, singing, and finally the guests got up and joined the march. A newspaper columnist later reported a climax to the evening which Miss Luce could not remember, but allowed might have occurred. The columnist, Sidney Skalski, claimed to have this story from O'Neill himself, went to a nightclub only once in his life, the columnist reported. He said it would be the last time. That evening, during a lull in the entertainment, the owner of the club made an announcement to the effect that America's greatest playwright was among those present. The spotlight soon found O'Neill and he was forced to stand and take a bow. Later, when ready to leave, he was presented with a bill for $60. He looked at the check for a moment, took out a pencil, and wrote across it, "One bow $60. He walked out. Slayeth. O'Neill spent a little over a month in New York during the fall of 1926, staying mostly at the Harvard Club and living like a bachelor. He had sent Agnes and the children ahead to Bermuda, for the Ridgefield house was now up for sale. Whether or not he had deliberately planned it that way, he had created a perfect atmosphere in which to pay court to Carlotta and to luxuriate in the sense of being an extraordinarily attractive, successful, distinguished man on the loose. He was playing solitaire with his scales and, for the moment at least, enjoying it immensely. Carlotta was a beautiful, poised, independently rich, knowledgeable woman whose attention would have flattered any man. During the few weeks O'Neill spent in New York in her company, his retrospective discontent with the domestic atmosphere in Bermuda grew stronger. He and Carlotta agreed that his life had not been ideally arranged for the dedicated pursuit of his work, and they ultimately concluded that an alternative was at hand and should be seized. What Jean craved more than anything else was order, Carlotta later said. Fi reached a point where he couldn't work any more in his surroundings. Though she later made it a point to deny there was anything in the nature of romantic love in their relationship. After all, we were both nearly 40 when we met and we'd each been married a few times, she said, and what Jean needed was someone to manage his life for him, not romance. Their liaison eventually assumed the proportions of an epic love affair. When Jean came to New York after Maine, he called me and asked if he could come to tea, Carlotta once told an acquaintance. When he arrived he began to talk about his boyhood. He talked and talked as though he'd known me all his life, but he paid no more attention to me than if I had been a chair. He talked about how he'd had no home, no mother in the real sense, no father in the real sense, and how deprived his childhood had been. I sat and listened, and at first I was a little worried and then I was deeply unhappy. I thought it was terrible that of all people to be so stricken, it should be this man, who had talent and had worked hard. And his face would become sadder and sadder, and he would talk and talk, and then, suddenly, he would look at the clock and say he had to go and would rush out and come back the next day and go on. Well, that's what got me into trouble with O'Neill. My maternal instinct came out. This man must be looked after, I thought. He broke my heart. I couldn't bear that this child I had adopted should have suffered these things. One day when he came to tea he had a cold, he always had a cold, and he looked at me with those tragic eyes and said, "I need you." He kept saying, "I need you, never I love you, I think you are wonderful, just I need you, I need you." Sometimes it was a bit frightening. Nobody had ever gritted their teeth at me that way and said they needed me. And he did need me, I discovered. He never was in good health, he always had a cold, he wasn't properly fed or anything. O'Neill tried at first to reconcile his need for Carlotta with his sense of loyalty to Agnes. The struggle was unpleasant, for he did have a strong belief in the marriage sacrament, a literal, Catholic conviction of its sanctity, and a firm belief in monogamy. He also believed, however, that intense, unvarying, mutual love was not only possible but vital to the sanctity of marriage. He had, therefore, to persuade himself that he no longer loved Agnes, and, even more important to his philosophy, that she did not love him. He may have believed it when he told Belinda Gelb that love was service, but he indicated more accurately how he felt on the subject, in relation to Carlotta, when he wrote a speech for the Irish Nora Melody in A Touch of the Poet. Nora tells her daughter, "It's little you know of love, and you never will, for there's the devil of pride in you, and it'll keep you from ever giving all of yourself, and that's what love is. It's when, if all the fires of hell was between you, you'd walk in them gladly to be with him, and sing with joy at your own burnin', if only his kiss was on your mouth." Certainly O'Neill, if not Carlotta, had to feel a love as intense as Nora Melody's before he could consider sweeping aside the 8 years of his marriage to Agnes. He spent the next months talking himself into the proper state of mind, and some friends who were sympathetic to both him and his wife had the impression that Agnes, whether from willfulness or overconfidence, abetted him. O'Neill sailed for Bermuda on November 27, and though he did not see Carlotta again for several months, she was rarely out of his mind during that time. "I'm not what you could call perfectly at peace with God," O'Neill wrote to McGowan, who was in his confidence, a day or two after his arrival in Bermuda. "I envy those simple souls to whom life is always either this or that. It's the this and that desire more than desire, need, that slowly poisons the soul with complicated contradictions. Do not mistake my rebellious cries for whinings. Beauty, either here or there, is worth whatever price one has to pay for it, here or there. Oh, very much so." O'Neill was genuinely happy for a while to be home again with Agnes and his children. "But oh Christ," he sighed, "there are also other things on the other side of the hills. The curse of being an extremist is that every ideal remains single and alone, demanding all or nothing or destruction. What haunting ghosts we are." O'Neill was concerned about the gossips, and asked McGowan if they were on his trail. A few days later he again wrote to McGowan, "Any little errand?" "Yes, while I remember it, and much obliged. Enclosed is a card and a check. Have the same roses sent to Carlotta, to get to her on Christmas AM. Don't forget this now, old top." The check was for $25, which, in 1926, could buy a lot of roses. "I encouraged Jean's relationship with Carlotta," McGowan admitted years later, "because I thought she would keep him sober, which I didn't think Agnes could do. Emotionally I'm still up in the air," O'Neill confessed to McGowan at the end of December. It hinty putty. It was nearly a year before O'Neill was able to manipulate matters in such a way that seemed to him self-justifiable, but, whether he could acknowledge it himself or not, he was already irrevocably committed to Carlotta before he left New York. Nevertheless, he proceeded full tilt with his elaborate and expensive plans to remodel the Bermuda shell he had bought. All of O'Neill's houses had names. He was drawn to the Monoreal, his only snobbery, because he wanted to do what his father had failed to do, to carry on the proud tradition of his Irish ancestors and show the pretentious Yankees what noblesse oblige really meant. His new Bermuda home was called Spithead. It was a large, solid, pink sandstone house, set in spacious grounds, surrounded by gardens, guarded by a wrought iron gate, and it overlooked the water from a point on Hamilton Harbor. O'Neill remodeled the interior, had all the walls painted pumpkin yellow, and built a large concrete dock. He also kept an eye out for the ghost of Hezekiah Frith, a privateer who had owned the house in the 1700s and who, reputedly, had been haunting Spithead at intervals since his death. There was a smaller house on the grounds into which the O'Neills moved in December while the slow work of reconstruction was going on. "We're still sort of living in trunks," he informed McGowan on December 7. "Our smaller house is ready but our furniture isn't. But we'll be in soon." By mid-December O'Neill's kayak had arrived and he was enjoying the water, but by the end of the month he was fretting over the inconveniences of living in their overcrowded little house. "I am working in a bedroom with children, carpenters, plumbers, masons, doing all sorts of chorus work in the near vicinity," he complained, but added, "The place will be a wonder when it's fixed up, absolutely ideal for me and will surely pay me big dividends in the work I shall do here. I love it." He continued to send McGowan regular reports on Agnes and the children. They were all physically well, he said, but Agnes was troubled about her father, who was very ill of tuberculosis. The 4 months between December and May were not domestically tranquil ones. O'Neill indicated he was concerned that Agnes' suspicions had been aroused when he cautioned McGowan, in mid-December, "Don't understand in your letters. They are read not only by me." And one visitor to Spithead, who was a friend of Carlotta's, felt that Agnes' welcome was chilly. He was Ben Pinchot, a photographer who was a partner of Nicholas Murray. Pinchot was planning a trip to Bermuda in January or February of 1927 and mentioned this to Carlotta, whose sultry beauty was much in vogue at the time and who frequently posed for him. Like the other celebrities who sat for Pinchot and Murray, Carlotta was sent by such fashionable magazines as Harper's Bazaar and Vanity Fair, with which the Pinchot-Murray studio had contracts. Carlotta asked me if, when I went to Bermuda, I would be seeing Jean, whom I had also photographed, and when I said I would, she gave me a script of one of his plays, I think it was Lazarus Laughed, and asked me to return it to him, Pinchot said. When I got to Bermuda I called Jean and he invited me to lunch. I arrived at the house with gifts for Shane and Una, but I thought Agnes was cool to me. At lunch hardly a word was spoken. You could feel the tension. After lunch, when I was alone with Jean, I gave him the script. "What do you think of Carlotta?" Jean asked me. "I think she's a very lovely woman," I said. Jean was all smiles. The O'Neills had a number of other visitors between January and May, most of whom recalled that the household appeared to be at 6s and 7s. Elizabeth Sargent spent 6 weeks with the O'Neills during March and April. When my book, Fire Under the Andes, was published, I went for my first copy to Knopf, Miss Sargent said, and took it away with me in a taxi. The taxi was hit by a truck, I was injured, and the book was spattered with blood. When O'Neill heard about my accident he asked me to come to Bermuda to recuperate after I got out of the hospital. At Spithead, according to Miss Sargent, Agnes privately told her that O'Neill wouldn't allow liquor in the house because he wasn't drinking, but that Miss Sargent might have a bottle of brandy to keep in her closet if she wished. One day, Agnes told me that she had fallen in love with O'Neill and married him because he was drunk all the time and needed her help. She said she had thought she was marrying a bohemian, and that she enjoyed going to parties, but that Jean seldom wanted to. She sometimes went by herself to cocktail parties. Jean told me he didn't like going out because he was so shy that he needed a woman to take over for him. I didn't know about Carlotta at the time, but later, when he introduced me to her, I gathered that he had been referring to her. Carlotta was at home everywhere. One reason that O'Neill avoided cocktail parties aside from his SHV-ness was that he really had no use for the Bermuda social crowd and resented Agnes' attempts to become a part of it. It was welded all over again, but this time there was a magnet that was exerting a stronger and stronger pull on O'Neill. A couple, Mr. and Mrs. Joel Huber, who owned a house not far from Spithead, gave a party one day which O'Neill did attend. The Hubers were people for whom O'Neill had some affection. I was very surprised when O'Neill turned up, Huber said, and I began to understand why he usually preferred to stay away from parties, after the incident that took place in my house. O'Neill told Huber he had just finished a strenuous piece of work and that he felt as though the world had been lifted from his shoulders. Another guest, who overheard O'Neill's remark, brightly observed that he understood exactly how O'Neill felt. "I feel the same way every time I finish writing an advertisement," he said. O'Neill gave him a long look, then turned to Huber and said, "I'm not a conceited man, Joe, but I think that's funny." Elizabeth Sargent observed that Agnes seemed to feel O'Neill was thoroughly dependent upon her. Whenever Jean or she had to leave each other even for a short time, Jean would cable or write her constantly. I had the impression, though, that Jean was getting less dependent on her since he had given up drinking, and that she was foolishly overconfident of him. It seemed to me that Shane was neglected by both Jean and Agnes. Once I found Shane walking and shivering by himself near the water in the late afternoon. I took him into the house and asked him if he wanted me to read to him. He was delighted. On the other hand, Agnes was always gracious and kind to any of Jean's old down-and-out cronies who would turn up from time to time. She was always glad to put them up. Another visitor, the writer Bessie Brewer, considered O'Neill a devoted parent. Jean was in a dream most of the time, she said, and that gave people the impression he may not have been paying attention to his children, but actually he was terribly attached to them. Miss Brewer, who was as fond of Agnes as she was of O'Neill, was aware that things were not serene between them. "At the time I was in Bermuda, Agnes seemed sick," she said. "She didn't seem able to cope with anything. She would have trouble even in finding a shoe." James Light and his bride, Patty, he had been divorced from his first wife, spent 7 weeks with the O'Neills in the late winter. The visit was O'Neill's belated wedding present to them. According to Mrs. Light, there was a good deal of domestic tension throughout their visit. Agnes, Mrs. Light later recalled, was not even on hand to greet them when they arrived. O'Neill, she said, told them he and Agnes had quarreled and that Agnes had gone off somewhere. Despite domestic friction, O'Neill worked at a feverish pace. He spent 4 weeks revising Lazarus Left. He then reread Marco Millions, which he decided to have published, since a production was still not in sight. And, finally, he went back to work on Strange Interlude. "I am intending to start work on Strange Interlude tomorrow," he wrote to McGowan on December 30, 1926. "The 31st hunch 1 year on the wagon, my boy. I am going to drink 50 lime squashes watching the New Year in." Earlier he had told McGowan, "With all that's inside me now, I ought to be able to explode in that play in a regular bloodletting by the time I get to it." Although there is less of O'Neill's relationship to his family in Strange Interlude than in most of his other major plays, there are recognizable traces of all that was inside him at the time of its writing. In evidence are several echoes of mourning, such as the speech by a character who recalls the death of his father, saying, "How dim his face has grown. He wanted to speak to me just before he died. I bent down, his voice had withdrawn so far away. I couldn't understand him. What son can ever understand? Always too near, too soon, too distant or too late." The play is chiefly noteworthy for its asides herein employed to reveal the concealed thoughts of the protagonists. Like the stage use of masks, the device was so old that it seemed new and daring. In spite of the asides, however, the play was neither new nor daring in the epic sense of some of O'Neill's true masterpieces. Barrett Clark, to whom O'Neill outlined Strange Interlude in 1926, ventured to question whether an audience would sit through 9 acts listening to characters speaking their thoughts aloud with no regard for the ordinary conventions of the theater or of normal social intercourse. "And why not?" asked O'Neill. "Everything is a matter of convention. If we accept one, why not another, so long as it does what it's intended to do? My people speak aloud what they think and what the others aren't supposed to hear. They talk in prose, realistic or otherwise, blank verse or hexameter or rhymed couplets. The trouble was that a good deal of what the characters had to say was mundane and did not lay open any of the profound soul secrets O'Neill imagined they did. The play's principal character, Nina Leeds, though weighted by O'Neill with heavy literary symbolism, is in some ways a classic example of the soap opera heroine. She is made up of bits of all the women O'Neill had ever known and incorporates aspects of all the female characters he had thus far depicted. Endowed by the sum of O'Neill's own fantasy idealism and love-hate, she is a fitfully fascinating monster, embodying what O'Neill regarded as all that is both purest and blackest in woman. She is, by turns, an innocent lover of a noble boy, a guiltily mourning fiancé, an embittered daughter, a wanton, an unbelievably self-sacrificing wife, a criminal, an ardent mistress, a pseudo-daughter, a mother, a mean mother-in-law, and, finally, a widow, longing to rot away in peace. Nina's battle cry is one of O'Neill's own favorites: "Life is a lie." "Say lie," Nina at one point commands another character, repeating the word herself, "Lie." "Now say life." "Life." You see. Life is just a long drawn-out lie with a sniffling sigh at the end. I made notes for Strange Interlude in 1923 from an aviator, formerly of the Lafayette Escadrille, the story of a girl whose aviator fiancé was shot down just before the armistice. O'Neill once said. The girl had gone to pieces from the shock. She had married, not because she loved the man, but because she wanted to have a child. She hoped through motherhood to win back a measure of contentment from life. Elizabeth Sargent had predicted accurately when she wrote, of O'Neill, that soon we shall see a play that will have the length, breadth, and thickness of a novel. Strange Interlude is a novel in everything but form. A 9-act play covering more than 25 years, it was originally written to be performed on 2 consecutive evenings. But O'Neill later cut it, though retaining 9 acts, to the point where it could be done at one sitting, albeit a sitting that began at 5:30 in the afternoon, paused for an 80-minute dinner intermission, and ended after 11 at night. I had the idea for 3 years, and I worked harder on it than on any other play I've written, O'Neill said not long after its completion. For a time O'Neill toyed with the title The Haunted. The title he finally settled on is used twice in the text of the play. Our lives are merely strange dark interludes in the electrical display of God the Father. Nina remarks at one point. And, again. The only living life is in the past and future, the present is an interlude, strange interlude in which we call on past and future to bear witness we are living. The play's most transparently autobiographical character is significantly named Edmund. Here given the surname Darrell, the name of a family living near the O'Neills in Bermuda. Edmund is described thus: dark, wiry, his dark eyes analytical. His head is handsome and intelligent. There is a quality about him, provoking and disturbing to women, of intense passion. O'Neill's indifference to children was transmitted to Edmund Darrell, as was, even more interestingly, O'Neill's fictionalized conflict about Carlotta. Darrell, illicitly in love with Nina, struggles against his passion. Sometimes I almost hate her, he says. If it wasn't for her, I'd have kept my peace of mind, no good for anything lately, damn it. But it's idiotic to feel guilty. And, later, he muses, by God, I won't. Got me where she wants me. Am caught, she touches my hand, her eyes get in mine, I lose my will. I'll go away, forget her in work. O'Neill also attributed facets of his own personality to Charles Marsden, a novelist who is afraid to write about life and afraid to live it. To him fall many of the lines that expressed O'Neill's own bitterness toward women, as well as O'Neill's attitude toward contemporary novelists. Even the best of modern novels, he wrote to Joseph Wood Crutch 3 months after completing Strange Interlude, strike me as a dire failure. They are all, so padded with the unimportant and insignificant, so obsessed with the trivial meaning of trivialities that the authors appear to me as mere timid recorders of life, dodging the responsibility of that ruthless selection and deletion and concentration on the emotional which is the test of an artist, the forcing of significant form upon experience. Yet O'Neill was in sympathy with Marsden. I realizes subconsciously that I am his father, his rival in your love, but I'm not his father ostensibly, there are no taboos, so he can come right out and hate me to his heart's content. Even the boy in question, aged 11, is given to precocious Freudian observations, that's why Daryl hates me being called Gordon, he mutters to himself, he knows mother loved Gordon better and she does him. Now I know how to get back at him. I'll be just like Gordon was and mother'll love me better and him. Another instance of Freudianism has been pointed out by Cyrus Day, professor of English at the University of Delaware. According to Professor Day, the 9 acts of interlude and the name Nina symbolize the 9 months of a woman's pregnancy. Yet O'Neill stood ready to defend himself just as vigorously from the justified charge of conscious psychoanalytical writing in this play as he had from the unjustified charge brought against Desire Under the Elms. Responding to a friend who had commented on the complexes of the characters, O'Neill declared, "I feel that, although is full of psychoanalytical ideas, still these same ideas are age-old to the artist and that any artist who was a good psychologist, could have written S.I. without ever having heard of Freud, Jung, Adler and co." Strange Interlude ultimately served its purpose by demonstrating for O'Neill that an American public was willing to accept a play as long as a novel, thereby paving the way for the even longer and greatly superior Morning Becomes Electra. But unlike Morning Becomes Electra, Strange Interlude is dated. In 1927, by virtue of its length and the novelty of its asides, the play appeared to be a typically untypical O'Neillian innovation and seemed to many theater people to be startlingly powerful, even in the manuscript stage. One of these people was Lawrence Langner, of the Theatre Guild, with whom O'Neill's relationship had been no more and no less cordial than it was with other contemporary Broadway producers, whether they had displeased him by producing his plays or infuriated him by rejecting them. Langner and the Guild had declined several of O'Neill's earlier efforts. Anna Christie was the one they regretted most and more recently had been negotiating with him for Marco Millions. Langner, advised by his doctor early in March to spend a couple of weeks in a warm climate, shrewdly decided to combine his vacation with business. He sailed for Bermuda, where, he had heard, O'Neill was at work on a new play. O'Neill and Langner discussed the possibility of the Guild's producing Marco Millions and then O'Neill, full of his new play, told Langner about Strange Interlude and its characters who spoke their thoughts aloud. "The idea fascinated me," Langner later wrote, "and I asked him if I might read the play. He also told me that it would take 6 hours to play it. In view of our experience with Back to Methuselah, this did not daunt me." A few days later Langner spent an evening at O'Neill's home discussing Strange Interlude. According to Langner, O'Neill had already promised the script to a well-known American actress, but if she did not like the play, he said, the Guild could have it. Meanwhile, Langner could read it. O'Neill gave Langner the first 6 acts of the manuscript, which, he has recalled, were half again as thick as any ordinary play, so long that nearly 40 pages were subsequently cut out of it. Langner went to bed intending to read at least part of the play before he fell asleep. "All night long I read and read," he said, "and at 4 o'clock in the morning, my eyes strained and throbbing, I finished the 6th act. I judged it one of the greatest plays of all time." Elizabeth Sargent, who was present during some of Langner's talks with O'Neill, recalled that Langner told O'Neill that, though he wanted very much to do the play, he was sure it wouldn't run for more than a few weeks. "There was a good deal of shop talk," Miss Sargent said, "and at one point Agnes walked out. Later she told me that she simply couldn't stand any more talk about the theater." Langner left Bermuda at the end of March, promising O'Neill that he would try to obtain a quick decision from his fellow board members about Marco Millions. O'Neill, on his part, promised to send Langner a completed script of Strange Interlude as soon as he had edited it. He changed his mind about editing the script, however, and entrusted it to Elizabeth Sargent on April 4 for delivery to the Guild. He had decided he was too close to the play to do a good job of editing, and told Langner, "You and the committee will have to make allowances for rough spots. I would have liked to let this play rest for a couple of months more at least and then go over it before submitting it to anyone, but as you told me you are now in the midst of plans for next season, I am taking a chance on its present form." The actress to whom O'Neill had promised to submit the play and to whom he also sent a script by Miss Sargent, was Catherine Cornell, who had achieved her first big success in 1921 in A Bill of Divorcement. By 1925, with her performance in The Green Hat, she had become an established star and O'Neill thought she would be ideal for the lead. On April 13, O'Neill received a long letter from Langner, explaining that the Guild's committee were willing to produce Marco Millions if O'Neill would do some substantial cutting. Lee Simonson, one of the committee members and the Guild's scenic designer, estimated that the play, as written, would cost $30,000, which was considered exorbitant. "I do not want you to interpret the Guild's objection to the spectacular aspects of the play as being based entirely upon the expense involved," Langner hastened to assure O'Neill. "They feel that a delightfully human and ironic comic situation is now overweight by mass scenes of a spectacular character, and that the play would be considerably improved from the acting standpoint if the production could be scaled down." O'Neill talked himself around to seeing the production the Guild's way. He wrote to assure Langner that he was always willing to cut and would cooperate fully on Marco Millions. Regarding Strange Interlude, Langner reported to O'Neill that everyone was reading it at high speed and that the first reactions were highly favorable. By the end of April, Catherine Cornell had let O'Neill know she did not want to do the play. She had rejected it in favor of Somerset Maugham's The Letter, earning herself a permanent niche in O'Neill's gallery of unfavorite actresses. Langner now felt the time had come to push with all the vigor at his command his campaign to get O'Neill on the list of Guild writers. Aided by Teresa Hilburn and Maurice Wertheim, Langner later wrote, "I conducted a frenzied campaign to secure the production of Strange Interlude. On April 21 I wrote the board a stinging letter. We now have an opportunity of making a connection with Eugene O'Neill, who is considered throughout the world as the greatest dramatist America has ever produced," the letter said. "Let us admit that a man whose plays are being given in London, Paris, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, and Moscow is unique among American dramatists, and that by doing his plays we not only honor him, but we honor ourselves. Indeed, the theater being what it is today, it almost devolves upon the Guild to produce this play, as the only surviving art theater in America, even if it be accompanied by financial loss. I was right about the psychological moment for starting the Theater Guild, I was right about the psychological moment for building the Guild Theater, I was right about the psychological moment for starting the repertory, and I know I am right about the psychological moment for coupling up with O'Neill." The Guild Committee responded with a tentative acceptance that annoyed O'Neill. Apprised by his agent of the Guild's conditions, O'Neill wrote to Langner, on May 1. "The way Madden outlines it, your position about the play remains vague to me, a half-acceptance that must be as unsatisfactory to you as to me. Surely now that you have all read it and know the dramatic guts of it and its new method, you ought to be able to make a definite decision. All it needs is an intensive cutting of words, phrases, sentences, speeches, from first act to last, such as I always do on all my plays, but certainly no drastic reconstruction is called for. And I don't feel that I should be called on, as Madden says you suggest, to submit this cut script to you in order to get a decision." O'Neill refused to do any more work on the script until he had the Guild's unequivocal promise of a production. "What I mean is that you should have enough confidence in my ability to trim this play down to be able to predict for yourselves what the final product will be," he said. "After all, you are not dealing with any novice in the theater. And the legend that I don't attend rehearsals is all rot. I didn't in the old PP days because I was never in New York, and when I was never on the wagon. But of late years it has been different." He said he intended to be very much on the job, attending rehearsals from the first day to the last. Adding that, though he did not want Langner to force the Guild's hand, he had to take this position because of imperative financial circumstances. Pi would leave for New York on May 14 on the next steamer, he said, if Langner felt there was a basis on which they could talk. Langner replied that was fine with him and invited O'Neill to stay with him and his wife, Armina, in their New York home on 11th Street. O'Neill was doubly anxious to be in New York, because rumors had been circulating of a romance between Carlotta and the banker James Spire. O'Neill stayed with the Langners for a week in May, discussing all phases of Marco Millions and Strange Interlude, both finally taken by the Guild unconditionally. We gave him a front room, Langner recalled, and he used to go out every night and call on Carlotta. He told me he had fallen in love with her. He said one reason he got on so well with her was that she was such a good manager, she was able to organize the material side of his life, arranging for railroad tickets, and so forth. Agnes, he said, could seldom plan ahead, she was easygoing and helpless, and needed to be looked after by him. But it wasn't until later that year, in November or December, during rehearsals of Marco and Strange Interlude, that he talked to me about divorcing Agnes. During his week's stay at the Langners, O'Neill spent an evening becoming better acquainted with another Guild director, Teresa Hilburn. I remember the first time Eugene O'Neill came to dinner with me, Miss Hilburn later wrote. It was the evening of the day Lindbergh flew the Atlantic. We had meant to talk of plays and production problems, but we were, of course, like everyone else, under the spell of that adventure, and we talked instead of what lay behind the apparent simplicity of that amazing flight, behind its clean-cut success, its almost poetic pre-Caesarean. I can imagine no one more sensitive to all its implications than O'Neill, with his sense of the romantic and the dramatic, with his memories of lonely nights at sea and his knowledge of stark realities. On another evening, the Langners gave a party for O'Neill, but he seemed unhappy about being the guest of honor. I avoid parties, O'Neill told Langner. In my younger days I used to drink to get up nerve to meet people. Since I've quit drinking it's gotten worse. After the party, which had included several Negroes, Langner said to O'Neill, "You seem to have stood it pretty well." "I suppose so," said O'Neill. "But it's like those Negro people who were here. They were putting up a good front, but underneath it they were nervous as hell." O'Neill returned to Bermuda at the end of May, secure of 2 Broadway productions for the coming season. "It was a delightful week at your place," he wrote to Langner, expansively, on May 31st. "I had grown rather stale and depressed down here, but now I feel refreshed and keen." O'Neill remained in Bermuda with one interruption for a trip to New York in mid-September until late November of 1927. This gave him another 6 months to wrestle with his conscience about Carlotta. He spent the first part of this period wrestling, also, with a 5-week siege of what he called Bermuda summer flu. And, since he had not yet begun work on a new play, he caught up with his correspondence. He had lately taken some additional theater critics into his confidence. Already on cozy terms with Arthur Hobson Quinn, Isaac Goldberg, and Barrett Clark, he now began consolidating his more recent acquaintance with Joseph Wood Crutch and with Benjamin de Caceres. To both Crutch and de Caceres he sent copies of Strange Interlude, and to all of his critic friends he wrote with disarming candor and intimacy of his aims and ambitions in the theater, apologizing, at times, for the roughness of drafts of plays he was sending them, analyzing their comments on his work, and appreciating their appreciations. "It was fine meeting Mrs. Crutch and you," he appended, in a letter to Crutch on June 10, in which he wrote of arrangements he had made to send a Strange Interlude script to him. "Let us get together again when I get back to town." In discussing the new techniques he had employed in Strange Interlude and Lazarus Laughed, he told Crutch he felt there was no theme too comprehensive or difficult to handle in the theater. And to de Caceres, who had written him an appreciation of Lazarus Laughed, he confided on June 22. "Your long letter was a treat. Here in Bermuda one rarely gets the chance, especially now in the slack season, to say a word to a human being above the intellectual and spiritual level of a land crab, and this solitude gets damned oppressive at times." And again to Crutch, on July 15. "I'm almost finished with the cutting and minor rewriting of. My fear in writing a first draft is always of omitting something, so there are bound to be many repetitions. I usually have a first draft at least 1/4 too long almost intentionally, for I've gotten so cutting is a labor of love with me and I get a keen satisfaction out of it second only to the actual creating. All best to Mrs. Crutch and you. I'll hope to see you soon. There is so much I would like to discuss with you. O'Neill did not, of course, neglect his oldest supporter and sounding board, George Jean Nathan, who had recently written an article in praise of strange Hyde. Poor Otto. O'Neill wrote to Nathan on July 15. I already hear his protest that he did contribute to the Provincetown Players and Greenwich Village Fund to start their seasons, but they had always lost all that before they came to my plays. To Goldberg, on August 7, he promised a script of Strange Interlude as soon as he should arrive in New York the last week of this month. How's that? And to DeCassox on August 11. O'Neill asked Winston what he thought about his plan to go away with Carlotta. Winston told O'Neill it was a good idea. If you find it doesn't work out, Winston said, then you can break up for good. Privately, Winston did not think it would work. I couldn't see them as a couple, he later remarked. O'Neill told Winston he was going to Bermuda for a few days to talk to Agnes and would call him when he got back. Then we can map out a plan, O'Neill said. On O'Neill's return, he and Winston lunched together at the Wentworth. I hadn't seen Carlotta or heard from her, Winston later said. I had a feeling she was deliberately avoiding O'Neill's friends. O'Neill told me at lunch that he'd talked with Agnes and that she had seemed surprised at his wanting to marry Carlotta and had cautioned him to wait. She agreed that it would be a good idea for him to take a trip before starting divorce proceedings. Jean began discussing plans for his trip with me, and asked me to try to work out some way for him and Carlotta to slip away quietly, without attracting attention, as soon as possible after Strange Interlude opened. O'Neill also took Elizabeth Sargent into his confidence. He came to see me toward the end of rehearsals of Strange Interlude, she said. He told me he was going to marry Carlotta and that he felt bad about Agnes and the children. One didn't want this to happen, he said. He wanted me to meet Carlotta, and we made a date. Carlotta was charming, but I felt, somehow, that she was more in love with the great dramatist than with Jean. She was enormously poised, a woman with the grand manner, completely in command. She had her own income, was a woman of the world, this gave her standing in Jean's eyes. A different impression was retained by Robert Sisk, then publicity man for the Theatre Guild. Unlike Miss Sargent, Sisk, who continued on terms of friendship with Carlotta even after O'Neill's death, believed that Carlotta was deeply in love with O'Neill. I think she had her problems with him, Sisk said. I don't think anyone would deny that Jean was a difficult man at times. The difficulty comes out of the agony you go through when you try to create something. Jean told me he was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to get a divorce before he left with Carlotta, Elizabeth Sargent added. He said that Agnes refused to regard the situation as anything more than a passing affair, that she expected him to come back to her, and that he had had to agree to postpone the divorce. Carlotta herself, in recalling the events leading up to her marriage to O'Neill, once said, I didn't want to marry him at first. But I appreciated him as an artist. There was no mad love affair between us. O'Neill was a tough Mick, and never loved a woman who walked. He loved only his work. But he had respect for me. I had an independent income, and I told him I'd marry him if he would let me pay 1/2 of all the household expenses. He went to Bermuda, and when he came back, he said he needed a home. I want a home properly run, he told me. And that is what I did for him. I saw to it that he was able to work. O'Neill belied Carlotta's temperate evaluation of their relationship by presenting her, that Christmas, with a 3-volume edition of the writings of William Blake, addressing her, on the flyleaf, as dearest one, wishing her a loving Christmas, and signing himself your Jean. In his new role as escort of a fabled beauty, O'Neill became something of a dandy. Carlotta expected him to live up to her own standard of well-ordered elegance, and he seemed rather pleased to comply. He spent hours being fitted for suits by a tailor to whom Winston introduced him. He appeared before Langner one day carrying a Malacca cane and told Langner that the cane was symbolic of the new and superior life he was going to begin living. He also began wearing, somewhat sheepishly, a mink-lined, black overcoat which Carlotta, probably recalling the impact of a similar gift on Ralph Barton, had bought for him. He displayed this item of sartorial splendor to a number of friends. Jean telephoned me at my office one day and asked me, very solemnly, if I would drop in at his hotel on my way home from work, Rockmore recalled. I assumed he had something important to communicate. When I got there, I knocked at his door and he called to me to come in. He was standing in the middle of the living room looking portentous, and didn't say hello, just asked if I'd wait a minute, and then he vanished into the bedroom. He appeared a minute later wearing an overcoat with a mink collar, looked quizzically at me for a moment, and then opened the coat, to show me the fur lining. "How do you like it?" O'Neill asked. "Very nice," said Rockmore, who happened to detest fur-trimmed coats for men. Later O'Neill dropped in on Jimmy Light and his wife, unannounced. Patty Light opened the door to him and stared at the richly enveloped figure. Jean stood there with a shy, boyish look on his face, saying nothing, waiting for me to comment on the coat. Of course, I told him it was lovely. His eyes seemed to say, "I've won my bet on life." The coat, I think, typified for him worldly success, a thing he had never run after but which had found him in spite of himself. The set designer for Strange Interlude, Joe Mielziner, then at the beginning of his career as one of the theater's most successful scenic artists, also was singled out by O'Neill for a showing. Philip Moeller told me one day at rehearsals that O'Neill was going to call me the next morning at home to talk over some aspect of the set, Mielziner said. O'Neill was always extremely interested in the technical problems of design and lighting and often made perceptive comments about them. But this time he had an ulterior motive in coming to talk to me. He phoned very early in the morning and said he'd be over right away. Would I lean out of my window? I was living on the top floor of a brownstone in the East 60s and watch for him as he got out of the taxi. Puzzled but accommodating, Mielziner did as he was asked, and was treated to the sight of O'Neill's fur coat emerging from the taxi. He climbed up the stairs and came in, with the coat open to reveal the lining, Mielziner said. He was beaming. He showed off the coat, frankly vain about it, and then took it off and dropped it on the floor. O'Neill made a similar gesture, a mock repudiation of grandeur, more genuinely a few days later when he went, with Winston, to call on Joe Smith, his old friend of the Hellhole days. At the last minute, Jean didn't have the nerve to appear before Joe in the coat, Winston recalled. He was truly too embarrassed to display it. He stopped in the dark passageway leading to Joe's apartment, which was in an old house in Greenwich Village, and found a hook near the basement door. He hung his coat there before knocking on Joe's door and retrieved it after the visit. O'Neill had for some time been supplementing Joe Smith's income, a small pension from the company that had once employed him as a NMHT watchman, and Joe referred to O'Neill's checks as "my royalties." O'Neill's new, mink-coated existence did not prevent him from remembering other of his former cronies, to whom he had always been generous. He asked Winston to look after Terry Carlin and left money to be doled out to Terry during O'Neill's impending trip abroad. In addition, though he rarely saw Terry anymore, he maintained a charge account for him at a general store in Provincetown. I would meet Terry in Greenwich Village once a week after Jean left for Europe, to give him the money, Winston said. We'd drink, and he'd reminisce about the old days. Shortly before the opening of Strange Interlude, Alexander Woolcott, who had been taking a dimmer and dimmer view of O'Neill since his early championship of Beyond the Horizon, got hold of a script of the new play and wrote, for Vanity Fair, a withering article, predicting it would be a spectacular failure. Many of Woolcott's acquaintances believed that the article was prompted less by Woolcott's objective evaluation of the play than by his personal dislike of George Jean Nathan, who had written his praise of Strange Interlude earlier. Woolcott's bosses on the World, Herbert Bayard Swope and Ralph Pulitzer, agreed that their critic had behaved unethically in writing, for another publication, an advance condemnation of an important play and made plans both to chastise him and to obtain an unprejudiced critique for the world. O'Neill, somehow, got word of what was up. He did not attend the final dress rehearsal on Saturday, January 28. The play was to open Monday at the John Golden Theatre, after the cast rested on Sunday. "I remember that dress rehearsal very well," Robert Sisk said. "Gene had given me a number where I could reach him after it was over. The rehearsal was hysterically successful and I telephoned him in some excitement. He was completely calm. 'I'm not surprised,' he said. But by Sunday O'Neill's calm had crumbled. Gene telephoned me to ask me to go for a ride with him in a chauffeur-driven car he'd rented for the afternoon," Rockmore said. "He told me he felt edgy about the opening. He was silent during most of the drive. We cruised through the park for about an hour, but just before he dropped me off at my apartment he told me, 'You know, Woolcott is going to have his wagon fixed. Right before the performance tomorrow he's going to be lifted from the assignment of reviewing my play and a reporter will cover it instead.' He didn't tell me how he'd found out about this." At 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon, Teresa Hilburn telephoned O'Neill to ask him if he wouldn't change his mind about attending the opening. He said he would not. At 5:15 he was mentally, if not physically, with the first nighters, as they began filing into the 900-seat John Golden Theatre. No member of the Broadway audience was more conscious than O'Neill that, once again, theatre history was being made. O'Neill had shaken the theatre world with Beyond the Horizon, The Emperor Jones, The Hairy Ape, Desire Under the Elms, and The Great God Brown. He had progressed in a dozen years from a naturalistic poetic one-act sea play through longer dramas of mask symbolism and expressionism to a 9-act play novel that needed an unprecedented 5 hours plus dinner break to unfold. O'Neill had chosen to spend the evening with one of the friends of his bumming days, Bill Clark, the ex-circus man who used to drink with him and Jamie at the Garden Hotel. Clark and O'Neill dined together in O'Neill's suite at the Wentworth. At 7:30 the telephone rang, and O'Neill listened to a report from the theatre. "Well, everything seems to be going all right," he told Clark. Then he gave him a look of profound sadness. "It would be nice to have Jamie here now," he said. After a pause he added, "You were good to me in the old days, Clarky. I've never forgotten it." The man who was selected to replace Woolcott was Dudley Nichols, a 27-year-old star reporter, who had come to the world from the Evening Post. Nichols, who soon after distinguished himself as a Hollywood writer, had met O'Neill sometime earlier, during the writing of Strange Interlude. Nichols had inquired how his work was coming and O'Neill replied that he was writing the life of a woman without the padding of a novel. "About 4 in the afternoon on January 30th, I was told to go uptown and cover Strange Interlude," Nichols later recalled. "I was profoundly moved and wrote, as I remember, almost 2 columns. O'Neill, who didn't really care about reviews, though he quite naturally hoped they would be favorable, told me later that he owed much to my review for the immediate success of the play, though that was very likely more generous kindness than fact. He told me in later years with a grin that he should have had that review framed." Nichols did indeed outdo himself in praising the play. The Theatre Guild produced Eugene O'Neill's Strange Interlude last night and it needs all the restraint a reporter can muster not to stamp the occasion, without a second thought, the most important event in the present era of the American theatre, he began. Focusing on the audience, which, he pointed out, had sat in the theatre from 5:15 until after 11, with an hour's intermission for dinner, he went on, "The most that can be said for the play is that when the 900 persons went with illuminated faces out of the small John Golden Theatre at the later hour, their faces registered tiredness but not boredom, weariness but not ennui. It was the honest fatigue of people who have shared profound emotional experiences." Strange Interlude, Nichols added, was not only a great American play but the great American novel as well. Remembering O'Neill's phrase, he said, It is a great novel without any of the novelist's padding. As for the asides, he commented that the amazing thing is that this convention is quickly accepted by an auditor after the first shock of its novelty wears off. By contrast with Nicholl's effusion, Brooks Atkinson's evaluation in the Times was restrained. Fresh from the 5 hours of Eugene O'Neill's strange interlude, he began, one can soberly report that this 9-act drama at least maintains the interest to the end. Written by our foremost dramatist, acted intelligently by a notable troupe of actors, directed intelligently by Philip Moeller and sponsored by the Theatre Guild, Strange Interlude commands the respectful interest of the enthusiastic playgoer to whom experiment is never dull. All this one can earnestly report, without believing that Strange Interlude is distinguished as a play or that Mr. O'Neill's combination of the novel and drama techniques is a permanent addition to the theatre. Atkinson went on to describe the play as a psychopathic melodrama and characterized the asides as being, often, fortuitous or, worse, Nicholl-Weckly jargon, as thinking. In the fable of Strange Interlude, Atkinson continued, Mr. O'Neill has returned to the morbidness of his middle period, a preoccupation with dark and devious human impulses, twisted and macabre. Nor does his point of view sweeten the unsavoriness of his material. Mr. O'Neill does not illuminate his theme with pity or interpret its significance. The asides, Atkinson thought, contributed little in the way of substance. What fresh light do they reflect upon character? What do they express which cannot be conveyed vividly through the silent instrument of acting? What, in fine, distinguishes Strange Interlude from the old three-decker novel, he asked. Gilbert Gabriel, in Nicholl's camp, wrote, in part, Strange Interlude stands firm and giant-sized as a giver of new scopes, as a hewer of ways for such truths as the usual drama can scarce imply, as a method to meet the need, today's immense need, for plays that can ably cope with Freud. If only for that reason, and I guarantee to find you others, it is the most significant contribution any American has made to the stage. Percy Hammond ended up a little more positive than negative, if this summary of his opinion may be used as a clue. Although Mr. O'Neill has done everything he can to spare us the task of thinking, Strange Interlude is not a play for lazy drama lovers. His unlimited employment of asides to describe the unspoken thoughts of his characters is more of a whip than a cushion to our imagination, and it keeps us busy. If you are a semi-serious patron of the theatre, here is an opportunity for you to invest time, trouble, money, and faith in a long, complete and agitating study of life as it is seen through Mr. O'Neill's brooding and acid eyes. The New Yorker, which had recently begun making itself felt as an arbiter of sophisticated opinion in the theatre through Robert Benchley's reviews, described Strange Interlude as an interesting stunt carried about 4 acts too far, not much more important than that. In purporting to give voice to the thoughts of his characters, the New Yorker said, Mr. O'Neill lays himself open to comparison with James Joyce, Virginia Woolf, and the other stream of consciousness novelists. It is a comparison he can ill support. The turbulent stream of consciousness Joyce photographs so perfectly finds itself, in Strange Interlude, confined to neat concrete containers which are far more like summaries of the momentary situation as Mr. O'Neill wishes one to understand it than like what the characters are actually thinking at the time. They create the impression that Mr. O'Neill has done the groundwork which every dramatist must do, so much to his own satisfaction that he hasn't been able to rub any of it out, or that, unwilling to trust anything to his actors, he is trying to do their work for them too. Faced with such a variance of opinion, the New York theatre-going public made up its own mind. It decided Strange Interlude was something to see, and the play became O'Neill's biggest hit. It ran in New York for 17 months and later 2 touring companies canvassed the country, playing to capacity audiences. It won O'Neill his 3rd Pulitzer Prize and was made into a motion picture starring Norma Shearer. It was, naturally, banned in Boston and was prodigiously written about in newspapers and magazines throughout the country. Alexander Woollcott, for instance, did not take his opening night defeat lying down, in spite of the humiliation. The real joke came afterwards, Nichols recalled. Theatre reviews in the world were published under a stock head, with Woolcott's name in smaller type beneath it. Evidently old John Corbin had read my review without noticing that my name had replaced Alex, and he wrote a warm note of congratulation to Alec for his fine notice of Strange Interlude. It was Alec himself who revealed it, stalking into the city room to tell it with a burst of mocking laughter. I dare say one side of Alec's mind couldn't resist telling a joke while the other side didn't, to say the least, enjoy it. A complex fellow, Woolcott. It was shortly after this that he left the world. Woolcott did manage to have the last word, as far as the world was concerned, for he was not barred from expressing his opinion of Strange Interlude in his column, Second Thoughts on First Nights, and this he did a week after the opening. He didn't like the play all over again. Strange Interlude eventually netted O'Neill $275,000, a small fortune in that era of low taxes. It was far more than he had ever made from a play before. Although he had always maintained that he had known the play would succeed, he did have one or two retrospectively derogatory remarks to make about it. In 1932 he commented, in print, as for Strange Interlude, that is an attempt at the new mask psychological drama, without masks a successful attempt, perhaps, in so far as it concerns only surfaces and their immediate subsurface, but not where, occasionally, it tries to probe deeper. A day or two after the opening of Strange Interlude, O'Neill visited Alexander King and his wife. My wife asked O'Neill to autograph a book for her, and she asked him which was his favorite play, King recalled. He told her it was Lazarus Laughed, and he signed our copy of it for her. I told O'Neill I would soon have a few drawings for him to look at for a projected illustrated edition of The Hairy Ape, and he said he wouldn't be able to see them, as he was going abroad. O'Neill had made elaborate plans to leave the country quietly. He did not want Agnes to know where he was going, when he was leaving, or how long he intended to stay away. Indeed, he himself did not realize then how long it would be before his return to the United States, although the manner of his departure indicated that he intended to return within a few months, for he left files of manuscripts, notes, letters and books behind at Spithead. He also left his still unsettled New London estate, and his still unsold house in Richfield. The house in Provincetown he had given to Eugene Jr. There were a lawyer and an agent to deal with any problems that might arise from his real estate negotiations and his 2 Broadway plays, but, all in all, it was a fairly intricate artistic, financial, and domestic situation on which he was walking out, with nothing much more than the notes for his new play, Dynamo, in his pocket, his hat in his hand and his mink coat on his back. He did take leave of Eugene Jr., of whom he was growing increasingly proud. Eugene, now a freshman at Vail, had recently contributed a poem to his class publication, The Helican, and the entrance into the field of literature by Eugene O'Neill, Jr., had been duly noted by the New York Times that December. In saying goodbye to Eugene, O'Neill enjoined him to secrecy about his plans. As for Carlotta, she was leaving behind her 11-year-old daughter, Cynthia. Like Agnes, who had not allowed herself to feel encumbered by a daughter when she had gone off with O'Neill to Provincetown 10 years earlier, Carlotta had a convenient mother with whom to leave her child. Also like Agnes, Carlotta knew she must arrange things so that the possessive O'Neill would not be inconvenienced by a stepdaughter. Cynthia had not been an integral part of Carlotta's daily life, any more than Barbara had been of Agnes, in the early days of her friendship with and marriage to O'Neill. O'Neill and Carlotta were going to sail for England, but O'Neill wanted none but his closest friends to know this. Typical of the sort of subterfuge to which he resorted to cover his tracks was a letter he wrote on February 9, from the Flotte Wentworth, to someone who wanted him to sit for a portrait. I am afraid that I will have to postpone the date until I get back from California, for I am leaving in a couple of days. But I will be back in 3 months. To others whom he wanted to throw off the scent he also named his destination as California, the professed reason being that he wished to attend rehearsals of Lazarus Laughed, which was being readied for April production by the Pasadena Community Playhouse. He even wrote a farewell letter to 8-year-old Shane, in Bermuda, saying he had to travel way across America to California to watch them putting on another play of mine, Lazarus laughed, in the city of Pasadena. Write me a long letter sometime soon and tell me everything you and Una are doing, because it will probably be a long time before I will be able to see you both again. Always remember that I love you and Una an awful lot, and please don't ever forget your daddy. All my love to you, dear son. Kenneth McGowan was one of the people to whom O'Neill confided his real plans. I thought Carlotta would help Jean, and I encouraged him to go away with her, McGowan later said. O'Neill spent his last evening before sailing at Norman Winston's apartment in the company of Winston and Robert Rockmore. Jean was terribly nervous about leaving the next morning, Rockmore said. He told me, "This is the worst struggle I've ever had against taking a drink, but if I have one, I'm off." He didn't take one. "The last time I saw Jean was just before he sailed," Winston said. "He was afraid the newspapers might find out about his leaving, so everything was hush-hush. I was to take him through steerage to his cabin the following morning, so that he would avoid the ship news reporters. Carlotta would go directly to her own cabin. We spent a few hours at my house, and then Jean guided me along the waterfront, pointing out some old haunts of his. Later, we hired a car and drove for the rest of the night. We went up to Westchester and came back close to dawn. After we had coffee in a restaurant, I took him to the ship and got him through steerage. Then I went up on deck to see if the coast was clear. It was, so I rejoined Jean, settled him in his cabin, and then we both went to Carlotta's cabin. Carlotta was being very theatrical. She said she was going to introduce Jean to the sophistication of Europe. She told me that she wanted him to be as familiar with the crowned heads of Europe as he was with the people in this country. Jean had never seen England, Carlotta told an interviewer some years later, having forgotten, or perhaps dismissed, O'Neill's earlier sojourn in Liverpool, as a seaman. "I was brought up in England and France, and it was a great pleasure taking him there and showing him all the things I had loved so." The sea was choppy, and there were several passengers aboard ship who might have recognized O'Neill, so both he and Carlotta kept mostly to their cabins. One of the first people to hear from O'Neill when he reached London, a city with which he promptly fell in love, was Kenneth McGowan. On February 22, 1928, O'Neill wrote to him from the Berkeley Hotel, describing his newfound joy. He was traveling incognito, he told McGowan, so that nothing and no one could intrude on his bliss. "God, I wish I could tell you how happy I am," he exclaimed. "I'm simply transformed and transfigured inside. A dream I had given up even the hope of ever dreaming again has come true. I wander about foolish and goggle-eyed with joy in a honeymoon that is 1,000 times more poignant and sweet and ecstatic because it comes at an age when one's past, particularly a past such as mine, gives one the power to appreciate what happiness means and how rare it is and how humbly grateful one should be for it. And dreaming it all over in these days when the dream has become flesh and the flesh dream, it really seems to my mystic side as if some compassionate God, looking back at Carlotta's unhappy life and mine, had said to himself, well, they deserve each other if they have the guts to take the gift. And we did have, and here we are." Dispelling any doubt about the ardor of their relationship, he went on. "To say that Carlotta and I are in love in the sense of any love I have ever experienced before is weak and inadequate. I could beat my brains out on the threshold of any old temple of Aphrodite out of pure gratitude for the revelation. It is so damn right in every way. We belong to each other. We fulfill each other." O'Neill told McGowan that his future plans were vague and depended in large part on what Agnes docks or doesn't do, or whether she has the honor to keep the pledge we have always made to each other. The pledge, he explained, had been made in the days of their first romantic attachment, binding either to give the other his freedom if ever one of them should fall in love. "I love someone else deeply," O'Neill had written Agnes, soon after leaving, in a letter that was later made public in a newspaper account of the estrangement. "There is no possible doubt of this. And the someone loves me. Of that I am deeply certain. We have often promised each other that if ever one came to the other and said they loved someone else, that we would understand, that we would know that love is something which cannot be denied or argued with. O'Neill assumed that Agnes would keep her pledge. In mid-February, several New York newspapers published stories announcing that Agnes was arranging a legal separation from O'Neill, through the offices of O'Neill's lawyer, Harry Weinberger. The stories hinted at a packet of letters from Carlotta Monterey to O'Neill as being the cause of the separation. Agnes, O'Neill believed, would ultimately agree to divorce him. "She is fine and sound at bottom," he said. But he added that he feared she might be influenced in her actions by that Philadelphia Social Register bunch of feudal women with money who were her friends in Bermuda. One way or the other, though, O'Neill continued, it didn't really matter, as long as he could live and write where people minded their own business and approved of love without moral didos. He and Carlotta might stay away a long time, he said. They were thinking of going to Greece and Egypt and the Far East and South Africa and the South Seas. There's a good bit of the old Gene O'Neill, A.B. his spirit refined and minus the spirits that kept it going, reborn in me, he added. I feel life again without fear this time. O'Neill and Carlotta planned to rent a villa on the coast of France, Italy, or Spain, where he could get to work on dynamo, something not too isolated or too near, not too farmy and not too swank, where they could have a car and a boat, and be close enough to a town to mingle when we need a change. He thanked McGowan for having been a friend to both him and Carlotta when friends to both were almost nil, and told him to spread the word among his pseudo-friends in New York that O'Neill had been heard from and that for the first time in his life he was really happy. Having crossed from England to France, O'Neill and Carlotta motored from Calais through the French countryside, arriving in Paris on February 26, to negotiate with real estate agents. Then they were off again by car, passing through the Chateau country into Rennes, the most beautiful and dramatic places I have ever seen, O'Neill said of the great estates he visited, and on to the south, to look at villas in the neighborhood of Biarritz. Stopping briefly at a hotel in Biarritz, O'Neill went out and bought Carlotta a gift, a stuffed, scrawny, hairy, grotesquely funny monkey. O'Neill christened it Esteban in honor of a young Spanish nobleman, ruined by narcotics, whom he had known in Buenos Aires. His full name, which O'Neill enjoyed rattling off, was the Marquis Esteban de González, Grandee of Spain. The monkey, leering wickedly through its whiskers, occupied a sofa or chair or bed of every home Carlotta lived in until her death in 1970. By early March, O'Neill and Carlotta had moved into a rented villa in the little village of Guitheri, in the Pyrenees. Called Villa Marguerite, it was a charming old house with stone balconies, set in the woods and boasting a tennis court and private beach with a rowboat. Their lease was for 6 months. They were not far from the Spanish frontier, and hoped to take several trips into Spain. Altogether the prospects are bright and we are both very happy, O'Neill reported to McGowan. Carlotta has so far done all the talking in French for the firm, but I find that a lot of my 5 years of it in prep school and college comes back to me, and I can usually understand all that is said if they go slow, although when I come to reply I find myself automatically stumbling into Spanish. A queer combination of having once learned to read one language and to have picked up a jabbering knowledge of another, what with Carlotta's English accent and Spanish appearance and my own God knows what but not typically Yank mug, and my inability not to say si when I ought to say we, and the general supposition that we are both Monterey's. Well, we puzzle the folks a bit, but agreeably, because they see we are in love and so it must be all right, whatever it is. O'Neill said he had received no mail from New York since leaving and wondered what had been happening there and in Bermuda. He hoped all was fair weather both in the commercial and domestic fields of drama, but I must say I haven't lost any sleep over the dearth of news. Again his boyish rapture could not be contained. Carlotta has been marvelous to and for me. And she is so deeply in love it fills me with a humble awe and gratitude. Well, I am a bit in love myself, what? No small part of O'Neill's happiness was based on the fact that it was not costing him a great deal of money, for he and Carlotta were splitting 50-50 on all expenses. We are quite uneventfully happy and more in love than ever, Ot Seal reported to McGowan in a self-congratulatory letter almost 2 months later. That this happiness has stood the test of an absolutely secluded life in which we see no one but each other, in which no one even speaks English, in which for 6 weeks it did practically nothing but rain day after day, in which the strain of uncertainty about what Agnes would do has been and still is particularly trying, in which the fear of being recognized and landed in the tabloids is ever present, that our love has waxed under a trial that would have turned a great many into a series of destroying brawls, is something we are mighty proud of, and in years to come I'm sure we'll look back on it with a feeling of gratitude. It is a good thing to face all possible music at the start. It gives you a good measure of the living with worth of the other. Carlotta is a brick. O'Neill went on to tell McGowan that Agnes appeared to be going ahead with her divorce plans, but that she was making what he felt were unreasonable demands about the financial settlement. However, on the same day that O'Neill was relaying this optimistic news to McGowan, the World carried what it called an authorized interview with Agnes, in which Agnes said that she was not seeking a divorce or separation and that she was, in fact, planning to rejoin her husband in London soon. Mr. O'Neill's name became coupled in published reports with that of Carlotta Monterey, actress and former wife of Ralph Barton, said the World. It was because of these published reports that Mrs. O'Neill saw fit to clarify the situation yesterday. Where Miss Monterey is, she said she did not know. But her husband, she explained, is touring with friends in France, preparing to start work on Dynamo, an unheralded O'Neill drama. He went abroad primarily, she said, because repairs were in progress at Spithead. There was nothing strange about a trip to Europe by her husband, she added. She has always wanted Mr. O'Neill to do this, but his dreams in the past had been centered on going to China. Mrs. O'Neill said she hopes her husband is enjoying himself. She refused to say that her failure to leave for Europe with him had constituted what other celebrities have referred to as a marital vacation. Nevertheless, she believes in an occasional change of air for the man, she added quickly. There could be no misunderstanding. If Miss Monterey were one of the friends who had been with her husband, Mrs. O'Neill continued, he had never informed her of it. She had a letter received but 3 days before if proof were needed. It began, "Dearest Agnes." Harry Weinberger, for many years Mr. O'Neill's lawyer, paid a recent visit to Mrs. O'Neill in Bermuda, strengthening the old reports of marital disagreement. But the wife explained that this was a business visit purely, in connection with a mortgage on a house or something of that kind. It became apparent that whatever the domestic nature of the interlude, she failed to regard this as a strange or unusual one, the World continued. The fact that her husband for so long a time led such a quiet, secluded life was another reason given by the wife for recent gossip. If Mr. O'Neill is even seen once at the theater with a good-looking person, rumor starts, she added. Even though he was unaware of Agnes' statements, O'Neill had long since changed his mind about her being fine and sound at bottom. He had concluded, with the sort of emotionalism that frequently accompanies a divorce action, that Agnes was being obstinate and high-handed, two of the more flattering adjectives he applied in letters to various friends. He seemed stunned and wounded that Agnes had not meekly accepted his terms and that she was not being rational and agreeable in accepting his own highly irrational and disagreeable behavior toward her. To McGowan, he hinted darkly at the influence her Bermuda acquaintances were exerting over her, calling them, this time, worthy society drunken neighbor friends who had evidently advised her to take me for all I've got. I am too old to start in being a sucker, and Carlotta has agreed with me that I should put up a battle, he continued, so I've written Harry to tell her to go to hell if she won't take what I offered. She'll never get as much out of any court, O'Neill said, and if she refuses to get a divorce I can eventually starve her into it. It would, of course, entail sacrifices. What he had in mind was restricting his own income by withholding productions of any of his plays for a few years, and living abroad on Carlotta's income. But, he exploded, in a burst of self-pity, what a rotten mess to have wished on one by a person who is really bound in honor by a pledge made repeatedly during our years together that if either fell in love the other would divorce at once. There was even a no alimony clause to the pledge. It's sickening to one's opinions of human nature. He went on to point out, self-righteously, how he had supported members of Agnes' family for years and had always let her run bills regardless. Agnes is dead for me now, and that's her epitaph in my memory, he said, adding, I had hoped to remain her friend and help her, but I don't want yellow friends. In the midst of distracting news about Agnes, which was affecting his peace of mind even more than he was willing to admit, O'Neill was working on his new play, Dynamo. He had half finished it by the end of April and was very pleased with it. In addition, he was contemplating a series of plays for which he had previously jotted down a note or two and which he never wrote. It is interesting because it foreshadowed some of the consciously autobiographical plays of his later years, including Long Day's Journey into Night. The grand opus of my life, the autobiographical Sea Mother's Son, has been much in my dreams of late, he informed McGowan. If I can write that up to what the dreams call for, it will make a work that I flatter myself will be one of those timeless big things. It has got me all het up. It should be a piece of writing not like any that has ever been done before, the way I plan it. My subtitle is to be The Story of the Birth of a Soul, and it will be just that. O'Neill was taking elaborate precautions to safeguard his and Carlotta's privacy. He enlisted the help of McGowan and, soon after, of Louis Collingham in spreading a false trail. He appeared to derive a childish and somewhat vindictive pleasure in confusing his acquaintances in the United States. He asked McGowan to circulate the report that he was in Prague, and would soon be traveling to Russia and Italy when, in fact, he had quite a different itinerary planned. He wanted to stay with Carlotta in France until summer's end, and if, by then, Agnes had gone through with the divorce, marry Carlotta in Germany. He and Carlotta would then spend a short time in England, from where they would set sail for South Africa. They would take a house in Neill for the winter, where O'Neill would write one of the plays for which he had been making notes, and in the spring they would visit Suez and Greece, where he would write another play. From there they would journey to India, Hong Kong, Peking, and Honolulu, returning, in 1930, to the United States. He and Carlotta expected to find a house in California and settle down there permanently. O'Neill never did get to South Africa, Greece, India, or Honolulu, and he and Carlotta did not settle down in California until 10 years later. But he was right in one prediction: divorce or no divorce, productions in New York or no productions, the States probably won't see me again for 2 years. He told McGowan to conceal his letters from everyone, and asked him to write him, in future, care of the Guarantee Trust Company in London, since he might be obliged to leave the Villa Marguerite abruptly. 2 days later, on April 29, he confirmed his apprehension about having to leave Guitheri to Benjamin de Caceres. The scent after me here in France has been getting pretty hot, and I'm afraid every day of being smoked out, which would be fatal, under the circumstances, and playing right into my wife's hands, to say nothing of the scandal which would injure the last person in the world I want to hurt. So I'm beating it away from here very soon and seeking remoter distant pastures, just where I haven't decided yet. It's the lousiest situation I was ever placed in, like being out in an open field with the enemy sniping at you and you can't run and you can't fight back. Not that I'm complaining. It's worth it, and inside I'm deeply at peace and happy and confident of the future. But it's hell on the nerves. For the first few weeks here everything looked rosy, but since then fresh alarms and complications about which I have to make complicated decisions have been pounded at me in every mail. To use a ring expression, it's raining boxing gloves. Early in May, Louis Collingham was invited for a week's stay at Guitheri. He had gone abroad before O'Neill and Carlotta left New York in February, and O'Neill had been trying to reach him for 2 months. Collingham found O'Neill in a state of nervous tension. He was going through a bad time about Agnes and the children. He really loved the children, Collingham said. Collingham also found O'Neill distressed about the attention he was receiving from the press. While I was there, he said, a reporter tried to get in touch with Gene, and I saw the reporter for him. He told me that Eugene Jr. had been interviewed at Yale for a New York newspaper. He had been asked who he thought was the world's greatest playwright and he'd answered Shakespeare and O'Neill. I told Gene about this and he smiled and said, "Why did he bring up Shakespeare?" He was very pleased. O'Neill became so edgy that he broke his prolonged abstinence. He and Colin M. drove to a village, bought a bottle and drank themselves literally insensible. Carlotta discovered them piled on beds in a guest room of the Villa Marguerite and was furious. However, she forgave them both. Colin M. left a day or two later and, soon after, O'Neill became seriously ill with what Carlotta described as a bad nervous breakdown. O'Neill, penitently referring to the episode several weeks later, wrote to Colin M., "My nervous outfit after the disastrous upset when you were here has been all shot. I'm sorry your trip here got involved in such stupidity. Better luck next time. At least, I'm sure now of what won't happen again in my life. I was getting overconfident and doing too much playing around and testing myself and experimenting, and I needed to take a good one on the chin and a long count to show me I have retired from the ring. So it may have been all for the best. In fact, I know it was, when I stopped to consider." Colin M. later recalled that O'Neill continued to refer guiltily to his lapse from sobriety. "Gene kept writing me to forget that incident in May," Colin M. said. "And Carlotta wrote me regularly, too, giving me reports about Gene's health and saying she thought the best way to keep him in good health in the future was to prevent all gossip about Agnes' activities from reaching his ears. Carlotta said Gene would forget all about the unpleasantness with Agnes until someone brought up the subject. She was wrathful about what she called O'Neill's false friends in New York, who insisted on writing him about Agnes and upsetting him. She was particularly incensed by Norman Winston, who, she thought, was being disloyal to O'Neill by listening to and passing on Agnes' grievances. "Once, I remember, she wrote me, 'I feel we should keep all disloyal ties from Gene.'" In mid-June O'Neill and Carlotta left for a brief motor trip through the south of France and Spain. O'Neill, triumphantly having passed his driver's test the week before in Bayonne, planned to do the driving. "The Renault is all I hope for it," he told Colin M. the day before leaving, "a peach of a car, everything about it perfect. It has sure proved a godsend to me in my present scrambled mental state." That June the reporters renewed their efforts to corner O'Neill, for his name was again in the news. He had recently won the Pulitzer Prize, his third for Strange Interlude, and now Agnes announced she would go to Reno shortly to institute divorce proceedings against her celebrated husband. In a statement to the press, Agnes said, "We have decided to give legal form to the separation of our lives, which has existed in fact for over 2 years. I had attempted the experiment of giving an artist husband the freedom he said was necessary for his dramatic success. Perhaps, from the standpoint of dramatic art and the American theater, my decision may be a success. Matrimonially it has already proved a failure. This illusion of freedom so long maintained by the male sex, particularly by the artistic male, is very much an illusion. Now I know that the only way to give a man the freedom he wants is to open a door to captivity." Among the places O'Neill and Carlotta visited during their motor trip was San Sebastian, Spain, where they attended the Grand Prix auto races. At a hotel in San Sebastian they encountered Lee Schubert and his attorney, William Klein. Schubert and Klein, piqued that a Schubert booking called Maya had been closed down earlier in the year by that guardian of Manhattan morality, District Attorney Banton, had, soon after, suggested that Strange Interlude be closed also. Why should the District Attorney close Maya and allow Strange Interlude to continue? Klein had asked plaintively in the columns of the New York press. He had not seen it, he said, but had heard it was immoral. And Schubert, in a publication he owned called the New York Review, had also asserted that Strange Interlude was of a low moral tone. Banton had thereupon ordered an official censor to see Strange Interlude, but had been stymied by the fact that the censor could not obtain a seat, since the play was solidly sold out for weeks in advance. In the San Sebastian Hotel, Schubert and Klein shook hands with O'Neill cordially as though neither had ever heard of a play called Strange Interlude, O'Neill later reported to a friend. "It was a funny scene. O'Neill and Carlotta were back in Guitheri by June 21. In order to keep up his subterfuge for the benefit of reporters and acquaintances, O'Neill asked Colin, who was traveling in Germany, to pick up local postcards and send them to Guitheri. O'Neill then filled in messages to friends in New York and returned the cards to Colin for posting in Germany. Colin continued to be the recipient of frequent and affectionate communications from Carlotta. Sax Cummins visited O'Neill and Carlotta in July, Colin said, and Carlotta wrote me about what a dear person he was. She said she had discussed with Cummins the difficulties of her and Jean's situation, and Cummins sympathized about their problem with Agnes. Carlotta was madly in love with Jean, and seemed really to suffer over what they both felt was a betrayal of trust. By the end of July, O'Neill had grown so mistrustful that he even tried to mislead his good friend de Casseres as to his whereabouts. "Right now I am in Paris for a few days," he wrote to de Casseres. "By the time this reaches you, I will be off again for a place still unknown even to me. All's well with me and, in spite of constantly moving about Europe, the work goes on as well as ever." O'Neill completed Dynamo early in September. The play did not promise well for future work in the new life he was forging. It seemed, indeed, to contain all the splenetic resentment against woman that he was trying so hard to assure himself he did not feel that he claimed had been utterly superseded by the love and inner tranquility of his relationship with Carlotta. It was not the work of a man who had resolved his emotional conflicts or was deeply at peace and happy and confident. It was a diatribe of hatred and self-pity, an angry play by an angry man. It was also a bad play. Is a symbolical and factual biography of what is happening in a large section of the American soul right now, O'Neill told Nathan soon after it was finished. It is really the first play of a trilogy that will dig at the roots of the sickness of today as I feel it. The other two plays will be without ending of days and it cannot be mad. The idea for Dynamo had come to O'Neill several years earlier, when he chanced to pass a hydroelectric plant in Stevenson, Connecticut, near his Richfield home. He had stopped to visit the plant and had retained a vivid image of the dynamo, huge and black, with something of the massive female idol about it, the exciter set on the main structure like a head with blank, oblong eyes above a gross, rounded torso, which he used in the setting of the last part of the play. As the play took shape, it became the story of a boy in his late teens, the son of a didactic, overbearing minister, who revolts against the religious teachings of his childhood to embrace the religion of electricity. Driven mad by the conflict between his lust for a girl and his desire to attain a pure, idealistic oneness with the god electricity, or, as it gradually becomes transmuted for him, the mother god dynamo, the boy, Reuben Light, murders the girl and flings himself upon the dynamo, electrocuting himself. If Reuben typified the American soul, then America was a nation of dangerous schizophrenics, but quite possibly O'Neill believed that to be true. Through the character of Reuben, O'Neill revealed his own search for the ideal love, a combination of mistress and mother, which he believed he had finally found in Carlotta. In Dynamo, these two aspects of woman are separate and irreconcilable, and their symbolism is confused. The slightly sluttish young girl, Ada Fife, represents lust, which, O'Neill seems to be saying, must be sacrificed to the mother god Dynamo in order for man to find peace. At the same time, Ada's mother, to whom Reuben transfers his feelings for Ada, represents a sort of maternal handmaiden of the mother god, being big, placid, cow-like and undemanding. She apparently represented for O'Neill also a fantasy aspect of his own mother. Her dreamy trances are referred to by her husband and daughter as dope dreams. Of Mama Dynamo herself, Reuben says, in one of the speeches O'Neill referred to as interludian asides, "It's like a great dark idol with eyes that see you without seeing you, and below it is like a body, round like a woman's, as if it had breasts, but not like a girl, not like Aden, no, like a woman, like her mother or mine, a great, dark mother. That's what a dynamo is, that's what life is." There is also an indication in Dynamo, of O'Neill's preoccupation with his sea mother theme. "You're like her dynamo, the great mother, big and warm," Reuben tells Ada's mother. "But I've got to finish telling you all I've come to know about her, how all things end up in her. Did I tell you that our blood plasm is the same right now as the sea was when life came out of it? We've got the sea in our blood still. It's what makes our hearts live. And it's the sea, made that river that drives the turbines that drive dynamo. The sea makes her heart beat, too. All the characters in Dynamo are unlovely and unlovable, none evokes the slightest pity from the reader, though each in turn articulates at great length his or her self-pitying story. Each feels, as O'Neill himself was feeling, outrageously betrayed in one way or another. O'Neill's fury at Agnes is petulantly echoed in the play's dialogue. "Oh, if you'd only make a prize jackass of that yellow Nancy son of his," says Ramsay Fife, speaking of Reuben to his daughter. "He's yellow," says Reuben of his father. "You're a yellow rat," says Ada to Reuben, and so forth. "I was going through a lot of trouble in family matters when I was writing," O'Neill later conceded to George Jean Nathan. But he did not concur in Nathan's opinion that the play was close to caricature. "I thoroughly disagree with you about the play," he said. "It is not far below me, I'm sure of that. Wait and see. It will come into its own someday." O'Neill sent copies of Dynamo off to the Theatre Guild the first week in September, along with sketches of the sets and elaborate instructions and explanations for the production, in case the Guild wanted to do it, of which O'Neill was not at all certain. The instructions to the stage designer were particularly detailed and incorporated a good deal of his general creative philosophy. He wanted to stress the importance, he said, of starting early in rehearsals to get the sound effects of thunder, water flowing over the dam, and the hum of the generator exactly right. These were not incidental noises but significant dramatic overtones, he went on, and his preoccupation with sound effects had a valid reason. A critic had once observed, he said, that the difference between O'Neill's plays and other contemporary work was that O'Neill always wrote primarily by ear for the ear, that most of his plays, even down to the rhythm of the dialogue, were constructed along the lines of a musical composition. "This hits the nail on the head," said O'Neill. "It is not that I consciously strive after this but that, willy-nilly, my stuff takes that form. But the point here is that I have always used sound in plays as a structural part of them. Tried to use, I mean lore. I've never got what the script called for, not because what I specified couldn't be done, but because I was never able to overcome the slipshod, old-fashioned disregard of our modern theater for what ought to be one of its superior opportunities in expressing the essential rhythm of our lives today." Explaining the script to Langner, O'Neill said the dialogue was interludian but that the play deals with more direct, less cerebral people. O'Neill had no intention of returning to America for the production of Dynamo, in the event the Guild accepted it. He and Carlotta had decided in August that the time had come for their big trip. From Paris on September 14 he sent Richard Madden, his agent, a long list of final instructions. "This will probably be my last word to you for some time, as I'm sailing for the Far East India and way stations on to China the first week in October." He told Madden he had sent 2 scripts of Dynamo to the Guild and was mailing one to him. "I've also sent the Guild all the instructions, warnings, advice, etc., regarding the production I thought necessary. It only remains now for them to accept it. Perhaps they won't. I don't know. It's a drastic type of play and you never can tell what reactions you're going to get from a committee of 6 people. However, I'm hoping. I can't tell you how much this trip to the East means to me," he added. "It's been the dream of my life to live there for a while and absorb a bit of background. It's going to be infinitely valuable to me in its bearing upon my future work. So I really feel grateful to my domestic upset for dragging on so miserably and making it impossible for me to return to New York, for otherwise my author's conscience would force me to come back for rehearsals. Half of the time that he would be gone," he continued, "would be devoted to hard work in some sort of semi-permanent place." His domestic broil, he said, was dragging on. Agnes had finally realized that she and O'Neill should not be represented by the same lawyer, and she had engaged her own. O'Neill believed that Agnes' lawyer was stirring up every antagonism we'd agreed to forget. You know I'm no tightwad, especially where my children are concerned, O'Neill wrote, but I'll be damned if I'll be taken. So I have to battle, willy-nilly. These guys treat me as if I'd had an interlude back of me every year in the past and would have every year in the future. The success of that opus has certainly given me an opulent rep. A day later O'Neill wrote a parting letter to De Caceres in which he reiterated his conviction that Dynamo was one of his best plays, and that it would be the first of a trilogy whose overall title might be God is Dead. Long live what? He went on to describe what he called his grand major opus, about which, he said, he was doing much thinking, and which would take years to complete, years with probably a play or two sandwiched in to change the subject a bit. It's growing and growing in me and it fills me with a grand enthusiasm. It will have scope enough to contain all of life I have the guts to grasp and make my own. And it will not be like anything ever written before in its form and intensity. It will have 10 or more interludes in it, each deeper and more powerful than S.I. And yet it will all be a unity. Believe me, Ben, I'm going to bullseye a star with that job or go mad in the attempt. He felt himself supported by love and peace, he added. I won't have to do the whole thing of living, dreaming and working all by my own effort all the time any longer. I'll have more strength to give to my job. It's grand. I'm very happy. But he indicated that his happiness was marred by hostility toward Agnes a week later when, from Guitheri, where he had gone to pack for his trip, he wrote a venomous 5-page letter to Kenneth McGowan. He sounded quite a lot like his father, as he protested the financial inroads Agnes was trying to make in order to ensure adequate support for O'Neill's own children. She was asking for double the amount of money for Shane and Una, each, as he had given Eugene's mother for Eugene's support, he told McGowan, and he had set detectives to work digging up clues about Agnes' past, in order to have something to hold over her head and get her off her revengeful high horse. He went into detail for 2 pages about what he thought the detectives might find. By God, you know, it is funny, he wound up. I grin when I'm not boiling with rage. Forgetfully discounting the periods of ardent love he had spent with Agnes, and the impassioned love letters he had written to her over the years, O'Neill added that he wouldn't have stayed married to her a year if he had not had alcohol to close my eyes, alcohol and work, which would account for 95% of the time. The hatred he formed for Agnes was to have a scarring effect on his relationship with Shane and Una. His subsequent neglect of them, a thing that even his closest and most worshipful friends have found it difficult to understand or pardon, sprang from this hatred. He regarded himself as duped and cheated, and he planned, quite deliberately, to be revenged. Believe me, Kenneth, he wrote, once I'm free of that baby I'm going to arrange my life and affairs so I'll make her pay for this. Obviously he meant he would make her pay through the children. But, again, he tried to convince himself and McGowan that the violence of his anger was negligible. While I'm worried and enraged by this, it doesn't touch me inside and I'm not hurt by it, he said. She's too dead, and I've too much real love inside me to protect me. But I did hope she'd get started on a divorce before I embark so I could sail with an entirely free mind. I'll send you cards and things from the East and let you know how we are and where. I'm in the pink physically but tired of nerve and a bit spiritually nauseated. On October 4 Langner cabled O'Neill, Dynamo accepted with enthusiasm. A day later O'Neill and Carlotta sailed from Marseilles. Aboard ship O'Neill acknowledged Langner's cable with a postcard. This is written 3 days out from Marseilles on a balmy Mediterranean. Your cable was delivered just as I sailed and did much by way of a cheery bon voyage. I feel safe about Dynamo now and am already starting preliminary work on the next one. This voyage is going to mean a lot to me. I'll write a letter as soon as I'm settled in Hong Kong or wherever it is to be. Despite his high hopes, O'Neill ultimately found no peace or satisfaction in the East. And his contemplated journey of a year lasted only 4 months. During the early part of the voyage, however, he was in jubilant spirits. Grand trip, he exclaimed to Madden in a card he wrote on the Indian Ocean, en route to Ceylon. And when he landed in Saigon at the end of October, after stopping in Singapore, he sent a card to Decas Aries showing an opium-smoking native. "I've never fallen for this brand of nirvana, but this guy looks as if he couldn't be altogether wrong. I'm staying in Saigon a while, most interesting place so far." Early in November he reached Long Kong, which he found dull. He rode from there to Langner, still full of big plans for future travel. "I have decided not to stay here. Not very interesting, and climate hot now and damp and enervating. No place to work. So, on to Shanghai, Kobe, and Yokohama. We'll probably settle in Japan." By mid-November he was in Shanghai. It was as far east as he got. O'Neill had with him his copy of Thus Spake Zarathustra. During the tip he copied into a notebook the following Nietzsche quotation. "I am a wanderer and a mountain climber," said he unto his heart. "I like not the plains, and it seemeth I cannot long sit still. And whatever may become my fate and experience, a wandering and a mountain climbing will be part of it. In the end one experienceth nothing but oneself." O'Neill was experiencing himself and not enjoying it. He was suffering from a bad case of guilt. The first glow of his rapturous love for Carlotta had worn off. He was not writing, and he had too much time to think about the way in which he had walked out on his children. As always, when he was not releasing the pent-up storms of his nature in creative work, he had to explode into physical action. Unchanged Astant, after all, by his disastrous fall off the wagon in Guitheri, O'Neill began drinking again in Shanghai. This time he quarreled with Carlotta. And to O'Neill, when drunk, a quarrel did not mean merely angry words, it meant violent accusations, followed by maudlin remorse and, eventually, physical and mental collapse. A day or two after reaching Shanghai, and getting settled in his hotel, O'Neill was recognized by an acquaintance of the early Provincetown players' days, who had become a reporter on a British morning newspaper. He was a 28-year-old Canadian named Alfred Batson. Batson, not connected with the Provincetown in any official capacity, had, like other aspiring intellectuals of the day, hung around the theater and occasionally exchanged a few words with O'Neill. "I was walking past the Palace Hotel one morning at the corner of Nanking Road and the Bund," Batson recalled, "when I saw a tall man in front of me. I was sure it was O'Neill, and with him was a beautiful woman." Shanghai was like a small town as far as the foreign population went in those days, less than 2,000, and any foreigner stuck out like a sore thumb. "I walked up to the man, looked at him, and said, 'It is.'" "What are you doing here, Red?" asked O'Neill. "How are you?" Batson explained that he was working for the North China Daily News, which had 7,500 readers from Yokohama to Singapore. "Does the paper amount to anything?" asked O'Neill, immediately sensing danger. "It's been here since I-860, and it's British, and if we say today is Sunday, our readers believe us, even if it's really Monday," replied Batson. O'Neill implored him to keep his name out of the paper. Batson willingly agreed, explaining that as far as his editor was concerned, O'Neill's presence in Shanghai would mean very little. O'Neill, reassured, introduced Batson to Carlotta, told him where he was staying, and asked him to keep in touch. During the next couple of days Batson accompanied O'Neill on sightseeing tours. He loved to spend time at the police museum, Batson said, where they had an exotic display of torture items confiscated from the Chinese. "I introduced Jean to the chief of detectives, an Englishman named George Gilbert, who took us on a tour of the exhibits. Several of them particularly fascinated him, one called Death of the 1,000 Cuts, which illustrated the way the police, in the old days, would wrap a victim in wire, and slice off bits of flesh from between the wires to get him to confess. Another involved the victims being fastened to a wall, which had a hollowed-out niche backed by chicken wire. The victim's stomach would be placed over the niche, a rat would be placed in the niche, and then sticks of fire would be poked at the rat through the chicken wire, leaving only one way for the rat to go." One morning O'Neill called Batson and asked him to come over to his hotel for breakfast. "When I got there," Batson said, "he was already drunk. He said Carlotta was packing her trunk. Batson had to go to work, but later in the day O'Neill telephoned him again. As soon as he was able, Batson returned to the hotel, and O'Neill announced that Carlotta had left him. He was very drunk by this time and told me a rambling story about her departure. They had argued, he explained, because he had refused to leave his room, where he was quietly and happily getting plastered. O'Neill said he had become jealous. He added he now realized there had been no basis for his jealousy because Carlotta, requiring an escort, bad asked the respectable, married, assistant hotel manager, a Swiss, to be her guide on a sightseeing expedition. I hit her when she got back, he told me, morosely. Let's go out and see some Chinese people, O'Neill suddenly suggested to Batson. You go get dressed, and call for me at 10 o'clock. Batson led him to a taxi dance hall operated by an American named Jimmy James. The girls were Chinese, and O'Neill was greatly taken by their delicate beauty. O'Neill and Batson ordered champagne and watched the proceedings from a table. After a while O'Neill began feeling sorry for the girls who weren't chosen to dance and bought each of them a bottle of champagne. A little later O'Neill was astonished and delighted to find that the men's room attendant was a boy with a gold ring in his ear. Why do you work? He mumbled to the uncomprehending attendant, who mumbled something back in Chinese dialect. That's right, said O'Neill. To hell with capitalists. He took out a roll of bills, and shoved it into the boy's hand. Batson quickly retrieved it, peeled off one bill for the boy, and stuffed the rest back into O'Neill's pocket. They stayed in the dance hall, drinking, until 2 in the morning. When they left, O'Neill got no farther than a few feet, when he sat down on the curb and began to weep. Do you know, he told Batson maudlinly, I'll make Carlotta a hell of a husband. Why? Inquired Batson, who had begun his drinking at least 24 hours later than O'Neill and was soberer. O'Neill informed Batson he had been a son of a bitch to Agnes, and a terrible father, and a long string of other self-recriminatory things. Across the street from where we were sitting, Batson recalled, was the police station. There was a change of shift going on, and the traffic police, who were generally Indians, tall, bearded, turbaned men in dark blue coats with silver buttons, came over and listened to Jean. They started beating their chests and laughing. I finally managed to get Jean back to his hotel. He was in terrible shape by this time, and I was scared. Carlotta was gone, of course, and I didn't know what to do with him. He was shaking and sweating. It was almost 4 in the morning. I called for a Dr. Alexander Renner, and he came up and gave Jean something to quiet him. He said Jean would need care and rest and that he'd arrange to get him a room in the British hospital. As soon as I saw that Jean would be taken care of, I left. The next day I went to visit him at the country hospital on Great Western Road. He had a nice room, overlooking some greenery. He seemed better. After we'd talked for a while, he asked me to go out and get him a pint of liquor, which I refused to do. A couple of days later I went again. I was told, at the reception desk, that Jean had another visitor, and I was asked to wait. After waiting a while, I left. The next day the same thing happened, and I asked the girl at the reception desk if Jean's visitor was a beautiful woman. I was told yes, and figured it was Carlotta. I didn't go back, and didn't see Jean again, ever. Carlotta had, indeed, located her penitent O'Neill, and was visiting him and sending him messages. O'Neill answered one of her notes asking God to bless her, and assuring her of his love, and begging her forgiveness. I'll be a good un in future, do my damnedest best to, he added. A million kisses, blessed. While O'Neill's presence in Shanghai as a sober tourist held no interest for Batson's editor, his presence as a sick man in a hospital did. Arriving at what seemed to him a satisfactory compromise between his friendship for O'Neill and his loyalty to his paper, Batson wrote a quiet story announcing O'Neill's arrival in Shanghai, and saying that he was recuperating from a severe indisposition contracted recently in Singapore by underestimating the force of the sun's rays while bathing. While in Shanghai he is anxious to live quietly and to regain his health. "I'll never forget my experience in the hospital," O'Neill later wrote. Joseph would crutch, teetering on the verge of a nervous breakdown and lying awake nights listening to the night target practice of a Welsh regiment whose garrison was 2 blocks away, and to the beating of Chinese gongs keeping the devils away from a birth or a bride or a corpse or something devils-like. "It nearly had me climbing the walls of my room and gibbering a bit." Within a week representatives of American newspapers were scouring Shanghai in force. For 2 weeks from December 10 through December 24 reporters played the game of Who's Seen O'Neill. On December 10 the New York Times reported that O'Neill was confined to his bed in Shanghai and quoted Dr. Renner as saying his illness was a slight nervous breakdown and bronchitis, the result of overwork and the strain of travel. On December 11 the Times reported that O'Neill's attorney, Harry Weinberger, had received a cable informing him that O'Neill was in perfect health, that, while he had a little touch of influenza requiring a few days in a hospital, he was now out and there was nothing serious. On December 13 the Times revealed that O'Neill was planning to sail for Honolulu shortly and spend the winter there. The Times added that the dramatist was extremely reticent and inclined to view the public's interest in his health with disfavor. On December 14, this time in a full-column story, the Times reported O'Neill as having vanished. "The strange case of Eugene O'Neill took another angle today," the story ran, when it became known that the American playwright, who has been convalescing in a hospital and hotels here for the last fortnight, arose from his sickbed yesterday and departed from the Astor House. O'Neill's disappearance had become known after Dr. Renner made public the contents of a letter he had received from O'Neill. "I came to China seeking peace and quiet," O'Neill had written, "but I have found more snoops and gossips per square inch than in any New England town of 1,000 inhabitants. This does not apply to American newspaper correspondents, who have been most decent, carrying out their duties in a most gentlemanly manner. I am going to Honolulu and then, perhaps, to Tahiti, if Honolulu adopts the attitude that I am a politician whose life must be public. At any rate, I will find peace and solitude if I have to go to the North Pole. My bronchitis cough is gone, and my nerves are returning to normal and I expect to be in the pink of condition in the shortest time." The hotels throughout the city deny knowledge of Mr. O'Neill's whereabouts, continued the Times. The steamship companies say they know of no such person sailing on their liners or having made reservations. Dr. Renner professes complete ignorance of the playwright's movements. The Times man had picked up the misinformation that O'Neill was traveling with his secretary, Mrs. Tui Drew, a Swedish masseuse, who described herself as also a graduate physician. O'Neill's efforts to travel virtually incognito, added the Times, had gained him far more publicity than ordinarily is accorded here to anyone, even of his prominence. The Associated Press speculated that O'Neill might have boarded an obscure Japanese steamer for Japan and quoted Dr. Renner as scoffing at the idea that the playwright possibly was remaining in hiding in Shanghai. Other papers carried rumors that O'Neill might have been done in by bandits. O'Neill and Carlotta had slipped out of Shanghai on the steamer Koblenz and docked at Manila on December 18. O'Neill was disguised as a minister and he was entered upon the steamer's passenger list as the Ray. William O'Brien. When he was confronted by a Filipino newspaperman who had his picture, however, O'Neill admitted he was the playwright. On the following day, the Associated Press sent out word that O'Neill had chosen to remain aboard the ship, and had spent a sleepless night, due to the heat and noise of loading cargo, adding, "He looked haggard today." On the same day the Times Manila man cornered him also and stamped him as, irrefutably, O'Neill. He was nervous and trembly, reported the Times and quoted O'Neill as saying that since the tropics were no good for him he was proceeding to Europe for complete rest. The New York Herald Tribune was moved, on December 22, to include an editorial about the shenanigans in Shanghai and Manila. One sympathized with Eugene O'Neill the other day when reports came that he had fled all the way to Shanghai to find solitude and had not found it. He has fled now to parts unknown in the hope still of finding it. Everyone knows, how the integrity of one's own spirit is corrupted by an environment in which gossip and rumor confuse one's own being or entangle it needlessly with the confusions of other people. Lawrence Langner, anxious about O'Neill's health and about tabloid speculations over his death and kidnapping, had cabled him at Shanghai, and the cable caught up with O'Neill when the Koblenz touched at Hong Kong. O'Neill answered on December 24 from Singapore. "Feel well now. Much idiotic publicity Shanghai, Manila. My discovery, disappearance, kidnapped, bandits, death, etc. Merry Christmas to all." Arthur McGinley, too, had sent an anxious cable and received the following reply: "News of my death premature. Now I'm in a class with Mark Twain." O'Neill and Carlotta were back in France by late January, 1929. They rented another house, the Villa Les Mimosas in Cap d'Ale. At last O'Neill could settle down to write again. Despite the unpleasantness of the final weeks of his voyage and the curtailment of his round-the-world trip, he seemed determined to count the journey a success, or at least to convey the impression to his friends that it had been a success. He tried to suppress the drinking episode, discussing his illness with all his friends but omitting to mention his lapse from sobriety. Had a wonderful trip east and got a lot out of it in spite of snooping reporters and severe illness, O'Neill informed Horace Liveright on January 29. In a later letter to Liveright and in almost identical letters to Nathan, de Caceres, and Comroff, he was more expansive: "I feel as if a million impressions had been jammed into my brain, and that they weren't half digested yet, and it would be some time before they would be. But I couldn't work out there." At Cap d'Ale, O'Neill tried to begin work on a play, but he had difficulty deciding which of several projects to go ahead with: See Mother's Son, or the second play in the Dynamo trilogy, or a new play on the Electra theme. His precise reasons for dropping See Mother's Son as he then conceived it may never be known, but it was the reaction to the production of Dynamo in New York that finally helped him decide to abandon the other two plays of the projected trilogy. Dynamo opened at the Martin Beck on February 8. "Wish I could be with you," O'Neill cabled the Guild's Teresa Hilburn, "but domestic deadlock unchanged and will never return States until Carlotta and I are married." Philip Moeller directed, and Dudley Diggs, Helen Westley, and Glenn Anders were among the members of the cast. According to Lawrence Langner, it was diffused in effect, and the meaning was difficult for the audience to understand. "We greatly missed Jean at rehearsals for clarification and cutting, and had to do the best we could." Lee Simonson had taken great pains to follow O'Neill's suggestions for the physical production, and after the play failed, he wrote in his book The Stage is Set: "A designer is more truly creative when he fails with the poet, as I did with O'Neill in Dynamo, than when he succeeds with the playwright who is nothing more than an observer. I have never shared more directly the excitement, the adventure, and the power of the modern theater than in following the trail of O'Neill's mind from a powerhouse on a Connecticut river to the play that it inspired." As for the critics, at least one of them voiced a positive opinion. Writing on the most essential theme of modern life, Mr. O'Neill has strength and breadth, and a lashing, poetic fury, said Brooks Atkinson. Percy Hammond was several degrees less favorable: "Mr. O'Neill makes Dynamo an astonishing play. It is sometimes ludicrous, frequently raving, often encumbered with laborious interludisms, and generally an entertainment for the rarer playgoer." On The Sun, replacing Gilbert Gabriel, Richard Lockridge took an even less charitable view when he wrote that the play mirrors not only the obscurities of its theme, but further and perhaps more lamentably, the uncertainty with which its author has formulated his own thoughts in regard to it. St. John Irvine, who had been summoned to the World from London to replace Alexander Woolcott after the latter's resignation, was the hardest of all on the play. Each new piece that Mr. O'Neill produces leaves the poet in him more attenuated than before. In a little while, unless a miracle is performed, the poet will perish. Mainly he prefers to be sour and incoherent and extraordinarily dismal. Must Mr. O'Neill forget that he was once a poet? Is he obliged to go on with this Greenwich Village sentimental cynicism? His pathetic efforts to be an intellectual and to think deeply about man's destiny have so far landed him only in a bog in which he flounders helplessly and oftentimes ludicrously. Robert Benchley, on The New Yorker, disliked Dynamo very much indeed, and one of the magazine's contributors, Arthur Guiterman, was inspired to submit a 4-line poem, Eeny, Meeny Miny / I have been to Dynamo / all except the girl in red / it was worse'n what you said. The girl in red was Claudette Colbert, who played the role of the seductive flapper, Ada Fife, and whose legs attracted considerable attention. The critics were in almost unanimous agreement about her charms and talent, but O'Neill believed that her legs had distracted audiences from concentrating on the deeper meaning of the play. Henceforth, O'Neill later told Nathan, I myself cast not only actresses, but legs. It was obvious, within a week or two after its opening, that Dynamo was doomed to failure. O'Neill continued to defend it for a while, but his defense grew weaker and weaker. Perhaps when you saw Dynamo on the stage, he wrote to Nathan a few days after the opening, you got a new light on it. I hope so. In rereading it lately it seemed so essentially a thing that must be seen and heard in a theater in order to appreciate its true value. It also seemed badly in need of cutting. And a week after the opening he wrote to Live Right. I know that the majority of the notices were antagonistic, but this is what I have always expected about the same break in the press that I got on Brown and Desire. Everyone seems to think now that these two plays got a very good press, but the facts are that the majority vote was against them, very much so. And I knew what to expect, or rather I didn't give enough of a damn even to give it a thought when tackling a subject that was bound to rub so many folk the wrong way. We'll wait and see what the 30,000 Guild subscribers will have to say about it. Theirs is the verdict of on or off, at least. To Madden, on February 28, he confided. The notices of Dynamo did not seem so disappointing to me, considering the nature of the play. As you know from experience, there has always been this division of opinion about my plays and always will be, I hope, for it is a sign of real life and guts. Strange Interlude was a miraculous exception which won't happen again. To De Caceres, on March 12, O'Neill confessed that he felt very guilty toward the play because he had let it out of his hands much too soon before he had a chance to get the right perspective on it. Also, I had no right to let it go without being there, no matter how good the Guild performance seemed. No one knows what I see in my stuff during rehearsals, or the changes I suggest or veto, because I have never been given any credit for it, but believe me, no play of mine ever failed to gain immeasurably from my being around. Without handing myself any bouquets, I think I've a better theatrical eye and ear than most in the game. I have your letter written after you read the play and you call it a masterpiece up to the third act. And you know as well as I do that every play that reads well ought to act well, unless it's a purely literary play and therefore not really a play. This is a truism as axiomatic as the stupidity of Heywood Broun. A little later O'Neill backed down somewhat. Well, I guess you're right, he admitted to De Caceres. I've been sweating over the proofs of Dynamo and getting more and more dissatisfied. Alter the play had closed, O'Neill told Langner he was resigned to its failure. I blundered horribly in shooting off my mouth about a trilogy and the meaning of it, he said. I didn't mean what is usually meant by trilogy, of course, and I didn't mean message, solution or anything definite. But it gave them all a clue as to how they should misinterpret and, as they were gunning for my next play, they seized on it eagerly. My own fault, though. When I read it over after settling here too late I was appalled by its raggedness and, in the third part, vagueness and complicatedness. It was in no shape for production. As late as May, 1929, O'Neill told a friend. Dynamo doesn't count. It was written at a time when I shouldn't have written anything. The whole was hounding me by every mail. I had to drive it out of my head each day before I could write. I was in a continual inward state of bitter fury and resentment. I drove myself to write because I felt it was time I turned out another play. Of course, I was blind to this at the time. I made every fool mistake possible in the Dynamo affair. My brains were woolly with hatred. By July he had turned almost full circle and he informed Crutch. I wish I'd never written it, really, and yet I feel it has its justified place in my work's development. A puzzle. What disappoints me in it is that it marks a standing still, if not a backward move. It wasn't worth my writing, and so it never called forth my best. But a good lesson for me. Henceforth, unless I've got a theme that demands I step a rung higher to do it, I'm going to mark time and play the country gent until such a theme comes. And, finally, to Moeller he declared, I've had plenty of flops before without it bothering me a whit. This time I flopped in my own eyes, and I still kick myself now and then at the thought. Maybe it's good medicine at that. Here's to the next. Still unsettled about a new project and the state of his domestic future, O'Neill continued to complain to his friends about Agnes and her delaying tactics until well into the spring of 1929. The nasty weather that greeted his return to the south of France did not help his frame of mind. It was cold and snowy during February, and O'Neill looked longingly at the Mediterranean under his window, praying for bathing weather. At length he received word that Agnes had met with his lawyer, consented to sign a formal separation agreement, and planned to leave for Reno. When that is gone through, we'll be able to have a little peace, O'Neill wrote to Nathan on February 14. We've sure earned it. The waiting, he now revealed, was no longer caused by financial quarrels. The money end of it had already been settled. The delay, he told Nathan, was based on Agnes' initial reluctance to accept a proviso, stipulating that she should write no articles about O'Neill or about their married life. If he and Carlotta, he added, did not have to worry about protecting children from scandal, it would be easy to come out into the open and tell everyone to learn to like it or go to hell. The whole thing, he said, had been a hard test of his and Carlotta's relationship and had done a lot for them, for which they were both grateful. 2 days later, New York newspapers carried the announcement that the Eugene O'Neills had agreed to separate. The American gave prominent space to the story. Some of the facts were slightly awry. Mrs. Agnes Bolton O'Neill, the story said, has accepted the terms of a separation agreement with her husband, by which each agrees to live as though unmarried. Lender a separate gentleman's agreement, not included in the formal contract. She will sue for divorce in Reno, Italy, or Mexico. Simultaneously with Mrs. O'Neill's acceptance of the agreement, there came word from the Orient, where O'Neill was last reported, that the friendship of the playwright and Carlotta Monterey, actress, was near an end. The brunette stage beauty is planning to return to this country soon, according to a friend of Mrs. O'Neill. It was learned yesterday that efforts by O'Neill and his lawyer, Harry Weinberger, to compel her to continue the use of Agnes Bolton as her pen name were unsuccessful. Mrs. O'Neill covenants, however, not to exploit her marital relations with O'Neill either in interviews, memoirs, or autobiography. The American also reported that in a letter O'Neill wrote he advised his wife she never would amount to a damn so long as you depend on me. He closed with the admonition, get to work. The newspaper added that the agreement would be sent by Weinberger to O'Neill for his signature within a day or two. The document duly reached O'Neill in France, and he signed and returned it. But Agnes had still not left for Reno as late as March 12. When will I return? O'Neill asked de Caceres on that date. Ask my wife? As soon as she deigns to grant me my liberty and I can marry again. Ask Bio to try concentrating on my hand. I will hold it out and imagine her looking at it at 11:30 p.m. on April 1 st. That will be 6:30 p.m. in New York. Are you set? I want to know when that piece is coming she promised me. Believe me, I can do with it. The tension of their situation had caused an argument between O'Neill and Carlotta, almost as bitter as the one in Shanghai. Again filled with remorse, O'Neill wrote her a long and anguished apology. I am drowned in despair that dissension should have again sprung up between us. And I am so bewildered by this ugly and mad thing, so appalled by its utter insanity, that I feel lost, defeated, and done for. Why? Why? Why, in God's name? I love you. With all my soul and body I love you with all the strength of my spirit. There is nothing I would not do to make you happy, and I have tried so hard to do so. I love you. I love you. You are my life and everything. And you love me. And everything else is a lie. And we are such goddamned fools to torture each other so over the other things that have no meaning. O'Neill had been in deadly earnest about his petition to Bio de Caceres. A few days after patching up his quarrel with Carlotta, he wrote to de Caceres again. Tell Bio I yearn to know her reactions on Aprilist. I'll be terribly interested to hear about it. On April I, at the specified hour, Mrs. de Caceres concentrated. It came to her that July was the month when O'Neill's problems would be solved and he would find peace. She wrote O'Neill at once, telling him what she had learned and advising him to curb his impatience. For the next 3 months she waited eagerly for news from O'Neill and watched the papers for word of the divorce proceedings. O'Neill answered Mrs. de Caceres on May 10. Your letter with its benign prophecy was most welcome and helped much to encourage me, and it seems to me, in the light of the gradual clearing up of my domestic embroilment, and the plans I have made for my future, that you will just about hit the facts on the head as to time and the relief and peace that will then be mine. You will remember you said that last night that not until I was 41 would the new era begin. He added that he thought it would be at least then before all his affairs were smoothed out for keeps and my inner self freed from the dead, consciously alive in the new, liberated and reborn. O'Neill had been so much encouraged by Bio de Caceres' prediction that he began looking, with Carlotta, for a permanent residence. They had decided to stay in Europe for the next few years instead of going, as they had once planned, to California. During April they house hunted in Touraine, and by May they had found what they wanted, nothing less than a 45-room chateau, called Les Plessis, at Saint-Antoine-du-Rocher. In every way it was about as far as O'Neill could get from Monte Cristo Cottage on Pequot Avenue. Neither Brook Farm nor Spithead had come anywhere near this continental grandeur. Carlotta set about making their new quarters comfortable and engaging a corps of servants to run the castle. Jean had never lived in a chateau, Carlotta later reminisced. He thought the idea of living in a chateau very cheesy and putting on airs. But I said, no, I will show you how simple chateaus are. I wanted him to see that people could live graciously and comfortably without all sorts of modern conveniences. And we rented one for 3 years. It was a lovely old place with beautiful towers and marble floors. No electric lights, no heat, everything simple. No bathroom. We had 45 rooms, so I took one bedroom and made it into a bath. And Jean saw, even though he was a rather tough Irishman, that you could really be polite and live in a charming place and you didn't have to be ridiculous. I made him very comfortable. I bought him a long bed, and it was the first time in his life he was able to sleep stretched out. I thought it was disgraceful that he'd never had a proper bed before. O'Neill blended into the chateau as graciously as Carlotta could have wished him to. He was delighted with the surrounding woods and farmland, with the livestock, and with the elegant furniture and tapestries of the rooms. He was almost equally delighted with the proprietors themselves, 3 sisters, one of whom was a vicomtesse and one a marquise. O'Neill confided to a friend that he thought the sisters were really quite pleased to have a writer for a tenant. They had all gone out and bought copies of Strange Interlude and, as O'Neill liked to remark, had survived it without turning a hair, although confessing they had their own opinion of a woman like Nina. We have a really beautiful place, O'Neill wrote to Joseph Woodcrutch on June U, inviting him to visit, out of the track of tourists in real French Touraine country, with a home with all sorts of room, grand old furniture, acres and acres of farmlands and woods, privacy and nature and peace to the nth degree. I hope you are tempted by these glowing details. I admit I am extravagantly enthusiastic about it. I feel as if I'd at last come home, the sort of home I've always craved for and couldn't have achieved in RU.S, and I expect to be happy here as never before and to accomplish real work. All my turmoils are at last seeping down to bedrock and definite peace is in sight. Already an ardent Francophile, he added that his new home was about 10 kilometers from Tours. He thought he would not return to the United States for years. And, As another signpost on the new road he was traveling, he cautioned Crutch to keep his address confidential, because there are so many people I don't want to see and they are always the ones who drop in without ceremony. In New York, Bio de Caceres was still anxiously watching the newspapers every day, hoping that her prediction of happiness for O'Neill in July would come true. On July 2 she was rewarded with newspaper stories from Reno announcing that Agnes O'Neill had filed suit for divorce the day before. The formal charge was desertion. According to several New York newspapers, Agnes, in her complaint, alleged that her husband had deserted her and had continued to remain away from her against her wishes and without her consent. The agreement reached between O'Neill and Agnes stipulated that she was to receive 1/3 of his net income unless it exceeded $10,000 a year and that O'Neill would pay $2,400 a year for the support of Shane and Una until they became of age or married. The Ridgefield house had finally been sold and Spithead was given outright to Agnes. Control and custody of the children was to be shared equally by both parents. A clause in the agreement provided that Agnes should endeavor to keep out of the press and refrain from discussing her former married life for publication. The divorce was granted the next day, after a 15-minute hearing behind the closed doors of the judge's chamber. Mrs. de Caceres breathed a partial sigh of relief and continued to await word that O'Neill and Carlotta were married. Agnes returned to her home in West Point Pleasant, where she had left 4-year-old Una in charge of an aunt and Gaga. Despite her distress at the callous way in which O'Neill had walked out on Shane and her worry over his emotional state at being abandoned by his father, Agnes had sent Shane to a boarding school in Lenox, Massachusetts, in the fall of 1928, 6 months before she left for Reno, not yet 9, with a shy, almost morbidly sensitive nature. Shane had apparently been given no explanation of the actual state of affairs that existed between his parents. He was learning some harsh facts of life in much the same way that O'Neill himself had learned them, and just as O'Neill's older son Eugene had learned them. Returning home to West Point Pleasant for the summer vacation, Shane found little to reassure him. Gaga, who had raised him from infancy and whom he adored, had died in his absence and Agnes was still in Reno. Soon after Agnes returned she incurred some unpleasant publicity that may have added to Shane's bewilderment and uneasiness. An Albany newspaperman she had met recently, named James Delaney, was arrested in nearby Toms River, for drunken driving. The story was reported in the New York newspapers. Mrs. O'Neill intercedes, saves man from going to jail after crash in her car. Read the headline over the Times account. J. Delaney of Albany, a newspaperman, escaped serving a 30-day sentence in jail following his conviction for reckless driving and driving while intoxicated when Mrs. Agnes O'Neill, divorced wife of Eugene O'Neill, playwright, yesterday paid his fine. Delaney was arrested by state troopers after he had struck 3 autos in Point Pleasant while driving Mrs. O'Neill's car. Arraigned before Justice of the Peace Bennett, he was fined $451 on the 2 charges and, not having the money, was sentenced to jail. His release was obtained by Mrs. O'Neill, who paid the fine and promised to pay for the damages to the 3 cars. Since her divorce Mrs. O'Neill has been living in Point Pleasant. She said Delaney was on his way to get ginger ale for a party. Agnes continued to be loyal to Delaney for some years, and a number of her friends, who respected her devotion to him, have sympathetically recalled the difficulties inherent in her situation. She couldn't marry him, although they loved each other, Sarah Ullman has said. She had to have the alimony. Her kids loved him. He would pal around with Shane and take him fishing. He was a very charming man. That Delaney returned Agnes' devotion has been attested to by another friend, Elizabeth Murray, herself a resident of West Point Pleasant. Jimmy told me once that Agnes was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, Mrs. Murray said. I remember once, when I was visiting Agnes in the evening, Una, who was then about 7, called down from upstairs, Jimmy, kiss mother good night for me. 2 days after the announcement of Agnes' divorce, the New York tabloids began speculating about when O'Neill would marry Carlotta. One of the newspapers announced, with an air of significance, that Carlotta's former husband, Ralph Barton, was seeking a divorce from his fourth wife, whom he had married shortly after Carlotta divorced him. The tangled matrimonial arrangements involving O'Neill, Carlotta, and Barton continued to provide the tabloids with a source of gossip. Between the pair of intellectuals, said one newspaper, there are already 5 divorces. It proceeded to list Barton's 3 ex-wives and O'Neill's 2, but somehow overlooked Carlotta's 3 ex-husbands. Another newspaper soon amended this oversight, throwing in the thrice-divorced Hendrik van Loon, and making a full-page, illustrated story out of what it called the dizzy matrimonial merry-go-round of the literary lions. If these people, philosophers, seers, men apart, cannot manage their domestic affairs on a sound and permanent basis, what hope is there for the ordinary bewildered citizen? Asked the article plaintively. O'Neill and Carlotta were married on Monday afternoon, July 22, 1929, in Paris. It was nearly a year and a half since they had left New York together. They exchanged wedding rings, thin gold bands both bearing engraved quotations from Lazarus Laughed. The ring O'Neill gave Carlotta was inscribed, "I am your laughter." The one Carlotta gave O'Neill was inscribed, "And you are mine." It was a little over 11 years since O'Neill had written to a friend, on his marriage to Agnes, "It's hard to describe the wedding of 2 serious children made out of it, but it was startlingly impressive. The meaning behind the lines got across with a punch to both of us." This time there was no minister, but O'Neill was equally ready to be stirred. The French civil ceremony proved to be quite impressive. "We liked it, felt it meant something not like our Buvay dog license variety in the ILS," he wrote to Langner. He had already cabled Langner the day after the wedding to announce the grand news. He also cabled Saxe Cummins, who, with his wife, Dorothy, had recently visited him and Carlotta. It was Cummins who brought the news to Bio de Caceres. She was enormously relieved that her deadline had been met. "Saxe," she said, who did not much care for climbing the 4 flights up to our apartment, felt it important enough to deliver the news in person on the morning of July 23. "I think the peace that Bio promised me is due to set in," O'Neill wrote to de Caceres 4 days after the wedding. And Carlotta, soon after, wrote to Teresa Hilburn, "We feel we have earned our happiness." O'Neill authorized Weinberger to release the story of the marriage to the press, and the New York newspapers carried it on July 24. O'Neill also cabled Ben Pinchot permission to release a portrait for which he and Carlotta had sat before leaving for Europe. It was used in the next issue of Vanity Fair and subsequently reprinted in newspapers throughout the world. In this photograph O'Neill looks handsome and distinguished. He wears a meticulously fitted dark suit, white shirt, and wide, striped tie. He gazes directly at the camera, with a suggestion of a smile at the corners of his mouth, his eyes speculative, his hair, touched with silver, in a thick wave over his right temple, his dark mustache immaculately trimmed. Carlotta, stunningly beautiful, looks at O'Neill rather than at the camera. Her thick, dark hair is brushed sleekly back, her neck is arched and her chin tilted upward, as she regards her husband with serene adoration. Between them Carlotta and O'Neill had begun creating a legend about the handsome, romantic, remote, chateau-dwelling O'Neill, secluded in work and in love. For the next 26 years of O'Neill's life Carlotta devoted herself to protecting her husband's seclusion and perpetuating the legend. Lee. Oh, for a language to write drama in. For a speech that is dramatic and isn't just conversation. I'm so straitjacketed by writing in terms of talk. I'm so fed up with the Dodge question of dialect. But where to find that language? O'Neill uttered this cry in a letter to Joseph Wood Crutch when he began outlining his trilogy, Morning Becomes Electra. His words conveyed his artistic frustration and sense of inadequacy in tackling the most ambitious project of his career. He had started work on Morning Becomes Electra soon after his marriage, and referred to it, always, as Carlotta's play. I gave him a lovely home to write it in, Carlotta later explained, where things were always right. I lived to make a home for him where he could work. He had never had that before. The play became Carlotta's favorite of all her husband's works. I feel so strongly personally about it, she said. We went through such a horrible time with it. Jean used to want to tear it up. When he finally finished it, he felt he never wanted to write another play. O'Neill once said it was the play from which he received the most personal satisfaction. Certainly it was the highest expression of his art, with the possible exception of Desire Under the Elms, since he had begun writing. The idea for Electra had been brewing in his mind for several years, but a combination of factors influenced his decision to shelve other half-formed projects in favor of Electra at this particular time. First of all, his conception of the Electra theme fitted in with the current trends of his emotional life. Passion, frustration, guilt, mourning and retribution were themes he felt he could handle on the grand scale, having recently elevated himself to the heights of a grand passion. Ellis' decision was also prompted by his newly professed indifference to speedy Broadway production. He knew he was tackling something very big and very difficult, a job that might take several years to complete. He determined to take all the time he needed and let the Broadway show shop fend without him. In addition, the fact that Eugene Jr. was now distinguishing himself as a Greek scholar at Yale helped in a minor way to influence O'Neill's decision to attempt a classical trilogy. At this point O'Neill was almost pathetically anxious to solidify his relationship with his older son, whose scholarship he admired. Electra, O'Neill vaguely believed, would give them a strong bond of intellectual interest. Although O'Neill made numerous preliminary notes for the trilogy during the summer following his marriage, he postponed the real spade work until fall. The summer tourist season, he knew, would bring many of his friends abroad. He had, in fact, issued a number of invitations and would prevent his getting down to serious writing. O'Neill had been beguiled by the possibility of a modern conception of the Electra legend since the spring of 1926, when he had tried to persuade McGowan to produce the Hugo von Hofmannsthal version. He thought it the only modern verse play that was both truly poetic and truly dramatic. During this period O'Neill had done some research into Greek language and history. I'm going in very heavily these days for the study of religion along certain definite lines I have mapped out as a sort of large background for certain work in the future I have in mind, he had informed Komroff at the time. I am also starting to study ancient Greek, which I never took at college or prep. If in 3 or 4 years I'm able to read Greek tragedy in the original and annoy at the sound as well as the meaning, I'll have made a grand refuge for my soul to dive deeply and coolly into at moments when modern life and drama become too damn humid and shallow to be borne. That same spring he began making entries in an exhaustive work diary that was to record, over a period of 5 years, the fascinating progression of Morning Becomes Electra. In an entry dated spring, 1926, he indicated his interest in creating a modern psychological drama rooted in Greek legend. He weighed the relative advantages of updating the Electra or the Medea tragedy, but wondered if it was possible to get modern psychological approximation of the Greek sense of fate into such a play, which an intelligent audience of today, possessed of no belief in gods or supernatural retribution, could accept and be moved by. Aboard ship bound for Shanghai in October, 1928, he decided that the Electra legend best suited his purpose. A month later, his artistic intuition told him to discard the legendary ending of the Electra saga and to substitute a tragic ending worthy of character. Why should the Furies have allowed Electra to escape unpunished, he asked himself rhetorically. Returned to France, O'Neill began making more frequent and longer entries in his diary. He decided to set his modern Greek tragedy in a small New England coastal town at the close of the Civil War. His Agamemnon would be a brigadier general in Grant's army and the play would begin on the day of Lee's surrender. The play's family would live in a neo-Greek house of the type popular in the early part of the 19th century. This fits in well and absolutely justifiable, O'Neill noted, adding that a New England background was best possible dramatically for Greek plot of crime and retribution, chain of fate, Puritan conviction of man born to sin and punishment. He would use only Orestes and Electra among his New England Agamemnon's children, not bothering to invent modern equivalents for Iphigenia and Chrysothemis, and he would further depart from the Greek legend by explaining Clytemnestra's hatred of her husband in terms of sexual frustration, Puritan sense of guilt turning love to lust, wrote O'Neill. The modern Electra was fated always to be her mother's rival in love, and always to be defeated. As O'Neill carefully went on to note, Electra adores father, devoted to brother, hates mother. Orestes adores mother, devoted to sister, hates his father. Agamemnon, frustrated in love for Clytemnestra, adores daughter, Electra, who resembles her, hates and is jealous of his son. Orestes etc. Work out the symbol of family resemblances and identification. Still further use masks. In May of 1929 O'Neill began searching for suitable New England names for his characters. He wanted to retain the suggestion of the Greek names if he could manage it without being obvious. For Agamemnon he thought of Asa, or Ezra Manon; for Clytemnestra, Christine; for Orestes, Oren; for Electra, he hesitated over Eleanor, Ellen, and Elsa, and finally settled on an approximation of Homer's Laodica Lavinia. He then selected and explained his title. Mourning becomes Electra, that is, in old sense of the word it befits it becomes Electra to mourn also, in usual sense, mourning is becoming to her, it is the only color that becomes her destiny. He also decided to follow the Greek form structurally and write his play as a trilogy. The first play would deal with Agamemnon's homecoming and murder, the second with Electra's revenge, and the third with the retribution that would overtake Electra and Orestes. When O'Neill had reached this point in his preliminary outline, he paused to take stock of his artistic philosophy, past and future. He made up his mind that he was not going to let anything but his own creative tempo determine his output. Reflecting that he had written 18 long plays during the past 11 years, he concluded it was too much that he had often forced the plays just to keep himself occupied. He felt that now he would be content to rest and relax in the periods between creation. America has had a bellyful of my stuff for a while, he told friends. He elaborated on some of these ideas to Eleanor Fitzgerald that May. My interest in the production steadily decreases as my interest in plays as written increases. They always, with the exceptions you know, fall so far below or beside my intent that I am a bit weary and disillusioned with scenery and actors and the whole uninspired works of the show shop. Believe me, as far as production is concerned, I sigh for the old Provincetown days, the old crowd and zest. As it is, I think I will wind up writing plays to be published with no productions allowed in red letters on the Erst page. For when I think of that dreary ordeal of disillusionment and compromise called rehearsals, with the best end in sight a competent production, I sure turn sick. Too much travail of blood and spirit went into the writing of his plays for him to expose them to what he knew was an unfair test, he said. He added that he was deadly ill with being a public personage and that he was planning his life ahead so that he could go back to his old private life of unpestered artist, even if it meant holding back plays from production and publication until he was forgotten. I've learned a lesson, he said. 40 is the right age to begin to learn, and I think my new work is going to show more poise, more patience with itself to reach at perfection, more critical analysis of itself and contemplation, more time given it for gestation and genuine birth, more pains. It's time I achieved a more mature outlook as an artist, and now I know I have. Perhaps, O'Neill speculated, it had required a complete upheaval of his life for him to attain this new attitude. I've everything to back me up now, love of the kind I've always wanted, security and peace, he said, adding that he was looking forward to years of undisturbed, difficult work and a joy of living he had never known before, to give him strength and patience for his work. He had, at last, found a sustained plan of life in which living would collaborate with writing instead of always being an obstacle to be overcome and beaten under by writing. On June 20, at Le Plessis, O'Neill noted in his diary that he had finished the scenario of the first play of the trilogy, Homecoming. On July 11 his diary entry indicated that he had finished the scenario of the second play in the trilogy. He had entitled it The Hunted. He wistfully recorded the difficulty he had had in plotting his crimes so that his criminals could escape detection. Still, he wrote, even history of comparatively recent crimes shows rural authorities easily hoodwinked. Poisoning of Manon in Homecoming would probably never be suspected even in New England town of today, let alone 1865. Toward the end of July, overwhelmed by the scope and grandeur of the job he was attempting, and convinced that he alone among contemporary dramatists had the guts to shoot at something big and risk failure, O'Neill advised Crutch that his new play was an idea and dramatic conception that has the possibilities of being the biggest thing modern drama has attempted, by far the biggest. One would have to go back to the Greeks and Elizabethans to find anything comparable, he said, but added, I don't promise by a long shot that after it gets ground down by my inadequacies it will prove any such lofty stature, but at least this time I'll have the satisfaction of knowing I failed at something big, and thus be a success in my own spiritual eyes. If I fail, I have hopes, damn it. In August O'Neill completed the scenario for the third play of the trilogy, The Haunted. Have given Yankee Electra tragic worthy of her and Orestes, too, he noted. He then set aside the project for a month and allowed it to simmer in his unconscious. There was much he wanted to think about before he began on the actual dialogue. It is going to be difficult, this, he confessed to Nathan on August 31st. It would be so easy to do well. The story would see to that, and that's the danger I want to avoid. It has got to have an exceptional quality to lift it above its easy possibilities and make it worthy in some sense of its classic antecedents, or it will be a rank flop in my eyes no matter what others may think of it. So I'm going to do a lot more of tentative feeling out and testing before I start. He was waiting, he said, until he saw many uninterrupted months ahead of him. There had been visitors, trips to Paris to the dentist, and other distractions breaking in, and he would have to return to Paris for a long session with the dentist in September. So won't be on my way until October, he said. But I grow more and more enthused by this idea. It keeps growing richer, and I don't grudge the delay because I know it is moving. No matter how hard he tried to isolate himself, O'Neill seemed unable to avoid being a storm center. If he was not the subject of a domestic scandal or the object of an international search, his work was incurring the wrath of censors on Broadway or being banned in Boston. Now, in the midst of his splendid European seclusion, he became the victim of a widely publicized lawsuit. Fresh from battles with lovers over the separation and divorce, he was plunged into an aggravating court case involving an alleged plagiarism. Strange Interlude was in the second year of its run at the John Golden Theatre, and road companies had already been launched on successful tours, when, on May 27, 1929, a woman using the pen name of Georges Louis, instituted a suit in federal court charging O'Neill with having stolen his play from her 1924 novel, The Temple of Pallas Athene. Miss Louise wanted $1.25 CQ in damages and an injunction against the play as both acted and published. Claiming that she had submitted her book to the Theatre Guild and to Horace Liveright Incorporated, prior to the production of Strange Interlude, she brought her charges against the Guild and Liveright, as well as O'Neill. Copies of Strange Interlude and The Temple of Pallas Athene were filed with the complaint. Many points of alleged similarity were marked by Miss Louise, who prepared a page-by-page comparison in which she pointed out similar lines, ideas, situations, and characters. The heroines marry young men from insane families, sacrifice themselves and remain married to their husbands. Boys are born in each case and the heroines fall in love with the fathers. The boys grow up handsome, tall, and athletic, and fall in love with beautiful young women. The mothers show jealousy of their prospective daughters-in-law. In both stories the name of the doctor ends in L. She's crazy, but she's crazy like a fox. $1 million worth of publicity for nothing. And I lose no matter how I win. It's a grand law that permits such stunts to get by. By God, I'd like to get the hussy somewhere and make an example out of her. This plagiarism stuff, where playwrights are concerned, has ceased to be a jest. And to Stark Young, on June 20, he fumed. I've had about as much of a certain kind of success in Interlude as could be hoped for. You might add, as much as my stomach can stand. What a success! This plagiarism suit is the fitting final note of cheapness to wind up the whole affair. Still, I'd be a liar if I said the money wasn't welcome, even though I feel the play earned it under the false pretenses of a ballyhooed freak. but money was threatening to become something of a problem. Because of the pending lawsuit, a movie company which had been on the point of buying Strange Interlude temporarily withdrew its offer. O'Neill asked Comroff to look for books utilizing similar themes, to prove that it was a theme in the public domain. And during July and August he tried to raise some cash, quite a lot of cash, in fact by offering a set of his original manuscripts for sale to an avid collector. O'Neill did not undervalue himself. The price he put on this potential collector's item was $100,000. The collector did not want to pay more than $50,000, and the deal fell through. In early August, T.R. Smith, one of the officers of the Live-Right firm, forwarded to O'Neill an agent's inquiry about the possibility of acquiring the original manuscript of Strange Interlude. O'Neill advised Smith that he did not want to break up his set of original manuscripts unless the price offered for Strange Interlude were particularly tempting. He was holding on to the lot pending a gigantic offer from some frenzied collector which hasn't materialized, he said, adding that he was anxious to sell the collection while he was still young enough to appreciate the value of money and that his price was as high as the traffic would stand. O'Neill was not, ultimately, able to dispose of his scripts en masse. Within a couple of months such collectors as once might have been willing to pay the price were busy trying to collect what funds they could salvage from a collapsed stock market. The autumn of 1929 was not the ideal time to offer luxury items for sale. Despite his financial worries, it never occurred to O'Neill to curb his style of living. He clung to his chateau and began entertaining a series of guests, quietly but luxuriously. Among the first to receive the hospitality of the castle were George Jean Nathan and Lillian Gish. "I had been with many married people," Miss Gish later said, "but I had never seen a man and woman so passionately in love. They didn't seem to need anything outside of each other, they didn't need anyone except each other." Carlotta gave Jean everything she could think of to bring a smile to his face. She wanted everything that touched him to look beautiful, everything around him, including herself. She was his wife, mother, housekeeper, secretary, nurse, mistress, companion, and almost his tailor. If there was a tray to be brought to him, Carlotta brought it. She had a great sense of beauty. "We often used to dress for dinner at Les Plessis. There was never anything casual." Nathan's report on the O'Neills, which he later published in Cosmopolitan, revolved about one of his friend's hobbies, reflecting happy New London memories of John Dolan and his democratic pigs. When Jean was living in a French chateau, Nathan wrote, a neighboring chateau was occupied by the recently married Duke of Windsor. To maintain, as he said, the aristocratic atmosphere of the neighborhood, O'Neill raised a litter of pigs in his backyard and bestowed upon them such names as the Duc de Haute-Sauterne, Jean-Louis Hohenzollern, and Fifi d'Arc. His wife wasn't greatly fetched by the general idea, but always eager to please her husband she refrained from offering any open criticism, particularly at table when pork chops were being served. Nathan was also amused by O'Neill's work habits. At Les Plessis, he sat in a huge chair that had been ordered from England. It resembled a barber's chair, with built-in shelves for reference books and a board on which O'Neill could rest his pad. Nathan's visit commemorated a milestone in his friendship with O'Neill. For O'Neill, finally, began addressing him as George, instead of Nathan. "O'Neill is very slow in making friends," Nathan wrote. "He tests a potential friendship much after the technique of a fisherman, trying out various personal and metaphysical lines, flies and worms to determine what kind of fish the stranger is. Once he has made a friend for himself, that man remains a friend, in his eyes, until hell freezes." In August, not long after Nathan's departure, O'Neill welcomed Eugene Jr. to Les Plessis. Eugene was now 19 and, as his father remarked with pride, had grown to a strapping 6 feet 2 inches and weighed 180 pounds. O'Neill had recently financed a tour of Germany for his son. "He isn't the usual college youth from Yale and yet he has enough of that about him to be no intellectual young prig," O'Neill reported to Nathan. "A fine youth, truly. I am proud of him and I think he is of me, and our relationship is naturally brotherish with none of the forced pal father-son bunk in it. When I survey his merits and think of the rotten mess of a life I was at his age, I have no fatherly superiority assumptions, believe me. Carlotta likes him and he likes her, and I'm sure he feels more at home with us than he ever did when with me in the past. Eugene Jr. gave as glowing an account of his visit as his father could have wished. He reported to his friend Frank Mever that Carlotta had accepted him warmly and that he was having a wonderful time at Les Plessis. To his mother he sent 2 charming snapshots of himself and his father, whom he strongly resembled. Both photographs showed father and son seated near the front entrance of the chateau, clad in bathrobes and swimsuits. O'Neill's robe was a gaudy, flowered one and Eugene's a conservative, striped one. In one photograph they were both scowling into the sun. Eugene, the classical scholar, scribbled on the back, "I and pater familias. We are really not as mad as we look." Karl van Vechten and his wife, Fania Marinoff, also were visitors at Les Plessis. Miss Marinoff T., who was an actress, had known Carlotta before her marriage to Ralph Barton. At times, she later said, Carlotta and I were as close as 2 sisters. Then, for unknown reasons, Carlotta would not write or see me for long periods. But eventually WC would take up our friendship again where we had left off. Carlotta was an extraordinary woman. She went beyond the wifely duties for O'Neill. She did everything for him, was even his typist. She did nothing by halves. She was the most generous human being I've ever known. I always felt Ralph Barton had made a big mistake in letting her divorce him. Carlotta was a one-man woman. Barton himself evidently came to feel he had made a mistake. Ralph was very egotistical, Van Vechten said. He was upset when Carlotta married Jean, partly because he couldn't stand the idea of her marrying someone more celebrated than he was. He knew my wife and I were friends of the O'Neills, and whenever he saw us he would say, "Give Carlotta my love." Barton attempted to make even more overt advances to Carlotta through Lillian Gish. Miss Gish saw Barton in Paris before visiting the O'Neills, and Barton asked her to take a letter from him to Carlotta. She refused. "I told him I couldn't go to a man's house as a guest and hand his wife a love letter from another man," Miss Gish said. Ralph dramatized himself. When he was married to the French composer, for instance, he had 2 bedrooms in his house, one painted white and one painted black. The black one, he told me, was for sleeping during the daytime, because he liked to sleep in a dark room. Fania Marinoff has used the same words as Miss Gish in describing Carlotta's devotion to O'Neill. She was a wife, mistress, secretary, friend, and nurse. Carlotta herself has affirmed this view of her role. "I had to work like a dog," she said many years later in recalling her life in the chateau. "I was Jean's secretary, I was his nurse. His health was always bad. I did everything. He wrote the plays, but I did everything else. I loved it. It was a privilege to live with him, because he was mentally stimulating. My God, how many women have husbands who are very stimulating?" Jean and Carlotta were both very possessive and jealous, Miss Marinoff once observed. Neither of them needed anyone else. At Les Plessis, Carlotta would always dress up for Jean in the evening, even when they were alone. She had bought dozens of evening gowns, just for Jean. I often went shopping with her and helped her choose her clothes, because our tastes were very similar. Van Vechten had a taste for detective fiction and jazz records, 2 forms of relaxation in which O'Neill indulged at Les Plessis. Prior to his visit, Van Vechten had sent O'Neill a new detective story, which O'Neill enthusiastically acknowledged, and some records, which O'Neill referred to as some camellias. "This St. James Infirmary is right in my alley," O'Neill wrote to Van Vechten in September, 1929. "I am now memorizing the words. Do you know Mr. Armstrong? If so, give him my fraternal benediction. He is a darl." O'Neill also thanked Van Vechten for some Bessie Smith recordings, adding that it was good to have Bessie around wahooing in the peaceful French evenings. O'Neill, who worked in the mornings and spent the rest of the day relaxing and giving his unconscious a chance to operate on the problems ahead, spent many of his leisure hours walking in the woods surrounding his property and driving a fast new car that had replaced his Renault. It was a Bugatti, and he would drive it at breakneck speed up and down the countryside, where no speed limits were imposed. Jean had a marvelous time with that racer, Carlotta said. When he was very nervous and tired, he would go out in it and drive 95, even 98 miles an hour. He would come back looking 19 years old, not a wrinkle in his face, and perfectly relaxed. He took me out in it one day and they almost had to pry me out of the car when we got back. I was gone, I was so terrified. But I had encouraged him to buy the car. I encouraged him to have everything on earth he could have that he'd never had, because it was the only time he had really made money. I thought it was good for him. And it did help him. Of course, there were quarrels about, for instance, his having shoes made to order. We had an awful row about that because he said I was making him into a gigolo or something, but finally I got him there, and he ended up by having 75 pairs of shoes before we got back to America. Then I introduced him to tailors, and he got a complete wardrobe. By the time he was finished getting things, the depression came, and he was ever so pleased that he had everything he needed. He didn't have to buy a thing for years, except maybe a sports jacket. Teresa Hilburn, who, with her husband, dined at Les Plessis one evening, remembered being called for at her hotel in Tours by O'Neill. "Jean, how swank you look," was Miss Hilburn's greeting. O'Neill, she recalled, blushed. "All my life I've wanted this," he told her. Elizabeth Sargent held a less sanguine view of O'Neill's delight with this new role. Although Jean seemed pleased to have 75 pairs of shoes and a racing car, she said, and a printed menu on the table for dinner every night, I don't feel it was the best in Jean that appreciated all this. He really was an extremely simple person and, on his own, he would never have striven for those things. I don't think he was really happy in Touraine, partly because he never could be really happy except when living by the sea. Miss Sargent's view was not calculated to endear her to Carlotta, and eventually she was dropped by the O'Neills. She was one of many friends who, over the next 15 years, were gradually cut off. Nearly all of them blamed the amputative process on Carlotta. This was a natural conclusion, since before his marriage to Carlotta O'Neill had seldom refused to see anyone who took the trouble to seek him out in whatever fastness he had chosen to seclude himself, and Agnes had been too gregarious to wish to shun visitors. Carlotta, aware of O'Neill's inability to resist the importunities of friends, took upon herself the role of guardian. She saw that O'Neill needed the intervention of a kind of super-secretary, who would protect him not only from all needless interruptions to his work but also from his own inability to say no. One of the first requests O'Neill made of Carlotta after their marriage was that he never be required to answer the telephone. She complied, even though she was often accused and knew she was accused of intercepting calls to her husband. When O'Neill placed himself, with a certain sense of relief, under Carlotta's protection, she went at her job seriously and perhaps a trifle over-dramatically, for she had a dramatic nature. The Urbain Dag Hammarskjöld, who held the post of Secretary General of the United Nations from 1953 until his death in 1961, and who became a friend of Carlotta some time after her husband's death, analyzed her relationship with O'Neill in these terms. Carlotta was like an overprotective mother to a son about whom she suspects weakness. Carlotta was O'Neill's buffer. It devolved upon her to write or speak the dismissive or severing phrase, and she did not always perform her function gently. She undertook on O'Neill's behalf what Strindberg has graphically described as the labor of keeping the filth of life at a distance, a labor, many of O'Neill's friends felt, that she pursued with too much relish. Nevertheless, she did so, in almost every case, because O'Neill desired it, either actively or passively. In those cases where the cutting off was not actually instigated by O'Neill, it was usually done with his tacit consent, for both were united in the effort to preserve to the utmost O'Neill's privacy and peace of mind for work. Some of O'Neill's friends concluded that people were cut off entirely against his will. But no one who knew him well during the early years of his marriage to Carlotta would have ventured to describe him as henpecked. If he deferred, in some cases, to Carlotta's dislikes and prejudices, it was the natural deference of a husband in love. O'Neill realized that he lacked the tenacity and will to resist the time-wasting, unrewarding demands made by trivial social intercourse. He also realized that, encouraged and protected by Carlotta, he could resist. Though it was doubtless humiliating to those who were resisted, O'Neill and Carlotta declined to see people who, they believed, would waste their time, either by becoming a source of contention between them or merely by boring them. A certain amount of shifting and shaking up of old friendships was inevitable, as it usually is in the case of a couple marrying after divorce. And to this shake-up may be attributed the first wave of amputations, which included most members of the Provincetown group who had been common friends of O'Neill and Agnes. Among these were such intimate friends of O'Neill as Eleanor Fitzgerald and James Light. Several of his Greenwich Village friends, including Mary Vorse, Susan Glaspell, and Frank Shea, were told by Harry Weinberger that O'Neill had been angry because none of them had written to congratulate him on his marriage to Carlotta. Mrs. Vorse, on hearing this, promptly sent him a letter. "I wrote twice," she said, "but got no answer. I asked Susan and Frank and several others if they'd written. They all had, and none had received answers." Bessie Brewer, who also wrote to O'Neill, was answered by Carlotta. "I wrote to Jean again, and again was answered by Carlotta," Miss Brewer said. "I just gave up writing." There were also certain friends of the transitional period who, perhaps because of their too intimate knowledge of the love affair between O'Neill and Carlotta before their marriage, were dismissed after the marriage. Among these was Robert Rockmore. Norman Winston was dropped because Carlotta regarded his friendship with Agnes as disloyal. Kenneth McGowan, who had been O'Neill's closest friend over the longest period of time, was now removed from intimacy, though he still continued to sec the O'Neills occasionally. Oddly enough, and even in spite of the depression, O'Neill continued to support, though rarely to sec, such friends as Terry Carlin, Joe Smith, and Bill Clark. And he was still a soft touch for other old friends who found themselves temporarily down on their luck, such as Charles O'Brien Kennedy. Enclosed is a bit to help a bit, he wrote to Kennedy, sending a check in October, 1929. "Don't ever give it a thought until you are on Easy Street and then some again." Benjamin and Bio de Caceres and friends who were also business associates of O'Neill's, such as the Langnas, Manuel Comroff, Richard Madden and Robert Sisk, continued on cordial terms with both the O'Neills, as did Nathan, Louis Collingham and the Van Vechtens. And Sax Cummins, though he had known O'Neill since his early Greenwich Village days and throughout his marriage to Agnes, became a much closer friend after O'Neill's marriage to Carlotta. O'Neill kept up a steady correspondence with Cummins, and both he and his wife, Dorothy, were out of a job in visitors at Le Plessis. O'Neill, worried about Cummins being November, 1929, rejoiced when a son was born to him and Dorothy in the summer of 1930, and cheered when, in January of 1931, Cummins landed a job with Horace Live Right. When Comroff left the firm to devote himself to writing, Cummins became O'Neill's editor. Several people dropped out of O'Neill's life because they themselves simply did not make the effort to continue the friendship. Robert Edmund Jones, for instance, though he remained a friend in spirit, rarely saw O'Neill after his marriage. This also applied in the case of some of his old New London friends, such as Arthur McGinley. It is true that a number of people whose friendships were later terminated seemed to fall into no category except that of Carlotta's dislike, but O'Neill did not fight to keep these friends and was not devastated, as some of them believed, by losing them. In cases where O'Neill did feel a strong sense of attachment, he would not permit Carlotta's whim to govern him, but such cases were rare. For the most part O'Neill did not care enough to oppose his wife and make her unhappy. Carlotta came first, and when O'Neill yielded to her, though it may have cost him a pang, he knew he was gaining more than he gave up, in terms of peace. James Light was one of the first of the old friends to fall under the axe. That she was forcing him to abandon his friends, visited Le Plessis in 1930. One of the things Light wanted to talk or rather commiserate with O'Neill about was the final collapse of the Provincetown Playhouse toward the end of 1929, soon after the Wall Street crash. The Provincetown, dependent for so long upon the contributions of such financiers as Otto Kahn, no longer had any funds to support it. Light, out of a job, wanted O'Neill's permission to present the Emperor Jones in Germany. Light had a hint of what was in store for him even before he traveled from Paris to Turin to see O'Neill, for he had been given a somewhat grudging invitation, which did not include his wife. Jean and Carlotta and I sat down together, and Carlotta asked me, in a frigid voice, if I was in Paris to start a new branch of the Provincetown Players. She called me Mr. Light, which surprised me, considering that we'd worked together and been so friendly during the run of the Hairy Ape. I said, "No, Carlotta," and she told me to call her Mrs. O'Neill. I was stunned. Light stayed at the chateau for several days. He felt that O'Neill was withdrawn. I couldn't get to him, Light said. He didn't talk very much, and when he did talk he didn't look at me. When we walked on the grounds at Le Plessis, Carlotta always seemed to turn up. She never left Jean and me alone together the whole time I was there. Light interpreted this as spying on Carlotta's part. He thought she wanted to prevent O'Neill from confiding to him that he was unhappy. He was not asked for a second visit, and O'Neill gradually broke off the relationship, later, by dodging Light's proposals to meet when he was in New York, pleading illness, overwork, or an imminent departure from town. Walter Houston, to whom Carlotta evidently had no objection, also was among O'Neill's guests at Le Plessis. His visit took place on a winter's day, and O'Neill, bundled in a heavy overcoat, and accompanied by a liveried chauffeur driving a limousine, met Houston at the Tours station. "Let's go for a ride," O'Neill suggested to Houston later that afternoon, after he had shown him the grounds of the chateau and the swimming pool he had built on the estate the previous spring. O'Neill took the wheel of his car and promptly shot off at 90 miles an hour, Houston later reported. He said, "This is how I amuse myself." Robert Sisk, another visitor at Le Plessis, arranged in the spring of 1930 to bring a trio of newspapermen out to see O'Neill. They were John Byram, then drama editor of the New York Times, Richard Watts, Jr., then movie critic and second-string play reviewer for the Herald Tribune, and Don Skeen, the sports writer, who was a journalistic legend. O'Neill already knew and liked Watts, but Skeen was the man he was most anxious to see, for Sisk, in arranging the date, had told O'Neill that Skeen was a friend of Sparrow Robertson, the idolized sports writer of the Paris Herald. Robertson, who wrote with a happy disregard for syntax, was a Rougnonesque character for whom O'Neill had great admiration. He read his column regularly and with relish. "Why, he's the greatest writer in the world," O'Neill had once said publicly. Watts later wrote that with Skeen, O'Neill positively blossomed. He loved sports and old popular songs and stories about colorful characters, and these were Don's special fields, Watts continued. The result was an evening of gay conviviality, with songs, that was sheer delight, with O'Neill the most enchanting of hosts. Ward Morehouse was another New York journalist who visited Le Plessis. After a late evening session with O'Neill, before an open fire in the living room, Morehouse reported that O'Neill was a happy man. O'Neill told Morehouse he did not intend to live permanently in France. "Nothing like that," he said. "No nonsense such as renouncing America. There's such a thing as being sensibly patriotic. But living away from America has been a good way to get to know it, to see things that you couldn't see before." Morehouse described his departure from Le Plessis. The O'Neills were standing at the doorway. He was clad in a heavy sweater and she was trim and smart in Parisian sport clothes, when the chauffeur whirled through the driveway in Carlotta's magnificent French car. Eugene O'Neill extended his hand and grinned. "Yes," he said, "tell them we're coming back." In spite of the low wages of French servants and the style in which the O'Neills kept house, they were both irritated with what they regarded as the sharp practices of the local French with whom they had to deal. Carlotta later told Ilka Chase that she had hated keeping house in France because the tradespeople fleeced them. The day came, according to Miss Chase, when Carlotta could stand no more. And O'Neill, when he returned to America, told an acquaintance that his bills in France had always been higher than they should have been. At one point he had had to hire a French lawyer to make sure he wasn't being bilked. One of the O'Neills' most precious acquisitions in France, of which they never regretted the price nor questioned the value, was a beautiful Dalmatian called Silverdine Emblem, and nicknamed Blomie by the O'Neills. O'Neill and Carlotta, who never had a child together, regarded Blomie as their son, and, though they kept other pets from time to time, Blomie was accorded a unique position in their hearts and lives. Blomie was everything a dog should be, a comfort to his master and mistress in time of sorrow, as O'Neill later recorded, and a reason for added joy in their happiness. No dog, he said, was as well bred or as well mannered or as distinguished and handsome, and no dog could ever wear, with equal distinction, the collar, leash, overcoat, and raincoat the O'Neills had made to order for him at Hermes in Paris. Blomie acted as host at Les Plessis, Lillian Gish recalled. He would receive you at the door, go with you on a walk, follow the servant who brought in your breakfast tray. When a guest left, Blomie would throw himself on the floor with a sigh of relief, as though saying, "Thank heavens, they're gone." He behaved exactly as though he were worn out with having performed the duties of a good host. Blomie was also trained to respect his master's need for quiet. Like the servants, he went around on tiptoe when Jean was working, Carlotta said. Lee. During his 2 years abroad, while devoting grueling months of uninterrupted labor to mowing becomes Electra and keeping an eye on the progress of the strange interlude plagiarism suit at home, O'Neill also followed with keen interest the fate of various European productions of his plays. He had a good opportunity to observe at close quarters what the Europeans really thought of him as a dramatist, for his plays were being produced in London, Stockholm, Budapest, Berlin, Vienna, and Moscow. Only one major European country neglected him. "Nothing happens about my stuff in France, for which I am sorry because I love France," he told a friend in May, 1929. But considering the present-day rot of the French theatre, how could it? The following September, however, the Franco-Russian actor-producer Georges Padov presented The Hairy Ape at the Theatres des Arts. O'Neill did not see the production but, soon after, he met Padov and liked him, and through Padov he met the French dramatist Henri-René Lenain, who, with his actress wife, was invited to visit at Les Plessis. "I like Lenain immensely," O'Neill wrote to Nathan, a fine sensitive artist. Some of O'Neill's plays were critically condemned, notably the Berlin production of Strange Interlude, which starred Elizabeth Bergner. "The thing that makes me especially sick about the discussion of this production and that of The Hairy Ape in Paris," O'Neill observed at the time, "is the evident fierce animosity to Americans as artists. They are forced to see our industrialism swamping them and forcing them to bad imitation on every hand, and it poisons them. They are bound they'll die at the post rather than acknowledge an American has anything to show them in any line of culture. It's amusing and disgusting, this clinging to their last superiority out of the past." But by May, 1930, O'Neill had forgotten about the adverse reaction to some of his plays in his excitement over the Moscow Company Theatre's impending visit to Paris. The Company was scheduled to exhibit, among its repertory productions in Russian, 2 plays by O'Neill, an event their author did not want to miss. He and Carlotta made plans to go to Paris to attend the performances. He wrote with boyish pleasure to a friend in New York of his satisfaction that one of the world's most famous modern theaters, touring the capitals of Europe, selects for 2 out of the 3 straight dramas of its repertoire the works of an uncultured Yank. "I feel as if I wasn't a total loss as an American delegate at large of the arts," he added. The 2 O'Neill plays presented for 2 weeks at the Pigalle by the Company, under the direction of Alexander Terroy, were Desire Under the Elms and All God's Chillun Got Wings. O'Neill was especially struck by the production of All God's Chillun, whose title had been translated, Negro. Negro had already scored a success in Moscow, and Terroy was one of O'Neill's most ardent fans. If you were to ask me who is the most brilliant, the most important among contemporary playwrights, Terroy said, I would answer without hesitation, O'Neill. O'Neill returned the compliment. After seeing the Comerney productions, he visited the actors backstage and then sent them a note, dated June 2, 1930. Having witnessed your productions of Desire Under the Elms and All God's Chillun Got Wings, my feeling is one of amazement and most profound gratitude. Let me humbly confess that I came to the theater with secret misgivings. Not that I doubted that your presentation would be a splendid thing in itself, artistically conceived and executed. I knew the reputation of the Comerney as one of the finest theaters of Europe too well for that. But I did have an author's fear that in the difficult process of translation and transformation into another language and milieu, the inner spirit, that indefinable essential quality so dear to the creator as being for him the soul of his work, might be excusably, considering the obstacles, distorted or lost. O'Neill added that the productions rang true to the spirit of his work and were interpreted by that rarest of all gifts in actors and actresses, creative imagination. With an effusiveness he rarely displayed toward actors, he declared himself in kinship with them, assuring them that, despite the barrier of language, he felt that we had known one another a long time and were united in old and tried friendship, comradeship, by the love of the true theater. George Jean Nathan later twit O'Neill about his enthusiasm for the Terroy productions. But you don't know a word of Russian, said Nathan, how could you tell? O'Neill regarded him pityingly and answered. You should have seen the way Terroy's wife, in the role of the girl, brushed those books off the table in that scene in the last act. Nathan once wrote that O'Neill had attended the performances as Baron Rothschild's guest. Arriving in the box that had been set aside for him, Nathan reported, was cordially received by two gentlemen, both of them charming in the warmth of their manner and reception. To one of them he took, as he subsequently expressed it, an instant shine. To this one, he devoted his whole attention for the evening, listening with close and genial interest to everything he had to say, and periodically shushing aside the other, who from time to time would seek, timidly and politely, to edge in with a suggestion or passing word. As he was leaving the theater, he addressed a sotto voce query to his companion of the evening. Who is that fellow? He demanded. That's your host, Baron Rothschild, replied the other. A look of grieved concern seized O'Neill's countenance. Good God, then who are you? I, returned the other, I'm Jack Campbell, a reporter on the Paris Herald. It took O'Neill a week to recover his equanimity. That's what happens, he subsequently said to me, when I go to the theater. Along with his interest in the foreign productions of his plays, O'Neill developed an enthusiasm, while in Europe, for the recently developed talkies. For some time he had held the belief that motion pictures, even in their silent stage, promised artistic possibilities. Years earlier he had toyed with a scheme to adapt The Emperor Jones into a silent film. Soon after its release, O'Neill told an interviewer that Anna Christie, his only play that had been put on film to date, was a delightful surprise. I consider it remarkably well acted and directed, and in spirit an absolutely faithful transcript, he added. I would certainly welcome any like treatment of my work either in the films or on the stage. A year later O'Neill again thought about preparing something specifically for the screen and discussed with Nathan his plan to write a film play for Lillian Gish. Although there is nothing very definite in my mind, O'Neill had informed Nathan in the summer of 1926, I would certainly like to meet her and have a chat so that I could get started thinking definitely about some of the vague film ideas in my mind. In April of 1927, in Bermuda, O'Neill actually went to work on an original movie story, entitled Ollie Olsen's Saga. Although this is a comedy of sorts, he had told Nathan, my past experiences with the film folk does not lead me to expect that they will ever find it suitable. The one I had in mind for Miss Gish is still in my mind, but it doesn't seem to develop into any sort of connected whole. Undaunted and, for that matter, unsolicited, he made another stab at writing for films in 1927. He rewrote 2 of his plays, The Hairy Ape and Desire Under the Elms, and sent both scripts to Richard Watts, Jr., giving him permission to discuss them in print if he so chose. Watts, of course, did choose, and devoted his Herald Trihine column of March 4, 1928, to the interesting news. Discussing O'Neill's attitude toward the new medium, Watts pointed out that the playwright, instead of regarding it as a field for his patronage, has seriously considered its problems, its potentialities, its requirements, and its limitations. And having considered them carefully, he has rewritten, not as photographed stage plays, but rather as creative works in a new field of expression, 2 of his finest works. Mr. O'Neill is by no means a constant picture-goer. Though interested by pictures, he sees but few of them, yet these have caused him to grow enthusiastic over the potentialities of this new medium. The Last Laugh seems to him the finest of films, because it was a complete artistic work in itself, without dependence on any other manner of expression. Watts wrote that it was seeing Emilianings in Variety that first inspired O'Neill with the desire to write for the screen. The Hairy Ape seemed to O'Neill an excellent vehicle for the first actor of the cinema, continued Watts, but the affinity between role and player did not blind him to the requirements of the cinema. So, with a magnanimity hitherto unknown among playwrights slumming in the films, he rewrote the play as a scenario by the simple means of casting aside the stage version and regarding the work as a motion picture. O'Neill altered both plays considerably. In the case of Desire, he transformed Abby Putnam, the New England woman who is the play's pivotal character, into Stephanie, a Hungarian immigrant girl. O'Neill also altered the woman's status from the role of the new wife of old Ephraim Cabot, the patriarchal farmer, to that of his housekeeper. Stephanie sets Ephraim and his 3 sons against each other, hoping they will destroy one another, leaving her in possession of the farm. The 2 older brothers go to California to seek gold, and then kill each other over its possession. In a fight over Stephanie, Eben kills his father. Stephanie summons the sheriff, and, in the end, confesses her complicity in the crime. The screenplay was never bought. When, after O'Neill's death, a film version of Desire Under the Elms was finally made, it retained the alteration of the New England Abbey to an immigrant girl, but in most respects it stuck closely to the original play. Even so, it was not a success. In the Hairy Ape screenplay, which was not bought either, O'Neill strengthened the role of Mildred Douglas, whom Yank pursued and carried off after the Stokehold episode. The film adapted from The Hairy Ape in 1944 departed much more radically from the original play than O'Neill's scenario and was an artistic and financial failure. O'Neill always felt that motion picture directors lacked the imagination and preferring to transpose his works to the screen, but believed that one way they might. He confided to Watts at Le Plessis that the motion picture medium had somewhere within it great possibilities for an entirely new school of place writing. And when Walter I. Fuston visited him in 1930, O'Neill suggested that Huston act in his film versions of The Hairy Ape and DEWRE Under the Elms. Huston reported, on his return to America, that while O'Neill had not yet seen a talkie, he had tremendous respect for its limitless possibilities. Regardless of what he told I. Fuston, O'Neill had in fact seen a talking picture, his first in Paris, some months earlier. It was the Broadway Melody. And, think what Sue will of me, he had written Nathan in November, 1929, I was meat enthusiastic. Not especially at the exhibit itself, natural, but at a suzerain I bad of what the talkie could be in time when it is perfected. Looked at from the personal angle, I saw how its technique could set me free in so many ways. I feel still bound down free to realize a real Elizabethan treatment and vet the whole meat out of a theme. Not that the talks to, arc ever liable to let me realize of these dragams, but I think the day may come when there will develop a sort of theater guild talkie organization that will be able to rely only on the big cities for its audiences. O'Neill then rescaled what had probably been all along at the bottom of his attraction to motion pictures. As for the objection to the talkies that they do away with the charm of the leasing, breathing actor, that leaves me completely cold. The play's the thing, and I think in time Plas will get across for what their authors intended much better in this medium than in the old. Another aspect of the talkies that beguiled O'Neill is the possibility of combining an acted play with a filmed background which would reveal the thoughts and memories of the characters. Although he never attempted to carry cut this scheme, Lee continued to give it some thought during the following years. As for the sound version of Anna Christie, released in 1930 with Greta Garbo starred in her first talking role, O'Neill informed Watts that he was anxious to see it because he admired Garbo. But a year later he told Watts he had not seen it and was not going to, because friends had warned him it was bad. He was, however, still hopeful about the future possibilities of motion pictures. He was contemplating a version of Lazarus Laughed, he said, in which only the actor playing Lazarus would appear on the stage, while the rest of the production would be filmed. He believes, Watts reported, that this would make the difficult production feasible and that, in addition, it would be helpful to the mood of the play, in showing its protagonist as the one live person in a world of marionettes. O'Neill was far less sympathetic to the medium of radio as an art form. In response to a fellow American who had written to ask him about certain aspects of radio broadcasting in France, O'Neill replied that he knew nothing whatever about the radio situation over here. He himself did not own a radio, and did not intend to. Life is quite noisy enough, he said, but added that he might be crabbed from having heard one of his actors cast upon the air in England. A few years later the actor Harrison Dowd wrote to O'Neill requesting permission to do the Moon of the Caribbees over a Hartford, Connecticut, radio station. O'Neill granted permission, but expressed doubt that Dowd would succeed in circumventing the radio censors, and felt that a censored version of the play would fall flat. Years later, in 1948, O'Neill softened his attitude somewhat about the airwaves in a statement that included a prediction about the effect of television on the theater. It is possible to write well for the radio. Norman Corwin has shown that to be true. But I feel that radio should stick to its own medium and not try to act as a substitute for the theater. It has a field all its own. When television becomes more prevalent, still another method will be used. But no matter what happens, neither films nor ether waves will ever take the place of reality. Lee. After several false starts, all rotten, think I have hit right line for first draft now, O'Neill recorded in his Morning Becomes Electra work diary in October, 1929. His basic conception of the main characters was at this point well established and clearly indicated that, despite its classical derivation, this play was to be yet another examination of the emotional fabric of the O'Neill family. As he had conceived it, the legend now fitted into his own specific frame of reference. Lavinia loses, in rapid succession, first her father, then her mother, then her brother. Her father, Ezra Manon, returns from the Civil War to his unfaithful wife, Christine. Christine poisons Ezra because she wants to marry her lover, Adam Brandt, and Lavinia and Orrin murder Adam in revenge. Christine commits suicide and Orrin, guilt-ridden by her death and by his incestuous involvement with Lavinia, follows her example. Finally, Lavinia condemns herself to a life locked away from the world, bound, as she declares, to the Manon dead as O'Neill felt himself bound to and haunted by his own dead. I'm the last Manon, says Lavinia at the end of the play, echoing O'Neill's mournful cry to a friend, soon after Jamie's death, I'm the last of the O'Neills. Although Lavinia is a woman, she is, in many ways, one of the most personally revealing characters O'Neill ever created, and her final speech is one of the most soul-bearing O'Neill ever wrote. It incorporates both his consuming preoccupation with the act of suicide and his mordant belief in the inevitability of an even cruder self-punishment. I'm not going the way Mother and Orrin went, Lavinia declares. That's escaping punishment. And there's no one left to punish me. I'm the last Manon. I've got to punish myself. Living alone, with the dead is a worse act of justice than death or prison. And then O'Neill, with uncanny insight and foresight, proceeded, through Lavinia, to forecast his own fate in the last years of his life. "I'll never go out to see anyone. I'll have the shutters nailed closed so no sunlight can ever get in. I'll live alone with the dead, and keep their secrets, and let them hound me, until the curse is paid out and the last manon is let die. I know they will see to it I live for a long time. It takes the manons to punish themselves for being born." In early November of 1929, O'Neill resumed work on the play, after a long interruption in Paris at the dentist's. He believed he was finally on the right track, after having, as he put it, got himself terribly messed up searching for new ways and means and styles. He now planned to do the job with the utmost simplicity and naturalness, and felt it would come with a rush from now on. "I'm going ahead and let it write itself. The result will probably be a modified, simplified interlude technique," he told Nathan. His plan was to work furiously, holding himself rigidly to an act a week, and get the first draft of the 12 acts in the 3 plays done by February 1st. Phi would then set the play aside for 6 months, take a trip somewhere, and write the first draft of another play already developing in his mind. O'Neill worked with rapt concentration for 3 months. He advanced his private deadline for the completion of the first draft from February 1st to March 1, allowing himself no interruptions. By January 7th, O'Neill was more than halfway through with the draft, having reached his 7th act. "I am working longer hours than I ever have before as a day-after-day stint," he reported to Nathan. "Sometimes I think it's grand and other times that it's rotten as usual." Phi added that the dialogue was not, after all, to be interludian, and that everything else he had tried by way of experiment had been unworkable. "There are plays," he said, "of direct passion and intensity, and involved, inhibited cerebrations don't belong in them. I monkeyed around with schemes for dialogue and ideas for production until my head ached, but the story I had to tell made all such stuff seem futile, and I finally settled down to the direct and least noticeable way, and I find I can get everything said about these characters' souls, hearts, and loins that can be said." On January 15, O'Neill presented Carlotta with the notebook containing his entries about the characters and plot of the first 2 plays of the trilogy. He scribbled the following inscription: "To Carlotta, my wife, these first fruits of my work in our new year, with all my deepest love and gratitude for all you have meant to me, and all your help." On February 19, O'Neill informed Liv Wright that he was nearly finished with his first draft and described it as a large affair, but declined to reveal any details until the play was finished. He said this would probably not be for a long time, for to him the end of a first draft meant about 2/5 finished with the total work on the play. "I am feeling more than a little washed up, I have worked so damned hard and steadily," he added, "and as soon as I write curtain on the first draft I am going to Italy for a month's vacation." He wrote curtain 2 days later, February 21, 1930. Exhausted but exhilarated, he made preparations for his holiday, planning, upon his return from Italy, to copy and revise the entire manuscript from beginning to end in longhand. He would then set the manuscript aside while he made a first draft of a new play, after which he would copy and revise Morning Becomes Electra for the 3rd and he hoped final time. "When you consider," he told Nathan just before leaving for Italy, "that there are 12 full-sized acts 4 to a play in this opus, you can see I am a glutton for punishment. But I think the results will justify the pains taken. By this method, which I think I will adopt hereafter with all my stuff, I think I should get all out of my material it is possible for me to get." Never before, he added, had anything ridden him so hard. "Carlotta has been a brick," he went on. "She has collaborated by keeping the old chateau running with uncanny efficiency so that nary an outside worry has touched me or bogged my stride even for a moment. A most marvelous wife and friend. I am steeped to the cars in gratitude and more than gratitude. And though it has been lonely for us collectively and individually at times, nevertheless we've been happy and made quite a pleasant life of it alone together here." The O'Neills returned, refreshed, from their vacation in Italy, and by the end of March O'Neill was again immersed in Electra, Having abandoned his plan to set it aside for 6 months, he found that it was still riding him to the exclusion of any other idea. On March 27 he recorded some of the pain of his creative birth pangs. Read over first draft m.b.e scrawny stuff but serves purpose as first draft parts damned thrilling but lots more lousy not enough meat. He would write a second draft, he told himself, incorporating the use of masks and asides. He was most dissatisfied with the way in which he had conveyed the sense of fate and wanted to indicate more vividly what he called the unrealistic truth wearing the mask of lying reality. He would also strive, in his second draft, for a more formalized structure of the trilogy, using a shipboard scene at the center of the work to symbolize the sense of escape and release conveyed by the sea to the Mannans. In addition, he would use as an underlying theme repeated references to an idyllic South Sea island, whose appeal of peace was to illustrate the Mannans' longing for the primitive and mother symbol yearning for prenatal, non-competitive freedom from fear. The sea shanty Shenandoah, O'Neill went on to note, should be used as a sort of theme song, its simple sad rhythm of hopeless sea longing peculiarly significant. Even the stupid words have striking meaning when considered in relation to tragic events in play. He also determined to use the townsfolk as a stylized chorus at the beginning of each play. 4 days later O'Neill began on the second draft. He had been at it for about a month when he advised Benjamin de Casseres that there's a hell of a lot to be done yet before it's what it ought to be, and then it won't be. The second draft was completed in 4 months. By mid-July, 1930, O'Neill was feeling drained out. He had never worked so intensively over such a long period before, and almost regretted that he had ever begun such an ambitious project. He tried to cheer himself up with the reminder that a mental letdown was normal at this point. After all, he wrote in his diary, "Do know I was deeply moved by each play as I wrote it. That test has always proved valid heretofore." He would set the play aside while he went to Paris for dental work. Best anodyne for pernicious brooding over one's inadequacies. Anything else seems like best of all possible worlds when your nerves are prancing to sweet and low down of dentist's drill. To amuse himself in Paris between sessions with the dentist, and perhaps to help take his mind off the agonizing business of writing Electra, O'Neill made a midnight appointment with Louis Grunberg, the composer, who was preparing an operatic version of The Emperor Jones. The meeting lasted until 4 in the morning, during most of which time Grunberg tried to persuade O'Neill to write the libretto. O'Neill was less enthusiastic about opera than about movies, and Grunberg was compelled to resort to his own literary talents. On July 18 O'Neill, having returned to his castle, reread the second draft of his trilogy and found it better than he had expected, but still in need of considerable work. Chiefly, he thought, the asides seemed unnecessary. Don't reveal anything about the characters I can't bring out quite naturally in their talk or their soliloquies when alone, and he decided to delete them. He began rewriting on July 20. "Think I have hit on right rhythm of prose, monotonous, simple words driving insistence, tom-tom from Jones in thought repetition," he said in his diary. On August 23, having tabulated the time spent thus far on Electra, O'Neill wrote to Comrafef that he had put in over 225 working days on this new job since the middle of last November, which is harder than I've ever worked at a stretch before. He added that he was left sick with writing at the end of each day, and pointed out that the 2 longhand drafts he had completed constituted, in effect, 6 full-length plays since the previous November. This was work, even as handwriting, he said. He was now going over his second draft, he continued, and would then lay it aside for a few months, after which he would rewrite it for the final version. "How is it going?" he asked rhetorically. "Well, some days I think it's grand and others I want to burn it. It's like an old man of the sea on my back. I think if I'd known what a job it would be I'd have quit before I started." He added that he and Carlotta were planning to go to Egypt that winter. "Egypt has always called me," he said. "I've a greater intuitive hunch for their feeling about life and death than for that of any other culture, and I think the aspects of the country will confirm this. I expect in a queer way to feel spiritually and psychologically at home there." By September 16 O'Neill had completed his rewritten draft. He had eliminated the asides, but kept the technique of what he called stylized soliloquies and also the use of masks. A few days later he was in Paris again for a session with the dentist, who was gradually replacing all his teeth with false ones, and in his hotel room he read through his new stylized soliloquies version twice. This time he had fresh misgivings. The soliloquies, he felt, retarded, rather than advanced the play's rhythmic flow. He decided to take them out, along with the masks. On September 21st, still in Paris, O'Neill consoled himself for the grueling labor he had put into his stylized soliloquies version, and outlined a scheme for what he hoped would be his final draft of the trilogy. The previous draft had not really been wasted effort, he mused, because it had given him new insight into his characters. But he now had to tackle the difficult job of translating the essence of the soliloquies into straightforward dialogue as simple and direct and dynamic as possible. Let reveal themselves in spite of their long locked-up passions, I feel them burning to do just this. He thought he could retain the effect of masks, without actually using masks, through skillful makeup. In Repose, he wrote, the Manon faces are like lifelike death masks. This can be gotten very effectively by makeup, as can also the family resemblances. I can visualize the death mask-like expression of characters' faces in Repose suddenly being torn open by passion as extraordinarily effective. O'Neill worked on this new version at Les Plessis until October 15, then left for a month's trip to Spain and Morocco. He had decided to put off his trip to Egypt, as he believed his final draft of Electra would occupy him most of the coming winter. From Seville, at the end of November, he wrote to Comroff that Spain was very interesting to an old Catholic. Back at Les Plessis, he reviewed the work he had done before taking his vacation and found himself fairly well satisfied, but wrote in his diary that he had several new ideas he urgently wanted to try out. By early December his big opus, as he described it to de Caceres, was in its last stages. He could not tell yet how good or bad it was, he said, because he had no more perspective on it now than a fly has on the flypaper to which he's stuck. Weakened by his unremitting exertion on the play, O'Neill fell ill of flu around Christmas time. Carlotta caught the malady, recovered, then had a relapse and was obliged to enter the American hospital in Paris for treatment. The new year found O'Neill in the Hôtel du Rhin, Place Vendôme, in Paris. Here, though still not fully recovered himself, O'Neill worked on final revisions, sending the manuscript to a typist in sections, while waiting for Carlotta to recover and visiting her every day. Her hospital stay lasted 3 weeks. The thought of returning to Les Plessis depressed O'Neill. His romantic castle had been a disappointment to him that winter, and he was about ready to scrap his beloved French countryside. Just now, he reported to Comroff on January 20, 1931, the fair land of Touraine resembles the dismal swamp. You may gather from this that I am a bit fed up with the smiling country of La Belle France in the winter time. And by God, I am. I would not spend another winter here for anything. Their climate is too much for me. At the beginning of February, things began to look a little brighter to O'Neill. On February 2 the typing of the play was finished and the next day Carlotta was able to leave the hospital. He and Carlotta made plans to vacation in a sunny climate, but first they had to return to their gloomy chateau, and there, once again, O'Neill read over the Electra manuscript and found it wanting. Don't like most of new stuff, he wrote in his diary on February 7, all right, but introduces too many added complications. Trying to get added values has blurred those I had. Too much of muchness would need another play added to do it right and would be wrong even then. Can't crowd intuitions, all hidden aspects of life forms into one work. The revision occupied him for nearly 2 weeks. It had rained almost steadily since his return to Les Plessis, and what O'Neill now craved was a change to warm weather and a chance to swim. Accordingly, he and Carlotta booked passage on a ship sailing from Lisbon for the Canary Islands on February 25. Notifying Nathan of his impending trip, O'Neill brought him up to date on the status of Electra. It has been one hell of a job, he said. Let's hope the result in some measure justifies the labor I put in. Adding that, despite his closeness to the play, it left him moved and disturbed spiritually. He went on. I have a feeling of there being real size in it, quite apart from its length, a sense of having had a valid dramatic experience with intense tortured passions beyond the ambition or scope of other modern plays. As for the separate parts, each play, each act, seem better than I hoped. O'Neill took the Electra manuscript with him to the Canary Islands and read it again, this time with only minor reservations. Looks damned good to me, he wrote in his diary at Las Palmas on March 8. Funny how typed pages bring out clearly values that too long familiarity with longhand had rendered vague and undynamic. But the play needed cutting and condensing, and O'Neill had little rest during his vacation. He and Carlotta returned to Paris by way of Casablanca and Tangier, and by April 9 O'Neill was able to write triumphantly in his diary, all work finished, script off to Guild. O'Neill had abandoned his plan of putting the play aside for a long gestation period. In a characteristic turnabout, he was now eager for a Broadway production, more than willing to leave the serenity of his chateau, and anxious to return to America and the despised show shop. It is interesting that just about the time O'Neill began work on Morning Becomes Electra, which was instrumental later in earning him the Nobel Prize, his name was being mentioned as a contender for that honor. In November 1929, an article in the Paris Herald had listed him, along with Sinclair Lewis and Theodore Dreiser, as a possible recipient of the honor, which mention, O'Neill said to a friend at the time, is at least a step forward for us Yanks. O'Neill observed, however, that the award was much more likely to go to Thomas Mann. I hope so, said O'Neill. He deserves it. I think his work, with a few exceptions, is great stuff. The following summer O'Neill had told Nathan in Paris that he valued his newfound happiness with Carlotta far more than the Nobel Prize. On careful consideration and no sour grapes about it, because I have had no hopes, I think the Nobel Prize, until you become very old and childlike, costs more than it's worth, O'Neill said. It's an anchor around one's neck that one would never be able to shake off. I'll tell you what I want, and it's the God's truth. I want just what I've now at last and for the first time in my life got. The last time I saw you I told you I was happy. A rash statement, but I now make it again with a tenfold emphasis. You don't know into what a bog of tedium and life sickness I was sinking. I was living on my work as a fellow does on his nerves sometimes, and sooner or later my work would certainly have been sapped of its life, because you can't keep on that way forever, even if you put up the strongest of bluffs to yourself and the world in general. Now I feel as if I'd tapped a new life and could rush up all the reserves of energy in the world to back up my work. Honestly, it's a sort of miracle to me, I'd become so resigned to the worst. Despite O'Neill's estimate of European chauvinism, the Nobel Prize was bestowed on Sinclair Lewis the following year. In his speech before the Swedish Academy in Stockholm on December 12, 1930, Lewis took the opportunity to pay O'Neill a compliment, while at the same time taking a slap at his fellow countrymen who were not overjoyed by the Academy's choice. On his way across the Atlantic to accept the prize, Lewis said, he had amused himself by fancying what the reaction of his countrymen would have been if some American writer other than himself had been singled out for the honor, Dreiser, for instance, or O'Neill. He explained that, although Dreiser had cleared the trail for honesty and boldness in American fiction, if he had won the prize you would have heard that his style is cumbersome, his choice of words insensitive. And, Lewis said, had you chosen Eugene O'Neill, who has done nothing much in the American drama save to transform it utterly in 10 or 12 years from a false world of neat and competent trickery to a world of splendor, fear, and greatness, you would have been reminded that he had done something far worse than scoffing, that he had seen life as something not to be neatly arranged in a study, but as terrifying, magnificent and often quite horrible, a thing akin to a tornado, an earthquake, or a devastating fire. O'Neill read Lewis' address to the Swedish Academy and was both grateful for his praise and amused by his invective. I was tickled to death with the whole address, he later told Nathan. An announcement of less world-shaking significance than Lewis' speech in Stockholm, but one whose symbolic impact was felt by O'Neill, had taken place a few weeks earlier. On January 10, his old house at Peaktail Bar, the first home he had owned, the place where he had written all or parts of such plays as Beyond the Horizon, Anna Christie, and The Emperor Jones, was claimed by the sea that now separated him by 3,000 miles and an immeasurable spiritual distance from his once beloved Provincetown. For Eugene Jr., to whom his father had given the house as a gift, just as James had given it to O'Neill, it meant the loss of a pleasant summer retreat. But for the man who thought of himself as the Sea Mother's son, it meant one more exclamation point in the ironic drama of his life. The Sea Mother had claimed a tangible chunk of O'Neill's past, the accumulated and nearly forgotten clutter of half a dozen years. Susan Glaspell cabled O'Neill the news, and received a cable of thanks, in which O'Neill asked that anything that had been salvaged be kept for Eugene Jr., including the sturdy old desk on which he had written his plays. The New York World carried a long, intimate story about the house and its celebrated former occupant by Mary Heaton Vorse. Mrs. Vorse described the leave-taking visits to the house, shortly before it was engulfed by the waves, of such former friends of O'Neill as Edmund Wilson, Hutchins Hapgood, Edna St. Vincent Millay, Frank Shea, and Sinclair Lewis. The old house has come to its tragic end, an end which seemed fitting, Mrs. Vorse ended her article. The Provincetown players are no more. My wharf, upon which their theatre stood, was demolished in a storm years ago. The falling of Peaktail Bar closes a chapter. In March, while he was in Las Palmas, O'Neill again became the subject of news in his own country. Early that month the strange interlude plagiarism trial finally took place, and for about a week O'Neill's name appeared regularly in the headlines of the New York newspapers. The case was tried in the Woolworth Building in the chambers of federal Judge John M. Woolsey, who, 2 years later, rendered the historical decision lifting the ban on James Joyce's Ulysses. The first session, on March 11, ended when the defense counsel made a motion to dismiss the suit on the ground that even if the ideas of Miss Louie's book and O'Neill's play were alike, there had been no plagiarism, because ideas could not be copyrighted. The motion was denied, and the trial continued the next day, with Miss Louise emerging as a rather foolish woman under Harry Weinberger's caustic cross-examination. On the following day O'Neill's denial, by proxy, was read from the witness stand. Weinberger placed one of the defense counsels, Alan Hayes, on the stand, and asked him to answer questions that had been put to O'Neill earlier at the direction of federal Judge William Bondi. Hayes thereupon read O'Neill's statement to the effect that he had not read The Temple of P. alias Athene prior to writing his play, and that neither the Theatre Guild nor Liv Crite had suggested that he use the book as a basis for a play. Weinberger then introduced in evidence photostatic copies of pages from O'Neill's work diaries, which contained a synopsis, written in 1923, a year before Miss Louie's book had been published, of Strange Interlude, together with notes on 32 unwritten plays. In his statement, as read by Ilays, O'Neill also said that he had discussed the play during its writing with George Pierce Baker, Kenneth McGowan, and George Jean Nathan, among others. He had never heard of Miss Louise or her book, he said, until he read in 1929 in a Paris newspaper that she had filed suit against him, and then he had read her novel at the suggestion of Harry Weinberger. Weinberger then took the witness stand himself, with a view toward asking himself some questions regarding an interview he had had with O'Neill the previous summer. Judge Woolsey, reflecting the general jocularity of the proceedings, smilingly remarked, "It would be terrible, wouldn't it, if you asked yourself a question you couldn't answer?" Fortunately, Weinberger found himself able to answer all the questions he put to himself, and he was replaced on the stand by Lawrence Langner, and then by Liverite's editorial manager, T.R. Smith, both of whom denied that they had read The Temple of Pallas Athene, and both of whom presented to the court their copies of the book with uncut pages. The trial was resumed on the following Monday. On that day the high spot was the testimony of no less a figure than George Jean Nathan, and the newspapers made the most of it. Nathan in court tilades O'Neill defense. Read the prominent headline in the Times, over a story which ran a column and a half. Nathan admits O'Neill flouted advice he gave, read the headline over an even longer story by Ishbal Ross in the Herald Tribune. The courtroom on that day was so crowded by curious onlookers that the doors and aisles were blocked. The session lasted until after 7 o'clock at night, with the courtroom still filled to capacity. Judge Woolsey, who later declared that the trial had been most interesting, took advantage of Nathan's presence on the witness stand to fill in some gaps in his own literary background, as, for instance, when Nathan mentioned in passing that he did not like all of O'Neill's plays, notably Welded, which he declared seemed a ridiculous exaggeration of the Strindberg method. "What is that method?" inquired the judge. "It is," Nathan obligingly responded, "the intensification of the dramatic action, of which O'Neill is so fond. If he stems from anyone, he stems from Strindberg. He carries his emotions to levels that become unnatural." Miss Louie's attorney, Daniel F. Cohalan, attempted to establish that Nathan and O'Neill had discussed I.e. Temple of Pallas Athene one night in New York. Cohalan had convinced himself that such a conversation had occurred, and he tried to demonstrate that Nathan had been too drunk at the time it took place to be able to remember it. "You say that you walked with O'Neill from his hotel, the Lafayette, to Sill's Oyster Restaurant on 6th Avenue, and that during that long walk you and he did not discuss my client's book at all." The principal topic of conversation during that walk was the legs of Lotta Faust. "Did O'Neill do much drinking that night at dinner?" "He didn't touch a drop." Cohalan tried to rattle Nathan by inquiring into his own drinking that evening. "By careful count," said Nathan, "I had 2 martinis, 2 small glasses of Chianti, 3 small glasses of beer, and a green mint frappe." "And you insist, nevertheless, that you still remember accurately what you and O'Neill talked about during your walk to the restaurant?" "If I can accurately remember the number and nature of the drinks I had, it is naturally easy for me to remember such a simple thing as Lotta Faust's legs." Arthur Garfield Hayes, attorney for Boney and Live Right, brought Nathan's testimony to an end, falling into the same vein of bantering ridicule that had characterized the whole trial. "Do you wear your handkerchief in the upper right-hand pocket of your jacket?" he demanded, because Duke Lewis, a character in Miss Louie's book, did likewise. Nathan denied the allegation, and explained to Judge Woolsey that he wore his handkerchief in a right-hand pocket so that he would not crush the cigars which he carried in the left-hand pocket of his vest. Judge Woolsey pronounced this very sensible. Summing up his case, Cohalan declared that O'Neill was too cowardly to come to America to defend his own suit and asked the court to take this into consideration. Weinberger replied by describing Miss Louise as a hysterical woman. "One of the rackets in America is the plagiarism racket," he added, "and any successful author is likely to be its victim." Judge Woolsey thereupon interrupted to offer a bit of literary criticism of his own, pointing out that he had read both The Temple of Pallas Athene and Strange Interlude twice, and that O'Neill's characters lived before him while Miss Louie's characters were not so vivid. Defense counsel Alan Flays asked the court not only to render a decision favorable to the defense but to discourage baseless suits by making the plaintiff pay the court costs. Judge Woolsey was interested in this proposal, and asked Hayes to furnish him with a precedent. Cohalan declared that the stand was audacious and asked it to be noted on the record that the time has not yet come in this free land when a wronged person shall be prevented from hiring reputable counsel. Judge Woolsey, smiling, said, "Gentlemen, I've taken all these fine points into consideration. There's no need to expand on the matter any further." After due deliberation, Judge Woolsey, on April 22, handed down his decision, and O'Neill, reading of it in France, may have had the grace to blush a little for his low opinion of his country's legal processes. Judge Woolsey not only dismissed Miss Louie's complaint but penalized her by directing her to pay $17,500 in counsel fees to the attorneys who had opposed her suit. Judge Woolsey's opinion covered 42 printed pages. In it he said, "Neither the evidence of the plaintiff nor the argument and brief of her counsel, nor a careful analysis of the 2 books since the trial, has in any way tended to decrease my first impression that there is not any possible ground for the contention that Strange Interlude is an infringement on the plaintiff's book. On the contrary, my reflection in regard to the case and a reading of relative authorities and textbooks has ripened my first impression into a conviction that the plaintiff herein has made a wholly preposterous claim. I find that the plaintiff has utterly failed to make out by any direct evidence that Mr. O'Neill had any access to her book before he wrote or while he was writing Strange Interlude. O'Neill's moral victory was complete, but financially he did not fare so well, nor did the other defendants, for Miss Louise was unable to pay the penalty ordered by Judge Woolsey. After considerable stalling she filed a petition of bankruptcy in the summer of 1933, explaining that she had total assets of $100 in household goods. But she did not, at least, ever sue anyone again, and it was believed that her example became something of a deterrent to others. O'Neill had been so irked by the charges brought against him that, despite his aversion to joining anything, he gave his support to a committee headed by Channing Pollock that was to work for a change in the plagiarism law, a change enabling the courts to dispose of baseless suits immediately. Around the same time he joined another committee that proposed fighting the Mastic Censorship Bill, a measure calling for state censorship of the New York stage. O'Neill, aligning himself with his fellow Pulitzer Prize winners who had also been asked to voice their opposition, cabled from Europe that he was absolutely opposed to any compromise with any form of censorship. Several years earlier, protesting against a similar censorship bill, O'Neill had made a clear statement of his feelings. The history of theater censorship proves that it never has much effect on the evils it ostensibly aims to eliminate, while it always ends by becoming a stupid tyranny used by reactionary bigotry and intolerance to suppress all freedom of expression. The censorship which begins by banning a striptease show always finishes by deleting Shakespeare, condemning as treason a play which hints George Washington might not have chopped that tree, or forbidding as blasphemy a drama doubting the Jonah whale legend. In the light of what has happened in censor-loving Europe and Asia, I think any American should reject with disgust any attempt at censorship in any form whatsoever. O'Neill was back in the news a few days following the trial. The New York Times devoted half a column to the announcement that his new play, which was 3-in-1, was on its way from France to the offices of the Theatre Guild. And on April 29 the Guild reported that the play had arrived. I could not put it down, once I started reading, and had to go on and read the 3 plays, one after the other, Langner wrote to O'Neill. The effect was to knock me silly for the rest of the day. The Guild's board accepted the play joyfully and O'Neill was asked to come home as soon as possible to help with its production. He and Carlotta left Les Plessis early in May and boarded the Holland America liner Statendam. Their lease on the chateau still had a year to run, and they planned to return to France alter the production of Electra, which they estimated would be within 6 months. But, like Peaked Hill Bar, Brook Farm, and Spithead, Les Plessis became one more abandoned home for O'Neill. He had the remarkable capacity of being able to walk away from a country estate as casually as B had once moved his orange crates out of an unpaid-for Greenwich Village flat. He seemed unable to regard any house as a home, however much B Bad craved it at first and however elaborately it was appointed for him. Shortly before sailing for the United States, O'Neill had sat in his tower workroom and written an inscription to his copy of the final long band version of Morning Becomes Electra. He dated it April 26, and gave it to his wife. To Carlotta. In memory of the interminable days of rain in which you bravely suffered in silence that this trilogy might be born, days when I had my work but you had nothing but household frets, and a blank vista through the salon windows of the grey land of Les Plessis, with the wet black trees still and dripping, and the mist wraiths mourning over the drowned fields, days when you had the self-forgetting love to greet my lunchtime, depressing such preoccupations with a courageous, charming banter, days which for you were bitterly lonely, when I seemed far away and lost to you in a grim, savage, gloomy country of my own, days which were for you like hateful, boring, miserable enemies nagging at nerves and spirit until an intolerable ennui and life sickness poisoned your spirit. In short, days in which you collaborated, as only deep love can, in the writing of this trilogy of the damned. These scripts are rightly yours, and my presenting them is a gift of what is half yours already. Let us hope what the trilogy may have in it will repay the travail we have gone through for its sake. I want these scripts to remind you that I have known your love with my love even when I have seemed not to know, that I have seen it even when I have appeared most blind, that I have felt it warmly around me always sustaining and comforting, as warm, secure sanctuary for the man after the author's despairing solitude and inevitable defeats, a victory of love in life, mother and wife and mistress and friend. And collaborator. Collaborator, I love you. Live. The return of O'Neill and Carlotta to the United States in 1931 was even more melodramatic than their departure had been 2.5 years earlier. Again, their efforts to achieve privacy were unavailing, but this time it was Carlotta's discarded husband, not O'Neill's rejected wife, who thrust them into the limelight. They slipped into the country quietly enough on Sunday, May 17. When we docked in New York, Carlotta recalled, I arranged with an official of the steamship company to let us escape without notice by the ship news reporters. Jean, Blumy, and I remained down below until we were summoned. We were then speeded through customs and into a taxi. I was relieved that we'd been able to avoid publicity. The O'Neills went to their suite at the Madison Hotel, reserved for them by Carl Van Vechten. As soon as the Theatre Guild was informed of O'Neill's arrival, it made plans for a press conference to be held the following Thursday morning. To avoid the strain of individual interviews, O'Neill was to discuss his new play with the full contingent of New York's theater reporters. Fatigued by their trip, the O'Neills secluded themselves in their suite for the next 2 days, had all their meals sent to their rooms, and rested. On Wednesday in the early hours of the morning, Ralph Barton decided to make Carlotta a grim, belated wedding present. In his penthouse, just a few blocks away from the Madison Floatel, he sat down at his typewriter and wrote a long note, which he headed, Obit. He put on his pajamas, got into bed, lit a cigarette, thumbed through a worn copy of Gray's Anatomy until he came to a section dealing with the heart, set the book aside still open to that section, smoked another cigarette and then shot himself through the head. Everyone who has known me and who hears of, he had written in his farewell note, will have a different hypothesis to offer to explain why I did it. Practically all of these hypotheses will be dramatic and completely wrong. Any sane doctor knows that the reasons for suicide are invariably psychopathological and the true suicide type manufactures his own difficulties. I have had few real difficulties. I have had, on the contrary, an exceptionally glamorous life, as life goes, and I have had more than my share of affection and appreciation. The most charming, intelligent, and important people I have known have liked me, and the list of my enemies is very flattering to me. I have always had excellent health, but since my early childhood I have suffered from a melancholia, which in the last 5 years has begun to show definite symptoms of manic-depressive insanity. It has prevented my getting anything like the full value out of my talent, and the past 3 years has made work a torture to do at all. It has made it impossible for me to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. I have run from wife to wife, from house to house and from country to country in a ridiculous effort to escape from myself. In doing so, I am very much afraid that I have brought a great deal of unhappiness to those who loved me. In particular, my remorse is bitter over my failure to appreciate my beautiful lost angel, Carlotta, the only woman I ever loved and whom I respect and admire above all the rest of the human race. She is the one person who could have saved me had I been savable. She did her best. No one ever had a more devoted or more understanding wife. I do hope she will understand what my malady was and forgive me a little. No one thing is responsible for this and no one person except myself. If the gossips insist on something more definite and thrilling as a reason, let them choose my pending appointment with the dentist or the fact that I happen to be painfully short of cash at the moment. No other single reason is more important or less temporary. After all, one has to choose a moment, and the air is always full of reasons at any given moment. I did it because I am fed up with inventing devices for getting through 24 hours of a day and with bridging over a few months periodically with some beautiful interest, such as a new gal who annoyed me to the point where I forgot my own troubles. I kiss my dear children and Carlotta. Barton's body was discovered at 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning by his maid. The police were called, and it wasn't long before most of Barton's friends in New York had heard of his suicide. Carl Van Vechten lunched with O'Neill and Carlotta at the Madison that day and found that they had already been informed of Barton's death and of the contents of the suicide note. Harold Ross, editor of The New Yorker and a close friend of Barton's, had called Carlotta to cushion the shock. Jean was very quiet during the lunch, Van Vechten later said. He had evidently discussed the suicide with Carlotta before I got there. But Carlotta talked about it. She said she couldn't understand this horrible thing that Barton wasn't in love with her. Benjamin and Bio de Caceres had been invited to dine with the O'Neills that evening, and when they learned of Barton's suicide they expected that O'Neill would cancel the dinner, but he did not. When they arrived, O'Neill said, "Well, Ralph Barton blew his top." That was the only reference to the subject during the evening. The following morning the newspapers featured stories about the suicide, and the O'Neills figured prominently in the headlines. Ralph Barton ends his life with pistol, artist in note mourns loss of third wife, Carlotta Monterey, now wed to Eugene O'Neill, read the front page headline in the New York Times. That was bad enough, but O'Neill and Carlotta were even more distressed to read that Barton's brother, Homer, an actor, had declared that Ralph had paid the O'Neills a friendly visit upon their arrival in New York. "My brother was still in love with his third wife, Carlotta Monterey, and the realization that he had lost her broke his heart," Homer added. O'Neill was not happy at the prospect of his scheduled press interview at the Theatre Guild. He was certain that the reporters would question him about Barton, and he was tempted to cancel the whole thing. Finally he hit on a way to forestall such questions. He had his attorney, Hilary Weinberger, issue a statement to the press regarding Homer Barton's comments, and he asked the Guild press agent to stipulate to the reporters that their questions must be confined to the subject of Mourning Becomes Electra. "Mr. and Mrs. Eugene O'Neill," Weinberger told the newspapers, "have asked me to state that, contrary to newspaper reports or statements by Homer Barton, brother of Ralph Barton, they have not seen Mr. Ralph Barton since their return to the United States, and Mrs. O'Neill, the former Carlotta Monterey, desires to state definitely that she never saw or heard from Mr. Barton since her divorce from him more than 5 years ago." Meanwhile, one of the Guild's press agents, Joe Flade, had telephoned all the drama desks and city desks of the New York newspapers, requesting them to instruct their reporters not to ask questions about Barton or Carlotta. They all promised, Haidt recalled. Later that morning the reporters and photographers turned up and were jammed into the Guild's boardroom. John Chapman, critic for the New York Daily News, was one of those present. O'Neill went through with the interview, but he stipulated that he would be questioned by only one of the 20 or 30 reporters present, Chapman noted years later. He was pallid and shaking and sweating when he faced his lone inquisitor, and so was I, for I had been chosen to do the questioning. In spite of O'Neill's plea, a reporter managed to put a question about Barton, and O'Neill felt obliged to answer, elaborating on the Weinberger statement. He said he and Carlotta had not seen Barton since our arrival here on Sunday. "As far as I know I never met Ralph Barton," he continued. "He did not call on us. I do not question his brother's sincerity, for Mr. Barton might have told him that he had called. He was in a very peculiar mental state. I know that he had made no effort to see Mrs. O'Neill." According to Haidt, the press behaved beautifully during the interview, which lasted for an hour and a half. O'Neill declared, among other things, that living abroad had enabled him to see America more clearly and to appreciate it more. He answered questions about the relative merits of the European and American theater. Europeans, he said, would soon be coming over here to learn from us, and added that the American stage has a dynamic quality and freshness theirs lacks. He discussed his plans for the future. He and Carlotta would go to California soon to visit Carlotta's relatives, but he would do no work for the motion pictures, not because he had a snooty attitude toward the pictures but because he had work of his own planned for the next 5 years. He would go back to France after the production of Electra, he said, and live there until his lease on the chateau expired, and then would settle down in America, perhaps on a plantation in Virginia somewhere where there was sun. Explaining his scheme for the production of Electra, he said there would be a preliminary week for the critics, during which Homecoming would be presented on Monday and Tuesday, The Hunted on Wednesday and Thursday, and The Haunted on Friday and Saturday. Alter that, the plays would be given in rotation, one play each week. I don't know, he admitted, whether the Quild is going to agree to that. He said that rehearsals would begin in mid-August and that the director and leading actors would be selected within a few days. There are no asides in the play, he said, in answer to a question, adding that he did not think the soliloquy technique would work except in rare instances. Asked what direction his new work would take, he replied, "One of my principal obsessions is the reintroduction of masks as a medium in the theater. One of my next plays is to be a play of masks. My idea about masks is that they can be made acceptable to the modern audience as they were in ancient times but in a new sense. People do recognize, from their knowledge of the new psychology, that everyone wears a mask. I don't mean only one, but thousands of them. I believe people will come to accept them in the theater. I don't think the great God Broyden had a long run merely because it was a novelty." After the reporters left, Haidt and O'Neill congratulated each other on how well things had gone. A woman reporter lingered to ask more questions about Barton, but O'Neill refused to answer them, feeling he had more than met his obligation. He was now presumably safe from further inquisition, for his address in Manhattan was a secret and he had safeguarded the privacy of his immediate future by announcing that he was going to California. But O'Neill's tranquility was shaken when Haidt happened to look out the window. There were several taxicabs lined up at the curb, all with reporters in them, presumably waiting for O'Neill to leave so they could trail him to his hotel. O'Neill was anxious to leave, and Haidt thought he could get him out of the Guild building without being followed, by taking him over the roof of an adjacent building and out a side street exit, but Haidt was afraid, at first, to suggest this to O'Neill. Finally he did suggest it, and O'Neill immediately agreed. The building adjoining the Guild housed a skating rink, and Haidt called the rink and asked for permission to cross their roof, so they wouldn't think we were a couple of burglars and take a shot at us. Then Haidt guided O'Neill to room 64, the Guild rehearsal room on the top floor. There was a fire ladder leading from there to the roof, and the two men climbed it, crossed to the adjoining building, and went down the rear fire escape. Haidt put O'Neill into a cab. O'Neill had a smile on his face as he left. Then Haidt walked around the block to the front of the Guild building and told the reporters that there was no use their waiting, because O'Neill had left. I refused to believe him. They said they knew there was an apartment in the building and that O'Neill obviously intended to spend the night there. They were so preoccupied with tracking O'Neill, that it did not occur to them to wonder how Haidt had managed to get out of She building. Lai went home himself, and when he returned the next morning at 10, there were still 3 cabs in front of the Guild. They'd been there all night long, Haidt said. They never did find out where O'Neill was staying, and after a while the Barton thing died down. When Fi returned to the hotel, O'Neill told Carlotta that male reporters were fine. It was the women reporters whom Lai despised, Carlotta later said. He told me they had asked personal, prying questions. The O'Neills changer their minds about going to California and rented instead a comfortable house in Northport, Long Island, set on 7 acres of private beachfront overlooking Long Island Sound. They moved in on June 10, having signed a 4-month lease at a cost of $5,500. The house was on a slight elevation, its windows commanding a sweeping view of the Sound and, on clear days, of the Connecticut coast. Flashes of light from the lighthouse tower at night and the sound of the lighthouse horn on foggy days reminded O'Neill of New London, and he was seized with a desire to revisit his OK home. Carlotta thought it unwise, but O'Neill insisted, and they made the trip. I said, "Don't do it, darling, don't do it," Carlotta recalled. "Don't ever try to go back, keep your ideas, but don't go back." No, he must go. So we took the car and went. We drove along Pequot Avenue, and he said, "I can't find it, I can't even see it. In the time that Jean had been away, several little houses had been built along the water, and everything was so changed that he couldn't find In's house at first. I was thunderstruck when I saw it, this quaint little birdcage of a house, sitting there. Somebody had bought it, and we didn't go in. Jean said, I shouldn't have corn. And I said, well, never mind, Sue have come, now let's get out of here. And he said, yes, let's go away, I don't want to look at it, and that was that. O'Neill and Carlotta, unknown to them, were observed on Pequot Avenue by the sister of the girl whom O'Neill was to idealize in Wilderness. A little over a scar later, Maybelle Scott's sister, Arlene, happened to be looking out her window when O'Neill and Carlotta, whom she had never met, but recognized from photographs, stepped out of their car for a moment to stare at Monte Cristo Cottage. In spite of his disappointment over the nostalgic journey, O'Neill was connected by more than memory with now London. A number of Lila's relatives were still living there, among them Agnes and Lil Brennan. O'Neill was fond enough of Agnes Brennan to send her a needed $500 when he learned she would not meet a mortgage payment on her house. In Northport, across the Sound from New London, O'Neill rocked on his porch and dwelt on the scenes of his youth. Late in July he jotted down a few notes for a play he was thinking of calling Nostalgia. He did not write a play with that title, but no doubt his nostalgic comedy, Wilderness, was slowly taking shape in his mind. Since his return from Europe, O'Neill had been trying also to establish some sort of contact with his more immediate and less palatable past. Through Harry Weinberger he negotiated for a meeting with Shane and Una, from whom he had now been separated for more than 2 years. He seemed to find it inconvenient to exercise the visitation rights granted him under the divorce decree. But a meeting finally was arranged that summer. O'Neill and Carlotta called for Shane, who was 10, and Una, who was 6, in a chauffeur-driven car and took them for a ride. The reunion was not a notable success. Neither O'Neill nor Carlotta was at ease with the children, and Shane, about to enter the preparatory school, Lawrenceville, in the fall, was even more shy and withdrawn than his father had been as a child. Though Carlotta later declared that she had found Shane a sweet, charming child, the meeting was not repeated for many months. O'Neill was determined to avoid all contact with Shane's and Una's mother, and his stubborn hatred of her overwhelmed whatever affection he might have held for his 2 younger children. As for Eugene Jr., O'Neill continued to be fond and proud of him, though not to the extent of attending his wedding. Eugene Jr. married a Forest Hills girl, Elizabeth Green, on June 15. Though the ceremony took place in Long Island, not far from Northport, only Eugene's mother and Elizabeth's father attended. Young Eugene, whose life, in many ways, was to mirror that of his father, had been granted special faculty permission, while still a junior at Yale, to marry and return in the fall to complete his senior year. He was just 21, only a little older than his father and mother had been at the time of their marriage. Tragedy had already touched his life. His young stepbrother, to whom he had been close, had recently died in a fall from the 19th floor of an office building in New York. Eugene visited his father in Northport after his honeymoon, and O'Neill was newly impressed with him. A top-ranking honor scholar, Eugene had won, in May, the Winthrop Prize, one of the chief awards of his scholastic year. O'Neill told his son he was still making revisions on Morning Becomes Electra, editing the script both for production and for publication. Live Right was anxious to bring it out in book form as soon as possible after its Broadway premiere, for O'Neill had demonstrated with Strange Interlude that a published play could be a national bestseller. In discussing the sources of Electra with his son, O'Neill found that Eugene Jr. far outshone him in his knowledge of Greek tragedy. Lillian Gish visited the O'Neills at Northport one weekend when Eugene Jr. also was present. Encountering her after a session with his son, O'Neill remarked with a smile, "I can't talk to him. He's too erudite for me." Before moving to Northport for the summer, O'Neill lunched with Brooks Atkinson, and Atkinson politely asked what background reading he aimed to do to help him understand the trilogy when he went to review it for the Times in the fall. O'Neill replied that he need not do any research, that the play was self-contained and not at all esoteric. Would Atkinson like to read it? O'Neill asked. Atkinson said he would, and took the bulky manuscript with him to his summer home in Durham, New York. I had a lot of things to do around my place during the day, Atkinson later recalled, and I read the 3 plays during the evenings. I was not overwhelmed, and I decided I'd read them apain before communicating with O'Neill. Apparently he was nervous about my reaction and impatient at not hearing from me quickly. He telephoned me from Northport. When O'Neill's call came through on my crank phone, I could hardly hear his voice, it was impossible to discuss anything, and I said I'd write him. Atkinson did write, saying he thought the public would be overwhelmed by the first play, disappointed by the second, and would find the third better than the second. His letter crossed one from O'Neill, in which the dramatist asked for his opinion on the best method of presenting the trilogy. O'Neill still believed that each play must be allotted an evening to itself, and was concerned primarily with whether the evenings should be consecutive or staggered. The Guild, he wrote Atkinson, did not see eve to eve with him on his plan to open all 3 plays the same week, allowing 2 days' performances to each. O'Neill said the Guild wanted to start week by week on account of the difficulty of swinging the whole thing in 1 week. My answer, O'Neill went on, is that it is a difficult thing, obviously, and should be done in a strikingly unorthodox manner to emphasize the unusualness of the job and get the full impact of its dramatic quality concentrated. Also that my carefully planned suspense from play to play would be frittered away over an opening of weekly intervals. That is not my trilogy as I wrote it. Of course, after an opening week in which the whole work is revealed, I think a week-by-week basis afterwards would be justified and not harmful to my intent, since the 3 plays would already have been shown as a closely knit whole. Atkinson wrote back that he would like to see the 3 plays presented one right after the other, within a 3-day span. It is gratifying that you agree with me and even go me one better in advocating a straight 3-performance scheme, O'Neill replied. Of course, you are right, that is the right way. My day's interval between plays is really a compromise with the difficulty of straight production and the strain on whoever plays Lavinia. Then O'Neill took up some of Atkinson's criticisms of the trilogy, expressing a willingness to discuss them further but not conceding their validity. He asked Atkinson to choose a time when he could come to stay for a day or more at Northport. By mid-August the visit had not yet been arranged, and O'Neill wrote Atkinson that it didn't matter where they got together, the important point is, let's get together somehow. I agree that a good deal may be accomplished by a revival of our discussion from my selfish point of view, at least, he said. The more of the inner workings and background of the writing of the trilogy I can set before you and of my work in general, the better for me, in the sense of my getting more value out of your criticism, for or against. A fresh point of view would give rise to self-critical questionings of great value, he went on, adding that most criticism of real value did not come until after the opening, when it was too late. That's one of many reasons, he explained, why I'm always glad to have any critic read my scripts before the openings. He said it was unfortunate that most producers violently objected to this, adding that producers wanted a surprise value at all costs and that they believed the acting and directing would be judged better when the critic knew nothing of the play he was supposed to interpret. In preparation for his forthcoming discussion with Atkinson, O'Neill reread in galley proofs the entire trilogy. He found he liked it, and in a lengthy and self-congratulatory entry in his work diary, he noted that the plays had power and drive and the strange quality of unreal reality that I wanted. He was elated that he had achieved his primary goal of approximating the sense of fate conveyed by Greek tragedy purely in modern psychological terms, and without having to resort to the Greek convention of supernatural forces. He felt that technically he had achieved a unique thing in dramaturgy, each play complete episode completely realized, but at same time, which is important point, not complete in that its end begins following play and demands that play as an inevitable sequel. Few trilogies in existence in drama of all time, and none of them has this quality. Despite his satisfaction with the trilogy as a whole, O'Neill did extensive cutting and editing, particularly on the first and third plays, and new galley proofs had to be made. Early in September he studied them and then noted, in his final entry in the work diary, that Act 2 of The Haunted was weak spot, still needs rearranging, but will postpone final decision on this until I hear cast read plays, then it will hit my ear. The problem, however, would not leave his mind, and George Jean Nathan, during a visit to Northport, found O'Neill brooding about it. One night, Nathan later wrote in Cosmopolitan, after a particularly trying day and the mopish gloom it had imposed upon him, O'Neill burst into my bedroom at 3 a.m., gleefully shouting that he had at last seen what was wrong with the play. What it needed was simply the transposition of a first act scene into the third act. Maybe, he proclaimed, if I were a drinking man, I would have seen it more clearly at the start. There are times in the writing of drama when a bit of cloudiness can bring a sudden gleam of light more effectively than too long studious analysis. Toward the end of summer, O'Neill and Atkinson finally set a date to suit them both, and Atkinson went to Northport. It was a pleasant place, Atkinson recalled. Carlotta was invisible for the most part, and Blamey was present at all meals. Jean drank a lot of moxie. He swam in the afternoon. We were both enchanted when a Boston steamer, headed for New York, passed by. We discussed Electra some more. I felt it was overwritten and that the public might resent 3 nights. Jean, of course, disagreed. Atkinson expressed his admiration for the handsome, chauffeur-driven Cadillac O'Neill had acquired, and about which O'Neill had previously and apologetically written him. As for the chauffeur, Carlotta explained that O'Neill detested driving in traffic. When her husband returned to this country, he never drove a car himself, she said. O'Neill and his wife continued to live in Northport during the first weeks of September, though they had signed, in July, a long-term lease on an 8-room duplex apartment in a new building at 1095 Park Avenue. During the first part of September, O'Neill was, as he wrote to a friend, half in, half out of town, half moved into apartment, half moved out of here. Since 1095 Park Avenue was to be their permanent home, or so they thought, with their habitual optimism Carlotta lavished on its decoration all her considerable talent as a homemaker. O'Neill's study, in particular, was designed to give him the utmost comfort, with a nautical atmosphere provided by brass ships' lanterns and pictures and models of clipper ships. Rehearsals for Electra began in the second week of September. Like Strange Interlude, it was to forego an out-of-town tryout, and, because of its unusual length, 7 weeks instead of the customary 4 were allotted for rehearsals. Robert Edmund Jones, who had not worked on an O'Neill play since The Great God Brown, nearly 6 years earlier, was to design the sets and Philip Moeller was to direct. There was little or no disagreement about the casting of 2 of the major parts. Christine and Oren Manin. Alla Nazimova, the Russian actress famous in the United States for her Ibsen roles, was chosen to play Christine, and Earl Larimore, who had endeared himself to O'Neill as Sam Evans in Strange Interlude, was cast as Oren. The role of Lavinia finally went to Alice Brady, but not before O'Neill had offered it first to Anne Harding. Anne Harding had met O'Neill in the later days of the Provincetown Players but did not know him well and, as she later said, had no idea that he was particularly aware of my existence. I was quite overwhelmed with the signal honor of receiving from O'Neill the galley proofs of Morning Becomes Electra and a most gracious letter indicating that I was his first choice for the title role, she added. At the time, I was under contract to Path Studio and did everything but blow up the entire lot to convince the obtuse gentleman in command of my fate that it would greatly enhance my value to them to release me for Electra. Unable to make them see the light, I tried to break my contract, but that proved hopeless, as well. It is the major tragedy of my professional life that I was deprived of that great opportunity. O'Neill, discouraged over losing Anne Harding, complained to friends that the damn talkies made the always difficult casting problem almost an impossible one. Everyone you think of is tied up out there, he said. We felt, Lawrence Langner later wrote, that Alice Brady was the finest actress available for the part of Lavinia, but we were afraid of losing her because of her peculiar reaction to Strange Interlude. Teresa Hilburn and I did our best to woo her into accepting the role. We were helped in this by her father, William A. Brady. We signed Alice to her contract, the details of which we negotiated over the telephone with her father. This cast may work out well after a fashion, O'Neill glumly informed a friend on September 20th. Don't know. Hope so. O'Neill attended rehearsals scrupulously from the beginning, and Carlotta nearly always accompanied him. Unlike Agnes, she took an active role in the productions of all her husband's plays. I used to sit by Jean and take notes and things, Carlotta said. With Morning Becomes Electra we sat 7 weeks. I never was bored a minute, it was wonderful. O'Neill did a good deal of cutting during the first 2 weeks, mostly cutting that he, himself, felt would heighten the trilogy's impact, and it was soon discovered that the overall playing length was not so great as had originally been supposed. All schemes for separate productions on different nights for the 3 plays were, accordingly, abandoned, and it was decided to present the trilogy in one chunk, like Strange Interlude, but beginning a little earlier in the afternoon, ending a little later at Enfit, and shortening the dinner intermission, to make up the approximately hour and a half longer that Electra would run. TBT Lakatok Guild issued an announcement to this effect, explaining that the first complete rehearsal had disclosed that the unity and suspensive action of Morning Becomes Electra would be aided if the plays were presented in a single day. O'Neill was more expansive and more in contact with this cast than he had been with others. He was especially affable to Alice Brady, who was a friend of Carlotta's. One day during rehearsals, Miss Brady's dog, Sammy, got into a fight outside the theater with Blookme, and O'Neill had to separate them. He picked up Sammy and carried him into Miss Brady's dressing room. Sammy met my dog outside, O'Neill told her. Sammy sniffed and said, "My mother's appearing in your father's rotten play," and my dog naturally leaped on him. Sammy should know better. O'Neill had a great deal to say to Miss Brady, in a more serious vein, about her interpretation of Lavinia. In an interview shortly after the opening, Miss Brady told about it. O'Neill, she said, hammered in the fact constantly at rehearsals that no sentimentality must creep into the characterization of Lavinia, and that no one should feel sorry for her at the final moment when she boards herself up in the Mansion house with her memories of the dead. Personally, I feel that Mr. O'Neill meant Lavinia to be a symbol, rather than a living, breathing human being who buys hats and gloves and eats lamb chops, she added. I may be wrong, but I'm quite sure that Lavinia could never eat a lamb chop. I simply couldn't imagine it. I think that's why Mr. O'Neill insisted that I wear a death-like mask in my makeup. The part is not me at all. I had to create a character totally foreign to my nature and to anything I had ever done before. Then, the play is not like any ordinary play where if you drop a word you can substitute another. You must say every word exactly as it is written. Otherwise you throw the whole rhythm of the play out. But I love the part. It has a tremendous sort of abstract excitement for me. In the last few days of rehearsals and at the opening I became so wrapped up in it that I lost all sense of time. As rehearsals progressed, according to Carlotta, Jean became fascinated by the characterizations of Nazimova and Alice Brady and of Earl Larimore, but particularly of the 2 women. But he also became aware that they were less and less what he had written, Carlotta added. They were so wonderful, from their point of view, that they did no harm to the play, but they were not what Jean had fancied. For instance, Alice, who was Irish and French, was playing a New England woman. A thing like that disturbed him. One of the smaller roles, that of Seth, the 75-year-old man and gardener and man of all work, was filled by the 38-year-old Arthur Hughes. After having been interviewed and approved by O'Neill and Moeller, Hughes was turned over to Cheryl Crawford, the Guild's casting director. Miss Crawford informed Hughes that he would have to sing the song Shenandoah in the play, and Hughes was appalled. I loved music, he said, but I couldn't carry a tune, and I told Cheryl Crawford I couldn't sing. She said, "Oh yes, you can. You just work at it." I wanted to be in the play so badly that I did work at it. I bought a copy of the song at Shearmer's, and started practicing it, with my wife's help. I kept singing it to myself everywhere I went, on the street, in the subway, everywhere. Often I'd forget the tune, and I'd call my wife in a panic and he'd sing it to me over the telephone. Then came the day of the first run-through, and I had to sing it in front of O'Neill and Moeller. I sang it, wavering back and forth, and at the end Moeller, who was a connoisseur of music, turned to O'Neill and said, "Well, Gene, what do you think?" "Fine, fine," O'Neill answered. "This man can't sing." O'Neill liked the idea of the singing being a little off-key, Hughes explained. During rehearsals O'Neill rarely left the theater for lunch. Carlotta packed sandwiches for him to eat in his seat. "We never ate in restaurants," Carlotta once explained, because Gene would get so nervous in a public dining room. His hands would begin to shake and his face would sort of sink and he would get circles under his eyes and he would begin to sweat. At the end of a run-through one day, O'Neill climbed on stage and was timidly accosted by a fragile old woman who played one of the villagers. O'Neill listened courteously while she asked him something about one of the scenes, then started to answer her question. Some guild officials, gathered in discussion with Nazi Mova on the other side of the stage, called to O'Neill to join them. With a curt, "Wait a minute, I'm talking to this lady," he turned back to his interrogator and spent another 5 minutes patiently answering her questions. Several recs before the scheduled opening of Morning Becomes Electra, the writer and artist S.J. Wolf interviewed and sketched O'Neill in one of the Theatre Guild offices. The interview subsequently appeared, with a large portrait, in the New York Times Magazine. "It is well to travel occasionally," O'Neill told Wolf, "but if a man wants to write about his country he must live in it. The tempo, the attitude, the psychology of Europe are different, and one unconsciously absorbs these things. An author is of necessity influenced by his surroundings. To write of Americans, one must live in America, breathe its atmosphere, experience its reactions, live its kind of life, and feel the pulse of the people." O'Neill, Wolf reported, was very different from what one expected him to be, more fragile, more tenuous, more apart. Behind his quiet manner there is a tenseness of nerves, which his long, thin fingers emphasized as they beat a tattoo on his thigh or dug themselves into the palms of his hands. "One of the things I regret," O'Neill said, "is the passing of the experimental group theater." He complained about the fact that there were commercial managers who are doing the same things they were doing 10 years ago, because they failed to credit their public with as much sense or taste as it has. "I believe," he also said, "that we have the best directors, the best writers, the best actors and the best scenic artists in the world right in this country, but all of them are going along each in his own way. If all this talent could be collected and made to work together, I am certain that productions could be given here that would be unequaled." Wolf, concluding his interview with O'Neill, wrote. Suddenly O'Neill looked up and smiled. It was a boyish smile and an awkward one as he had just become aware of his long lapse into silence. Then, pointing to a drawing of Shaw that was hanging on the opposite wall, he remarked, "I wish they would take that down, the old gentleman seems to be laughing at me." On October 26, the day before the opening of Electra, O'Neill made his usual, painful speech of farewell to an exhausted cast. Carlotta, who was by his side, jocularly remarked that O'Neill's next project, when he was rested, would be a 20-minute vaudeville sketch, an announcement loudly cheered by all. Carlotta then bestowed a sprig of Scotch heather upon each member of the cast for luck, and she and O'Neill went home to compose opening night telegrams, Carlotta sending a wire of her own to Philip Moeller, thanking and blessing him. O'Neill, carrying on his joke with Alice Brady, sent flowers, in Blomy's name, to her dog, with a note saying that he hoped Sammy's mother would do a good job in his father's play. The first-nighters began arriving at the Guild Theatre a little before 4 in the afternoon of October 27. Among the early arrivals were Herbert Bayard Swope, Dorothy Parker, Edna Ferber, Elmer Rice, and Otto Kahn. Kahn went home as he had at the intermission of Strange Interlude, during the dinner hour following homecoming, to change into evening clothes. For those who did not wish to dine in neighboring restaurants, or go home to dress, sandwiches and coffee were served in the lobby of the theater. The Hunted and the Haunted were separated by a 15-minute intermission, and the trilogy came to a close, on opening night, shortly before 11. Though the marathon performance proceeded smoothly, Alice Brady, for one, later confessed that she had never before been so nervous on an opening night. When I made my first entrance and started to talk, she said, I could hardly hear my own voice. I was nearly crying from fright and was absolutely sure that I'd forget my lines. You see, Mr. O'Neill kept changing and changing the lines at every rehearsal. He even made some minor changes on the day of the opening performance. So that every time I'd think of a line, I'd wonder with horror whether that was the line which had been cut or changed in the script. After the first two scenes, however, I was all right. But I wouldn't go through it again for anything in the world. During the first intermission, Langner later recorded, I saw Papa Brady, then in his 70s, bounding up the aisle like a schoolboy, his eyes bright with joy. I congratulated him on Alice's performance. She should have done Strange Interlude, but she didn't ask my advice on that, he said. The reviews were extraordinarily enthusiastic. Even Robert Garland, who had now become the critic for the recently amalgamated World Telegram, hailed the play, though he seemed to choke over several qualifying phrases before he could get the words out. The good news from 52nd Street is to the effect that, to put it baldly, Mr. Eugene O'Neill has at last turned out a masterpiece. Percy Hammond also voiced approval. From 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday until 11 at night, Eugene O'Neill heckled life in one of the bitterest and lengthiest of his attacks upon that popular institution. Even if you prefer your plays short, as I do, you will arise from your chair, as I did, and join the others in earnest salvos of appreciation. All that is needed to enjoy it is endurance and the spirit of an intelligent fanatic. I congratulate Mr. O'Neill and the Theatre Guild for a thoughtful, earnest, theatrical, and sanely delirious stunt. Richard Lockridge, on The Sun, ventured the opinion that Electra was O'Neill's first play of lasting importance and declared that O'Neill had finally emerged as an artist in the theatre, as perhaps the outstanding artist in the theatre of today. John Mason Brown, who was already established as a lecturer on the theatre and was in addition serving as the drama critic of the New York Evening Post, wrote, It is a play which towers above the scrubby output of our present-day theatre as the Empire State Building soars above the skyline of Manhattan. Most of its 14 acts, and particularly its earlier and middle sections, are possessed of a strength and majesty which are equal to its scale. It boasts, too, the kind of radiant austerity which was part of the glory that was Greece. It is one of the most distinguished, if not the most distinguished, achievements of Mr. O'Neill's career. It is, uneven, but so are the Himalayas. It is an experiment in sheer, shuddering, straightforward storytelling which widens the theatre's limited horizons at the same time that it is exalting and horrifying its patrons. Brooks Atkinson, elated with the revised script, evaluated the play as a universal tragedy of tremendous stature, deep, dark, solid, uncompromising, and grim, heroically thought out and magnificently wrought in style and structure. Mr. O'Neill has never before fulfilled himself so completely. He has never commanded his theme in all its variety and adumbrations with such superb strength, coolness, and coherence. To this department, which ordinarily reserves its praise for the dead, Morning Becomes Electra is Mr. O'Neill's masterpiece. Gilbert Gabriel was equally enthusiastic. Leaping groggily over the several corpses strewn on the Guild Theatre's boards when Morning Becomes Electra has ended, I rush with the rush of a last-minute report to bear witness that here is a grand scheme grandly fulfilled. And that the Guild has again to thank Eugene O'Neill for a success of extraordinary size and import and ennobling prestige. And that no play in years has won so stirring an ovation at its close. The New Yorker's Robert Benchley, though he enjoyed the play, attempted to reduce it to size. Morning Becomes Electra, he maintained, was less Greek tragedy than good, old-fashioned, spine-curling melodrama. Are we not forgetting one very important source of inspiration, without which he might perhaps have been just a builder of word mountains, wrote Benchley. Was there not standing in the wings of the Guild Theatre, on that momentous opening night, the ghost of an old actor in a white wig, with drawn sword, who looked on proudly as the titanic drama unfolded itself, scene by scene, and who murmured, with perhaps just the suggestion of a chuckle, "That's good, son. Give 'em the old theatre?" The actor I refer to needs no introduction to the older boys and girls here tonight, Mr. James O'Neill, the Count of Monte Cristo and the father of our present hero. It is his precious inheritance from his trooper father, his father who counted 1, 2, 3 as he destroyed his respective victims, one at the curtain to each act. It is his supreme sense of the theatre in its most elementary appeal, which allows Eugene O'Neill to stand us on our heads and keep us there from 5 in the afternoon until almost midnight. In this tremendous play he gives us not one thing that is new, and he gives us nothing to think about, but he does thrill the bejesus out of us, just as his father used to, and that is what we go to the theatre for. While we are on our feet, let us drink once again to the Count of Monte Cristo. There was unanimous praise for the direction and the acting, and, as in the case of Strange Interlude, articles of appraisal and analysis continued to be written about Electra for many months after its opening, not all of them favorable. St. John Irvine, for example, back in England after the collapse of the world in April 1931, wrote a two-part criticism of the published version of Electra, in which he took umbrage at the claim of O'Neill's publisher that O'Neill was generally regarded as the world's greatest dramatist. "Generally," cried Mr. Irvine. "There happened to be alive simultaneously with Mr. O'Neill the following American dramatists: Mark Connelly, Susan Glaspell, Paul Green, Sidney Howard, and Elmer Rice, in addition to 2 authors of light comedies, Mr. Philip Barry and M.R. S. N. Behrman. The following British dramatists are also contemporaneous with Mr. O'Neill: Sir J. M. Barrie, John Galsworthy, Harley Granville Barker, Somerset Maugham, Sean O'Casey, Sir Arthur Wing Pinero and Bernard Shaw. Clearly, if Mr. Eugene O'Neill is superior to all of these authors, he is a most remarkable man, and his plays, therefore, must be tested, not by local and contemporary standards, but by standards that are universal. Mr. O'Neill, in brief, is to be placed in comparison with the great Greeks, with Shakespeare, with Molière and Racine, with Ibsen and Strindberg and Chekhov. Can he bear to be compared with them? It took Mr. Irvine the better part of his 2 long articles to answer his own question in the negative. Joseph Wood Crutch, on the other hand, felt that O'Neill not only could bear comparison with Ibsen, the Greeks, and Shakespeare, but that Ibsen, for one, suffered by the comparison. In an introduction to a collection of O'Neill's plays in 1932, Crutch wrote, "By common consent, Eugene O'Neill is acknowledged to be the most distinguished of the group which created the serious American drama. The best of work is also the best of our contemporary dramatic literature. His is the first name to be mentioned in any discussion of the American theater of today, and he is the only one of our playwrights who has a wide international fame." Mr. Crutch said that Morning Becomes Electra, like all supremely great pieces of literature, was primarily about the passions and primarily addressed to our interest in them. Once more we have a great play which does not mean anything in the sense that the plays of Ibsen or Shaw or Galsworthy usually mean something, he continued, but one which does, on the contrary, mean the same thing that Oedipus and Hamlet and Macbeth mean, namely, that human beings are great and terrible creatures when they are in the grip of great passions, and that the spectacle of them is not only absorbing but also and at once horrible and cleansing. To find in the play any lack at all one must compare it with the very greatest works of dramatic literature, but when one does compare it with Hamlet or Macbeth one realizes that it does lack just one thing, and that thing is language, words as thrilling as the action which accompanies them. But no modern is capable of language really worthy of O'Neill's play, and the lack of that one thing is the penalty we must pay for living in an age which is not equal to more than prose. Nor is it to be supposed that I make this reservation merely for the purpose of saving that Mr. O'Neill's play is not so good as the best of Shakespeare. I make it, on the contrary, in order to indicate where one must go in order to find a worthy comparison. Elektra continued to be more than merely theater news. The Times was moved to comment on it editorially on October 31st. Poor New England. She appears to be fated to chronic depression. Hush, hark, crash, bang. What is that? It is another cheerful little Eugene O'Neill bulletin about New England. This time it is a couple of murders, a suicide, and the regular assortment of repressions, explosions, seductions, lusts and incests. Critical opinion seems to be unanimous that Mr. O'Neill's restatement of the complicated family troubles of the Atrose family has resulted in a dramatic masterpiece. But it does seem a bit hard on New England, coming after the same author's celebrated Elms of a few years ago. Surely there are enough trunk murders in Los Angeles, enough love nest slayings in New Jersey, enough axe murders in Seattle, to suggest a respite for the country east of the Hudson. New England has been accused of so many things that there's danger of people coming to regard horror as peculiarly a New England product. And someone composed a jingle, parodying an old song, which appeared in F.P.A.'s Conning Tower. My sister was Elektra, / like yours, you will allow, / and you may have a mother / that needs a bullet now. / I've come to this great drama, / destruction for to deal, / and if you dare insult me, sir, / I'll tell Eugene O'Neill. To enlighten the public about the creative torment that had gone into the making of Morning Becomes Elektra, O'Neill permitted Joe Hight to distribute mimeographed copies of his work diary entries to newspapers and magazines. O'Neill, bewailing once again his own lack of poetry, had the following afterthought about his play. With Morning Becomes Elektra, masks were called for in one draft of the 3 plays. But the classical connection was too insistent. Masks in that connection demand great language to speak, which let me out of it with a sickening bump. So I had to discard them. There was a realistic New England insistence in my mind, too, which would have barred great language even in a dramatist capable of writing it, an insistence on the clotted and clogged and inarticulate. So it evolved ultimately in the mask-like faces, which expressed my intention tempered by the circumstances. However, I should like to see Morning Becomes Elektra done entirely with masks, now that I can view it solely as a psychological play, quite removed from the confusing preoccupations the classical derivation of its plot once caused me. Masks would emphasize the drama of the life and death impulses that drive the characters onto their fates and put more in its proper secondary place, as a frame, the story of the New England family. Although the play received high praise and ran for 150 performances in New York, it did not capture the Pulitzer Prize. The winner was a musical of The Icing by George Kaufman, Maury Raskind, and George and Ira Gershwin. The production of Elektra was, in a sense, the climax of O'Neill's career. He was to complete 6 more plays, but only 3 of them were produced on Broadway in his lifetime. And of the 3, only the light-hearted and atypical Wilderness was an unqualified critical and popular success. O'Neill and Carlotta did not, of course, attend the opening night of Elektra. Instead, they drove to Northport for their first rest after 7 solid weeks of rehearsal. In mid-November O'Neill decided he needed a vacation far from New York, and he and Carlotta left for a 3-week visit to Georgia. It was during this trip that they decided Georgia was the place where they wanted to live, and they began building an expensive home there very soon after. They returned to New York in early December, but it was for a stay of only a few months. O'Neill found himself unable to settle down to any serious work in the distracting atmosphere of the city. Among the people O'Neill entertained before he left for Georgia were George Tyler, who had got in touch with him after a long silence, and Joseph McCarthy, his roommate from Mount St. Vincent. McCarthy did not find the reunion particularly exhilarating. Jean was mostly silent, he said. I'm afraid I stole a look at the sideboard before dinner. Jean said, I don't drink anymore, and he didn't offer me a drink, either. The O'Neills invited Nathan to their apartment to celebrate the critic's 50th birthday on February 14, 1932. They asked Nathan to bring a friend, and he selected Atkinson. We got tight at a speakeasy before we arrived, Atkinson recalled. Carlotta took a dim view of this. Another guest during this period was George Pierce Baker, with whom Carlotta was charmed. It was Baker's visit that inaugurated her O'Neill collection at Yale. Jean had given me all the manuscripts, 5 or 6 drafts of Electra, and I didn't know what on earth to do with them, she explained. I told Baker about them, and said I didn't know whether to put them in a bank vault, or what. He suggested that I start an O'Neill collection, and he discussed this with the Yale Library, which, of course, was delighted. On March 15 O'Neill's social life reached a high point when he made an appearance at a formal dinner. The dinner, sponsored by the Theatre Guild at a Midtown hotel between the first and second plays of the Electra trilogy that evening, honored Gerhard Hauptmann. In addition to Hauptmann, who was also the Guild's guest at the play, those present included Carlotta, Frau Hauptmann, and Hauptmann's secretary, Elizabeth Jungmann, later to become Lady Beerbohm. There was also an interpreter to translate the compliments exchanged by Hauptmann and O'Neill, neither spoke the other's language. Not long before leaving Le Plessis, O'Neill had been gratified to read of Hauptmann's high opinion of him. In a conversation in Berlin with a Herald Tribune correspondent, Hauptmann had declared, "Yes, a few of your playwrights have interested me considerably. There is Eugene O'Neill, for example, whose work I admire profoundly. He is one of the really great figures in modern drama. O'Neill is an example of what I mean when I say America is producing, and will produce in ever greater quantities, an art I feel is indigenous, it belongs to the American soil. No European dramatist could possibly have written those plays. The drama, under him, has found a new type of artistic expression. In some plays O'Neill is a really vital social force. I esteem his Harry Ape as one of the really great social plays of our time. In other plays O'Neill is a sensitive poet, a really fine poet. His Negro play, All God's Killian Got Wings, made a marked impression on me. It treats a very important problem intelligently, and above all, beautifully." At the dinner O'Neill could now return the compliment, and he assured Hauptmann that he, along with Ibsen and Strindberg, had greatly influenced his own work. Flockmann replied that he had easily followed the first part of Electra despite the language barrier, and that it was a beautiful play. Upon his departure from the United States a few days later, Hauptmann told Ship News reporters that Electra was the only play he had seen during his 3-week visit, and that the two outstanding things in my visit, the whole of which has been delightful and interesting, were meeting O'Neill and attending Morning Becomes Electra. It was not more than a few weeks later that O'Neill left for Georgia, in another effort to seek isolation far from Broadway. LV. It was Ilka Chase who had recommended Sea Island as a new home for the O'Neills. In the copy of Morning Becomes Electra that O'Neill presented to Miss Chase not long after he moved to Georgia, he wrote, "To Ilka, who found our blessed isles for us, with the profoundest gratitude." The allusion was to the South Sea Islands of Morning Becomes Electra, repetitively mentioned by various of the play's characters as symbolic of a longed-for peace. Carlotta, interviewed by a reporter for a Boston newspaper in March, 1932, said that Sea Islands seemed a sort of fulfillment of the Blessed Isles, about which her husband had written. And in January of the following year, commemorating the date of his reconciliation with Carlotta in Shanghai, O'Neill echoed her sentiments more intimately. He inscribed a volume of his plays to her, quoting a speech made by his Americanized Aegisthus, Adam Brandt, to Clytemnestra Christine, and adding, "Blessed and beautiful one, whose love and tenderness have made in my life a blessed isle of peace and beauty, I, the blessed, who love you, again as ever give thanks to God for you." The blessed isle discovered by the O'Neills in Georgia was one of a group famous for its cotton and its traditional gentility, rather than for tropical glamour, and the $100,000 residence that Carlotta designed for her husband to live in was substantial rather than romantic. Described by Carlotta as bastard Spanish peasant style, it was built of greenish-white stone, contained 22 rooms, and boasted a courtyard and formal garden in front and a stretch of beach leading to the Atlantic at the back. O'Neill's study, on the second floor, jutted out over the ground floor dining room, and its curved wall, suggesting that of a galleon's prow, had windows facing out to sea. Inside, the study was fitted as a ship's cabin, with exposed wooden planking on ceiling and walls, a built-in bunk sofa beneath the curved windows, and other nautical accoutrements. A circular iron stairway led from the study to the crow's nest on the roof. The whole effect was not unlike that achieved by O'Neill's own Isaiah Bartlett, the demented captain in gold. Mrs. Ben Pinchot, wife of the photographer, who interviewed Carlotta at some length during this period, kept the sheaf of notes she made for a projected magazine article and which shed a contemporaneous light on life in Georgia with the O'Neills. Carlotta told Mrs. Pinchot she had had a mental image of what she wanted to build, down to the last towel rack, before one brick of the Sea Island house was put into place. After her experiences at the chateau, Mrs. Pinchot noted, Carlotta was very decisive in her admiration of American plumbing, and she made certain that kitchen and bathrooms had the best, including, she told me, a bidet. The house was both comfortable and practical, no waste or extravagance, for display purpose, only a clean and precise and beautiful compactness. Another feature of the house, recalled by several visitors, was high wash stands in the bathrooms, making it unnecessary to stoop to brush one's teeth. The huge living room, rising the full height of the house, was painted the same greenish-white as the outer walls, and was furnished with somewhat austere comfort. On the walls hung old icons and the masks from the great god Brown. Before moving into their house, and while supervising the final stages of construction, O'Neill and Carlotta stayed at the nearby Sea Island Inn. While Carlotta attended to the details of decoration, O'Neill worked in his room at the inn, and one night he took time out from thinking about the new play he was outlining to write Carlotta an impassioned letter. Mistress, I desire you, you are my passion, and my life drunkenness, and my ecstasy, and the wine of joy to me. Wife, you are my love, and my happiness, and the word behind my word, and the half of my heart. Mother, you are my lost way refound, my end and my beginning, the hand I reach out for in my lonely night, from my ghost-haunted inner dark, and on your soft breasts there is a peace for me that is beyond death. The O'Neills named their new home Casa Genata, romantically combining their two first names. The Italianate designation was a rather fanciful one to apply to a modern Spanish mansion set in the deep American South and occupied by an Irishman and his Dutch-Danish-French wife. During the hot summer months O'Neill labored over his new play, Days Without End, which was proving to be a particularly troublesome project and was to undergo many metamorphoses. Money problems also were plaguing him again, but in this, as he acknowledged, he was not alone. The depression was in full sway. Refusing a loan to George Tyler in September, O'Neill explained, apologetically, I am up a tree with everybody else, all the Electra money has gone into the house I built down here, with the balance still owing, and I'm cash broke and borrowing myself to keep me over until Electra opens up again on the road, praying it will stay out when it does open. I feel damned badly about having to return a negative reply to your letter, and I want you to know it's the flesh and not the spirit that is weak. I don't expect to be on my feet again for a year and a half, even if I get all the breaks and prosperity shows some signs of revival. He added that there was just one chance he might be able to assist Tyler if the talkie of Strange Interlude proved successful enough to encourage Hollywood to buy another O'Neill play. But such a chance, O'Neill felt, was slim, in view of the fact that he had been able to sell only 2 plays to Hollywood in all his years of writing. The movie version of Strange Interlude, bought by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer soon after the settlement of the plagiarism suit, was released in the late summer of 1932. Even with Norma Shearer playing Nina and Clark Gable playing Edmund Darrell, the movie was not the overwhelming financial success that had been hoped for, although it was given a tremendous Hollywood build-up and was the film sensation of the year. O'Neill, in spite of his pessimism, did make an effort in the fall of 1932 to stir up some movie interest in his old plays, and United Artists, soon after, bought The Emperor Jones, which was released in 1933 with Paul Robeson as the Emperor and Dudley Diggs as Smithers. Setting aside a third, and still unsatisfactory, draft of Days Without End, O'Neill allowed a very different sort of play to write itself during the month of September, 1932. He awakened early one morning, having dreamed a full-length play with every scene vividly etched in his mind. He sat down at his desk at 7 in the morning and worked steadily until late afternoon, by which time he had written a detailed scenario of Wilderness. Within 6 weeks he had completed the play in its final version. Only once before, in the case of Desire Under the Elms, has a plot idea come to me so easily, he later said. I wrote it more easily than I have written any other of my works and then went back to Days Without End. Just before O'Neill began work on his reminiscent comedy, he was thinking with fond amusement about one of his father's crotchets. His agent, Richard Madden, had asked him if he wanted to release Electra to a certain English producer, and O'Neill had advised him to release the play only if the producer was willing to pay a substantial advance. I've sworn off giving plays to the English for nothing, said O'Neill. If James O'Neill of Monte Cristo fame heard that I ever gave the cursed Sassy Knox the slightest break, he'd come back from the grave and bean me with a blackthorn. My, but didn't he love them? O'Neill referred to Wilderness as a comedy of recollection. My purpose, he later explained, was to write a play true to the spirit of the American large small town at the turn of the century. Its quality depended upon atmosphere, sentiment, an exact evocation of the mood of a dead past. To me, the America which was the real America found its unique expression in such middle-class families as the Millers, among whom so many of my own generation passed from adolescence into manhood. Temporarily consigning the completed script of Wilderness to a desk drawer, O'Neill took up Days Without End again in October and continued to wrestle with it for the next 5 or 6 months. Although this was the play originally conceived as the second in the series of 3 plays concerned with the soul sickness theme, of which Dynamo had been the first, it actually bears more resemblance to Welded. It is justly regarded by many critics as one of O'Neill's worst plays. Like Welded, it was too close to its subject, which in this case was O'Neill's struggle to believe, through a return to Catholicism, in the eternity of his and Carlotta's love. O'Neill himself described Days Without End as a modern miracle play which reveals a man's search for truth amid the conflicting doctrines of the modern world and his return to his old religious faith. Days Without End was the last play in which O'Neill used masks. In view of his philosophy about masks, expressed during this period with renewed vigor, it is somewhat surprising that he should have abandoned them so completely. For, far from giving any hint that he was through with the mask concept, he expressed, at this time, a far-reaching interest in the use of masks in the contemporary theater. Why not give all future classical revivals entirely in masks, he had asked, rhetorically, in a recent newspaper article. Hamlet, for example. Masks would liberate this play from its present confining status as a star vehicle. We would be able to see the great drama we are now only privileged to read, and to identify ourselves with the figure of Hamlet as a symbolic projection of a fate that is in each of us, instead of merely watching a star give us his version of a great acting role. O'Neill, like John Loving, the split-personality hero of Days Without End, was at the time of the play's writing engaged in a personal struggle over religion. The Hound of Heaven, having sporadically pursued him over the past 30 years, came as close to overtaking him, in 1932, as he ever would. Several lines from the Francis Thompson poem are, in fact, quoted in the text of the play. The symbolic ending he had used in Welded became a specifically stated religious ending in Days Without End. A friend of the O'Neills had recently introduced them to some Jesuit priests, and O'Neill had a number of talks with them. They were intellectuals, Carlotta said, and Jean had respect for them. He discussed aspects of Days Without End with them. I was prepared to join the Catholic Church myself. If Jean wanted to go back, I would have done whatever was necessary to make him happy. But he did not go back. That was his last flirtation with Catholicism. Days Without End is, like Welded, essentially the story of a passionately idealistic marriage between two insistently possessive people. But, whereas the hero and heroine of Welded are fated perpetually to act out their love-hate at a feverish pitch, and both are equally the victims and the victimized, in Days Without End the heroine is the victim and the hero's two selves fight a battle over her soul. In the end the cynical, destructive, doubting self is vanquished by the newly inspired John, and the now harmonious personality of John Loving, standing in church with his arms upstretched to a life-size crucifix, closes the play with a line echoing the religious fervor of Lazarus laughed. Love lives forever. Death is dead. Life laughs with God's love again. Life laughs with love. O'Neill's personal religious conflict, always associated by him to some extent with his father, was dramatized in the play by means of a James O'Neillian character, in the guise of a Catholic priest. He is John Loving's uncle and former guardian, Father Baird. Father Baird's physical characteristics, his relationship with John Loving, and his manner of speech persistently evoke James O'Neill, and the hero's final submission to Catholic belief was probably, in O'Neill's mind, a symbolic gesture of submission to his dead father, a gesture he repudiated, however, soon after he had made it. He ultimately came to deplore the ending of Days Without End. Indeed, in his early outline for the play, he planned to have the hero commit suicide rather than be redeemed by a return to his old religious faith. O'Neill's irresolution over his hero's end drove him frantic at times, since it was his own, as well as John Loving's, dilemma. Jean would walk up and down the beach, painfully wrestling with the problem, Carlotta recalled. Fi couldn't make up his mind whether or not to have the man go back to the church. At one point he thought of having him shoot himself at the church altar, and he discussed this idea with the Jesuit priests and they persuaded him not to use it. He finally ended with the man going back to the church. Later he was furious with himself for having done this. He felt he had ruined the play and that he was a traitor to himself as a writer. He always said the last act was a phony and he never forgave himself for it. To my Carlotta, O'Neill wrote on the first longhand script. The first throws, and who better than you knows what throws they were. And later, on the second longhand script, now called An End of Days, he wrote, to Carlotta, this, are pangs without end offspring. George Jean Nathan, who detested the play, largely because of its religious ending, took some comfort from the fact that O'Neill later admitted the ending was wrong. The hero's final gesture, O'Neill told Nathan, called for alteration, a reversion to the dramatic scheme as he had first conceived it, and O'Neill said he would rewrite the last scene of the play for the definitive edition of his works. O'Neill finally settled on the title, Days Without End, partly because of its derivation from the prayer book phrase, world without end, and partly, as he once explained, because of the two meanings the word end could have, that is, the title could mean days without goal, as well as having the meaning of eternity, as in the prayer. While Welded, in many respects, suggested O'Neill's relationship with Agnes, Days Without End is transparently based on his relationship with Carlotta. And, to judge by two parallel speeches from the plays, the climates of the two marriages, at least in their early stages, were not totally dissimilar. Here is Michael Cape, speaking to his wife, in Welded. But haven't we realized the ideal of our marriage? We swore to have a true sacrament or nothing. Our marriage must be a consummation demanding and combining the best in each of us. Hard, difficult, guarded from the commonplace, kept sacred as the outward form of our inner harmony. God, what I feel of the truth of this, the beauty. And here is Elsa Loving, speaking of her husband, in Days Without End. He said no matter if every other marriage on earth were rotten and a lie, our love could make ours into a true sacrament. Sacrament was the word he used, a sacrament of faith in which each of us would find the completest self-expression in making our union a beautiful thing. And our marriage has meant for us, freedom and harmony within ourselves and happiness. There are many other indications that Days Without End was very much Carlotta's play. It is set in 1932 in the Lovings' New York duplex apartment. The wife, Elsa, has been married before to a man who, like Ralph Barton, was flagrantly unfaithful to her, and John Loving has restored her faith in love, as O'Neill had restored Carlotta's. Daughter, you are my secret, shy, shrinking one, my pure and unsoiled one, whom the world has wounded, O'Neill wrote to Carlotta, while working on the play, but I swear my oath at life, that my life shall be between you and all wounds and hurt hereafter. As in the early months of their life together in the chateau, the O'Neills found in Casa Genata all they desired in a home. The few carefully selected friends who were asked to visit were struck by the well-ordered serenity of their lives. According to Ilka Chase, who spent a few days with them, the house was quiet and exquisitely clean, with special boxes and bags to keep the mildew out of things and with little colored maids polishing like Dutchmen. At meal times, she added, the food was put on side tables, the maids withdrew, and we helped ourselves. Not being spied on was a kind of fetish with them. The isolation at Casa Genata was as complete as the O'Neills could wish, and only the most tenuous threads linked them to New York and the rest of the world. One such thread was the new literary magazine, The American Spectator, to which O'Neill had agreed, in a rare departure from habit, to contribute some non-dramatic writing. George Jean Nathan, Ernest Boyd, Theodore Dreiser, James Branch Cabell and O'Neill were the joint editors of the magazine, which made its first monthly appearance at the end of October, 1932, and became one of the notably short-lived and undistinguished ventures in American publishing annals. In addition to the editors, all of whom were represented in the first issue, O'Neill by the brief memoranda on masks such people as Clarence Darrow, Joseph Wood Crutch, Havelock Ellis, and Lincoln Steffens contributed articles. Promised for future issues was a wildly incongruous group including Virginia Woolf, Gerhard Hauptmann, Mussolini, Stalin, Thomas Mann, Sean O'Casey, and Sherwood Anderson. The magazine sold for 10 cents a copy, it carried no advertising, and the editors served without pay. An editorial in its first issue declared, "The moment the editors feel that the American Spectator is becoming a routine job, is getting dull and is similarly continuing merely as a matter of habit, they will call it a day and will retire to their estates." The moment came less than 2.5 years later. "Well, we are tired of the job, although it has been a lot of fun," read a Spectator editorial in March, 1935. "So we are merrily concluding our performance." Sherwood Anderson, who had become a Spectator editor at the end of 1933 at Dreiser's urging, wrote a succinct obituary of the magazine in a letter to a friend. "I went in after Dreiser pleaded with me, and a very short time later Dreiser got sore at the others and resigned. In answer to your question, I don't think there was ever any crying need for the magazine. It was a short time after this that the magazine folded up and I lost any connection with it. I felt that it had accomplished little or nothing." Lawrence Langner and his wife, Armina, visited the O'Neills at Sea Island in the spring of 1933, along with Fania Marinoff. In Casa Genata, Langner recalled, the household revolved around Jean's writing. In the morning he worked in his study until noon. Then, attired in his dressing gown, he came down to the beach where Carlotta, Armina, Fania, and I were sunning. After a while we went swimming in the sandy-colored water, which is, to me, one of the most unattractive features of Sea Island. Jean was the best swimmer and swam far out to sea, followed by Armina. The rest of us hugged the beach. Although Sea Island was at its best during the time of the Langners' visit, it grew humid and hot in the summer and, according to Langner, was by no means the paradise the O'Neills expected it would be. Indeed, he later recalled, so damp was the atmosphere that special bronze had to be used for all the window hardware, for ordinary metal would rust away. Langner discovered another unpleasant feature of the island when he asked Carlotta why all the bushes in the patio were clipped up a foot from the ground. "That's so we can see if there are any snakes under them," she told him, explaining that the island abounded in rattlesnakes. Jean added smilingly that these were relatively harmless compared to the pretty little pink coral snakes which also disported themselves in this paradise, Langner reported. Fania, who hated snakes even more than I did, trod very gingerly around the countryside after this, and I was never quite at ease either. Another visitor, one who came strictly to talk business in the spring of 1933, was Bennett Cerf. Then in his 30s, Cerf had inherited money while still in his teens and had become one of Horace Liveright's COD vice presidents in the early 1920s. In 1925 Cerf had bought, for $235,000, Liveright's most lucrative adjunct, the Modern Library, which issued inexpensive editions of the classics. The transaction elevating Cerf, at the age of 27, to the presidency of the Modern Library, had taken place on an afternoon in May, 1925. As Cerf later recalled, the occasion was made even more memorable by the presence in the waiting room of a man armed with a gun and bent on assassinating Liveright. Would-be assassins were more or less a routine of Liveright's existence. There is at least one recorded instance of a woman who got close enough to take a shot at him. What with dodging bullets, gambling, and general high living, Liveright did not have much time to devote to his firm's financial affairs, and the supply of rich vice presidents not being inexhaustible, particularly during the Depression, Liveright's firm finally began to totter. Horace managed the firm very badly, Manuel Comroff said. There was never a year that we made less than $1 million, but there seldom seemed to be a day that we had a nickel in the bank. Sax Cummins, still O'Neill's editor at Liveright, had got an inkling of the firm's shaky position early in 1932, and old ties of friendship impelled him to advise O'Neill to safeguard his stake in the company. At O'Neill's request, the company's treasurer, Arthur Pell, signed a statement on March 24, 1932, to the effect that the contracts between Liveright and O'Neill shall cease and be void, and all rights owned by us thereunder shall revert to you, if our corporation shall be declared bankrupt, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, or if we suspend business or have a receivership appointed for our business. A little over a year later, in May, the firm went bankrupt. Cummins' warning had saved O'Neill a good deal of money, and O'Neill was grateful. When the news of the bankruptcy was announced, at least a dozen publishers approached Richard Madden in the hope of acquiring O'Neill. Cerf, under whom the Modern Library was flourishing, had by this time set up a subsidiary company called Random House, which put out expensive, limited editions of classics. Random House had published no contemporary books to date, and Cerf decided now was the time to begin. While everyone else was converging on Madden, Cerf later recalled, "I took a plane to Sea Island. Getting O'Neill meant prestige, but it also meant getting a playwright whose works sold like novels. I knew Gene slightly from the time I had worked for Liveright, and I wired him that I was coming, and asked him to reserve a room for me at the inn. He met me at the airport and said I must stay at his house, which I did. He agreed to come with our firm on condition that we engage Sax Cummins. I said all right, we shook hands on it, and I went back to New York and told Madden to disperse his forces. The fifth draft of Days Without End was typed by Carlotta in the spring of 1933, and O'Neill spent the early part of the summer revising it. It had grown unpleasantly hot in Georgia by July, even with the Atlantic breeze, and O'Neill and Carlotta decided to exchange their increasingly less blessed isles for the Adirondack Mountains for a few weeks. They stopped in Manhattan en route, and O'Neill gave Lawrence Langner the scripts of both Days Without End and Wilderness. The Guild executives unanimously liked Wilderness. But, as Langner later observed, there were some differences of opinion about Days Without End, and Gene sensed the controversial nature of the play and was greatly worried as to which of these plays should be produced first. O'Neill pondered on the problem in the Adirondacks. From Faust, New York, on August 7, he wrote to Langner. Days Without End is nothing if not controversial, especially in its Catholic aspect. It is sure, fail or succeed, to arouse much bitter argument. It will be well hated by the prejudiced who won't see the psychological study end of it but only the general aspect. And, technically too, there will be much argument pro and con. Now I feel strongly that such a post-production atmosphere, if Days Without End were done first, would be fatal for Wilderness. Give all this careful thought, all of you, and I know you'll agree. A day later he elaborated on the subject to Langner. There is a lot to be said on both sides, and I've been saying it all to myself until I'm quite gaga and confused and my opinion is worthless. All I know is that any play of mine that immediately follows Elektra is in a bad spot no matter how good it is, and I'm so close to both these two plays that I really don't know just how good or bad either of them is. This is particularly true in the case of Wilderness, which is so out of my previous line. Has it got something finer to it than its obvious surface value, a depth of mood and atmosphere, so to speak, that would distinguish it from another play of the same genre, the usual type? I felt it had when I wrote it. But now, frankly, I'll be damned if I can trust myself to judge. I simply don't know. It's up to you Gilders to decide. Has it charm and humor and tender reminiscence enough to disarm the people who will feel that dramatically it is a terrible letdown after Elektra? The Guild officials thought it had. They decided to open their 1933-34 season with it, and they immediately put it into production. George M. Cohan, who had turned down the leading role in Marco Millions and who had never appeared in a play written by anyone but himself, was invited to portray the father, Nat Miller. Both Langner and O'Neill were correct in their belief that the play's setting, July 4th, would strongly appeal to the self-styled Yankee Doodle dandy and might help persuade him to accept the assignment. In taking the role, Cohan said that he did not regard this departure in his career seriously and that the Guild just needed a good song and dance man for the play. There was always a chance, he added facetiously, that O'Neill might decide to appear the following season in a Cohan play. O'Neill's regular, Cohan said a few days after the play opened. I've known a lot about him since he's been coming along, but I never met him before. His father and my father were pretty good friends. They practically started the Catholic Actors Guild. O'Neill knows a lot of stories. He knows all the old circus jokes. I picked him for a winner in that first play he had, Beyond the Horizon. I knew right away he had the goods. Geez, he's written a pile of them, hasn't he? Well, if this play doesn't make a hit, I'll take the kid into vaudeville with me. But I come first. It's got to be Cohan and O'Neill. That's my game. O'Neill returned the compliment by inscribing a copy of Wilderness to Cohan, with deep gratitude and appreciation for all your grand portrayal of Nat Miller has meant to this play and with the real friendship of one regular guy for another. Cheers, and then again cheers, to and for you always. With rehearsals launched in September, O'Neill allowed Richard Watts, Jr., to interview him about Cohan, Wilderness, and his future work. I cannot overemphasize, O'Neill told Watts, how delighted I am at having Mr. Cohan in a play of mine at last. I think he likes the comedy, too. But he did tell me that one of the things that first attracted him to it was the fact that the first act takes place on July 4th. I really didn't mean the setting as a shrewd device to lure Mr. Cohan to a part I wanted him for, but I realize now that he was amused at the connection the date has with his own career. Discussing the play, O'Neill said, I call the work a comedy because it is on the whole more gay than grave, but as Mr. Cohan says, it is, and it isn't a comedy in the usual sense. He added that he did not intend the play as a satiric treatment of life in the first decade of the 20th century but rather, as a nostalgic picture of the America of its day perhaps, he said, it is because I am growing old that I begin to look back fondly on my youthful days in a part of the country that was my one real home in those times. Answering Watts' questions about Days Without End by briefly describing its plot and technique, O'Neill somewhat prematurely mentioned that he was already working on a new play to be called The Life of Bessie Bowen, in which the protagonist would speak her thoughts aloud, as in Strange Interlude, but in which the other characters would not. I do not plan to confine myself to any one type of technique, he added. Rather, I plan to use the method, whether it be naturalism or symbolism, that happens to fit in with the sort of drama I am writing. Rehearsals for Wilderness proceeded according to form, that is, according to O'Neill's form, which was to cut and pare where he saw fit and decline to cut for mere length, which was where the guild often saw fit. O'Neill was comfortable working with Philip Moeller, who directed, and Robert Edmund Jones, who designed the setting. Cohan was agreeable, and Carlotta's presence at all rehearsals and her obvious influence on O'Neill's decisions were taken in good part by the members of the production. Ruth Gilbert, a young actress without much previous experience, was selected for the part of Muriel Macomber. Her round, ingenuous, baby face and engagingly childlike voice vividly evoked Maybelle Scott for O'Neill. But Ruth herself felt that her natural qualities were not precisely right for the part. After being signed for the play, she was formally introduced to O'Neill and Carlotta, and told them her plan to subdue her own personality in favor of her conception of Muriel. "For heaven's sake, child, don't change," Carlotta expostulated. Miss Gilbert, who conceived a warm regard for O'Neill that was apparently reciprocated, recalled with amusement the time when O'Neill sang Bedelia to the assembled cast. No one seemed to know the tune, and Philip Moeller kept saying, "Oh, yes, we'll have to get a copy," but nobody did, Miss Gilbert said. Finally, after 3 weeks, when we came to that scene, O'Neill called Moeller to the footlights and whispered something to him. Moeller announced that Mr. O'Neill would hum the tune. He'd been sitting there for 3 weeks, too shy to volunteer, but that day he finally did sing it for us. Mrs. Ben Pinchot, who saw both the O'Neills occasionally during the rehearsal period, her husband made several photographs of O'Neill in connection with the play, working in a studio that was a few doors away from the Guild Theatre, would see Carlotta hurrying along West 52nd Street in the September heat, on her way to rehearsals. While O'Neill was casting, Mrs. Pinchot recalled, Carlotta did all the routine chores, running errands, saving him time and energy. She used to pass the studio, carrying a paper bag with Jean's lunch, a pint bottle of milk and rye bread and butter sandwiches. For when O'Neill was in the midst of rehearsals, he did not leave the theatre even for meals. Carlotta evidently never suffered from a slavish regard for fashion, for that summer, when skirts were a good 13 inches from the ground, she wore hers longer. I remember seeing her pass one day, looking striking in a white silk dress, a black jacket with short sleeves and a black straw toque that sat squarely across her white forehead above the dark, thick brows. Her favorite shoes were low-heeled slippers with buckles. As for O'Neill, Mrs. Pinchot thought him in good shape, and not too nervous, though she recalled that his hands sometimes shook badly. She was struck by his insistence that none of her husband's photographs of him should be retouched. O'Neill was the only man who ever made that request of Pinchot, and whose request Pinchot could respect. O'Neill did, light Rady, want every line, every grey hair, even the faint pouches under his eaves to appear. Oddly enough, Mrs. Pinchot recalled, Carlotta preferred profile pictures of herself. Although Ben considered her a great beauty, she admitted that full-face pictures disturbed her, for she felt her eyes were too close together, which wasn't true at all. I liked her. I remember her speaking about the cruel treatment she had received at the hands of Jean's friends, who, she said, disliked her and gossiped about her. This seemed to hurt her very much. Because Wilderness was a comedy and the actors needed a chance to time their laughs before a paying audience, the Theatre Guild decided in favor of a pre-Broadway tryout of at least a week. O'Neill at first protested when Langner asked him to join the company in Pittsburgh for the week, but he finally agreed to go. I had the greatest difficulty in getting him to come to the theatre at Alter the dress rehearsal, Langner has written, and even then he would come in only for certain scenes. I asked him why he had this phobia against attending performances of his own plays, and he told me that it did not relate to his own plays, but to being present in a crowded theatre, which made it very difficult for him to sit still and watch the play. Langner could not reconcile this attitude with the fact that O'Neill was able to sit in crowded arenas such as Madison Square Garden, where he did not appear to have the slightest discomfort in mixing with crowds of thousands. This inconsistency may be explained by O'Neill's feeling that at a bicycle race or a prize fight he could lose himself in a setting where he was anonymously absorbed. In a theater he was among a masked intelligentsia, a group that always unnerved him. A preliminary week out of town is no help to me and never will be. O'Neill wrote to Langner, shortly after the Pittsburgh experience. I can't see or react with an audience around. The Pittsburgh week of and my attendance at that performance taught me nothing whatsoever I didn't already know, except to transpose one speech on account of a laugh which I could just as easily have done from my hotel in NY on information from Phil. The cuts I made were made in NY before I left for Pittsburgh, and my seeing the show in Pittsburgh did not affect my judgment in that respect. After all, you know where a script can be cut, if absolutely imperative, and where it can't be cut, time or no time, without watching a sticky audience react. O'Neill did, however, make one cut in Pittsburgh. The Guild thought the play was running about 10 minutes too long and commissioned Russell Krauss, who was handling publicity for Wilderness, to ask O'Neill to reduce the script's playing time by 10 minutes. Krauss dutifully delivered the message but told O'Neill he anticipated his reaction and added that, as a matter of fact, he agreed with him. Right, said O'Neill. To hell with them. The next day Krauss was on his way out of his room at the Hotel Schenley, where O'Neill also was staying, when the telephone rang. It was O'Neill. Come down to my room right away, O'Neill commanded. Krauss said he couldn't. He was on his way to the theater to supervise a press interview he had arranged for Cohan. I have to see you right now, O'Neill insisted. Krauss explained he would be back in an hour or so and would see O'Neill then. I have that 10-minute cut for you, said O'Neill. Krauss was in O'Neill's room within seconds. Sit down, said O'Neill genially. I'm late, answered Krauss. Just give me the script with the cuts marked. There isn't any script. Sit down, repeated O'Neill, with a self-satisfied grin. Krauss threw O'Neill a trapped and pleading look, and O'Neill finally relented. He explained that he had decided simply to telescope the first two acts into one, eliminating a 10-minute intermission. Amused by O'Neill's tactic, Krauss submitted the cut to the Guild, which did not accept it. The play continued to be presented in the original 4 acts, with its extra 10 minutes of overall running time. Wilderness was to open at the Guild Theatre on October 2nd. The only play of note that had already arrived that season on September 26 was Sidney Kingsley's Men in White. O'Neill looked forward cheerfully to the opening of his comedy. Fit and vigorous at 45, he was full of grandiose plans for future work, which called for a quarter-century of concentrated writing. The reviews of Wilderness were generally good, and with the popular George M. Cohan to bolster them, it was apparent from the start that the play would be a hit. As a writer of comedy, wrote Brooks Atkinson, Mr. O'Neill has a capacity for tenderness that most of us never suspected. Wilderness may not be his most tremendous play, but it is certainly his most attractive. Mr. O'Neill's point of view is full of compassionate understanding. And in spite of its dreadful title, Wilderness is a true and congenial comedy. Percy Hammond was less enthusiastic. The play is all right, he wrote, but it doesn't rank with its acting. Few of the critics could suppress passing comments, some gentle, some rather snide, about O'Neill's strange about-face from direst tragedy to sentimental comedy, but most of them forgave him and recommended the play to their readers. All lavished praise on Cohan, and most had a kind word for Philip Moeller and Robert Edmund Jones as well. The play ran for 289 performances in New York, and eventually a company was formed in California with the role of Nat Miller played by Will Rogers. Wilderness was one O'Neill play that Hollywood quickly appreciated, and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer released a film version in 1935, padding the part of Uncle Sid for Wallace Beery and with Lionel Barrymore in the role of Nat Miller. I have a deep personal affection for that play, a feeling towards it that is quite apart from any consideration of it as a piece of dramatic writing by me as a playwright, O'Neill wrote to a friend who had sent him a congratulatory letter. He asked Brooks Atkinson to interview him, so that he could explain the play's background, probably to clear up any doubt in the public mind that the play was strictly autobiographical. he did not want anyone to have the idea that his youth had been a happy one. Atkinson enjoyed the interview. With wilderness off his chest and the notices enthusiastic and the prospects cheerful, Atkinson wrote in the Times on October 8, Mr. O'Neill felt like talking about anything. He was even willing to listen, and from the point of view of the interviewer that was bad. Mrs. O'Neill efficiently intercepted the telephone calls, the messengers, and the waiters, thus isolating a corner of New York where an amiable dramatist could call his soul his own. And at high noon on the day after the premiere his soul was in excellent condition. Until December, when his next play, Days Without End, goes into rehearsal, he was to be scot-free. His enthusiasm spread the conversation alarmingly. Sea Island Beach, the Adirondacks, Medan in Sumatra, swimming, climates, Cecil Rhodes, George M. Cohan. It hardly mattered what he talked about. After all, he did not have to write the interview. And so he could genially waste time by observing that the whippoorwill family has 4 branches in North America: Chuckwill's widow, Eastern whippoorwill, Eastern nighthawk, and Florida nighthawk, as though it mattered on Broadway. Atkinson went on to report that there were fragments of autobiography in Wilderness. But that O'Neill disclaimed anything but a superficial kinship with Richard Miller or his family. Now that is on the stage, Atkinson continued, and acted very much to his taste. Mr. O'Neill is his own best audience. He is ashamed to admit how much the comedy amuses him. Some things have to be confidential. To judge by his plans and projects there is a great deal more to come. At the age of 45, Mr. O'Neill is a little grayer around the temples and the lines are a little more firmly drawn on his face, but his eyes have the luster of a man who is in good health and spirits and who is eager to go on vigorously with the job. It is this interviewer's private opinion that the tension has relaxed a good deal. Mr. O'Neill seems to be having a pretty good time. Like a good many of the rest of us, he can laugh without brilliant provocation. Unless he disciplines himself to be less genial on the occasion of a formal interview, it will soon be impossible to remember exactly what he said. What the interviewer said is always easier to recall. O'Neill's geniality with respect to at least one aspect of the Wilderness production did not last very long. Cohan's personal triumph in the play went to his head and soon he was embellishing his performance with bits of extra business. The curtain was coming down later and later each night. Finally, when the play was running 25 minutes overtime, the guild management sent a note to Cohan asking him to please see to it that the curtain came down at 11. Cohan retaliated by sending his valet to the guild office with a warning that if any member of the management entered the theater while the play was in progress, he would walk off stage. Then he went right on ad-libbing until 11:25 every night. O'Neill was less concerned about the late curtain than about the values of his play. He thought they were being distorted by Cohan's private performance and did not hesitate to go backstage and have it out with the actor. Evidently Cohan took O'Neill's reprimand in good part, for their relations continued cordial. O'Neill later presented Cohan with an autographed, leather-bound edition of Days Without End, inscribed with the profession of all friendship. O'Neill returned to Casa Genata a few days after the opening of Wilderness, to rest until the end of November, when he would have to be back in New York for rehearsals of Days Without End. At Casa Genata his birthday gift from Carlotta awaited him. It was an ancient player piano, complete with rolls of the old songs he loved. It resembled the barroom scene piano of Wilderness, and had been located for Carlotta by a music bureau. Originally having ornamented a New Orleans banjo, the piano was decorated appropriately with paintings of naked women. O'Neill christened it Rosie and showed it off to visitors with childlike delight. Jean adored that piano, Carl Van Vechten recalled. To record O'Neill's pleasure with his new toy, Van Vechten photographed him sitting at it, his hands on the keyboard, a rare grin of complete happiness on his face. Van Vechten, who took up portrait photography as a hobby in the early 30s, said that O'Neill enjoyed posing for him. "I could have photographed Jean all day if I'd wanted to," he added. "I took hundreds of pictures of him in every kind of pose, and he never asked me to destroy any of them." Robert Sisk was another witness to the romance between O'Neill and Rosie. The piano was green with age, and Jean kept a box of nickels on top of it, Sisk said. He'd drop a nickel in the piano and listen blissfully to the damn thing tinkle. Jean loved to sing, Lillian Gish, another visitor to Casa Genata, recalled. He'd sing along with the player piano, sometimes with Nathan. They were no Ezio Pinzas, but it was amusing to listen to them. With a derby hat full of nickels at his side, Nathan once wrote, he used to sit with me for hours, purring in blissful contentment as he dropped nickels in the slot, watched its front light up, and kept time with his foot to Alexander's ragtime band. Rosie was soon the talk of the neighborhood. It was a good thing O'Neill had Rosie to cheer him, for during October and November he struggled some more over days with Uddy and, still unsure of his hero's resolution of the religious problem. He wrote to Langner of his worry about how the play, with its clearly stated Catholic viewpoint, would be accepted and pleaded for a painstakingly careful production. I'm especially anxious to have your sympathetic backing on this particular play, not only because it's a tough one to get over and is bound to arouse a lot of antagonism, but because I want to lean over backwards in being fair to it and getting it the best breaks, he wrote on October 29. For, after all, this play, like Wilderness, but in a much deeper sense, is the paying of an old debt on my part, a gesture toward more comprehensive, unembittered understanding and inner freedom, the breaking away from an old formula that I had enslaved myself with, and the appreciation that there is their own truth in other formulas, too, and that any life-giving formula is as fit a subject for drama as any other. What O'Neill was saying, in effect, was that this play, like Wilderness, was in part an attempt to understand and sympathize with his father, as he had not been able to do during most of James O'Neill's lifetime. His struggle to re-embrace Catholicism probably sprang less from an inner conviction on his own part than from a need, long dormant, to earn his father's approval and acceptance. But, as had always been the case during his father's lifetime, the moment O'Neill began to submit to his father he felt the opposing need to rebel against him. This was obviously at the root of O'Neill's conflict over Days Without End. Whatever his private problems over the play, he was determined that it should have a proper hearing, and he discussed with Carlotta, whose interest was possible even greater than his, who should play the role of Elsa Loving. They had agreed that Earl Larimore was right for the part of John, and that Ilka Chase should play Elsa's friend, Lucy Hillman, the woman with whom John commits adultery. But their uncertainty about the actress suitable for the role of Elsa, who, being modeled on Carlotta, was naturally a matter of deep personal concern to them both, was less easily resolved. O'Neill rejected the Guild's suggestion of Jane Cowell for the role, calling her a starry ham, if there ever was one, and Carlotta discussed with Langner the possibilities of both Alice Brady and Natsimova for the role, but in the end, the actress selected was Earl Larimore's wife, Selina Royle. Both the O'Neills arrived in New York at the end of November for rehearsals, and O'Neill continued to suffer over the play. According to Langner, he had a new problem: he could not make up his mind whether John's uncle should be a Catholic priest or a Protestant minister. He shifted back and forth in rehearsals, Langner said. O'Neill took an unequivocal interest in the crucifix that Lee Simonson was having made for the final scene of the play. It was about 1.5 times life-size, and Simonson had it carved by artisans out of real wood. Selina Royle's impression of O'Neill, whom she met for the first time at rehearsal, was of a tired man with great depths of long-fought-for peace. Because of O'Neill's and Carlotta's affection for her husband, Miss Royle was greeted with more than the usual cordiality extended by the O'Neills to a leading lady. Larimore had impressed on his wife that she could not call Eugene O'Neill Jean on the first, or even second meeting, and she was greatly relieved that after the second or third day of rehearsals he called her Selina and she was able to say Jean. When we met over tea in the afternoons before and during the play, it was Carlotta who carried the conversational ball. There was much amused talk, one day, about the size of Jean's bed, in which he did a great deal of his writing, and I recall Carlotta once commenting on the length of Jean's arms, which she laughingly and lovingly compared to a monkey's. I never remember his saying anything about Larry to me, but I believe that Larry was his favorite actor. I know he realized that Larry had much the same problem about alcohol that he himself had conquered, but it was not his way to advise or caution. Gene gave Larry several books and bound proofs of his plays, some of which had his corrections written down in longhand, and all of which had affectionate dedications. Carlotta was very beautiful, and I was amused at her little girl enjoyment of all the massages, hairdressings and facials she was indulging in New York, that apparently she couldn't get at her country place. O'Neill had begged Langner to obtain permission from Equity for an extended rehearsal period, so that Days Without End would not have to go out of town before opening on Broadway. An extra week was granted, but it was ultimately decided to take the play to Boston for a week anyway, beginning January I. There, despite O'Neill's protests that he could not work on a play out of town, he voluntarily eliminated 3.5 pages from the script. O'Neill and Carlotta dined with Philip Moeller on the evening before the play opened in Boston, and Moeller's sense of the significance of the play in O'Neill's life impelled him, the following morning, to sum up his impressions of the meeting. In his Boston hotel room on January I, 1934, Moeller sat down at his desk and wrote, in his almost illegible longhand, a few notes of a conversation with Gene and Carlotta, after dining last night, which may be of interest to someone writing G's definitive biography 50 years hence. The evening was less difficult than I had anticipated. During dinner I switched the talk in the direction of the musical structure of G's plays and then to persecution of the Jews. After dinner inevitably the talk took on the direction of religion. It is obvious from what was said that is more her play than his. They both, definitely, acknowledge this. She says G was and is still a Catholic and that she hopes he will return definitely to the faith and that she would gladly go with him, whenever he is ready, but he must not be forced. There were long disquisitions over the mystic beauty of Catholic faith. He said the end of the play was undoubtedly a wish fulfillment on his part. He told me about the simple trusting happiness of some of his Catholic relatives. He wants to go that way and find a happiness which apparently he hasn't got and which obviously this perfect marriage doesn't seem to bring him. He acknowledged that the beginning of the study scene was his autobiographical projection of a life theory. This I had sensed from the beginning. I told him was difficult to do because of the closeness to himself in it and his personal sentiments. They both agreed it was more her play than his. Much of the strange religious hatred of the alter ego, G said, came from his acquaintance with a lunatic boy who came to see him in Bermuda, a boy obsessed with a religious hatred complex and a persecution mania. All the evening G was very direct and appealing, now that his resentment to the way things were going has lifted. When he's in this mood he is deeply likable. Madame was, again, amply rich in banalities, but her striving to hold it all together is somehow appealing and irritating at the same time. The 5 weeks have been a difficult experience, particularly controlling myself in the face of G's hurt vanity. For an important person and surely a theater genius, he has some very human crevasses in his makeup. But this making spiritual peace may be his end as an important creator. I told him I believed in the Creator having the Church's gesture of quest and seeking. He didn't think that was necessarily contradictory to the mind's spiritual peace he craves. Well, I wonder. And the tragedy of the situation is that doesn't realize that he hasn't really got what she wants to bring him. Psychologically, the relationship is tremendously fraught with possibilities. Will supernal ease and superficial comfort win out, and will his writing, with the important element of it, survive? O'Neill's unhappiness over the production of Days Without End stemmed partly from his own mixed feelings about how he wanted the play accepted. On one hand, he wanted official Catholic endorsement and, on the other, he wanted his public to discount such endorsement and to evaluate the play on its literary merits alone. He had made concessions to Catholic dogma, which he believed entitled him to official Catholic acceptance, yet he was not happy about having made these concessions and furious when they were regarded as insufficient in some Catholic quarters. He was particularly enraged, for example, when Russell Krauss, having been asked to lunch by a priest in behalf of the Catholic Writers Guild, was informed by the priest that he personally would endorse the play if O'Neill would make clear in the script that the heroine's first husband had died, rather than leaving a suspicion that there might have been a divorce. When Krause reported the conversation to O'Neill, he muttered, "To hell with them. I don't say she's divorced, in so many words, and I won't say the husband died, let them draw their own conclusions." At least one Jesuit priest, the Rev. Gerard B. Donnelly, was moved, however, to write a staunch endorsement of the play in a Catholic publication. Father Donnelly called Days Without End a magnificently Catholic play, a play Catholic in its characters, its story, and its moral. Actually, the play was well received in the predominantly Catholic city of Boston. Eleanor Hughes, critic for the Boston Herald, lauded it, and H.T. Parker, Dean of American Critics, rendered a highly favorable opinion in the Boston Transcript. Days Without End opened in New York at Henry Miller's Theatre on January 8, 1934. On the day of the premiere, O'Neill invited Art McGinley, who was visiting New York, to his suite at the Madison Hotel and showed him letters from various Catholic officials, who liked the script. O'Neill did not attend the opening, and waited in his hotel room for reports on the play. The majority of the New York critics disliked it. "One of the most amazing things about Mr. O'Neill is his capacity for seasoning his valiant career with bad plays," wrote Atkinson. "His Days Without End belongs in that doleful category. As a piece of dramatic craftsmanship, it represents another one of Mr. O'Neill's experiments. Here he has employed a mask to distinguish between the outer and inner consciousness of his hero, and with the assistance of the Theatre Guild, he has succeeded brilliantly. His use of the mask is cogent and discerning. But in this column's opinion, Days Without End lacks size, imagination, vitality, beauty, and knowledge of human character. Sometimes Mr. O'Neill tells his story as though he had never written a play before. In view of his acknowledged mastery of the theatre, it is astonishing that his career can be so uneven." Percy Hammond confined himself largely to an outline of the plot, committing himself to only 2 scraps of opinion, one that a good deal of the play was apt to be as boresome as the telling of a nightmare, and the other that in spite of Mr. O'Neill's rambling surgeries in Days Without End he comes through every now and then as the sensational showman he was born and bred to be. John Mason Brown declared that the sorry fact remains that, in spite of the Guild's first aid treatment and the script's obvious sincerity of purpose, this latest drama of Mr. O'Neill's must take its place along with Dynamo and Welded among the feeblest of his works. It is as heavy-handed and pretentious as only its author can be in his less fortunate efforts. Indeed, so static is most of its tricky writing, and so trite is the conclusion toward which it labors, that one hates to think of what a first-night audience would have done to it if the program had not carried Mr. O'Neill's name. Robert Garland, with characteristic grace, described the play as an inept and shoddy specimen of sectarian make-believe. Holy hokum, you might almost call it. Gilbert Gabriel expressed his disappointment only a trifle more gently. He found it a miracle play without simplicity, without eloquence, without dignity, a religious tract clumsily tied to unpicturesque claptrap and most threadbare wording. Though much of the tone of the press was indignant, Burns Mantle of the Daily News and Richard Lockridge of the New York Sun liked the play. A forcefully written argument worked into an interesting physical pattern the play seemed to me, wrote Mantle. Not an entertainment for those who frankly have little or no use for the drama of souls, but a fascinating study for students and the secretly mystified of all faiths. A thrill for the true religionist. And Lockridge found it a strange and moving play of the struggle in a man's soul, a play so conceived as to amount to a profession of faith. Its last 2 acts, and particularly its climactic scene, are so rich in poetic naivete as to seem unbelievably foreign to Broadway. Most of the critics admired Earl Larimore's performance, and had high praise for Moeller's direction and Simonson's semi-abstract settings, but it was clear from the start that the play was neither a critical nor an artistic success. The matter, however, did not rest there. Days Without End was by America's leading dramatist, and it was an apparently pious play by a man whose point of view had heretofore been anything but pious. Like all God's children got wings, Days Without End became the subject of much heated and biased controversy, less on its artistic merit than on its religious content. Richard Dana Skinner, critic for the Catholic Commonweal and a man whom O'Neill had consulted during the writing of the play, did his best to drum up support for it. In a long article called The Critics and Days Without End, published in the Commonweal on January 26, he wrote, "The critical comments on this play in the New York daily newspapers have been no less astonishing than the play itself. The trouble, as I see it, is this: that the reality of the struggle toward faith is exceedingly remote from the Broadway consciousness. It is accepted as something which obviously does not go on in the world, but with which most people are familiar only in terms of poetry or in terms of psychological dissection. Faith cannot be made objective in material terms. The inherent dramatic values in Days Without End are therefore lost to those who either have no faith or who have never experienced it. In fairness, then, both to Mr. O'Neill's extraordinary play and to the critics who do not see its inner beauty and dramatic strength, we can only accept the fact that when two groups of people do not speak the same language of the soul, it is very hard for them to discover a plane of mutual understanding." Mr. Phi T. Parker, who viewed the play without the mental hazards of the New York first-nighters, considers it to be one of O'Neill's most important plays. If I am not greatly mistaken, the verdict of New York theatergoers will be the same. As it happened, Skinner was greatly mistaken. The play ran only long enough to fulfill the Guild subscription list. While Days Without End made a firm friend of Richard Skinner, it cost O'Neill the friendship of Benjamin de Casseres, who seemed to regard the play as a personal insult. When Ben saw the play, Bio de Casseres said, he blazed. He thought O'Neill had betrayed his demon. He equated O'Neill's fall with the fall of Lucifer. De Casseres went home and, in a white heat of fury, wrote a vicious and not particularly skillful parody of Days Without End. Entitled Drivel Without End, the article paraphrased the dialogue of some of O'Neill's earlier characters, as for instance, the Emperor Jones, Pusinelli, Pop, prefers the crocodiles of the Nile to the hyenas of Rome if I must be E.T., and, Anna Christie, Father, I would rather see you dead drunk under a table at Jimmy the Priest's than see you one of the Pope's clean little choir boys. Here's a slug of brandy, empty the bottle, it'll snap you out of your salvation fantods, and, Chris Christopherson, so that of Davil see the Holy See got you, did it, and so on, in the same vein. De Casseres sent the article to Isaac Goldberg, who was then associated with the literary magazine Panorama. Goldberg was always happy to receive material from de Casseres and frequently published his contributions. This time, though, he set the piece in type with many misgivings. In the end he decided not to run it, and mailed a proof of the article to de Casseres with a letter, explaining that he simply could not bring himself to publish it, as he had too much respect for O'Neill. De Casseres thereupon had the article privately printed as a pamphlet and sent copies of it to a number of his literary acquaintances. After reading it, Nathan said he was glad de Casseres had had the courage to write it. He harbored similar sentiments about the play, Nathan added, but could not bring himself to say so publicly because of his intimacy with O'Neill. De Casseres did not neglect to send a copy of the pamphlet to O'Neill. Some time later O'Neill wrote to de Casseres, making no reference to the article and expressing no animosity. There were, however, no further letters exchanged between the two men and they never saw each other again. O'Neill's reaction to the newspaper reviews was to send a telegram to the cast of his play, thanking them for their splendid work and telling them to ignore the bad reviews. This is a play we can carry over the critics' heads, he predicted inaccurately, so carry on with confidence in the final result and make them like it. Are we downhearted? No. We will get them in the end. Again my gratitude to you all. Selina Royal saw O'Neill for the last time shortly after the opening of Days Without End. I think, she said, that it was his poem to Carlotta, and he was very badly shaken by the reception. O'Neill indicated how he felt about it to several other people, in his subsequent letters and inscriptions. To Moeller, he inscribed a copy of the script, a difficult one, this but, whatever the profound wisecracks contra may be, we know we have made it live. And to Langner, he inscribed a special edition of uncorrected proofs. Again, thanks for your fine cooperation in helping this opus to a fine production. Whatever its fate in the amusement racket which New York vaingloriously calls the theater, it will have been heard by a few of them it was written for, thanks to the Guild, and will live for them. So what the hell? In Sea Island, where he retreated not long after the opening, O'Neill was notified by the Guild's business manager, Warren Munsell, of the play's imminent closing. O'Neill answered that he had half expected the bad news, but had been hoping against hope. The public for that play, and by public I mean all those who are sensitive enough to feel some spiritual significance in life and love, are not easy to lure into the theater, he said. They simply are not interested in the modern theater. He added that he had never had any illusions when writing the play that, except by a modern miracle, it could be a popular success. If ever there was an art for art's sake labor, it was mine in Days Without End, he declared. And for me it is a success. He was certain, he said, that the play would be more readily accepted in other countries where the Catholic foreground will be taken matter-of-factly and not give the critics the self-consciously modern, blind jitters. William Butler Yeats, no Catholic, O'Neill pointed out, had cabled him to say the Abbey Theatre wanted to produce it immediately. If a poet like Yeats sees what is in it, said O'Neill, all my hard work on it is more than justified. A few days later, O'Neill commiserated with Russell Crouse. Well, at any rate, Days Without End is now off you, and that should be a relief. As it honestly is to me, for hoping against hope is a wearying game, and the handwriting on the wall was always plainly to be read in red ink. O'Neill told Crouse he was not going to begin work on a new play for some time. He was intent, he said, on doing a little serious loafing and forgetting of Yeoid's show shop, as he was stale as hell on the drama. And when he did start writing again, he added, he was not at all sure he would take up the previously mentioned The Life of Bessie Bowen. Days Without End was subsequently produced not only in Ireland, with considerable success, but also in Holland and Sweden, and O'Neill took pleasure in pointing this out to a South American critic who sent him an essay about his plays in December of 1934. In New York it was entirely misunderstood by the critics, as I expected it would be, for a play that even mentions any religion these days is doomed in advance, especially doomed if the religion happens to be Catholicism, he advised his correspondent. They took the easy line of attack that I must have gone back to Catholicism and the play was Catholic propaganda, and then let their pseudo-sophisticated prejudices shriek anathemas. Of course, the simple fact is I chose Catholicism because it is the only Western religion which has the stature of a real faith, because it is the religion of the old miracle plays and the Faustian legend which were the sources of my theme, and last and most simply because it happens to be the religion of my early training and therefore the one I know most about. 12 years later, in one of those total reversals of which O'Neill was capable, he tried to explain to the writer Kyle Crichton why Days Without End had failed. The critics didn't understand it, and also it wasn't very good. That may account for it. The production of Days Without End marked the beginning of a period of public decline for O'Neill in the United States. It was also a turning point in his life in other respects, a turning point that had actually begun, almost imperceptibly, with the production of Morning Becomes Electra. Still ahead of him was the writing of two undisputed masterpieces, The Iceman Cometh and Eong Day's Journey into Night, and still ahead, also, were 20 years of personal turbulence and tragedy. In these years he would see fewer and fewer people and have less and less direct contact with the theater and with his times. Robert Sherwood, himself vigorously in contact with the contemporary social, political and economic scene, once observed of O'Neill with wonder and, possibly, awe, spiritually he seemed to contract rather than expand in the climate of success. More and more, he withdrew himself from the world, living in one retreat after another. By the end of 1934 O'Neill had determinately retreated into the past. LVI. The interlude of rest sought by the O'Neills at Sea Island was interrupted in April, 1934, when they were compelled to be in New York to defend themselves in a lawsuit. A Bronx elevator operator had charged that the O'Neills' chauffeur-driven car had injured him 2 years earlier in a traffic accident near White Plains, New York. As in the case of the strange interlude plagiarism trial, O'Neill managed to avoid an appearance in court. Taking the stand in his stead, Carlotta declared that her husband was unfit to work at the present time, was very nervous, was unable to leave his hotel room, and saw no one but herself and his physician. O'Neill's attorney informed the court that his client was, in fact, suffering from a nervous breakdown, a claim that was made for and by O'Neill with rather startling frequency. Testifying that her chauffeur had been proceeding slowly at the time of the accident because she was much too nervous to allow him to drive fast, Carlotta maintained that the claimant, Louis Gans, could not have been badly hurt. He had been able to walk from his car and argue with her chauffeur, she said. Nevertheless, Gans was awarded $3,000. Whether or not O'Neill was actually incapacitated at the time of the trial, he was at least consistent in his claim, calling off, among other engagements, a projected meeting in New York with Sherwood Anderson. On May 12, 1934, Anderson wrote to him of his regret at having missed him in New York, and sympathized with his illness. "The more I see of the theater," Anderson said, "the more I realize what you have done for it, and you may be sure that everyone who cares about the theater wants to see you well and at work again." O'Neill had recovered sufficiently a few days later to lend his presence to an exhibit at the Museum of the City of New York honoring his own and his father's careers. "We were terrified that he wouldn't like it," May Davenport Seymour, curator of the museum's theater collection, later recalled. "There were 2 masked caricatures of him that someone had loaned us. He inspected them, and walked around examining every other item in the collection, while I stood there, shaking. He then said, 'Miss Seymour, you've made us look wonderful.'" O'Neill returned gratefully to Sea Island, happy in the knowledge that his new, long-range program of work would make it unnecessary, for many months, to be in New York. He did not anticipate a production for another 2 years or perhaps longer. He was beginning to regret that he had mentioned working on a new play, for his public was insistent on hearing some word from him about the play's progress. "For a long while now," said the New York Times drama section that June, rumors and reports have had Eugene O'Neill hard at work on the life of Bessie Bowen. They have painted him as bending over his typewriter night and day, rushing the play through for next season's use. Unfortunately, the whole thing seems to have been a mad whimsy. In reply to a pathetic query comes the following from Mr. O'Neill. "No plans. Am determinately resting. Don't even know now if Bessie Bowen will be the next one I write when I do start work again. No new production next season." Gene's one dream, Carlotta later said, in partial explanation of her husband's protracted absence from Broadway, was never to have to go to New York for production. The only thing he cared about was his writing. He used to say, "Oh, God, if only some good fairy would give me some money, so I'd never have to produce a play, and I could just write, and never go near a theater." Even though he managed, for the next dozen years, to fulfill this dream, he did find it necessary to make occasional trips to New York. The same tiresome chore that had periodically taken him from the seclusion of Les Plessis to the bustle of Paris continued to interrupt his artistic isolation at Casa Genata sessions with his dentist. To compensate him for these frustrating and painful interruptions, he sometimes contrived to make his visits to New York coincide with the advent of the six-day bicycle races, and in the fall of 1934 he found he could arrange a double amelioration. Sean O'Casey, whom he was anxious to meet, was to be in New York for the production of his play, Within the Gates, and George Jean Nathan offered to introduce them. O'Casey, in his first trip to the United States, arrived in a brown suit and a cap, bringing with him nothing but an extra set of underwear, a single shirt, a pair of socks and a sweater. He registered at the Royalton Hotel, where Nathan lived, and spent the first hours after his arrival testing all the electrical gadgets in his room and carefully distributing his few items of wardrobe among the drawers of his bureau. During his first meeting with O'Neill on October 16, O'Casey told him that he thought of New York as a series of little villages and that he loved to talk to the newsboys at 42nd Street and 6th Avenue. Within the gates opened on October 22, and a few days later O'Casey confided to O'Neill that he had been in the audience on opening night and every night since. He spent the intermissions in the dressing room of Lillian Gish, who was playing the role of the young whore. "I can't stay in the lobby," he told O'Neill. "People come up to me and ask what the play is about. I can't tell them. I don't know." The first meeting between O'Casey and O'Neill had made them fast friends. Nathan had brought O'Casey to the Madison Hotel, where O'Neill usually stayed during his visits to New York. O'Casey, who did not make friends quickly, found O'Neill to be a warm-hearted man one couldn't help liking. O'Neill reciprocated the affection. "When O'Casey told my husband, 'You write like an Irishman, not like an American,'" Carlotta once said, "Gene was so pleased he didn't know what to do. He and I fell for each other at once, at least I know I fell for him, and I believe he fell for me," O'Casey later said. The first visit was on O'Neill's birthday. George Jean bought some toys for him as a little joke, for O'Neill would take anything from GJN, and it was plain to me that these two men loved each other. Of course, I knew O'Neill well by the great work he did for American and international drama, but everyone knows this or should know it, anyhow. My social alliance with this great man, while I was in America, told me that as well as being a great playwright, he was a great and lovable man, deeply thoughtful of the world's woes, but holding fast within him the delightful qualities of a child, reminding me of, "Except ye become like little children, ye are in no wise fit for the kingdom of Fleven." Well, if there be a heaven, certainly Eugene was fit to live there. English critics didn't care for his work, but then they are, I fear, nearsighted, looking at the playfulness of the magpies, but with eyes too weak to watch the soar of an eagle in the upper skies. O'Casey especially admired the great God Brown, Strange Interlude, and Morning Becomes Electra, and was impressed by the fact that O'Neill went successfully back to the Greeks. "But you have to remember that he's Irish, particularly in his humor," O'Casey once said, adding that O'Neill made him laugh often, telling him jokes that only two Irishmen can share. During the birthday meeting, Carlotta presented O'Neill with a pair of slacks, and O'Neill modeled them for O'Casey and Nathan, causing them both to roar with laughter. "I'm not a very good dresser, you know," O'Casey later said, but O'Neill was a dandy of a dresser. One day O'Neill, O'Casey, and Nathan lunched together in O'Neill's suite at the Madison. "O'Casey and I," before joining him, Nathan later reported in an article entitled "The Recluse of Sea Island," published in Red Book magazine, "had coached ourselves in a plot to take him to task, with a great show of indignation on our part, for his burial of himself from all contact with the world and his fellow men. Slowly and, we thought, with a pretty histrionic skill, we edged against his self-defense with lush arguments as to the necessity of an artist's and particularly a dramatist's mingling with the stream of life if he is to comprehend it and interpret its depths and mutations. As the hours passed, O'Neill began to indicate, first a mild restlessness, then a growing mood of irritation, and finally an open hot rebellion. Jumping out of his chair, he confronted both of us and, his face flushed, made what is the longest speech that he has made in all the years I have known him. "What you fellows have been saying," he exploded, "is damned rot. That mingling with people and life that you talk about, far from giving anything to an artist, simply takes things away from him, damned valuable things. If he hasn't everything in himself, he is no good. The life outside him can steal from him, but it can't contribute a thing to him, unless he is a rank second-rater. You talk of the thrill of cities, as against the so-called loneliness and stagnation of the country. What is the thrill? A lot of meaningless noise, a lot of crowding bores, a lot of awful smells, a swirl of excited nothingness. You talk of the thrill of a city's beauty. Well, look at those skyscrapers. What are they, what do they stand for? Nothing but a lot of children's blocks. Do you mean to say that they've got anything to do with the great soul of humanity, with humanity's deep underlying essence, and hopes, and fate? You're both bughouse. O'Neill, according to Nathan, gave both of them a black and completely disgusted look and abruptly left the room, but returned 10 minutes later in a better mood. O'Neill admired O'Casey enough to venture into the meaningless noises and crowds of Broadway to attend a performance of Within the Gates. And before departing for Sea Island he accompanied O'Casey and Nathan on a ride through Central Park in a hansom cab. O'Neill and O'Casey never met again, but they continued to exchange letters, O'Neill writing from his various elegant retreats in the United States and O'Casey from his modest flat in Devon, England. Some years after O'Neill's death, on the occasion of naming a Broadway theater in his honor, O'Casey was asked to send a few words of tribute. He responded with alacrity and enthusiasm. "You do well to honor a theater building with the great name of Eugene O'Neill, for what finer memorial could a great dramatist have than that of a temple dedicated to the art he loved, and to which he added many a wide and deep honor, and, more than once, a glory." The soul of O'Neill was a restless one, always seeking out the storm, crying out from the midst of tumbling waves, loudly enough to be heard above the tumult of the strongest winds, till the dark lull of death brought silence and a well-earned peace. Yet this man could be gay. Yes, indeed, for I saw him so. I was with him a number of times in the company of his dear friend, George Jean Nathan, and then we talked and talked merrily in the surge of a gay time together, and then often I saw the somber face of the dramatist break into the sunniness of deep and generous laughter. It was good to have met this remarkable man, to have looked into his deep, wine-dark eyes, to have pressed his hand as the hand of a friend in joyful and lasting affection, and to have heard his laughter. I am glad that in his American soul there was, not only the touch of a poet, but also the touch of an Irishman, for the O'Neills had their origin in Ireland. This great dramatist of America and the world tells me again that our shamrock twines a leaf or two around every flower, symbolizing each state of O'Neill's great and urgent country. The shamrock is an unassuming and humble plant, but it is always there. Settling down to serious work again at Sea Island in the late fall of 1934, O'Neill outlined a project of work even more ambitious than the Electra trilogy. The Life of Bessie Bowen was a part of this plan, initially conceived as a 3-play cycle, with the first set during the American Revolution, the second in 1840, and the third in the present. He now decided to condense the span of time 1857 to the present, but to expand the cycle to 4, or possibly 5, plays, tracing the fortunes of an American family named Harford. The cycle was to have the overall title The Calms of Capricorn. O'Neill envisioned the cycle as the crowning achievement of his career and was ready to devote years of work, even the rest of his life, to it, if necessary. He had already begun making detailed charts of the Harford family's genealogy, and now he sketched a vast program of research, requiring extensive reading on the social, economic, and political history of the 19th century. Aside from being ambitious in scope, O'Neill's new project indicated the continuation of a literary trend evinced with the writing of Wilderness. He had turned inward and backward, driven to examining and evaluating the past. The present no longer held much significance for him, and the future held none at all. Of the plays he was still to write, or attempt to write, only the one about Bessie Bowen was set in the present. The action of the rest of the cycle plays took place before 1900, and the 3 major plays he completed outside the cycle were set in 1912 and in 1923. O'Neill was beginning, more and more, to live with and brood about the ghosts of his past, and to search in that past for an answer to the meaning of his own life. He became almost compulsively fascinated with the study of one generation's effect on the next. The Harford curse, one of his cycle characters calls it. If his time had not run out, O'Neill's search for an answer in the past would very likely have carried him, as it did Shaw, back to Methuselah. But it is interesting to note, in comparing the outlooks of O'Neill and Shaw, that Shaw, who was childless, had enormous interest in and curiosity about the future. If he went back to Methuselah, he also propelled his vision far forward into a future which no child of his would ever inhabit. O'Neill, the father of 3 children, had no interest in the world his progeny would inhabit. He was preoccupied exclusively with the world that had shaped his forebears and himself. In his view, the O'Neills ended with him. As O'Neill built up the background and themes of the separate stories of his cycle, he was convinced that 5 plays were definitely needed to round out his concept, and he decided to find a new overall title for the cycle and to use The Calms of Capricorn as the title of the first play. Ele put down the titles and settings of all 5. The Calms of Capricorn, set during 1857, in a New England farmhouse, aboard a clipper ship at a Boston dock and on the South Atlantic, and outside San Francisco's Golden Gate, The Earth's the Limit, set during 1858 to 1860, in a San Francisco hotel and atop a pass in the Sierras, Nothing is Lost Save Honor, set during 1862 to 1870, in San Francisco, New York and Washington, The Man on Iron Horseback, set during 1876 to 1893, in New York, Paris, Shanghai and the Midwest, and, finally, The Life of Bessie Bowen, which he had also thought of calling The Career of Bessie Bowen, but which title he now abandoned in favor of A Hair of the Dog, set during 1900 to 1932, in a mansion in the Midwest. Before writing his detailed scenarios of the 5 plays, he indicated which of the characters would be carried over from one play to the next, whom they married, when they died, and which of their children perpetuated the family name. Since many of these notes were subsequently destroyed by O'Neill, it is possible to reconstruct his scheme only fragmentarily. The cycle's central figure was to be a woman called Sarah Harford, daughter of an Irish immigrant, who becomes a powerful matriarch through her marriage to Simon Harford, scion of a wealthy Yankee family. Sarah and her children were to be characters in The Calms of Capricorn, and were also to appear in The Earth's the Limit and Nothing is Lost Save Honor, by the end of which play, if, indeed, she was destined to survive to the end, she would have attained the age of 62. It is possible that Bessie Bowen of the final play, A Hair of the Dog, was to make an appearance in an earlier play and that she was to become the wife of one of Sarah's sons. According to Carlotta, who typed the manuscript of A Hair of the Dog, Bessie was a completely fictional character. She epitomized the 20th century, feminist, business tycoon. During the final play's span of 32 years, she was to become the head of a huge automobile manufacturing company. Jean wanted to write about different phases in the history of America, Carlotta explained. How women entered the field of industry, how the great automobile empires evolved, about banking and shipping and the decline of the clippers. He was always working on several of the plays at once. He would work on one until he felt he was stuck, get a thought about another one, and work on that. By early spring of 1935, O'Neill was toying with the notion of pushing his story further back in time. Phil wanted to examine the character of Sarah Melody Harford in greater detail, to introduce her parents as characters, and also to go into more of the early history of Simon's family. He now thought there might be as many as 8 plays in the cycle, and he selected the overall title, A Touch of the Poet, to indicate the touch of Irish blood brought by the Melodies to the Harford family. There were few interruptions to work at Casa Genata during the winter and spring of 1935. Carlotta efficiently supervised the running of the household, answered those of her husband's letters that he did not care to answer himself, snubbed such acquaintances as might have had a distracting effect on their routine, and acted the gracious hostess to a chosen few who were welcome in the sanctified atmosphere of the Blessed Isles. O'Neill wrote fewer and fewer letters during this period, but he did take time out, in January of 1935, to telegraph to Mrs. George Pierce Baker. Professor Baker died on January 6, and O'Neill sent his wire on January 8. Words are stupid and futile at such a time, but I want you to know how profoundly I sympathize and that I feel deep personal grief at the loss of one of the truest friends my work has ever known. Then he composed a letter to the New York Times about Baker, which appeared on January 13. Only those of us who had the privilege in the drama class of George Pierce Baker back in the dark age when the American theater was still, for playwrights, the closed shop, star system, amusement racket, can know what a profound influence Professor Baker, who died last Sunday, exerted toward the encouragement and birth of modern American drama. It is difficult in these days, when the native playwright can function in comparative freedom, to realize that in that benighted period a play of any imagination, originality, or integrity by an American was almost automatically barred from a hearing in our theater. To write plays of life as one saw and felt it, instead of concocting the conventional theatrical drivel of the time, seemed utterly hopeless. In the face of this blank wall, the biggest need of the young playwright was for intelligent encouragement, to be helped to believe in the dawn of a new era in our theater where he would have a chance, at least, to be heard. And of the rare few who had the unselfish faith and vision and love of the theater to devote their life to this encouragement, Professor Baker's work stands preeminent. It is that encouragement which I am sure all the playwrights who knew and studied under him will always remember with the deepest appreciation. Not that the technical points, the analysis of the practice of playmaking taught in his class, were not of inestimable value to us in learning our trade. But the most vital thing for us, as possible future artists and creators, to learn at that time was to believe in our work and to keep on believing. And to hope. He helped us to hope, and for that we owe him all the finest we have in memory of gratitude and friendship. O'Neill finally managed, a few months later, to arrange his long-postponed meeting with Sherwood Anderson, who was now in the South himself, at his home in Marion, Virginia. Anderson lunched at Casa Genata on April 16, 1935, and a few days later wrote to O'Neill of his pleasure at having seen him. "It was only too short for me," Anderson assured him. "I had 1,000 things I wanted to talk with you about but knew it would take me a long time to get started. I was delighted to find you at work again and in good spirits. I know you are always after something not too easily comprehended and that you continually have to go through your own little hells. You have always been a man I have looked up to as one of the few great figures of the time, and I am sorry that I cannot see more of you." But Anderson expressed a more candid opinion of the visit on April 24. Writing to a friend, he said, "We went, to spend a few hours with on our way north. You know he married the actress Monterey, reputed to be one of the really beautiful women of America. I thought her cold, calculating. Certainly she is not one of the women who make a house warm. Gene is a sick man. He says he is better than he has been for a long time, and told me of a vast scheme, a series of 8 plays in sequence. I take it they are to be all connected and played night after night, the same characters coming and going through the various plays. God knows it is ambitious enough scheme, but will he ever pull it off? He is a very, very sweet fine man, but I did feel death in his big expensive house. He has drawn himself away, lives in that solitary place, seeing practically no one. He needs his fellow men. I felt him clinging to me rather pitifully." On the same day that Anderson was expressing his misgivings about O'Neill to his friend, O'Neill was writing to Anderson, in words that seemed to justify the novelist's sense of O'Neill's melancholy isolation. O'Neill declared that he, too, had found the visit all too brief. "I felt as you did that there was a devil of a lot I wanted to say, but that it was too long a story to start then," he said, adding that he hoped another visit could be arranged soon. Returning Anderson's compliment, O'Neill declared that he had long felt a spiritual kinship with him, and so, the foundation of lasting friendship. Not long after, Anderson wrote to Theodore Dreiser. "Say, Ted, write a nice note to Gene O'Neill. I've a hunch he is just now a down pin." A number of friends and acquaintances during this period shared Anderson's impression, but others held quite a different view. Mrs. Ben Pinchot, for example, described the O'Neill's life as one of placid though monotonous routine. "O'Neill gets up at 7 and is at work by 8, she wrote in notes to herself at the time. "Linder no circumstance is he disturbed until 1:30, when the gong chimes for lunch. Unless he is in the midst of a troublesome bit of writing, he does not return to work after lunch. In the summer, lunch is served on the veranda facing the ocean. O'Neill eats sparingly, is fond of cold meats, salad, and fresh fruits. After lunch, he reads the mail that Carlotta has sorted out for him, reports from his agent on royalties, personal notes from friends, letters from embryo playwrights, letters asking for aid, encouragement, or autographs. Weather permitting, he swims daily, then lies on the beach and lets the sun bake him a deep brown. He likes to fish, as much for the opportunity it affords him to sit in a boat and ruminate on future plays, as for the sport. He also takes lonely walks along the beach. He spends many afternoons trimming the palm trees, pruning bushes, coaxing the magnolias and gardenias to richer bloom, planting trailing vines that will eventually cover the garden walls. These walls are a necessity. During their first years at Sea Island, the O'Neills were overrun with sightseers and curiosity seekers who prowled around the grounds. They drive to the mainland occasionally, or go on a shopping trip to Brunswick, the nearest town, and sometimes to a movie. Late in the afternoon the O'Neills meet in the patio for tea, which, for them, means a tall, cool drink of fruit juices, made by Carlotta. She tries various combinations: carrot and orange juice, grapefruit and beet juice, and so forth. She says that, besides being marvelous thirst quenchers, they have the quality of a tonic. The O'Neills seldom entertain, although occasionally they receive visitors from New York. In the country O'Neill usually wears corduroy slacks, a sweater shirt of which he is particularly fond, and a loose tweed jacket. In the quiet hours of dusk, O'Neill relaxes. He plays with Blumey, wanders through his garden, prodding Baltimore and Ohio, his pet turtles, and tends the big pool that is filled with countless, unnamed goldfish. Dinner, at 7, is a substantial meal, always finished with fresh fruit for dessert. After dinner, the O'Neills retire to their living room, to read or play gin rummy, or just to talk. They go to bed at an hour that sounds ridiculous to a city dweller. The routine described by Mrs. Pinchot was a Spartan one, and O'Neill himself had wistfully confirmed this view of his life soon after moving to Casa Genata, when he wrote to his cousin, Phil Sheridan, contrasting his wild days in New London with his present asceticism. "I haven't even sipped a glass of beer in 7 years now," he said, forgetting, as he always did, his binges in Guitheri and in Shanghai. "I hear you tie or better that mark." Well, who would have thought it, what? And Art McGinley gone good, too. No Crocker House barkeep would ever have imagined marvels like that. There's something almost corrupt about it. But in December of 1935 the atmosphere at Casa Genata became emphatically, if briefly, bacchanalian. George Jean Nathan, after a visit, sent the O'Neills a keg of Edelbrau beer. It was several hours before O'Neill, Carlotta, and their servants discovered that the secret of starting the beer lay in opening the bunghole. It was several additional hours before they managed to pry the bunghole open. But, once opened, the beer flowed and flowed. Carlotta gave Nathan a humorous report of the effect his gift had on the household. She and O'Neill had drunk beer with lunch, beer instead of tea, beer for dinner and beer for a nightcap. "Rosie plays and the Edelbrau flows," she said. Another visitor to Casa Genata was Sax Cummins. Ele brought a football with him, because he thought it would amuse O'Neill to kick it along the beach. After Cummins left, the chauffeur, Herbert Freeman, took over as O'Neill's opponent in the kicking game. The chauffeur, who was also the butler, had been a college football player, Cummins said. Carlotta adopted the English style of addressing servants, and called him Freeman. He was a great, big, nice guy, who helped around the house and grounds. Russell Krauss also was pressed into service as a football player when he visited the O'Neills. Krauss was among the group of friends who had the impression that O'Neill was more isolated at Sea Island than he wanted to be, but in retrospect he acknowledged that he may have misjudged the situation. Many years later he told Hamilton Basso of the New Yorker, "O'Neill is one of the most charming men I know, and I've known him for 25 years, but I can't say I understand him. His face is a mask. I don't know what goes on behind it and I don't think anyone else does." On another occasion Krauss explained that he never presumed to ask O'Neill about his personal motives. When you were with him, he said, you felt you were in a presence. You waited for him to reveal himself. If you waited, you apparently got results. During one visit, Krauss recalled, O'Neill told him in detail the plots of 15 plays he had outlined for the future. Carlotta, in a way, walled Jean in. Krauss, a notably gregarious man, observed. I think there were people he might have enjoyed seeing, if left to himself. For instance, I remember that once Joseph Hergesheimer was in Sea Island and telephoned to ask if he could see Jean. Carlotta said no, Jean was too busy working. She reported this to me indignantly. I told Hergesheimer, certainly not, she said. I felt Jean would have liked to see Hergesheimer, but he never argued with Carlotta about these things. Another time I ran into Bobby Jones and I said I hoped he would visit Jean. He told me, Carlotta won't let me near him. Fania Marinoff, who was aware that the company at Sea Island was exclusive in the extreme, once observed that visitors made both Jean and Carlotta very nervous. I know that the preparations they had to make for Sherwood Anderson's visit threw them both into a state of distress, she added. They did cut off people who had been close friends, on what seemed to be slight provocation. It was my understanding that Ilka Chase, for example, had telephoned them very late one evening and that this upset them so much they stopped seeing her. But the people they continued to see were treated with extraordinary generosity. After one visit to Casa Genata, Carlotta insisted on giving me a pair of old, Spanish earrings I had admired when she wore them. She handed them to me just as I was leaving. The Langnas, who paid one of several visits in March of 1935, found everything serene and running like clockwork. The first morning I was there, Langner later reported, after doing his morning's work, Jean came out and sat on the beach where I was taking a sun bath, and as we both looked out over the ocean, the waves breaking at our feet a few yards away, he told me about his plan for his new plays. They would literally take years to write. We were not to expect to receive the first of them until the last was completed because he would be making changes in them until the very last one was done. Each play would be complete in itself, yet each of the plays would be part of a whole. The plays, O'Neill told Langner, would deal with several generations of a family, an admixture of old Puritan New England stock and Irish-American blood. Galsworthy's The Forsyte Saga seemed like child's play in comparison, as Jean traced the effect of the grandparents on the children and their grandchildren, reminding me of the biblical prophecies as to the sins of the parents being visited upon their children unto the third and fourth generations, Langner added. I marveled at the scope of the work he was attempting, and wondered whether, in the hot, damp climate of Sea Island, he would have the strength to last out the ordeal he had set for himself. I was troubled about the climate at Sea Island and its effect on Jean. No matter how hard Carlotta tried, she fought a losing battle against the dampness coming from the warm sea air laden with salt moisture, and the continuous heat of summer. Langner was struck, that summer, by what he described as Jean's consciousness of his own immortality. I've never known anyone else but Shaw to have this, he said. Jean was obviously not working just to garner the success of the day, he was always measuring himself. And he kept everything meticulously, as though fully aware that all of his notes and manuscript material would someday end up as valuable items in a library. One of the most succinct descriptions of O'Neill in his splendid island isolation has been furnished by Somerset Maugham, who shared with the O'Neills an interest in the Orient. Maugham, himself not a gregarious man, was startled by the extremes to which O'Neill went to safeguard his privacy. Maugham once wrote that when, on shipboard, he listened to his fellow passengers carol, "Should auld acquaintance be forgot," his instinct was to murmur, "Please, yes." But he felt that O'Neill was carrying things too far. When he was living on an island off the coast of Georgia, Maugham said, I spent 2 or 3 days with him and Carlotta. The house he lived in was by the sea, and far from any other habitation. I didn't see another soul while I was there, but he constantly complained and said he must leave the island because it was so thronged with people. Carlotta and O'Neill talked with Mom about the possibility of their making another trip to China, and Mom recommended a book about Peking, which Carlotta ordered after his departure. Perhaps the best clue to whether it was O'Neill or Carlotta who insisted on total privacy was furnished by a couple of inscriptions O'Neill wrote during this time on the manuscripts he was constantly presenting to his wife. It seems evident, from these inscriptions, that whatever mask O'Neill wore before his friends, he required no society but that of his wife and no home but that of her love. On their 6th wedding anniversary, that July, he wrote, "6 years of it and I love it. Your Jean, darling." And later that year, on her birthday, "To Carlotta, my heart's and soul's gratitude for her love, which is this stranger's only home on this earth." By late spring of 1935, O'Neill had nearly completed the scenarios of 3 of the cycle plays. Carlotta was concerned about the effect of the Georgia heat on her husband's health, and considered a trip to a cooler climate, but finally decided, with him, to try to bear the southern summer, rather than interrupt his trend of thought. He was deep in books about the political, financial, spiritual, and cultural history of the United States. Carlotta thought she could keep the house cool enough for O'Neill to work in. "What my Irishman wants, he shall have," she remarked to Russell Krauss. In O'Neill's mind the cycle now definitely included 7 plays, and he had not rejected the possibility of adding an 8th. His interest in the Melody family and the early Harford history had already taken him back to 1828. The title, A Touch of the Poet, no longer designated the whole cycle but was to be used for the first play, set in a village outside Boston, before Sarah Melody's marriage to Simon Harford. The next play in the sequence was to be set during 1837 to 1846 in various houses near Boston occupied by Simon and Sarah after their marriage. This play O'Neill called More Stately Mansions, deriving the title from the poem by Oliver Wendell Holmes, "Build thee more stately mansions, O my soul." On September 17, 1935, O'Neill described his struggles with the cycle to his former mentor, Clayton Hamilton, who had sent him a copy of his new book, "So You're Writing a Play." O'Neill told Hamilton he would have to postpone reading the book for a time. He was so preoccupied, he said, by the 1001 technical and psychological problems involved in rounding out the detailed outline of the interrelationship between the 7 plays of the cycle that by the time he completed his daily stint he loathed the very mention of the word play. "No time in which to read a book on playwriting, you'll agree," he explained. Soon after writing this letter, O'Neill began on the actual dialogue of his first cycle play, A Touch of the Poet. Despite its period setting and historical context, the play was, like so many of his others, emotionally and psychologically the story of his own family. The hero, Cornelius Melody, son of an Irish shebeen-keeper who bought his way up the social scale in Ireland, is a disgraced officer who fought in the Napoleonic Wars on the English side and then immigrated to the United States with his wife and child. Though he is an ex-soldier turned saloon-keeper in a small town outside Boston, he has many characteristics in common with James O'Neill. He is a handsome ladies' man, he is addicted to the bottle but knows how to carry his liquor, his heavy-boned body has a bull-like, impervious strength, a tough, peasant vitality, he is looked down upon by his aristocratic Yankee neighbors, and he is as theatrical in his manner as a matinee idol. He poses before mirrors, gesticulates flamboyantly, recites grandiloquently, tells highly colored anecdotes of his past, and lapses into Irish brogue in moments of extreme emotion. His relationship with his wife and child, in this case a daughter, is the characteristic O'Neillian one of love-hate. Their quarrels are frequent and bitter and guiltily regretted, with phrases like "it's the poison talking" or "it was the drink talking." But the bitterness and frustration always return, and the ghosts of old dreams are never shaken off. Like Mary Tyrone, who, in Long Day's Journey into Night drags her wedding dress from an attic trunk, Cornelius Melody exhumes his resplendent major's uniform from the attic to symbolize his proud, vanished youth and help him relieve his past. In the Melody marriage, as in the Tyrone marriage, one partner lives on dope dreams and is protected and coddled by the other. In A Touch of the Poet this particular phase of the relationship is reversed, however, with the wife, Nora, being the protector. But the daughter, Sarah, bears the same taunting, scornful relationship to her father that Jamie Tyrone bears to James, and her mother, like Mary Tyrone, tries to make peace between them. Sarah is a typical O'Neill heroine, a blood sister to both Abby Putnam in Desire Linder the Elms and Josie Hogan in A Moon for the Misbegotten. Like both Abby and Josie, she deliberately sets out, for materialistic reasons, to seduce the man she wants. And like Abby and Josie, she finds herself trapped by her own emotions. Like Josie, too, she seduces her man with her father's knowledge and tacit consent. A Touch of the Poet introduced the first member of the Cycle dynasty, in the person of Simon Harford, who, when the play ends, is about to marry Sarah. Melody foreshadows the next play of the Cycle, More Stately Mansions, in a last-act speech which refers to his daughter, and she'll live in a Yankee mansion, as big as a castle, on a grand estate of stately woodland. O'Neill finished his first draft of A Touch of the Poet in the spring of 1936 and immediately began writing the dialogue for More Stately Attentions. Working like a man possessed, he would often write straight through the night. I would find him exhausted in the morning when I brought in his breakfast, Carlotta later recalled. O'Neill was plunged so deep into work and into the past that he now excluded almost everything and everyone in the contemporary world except his wife. He scarcely acknowledged the existence of his two younger children. Shane had been to Sea Island for a brief and unsatisfactory visit, and O'Neill's contact with him and Una was now largely confined to a desultory postcard correspondence, with the task of any longer communications being delegated to Carlotta. His only contact with Agnes was through his lawyer over such matters as the children's schooling. But while he was withdrawn from Shane and Una, he spared time to keep in touch with Eugene Jr., who made few emotional demands on him. O'Neill saw him from time to time, and continued to finance his studies, which now included trips abroad. Although he was completely out of touch with almost everyone from the old Provincetown group, he was stunned when he read, in January of 1936, of Louise Bryant's death. Louise was 49 when she died in Paris under circumstances as bleak as any O'Neill could have created for one of his heroines. Louise's life, after BCCD's death, had followed the classic lines of the romantic heroine doomed to live too fully, too soon. In 1923 she had married William C. Bullitt. They had a daughter, and for a while Louise seemed to enjoy her transformation from stormy petrel to diplomatic hostess and mother. She could not play her new role for long, however. In 1930 Bullitt divorced her, and she drifted back to Greenwich Village, moving into an apartment in Patchen Place which she had once shared with Reed. She drank excessively and became involved in a series of sordid, petty scandals, at least one of which resulted in a court case. Several of the old Provincetown Playhouse people saw her occasionally, and one of them, Mary Ellen Boyden, was with her a few weeks before she died. I met her in a Greenwich Village speakeasy, Mrs. Boyden said. She was sitting at a table with another woman. She was drunk and had a black eye. I took her to her apartment, and she told me this was where she had lived with Reed. She talked on and on about Reed, and how much she had loved him. It was soon after this that Louise vanished from the village, to turn up in Paris. On January 6, while climbing the stairs of a shabby little hotel on the left bank, she collapsed and was taken to a hospital. Newspaper accounts said she had been stricken with a cerebral hemorrhage, but rumors were carried back to New York that she had been taking drugs. That April, during a particularly arduous session with the Cycle, O'Neill was invited to New York to speak at a dinner launching the first Critics' Circle Award. Established by the New York drama critics in protest against the Pulitzer Prizes in drama, the award went to Maxwell Anderson for Winterset. Presumably the drama critics had been fuming ever since the Pulitzer Prize had gone to Of the Icing instead of To Morning Becomes Electra. O'Neill declined to interrupt his work to make a personal appearance, but he did take time to write a long letter. The letter contains a rare utterance, public or private, in favor of critics. In honoring Mr. Anderson's work, you do honor to yourselves and the American theater, and start the Critics' Circle Award with genuine distinction. May all your future awards have a like distinction, and may your future be a long one. If that isn't wishing you the best of good wishes, then I don't know what is. And it seems to me that the Critics' Circle Award deserves the very best in the way of good wishes from all those who have the future of our drama at heart. I confess I admit this with considerable reluctance. It is a terrible, harrowing experience for a playwright to be forced by his conscience to praise critics for anything. It isn't done. It never has been done. There is something morbid and abnormal about it, something destructive to the noble tradition of what is correct conduct for dramatists. In short, it gripes. Nevertheless, conscience drives me to reiterate that I think the Critics' Circle Award is a damned fine idea. 2 months later, O'Neill voluntarily interrupted his work again to write an unsolicited tribute to someone whose work he admired more than Anderson's. Maxim Gorky had died on June 18. On Casa stationery, O'Neill penciled the brief note he later mailed to a Russian publication in New York. "Gorky is not dead," he wrote in part. "His genius and his spirit of tragic understanding and pity for humanity which characterized his work will live as long as true literature is read." O'Neill found himself haunted, that spring and summer, by one of the characters he had introduced in A Touch of the Poet, and who also appeared in More Stately Mansions. The character was Simon Harford's mother, Deborah, a beautiful aristocrat, whose mysticism and remoteness suggest Ella O'Neill. Deborah makes only a brief appearance in A Touch of the Poet, but the appearance is a poignant and disturbing one. In More Stately Mansions she was to be a more dominant character, fighting Sarah for Simon's love with charm and subtlety, according to Carlotta, while Sarah fights with her body. O'Neill paused in the writing of More Stately Mansions to brood about Deborah's background, and decided he had not given it enough scope. He determined to begin the cycle even earlier and to add an 8th play after all. Entitling it And Give Me Death, he set it during 1783 to 1805, when Deborah was 17, and laid its action in Rhode Island and Paris, one scene taking place in 1804 on the day of Napoleon's coronation. He was not yet satisfied, however, and decided to go back still further, to 1755. He outlined one more play, The Greed of the Meek, and set it during 1755 to 1775 on a farm in Rhode Island. The scope and nature of And Give Me Death and The Greed of the Meek are suggested in a speech delivered by Deborah to Sarah in A Touch of the Poet, a speech which, out of the cycle's context, reads more like a long note O'Neill made to himself about the earlier cycle characters than like an integrated part of the individual play. "Simon is an inveterate dreamer, a weakness he inherited from me, I'm afraid, although I must admit the Harfords have been great dreamers, too, in their way. Simon's great-grandfather, Jonathan Harford, had it. He was killed at Bunker Hill, but I suspect the war for independence was merely a symbolic opportunity for him. Simon's grandfather, Evan Ilarford, had the quality too. A fanatic in the cause of pure freedom, he became scornful of our revolution. It made too many compromises with the ideal to free him. He went to France and became a rabid Jacobin, a worshipper of Robespierre. He would have liked to have gone to the guillotine with his incorruptible redeemer, but he was too unimportant. They simply forgot to kill him. He came home and lived in a little temple of liberty he had built in a corner of what is now my garden. A dry, gentle, cruel, indomitable, feudal old idealist who used frequently to wear his old uniform of the French Republican National Guard. He died wearing it. But the point is, you can have no idea what revengeful hate the Harford pursuit of freedom imposed upon the women who shared their lives. The 3 daughters-in-law of Jonathan, Evan's half-sisters, had to make a large, greedy fortune out of privateering and the Northwest trade, and finally were even driven to embrace the profits of the slave trade, a triumphant climax, you understand, of their long battle to escape the enslavement of freedom by enslaving it. Evan's wife, of course, was drawn into this conflict and became their tool and accomplice. I am sorry they are dead and cannot know you. They would approve of you, I think. They would see that you are strong and ambitious and determined to take what you want. They would have smiled like senile, hungry serpents and welcomed you into their coils. Evil old witches. Detestable, but I could not help admiring them, pitying them, too, in the end. We had a bond in common. They idolized Napoleon. The sisters, as everyone called them, and all of the family accompanied my husband and me on our honeymoon to Paris to witness the emperor's coronation. O'Neill now had a projected 9-play cycle, and he chose a new, overall title for his mammoth work, A Tale of Possessors, Self-Dispossessed. He returned to the writing of more stately mansions, now chronologically the 4th play in the sequence. During July, while New York sweltered in a heat wave, Sea Island remained relatively comfortable with the 80 to 85 degree weather tempered by a cooling sea breeze. But a month later the heat had descended. O'Neill wrote to Langner on August 12, 1936, that it was a hell of a hot, oppressive summer at Sea Island. We just continually drop and drip, he said. Reporting on the progress of the KVKL, he cautioned Langner not to expect an American life in the accepted sense. I mean, he explained, I'm not giving a damn whether the dramatic event of each play has any significance in the growth of the country or not, as long as it is significant in the spiritual and psychological history of the American family in the plays. The cycle is primarily just that, the history of a family. What larger significance I can give my people as extraordinary examples and symbols in the drama of American possessiveness and materialism is something else again. But I don't want anyone to get the idea that this cycle is much concerned with what is usually understood by American history, for it isn't. As for economic history, which so many seem to mistake for the only history just now, I am not much interested in economic determinism, but only in the self-determinism of which the economic is one phase, and by no means the most revealing, at least, not to me. Plaintively bewailing the difficulties of his task, he added, try a cycle sometime, I advise you, that is, I would advise you to, if I hated you. A lady bearing quintuplets is having a debonair, carefree time of it by comparison. The heat became unbearable by the end of August, and O'Neill and Carlotta decided that their blessed isles would not do. Once more O'Neill turned his back on a home that had failed to live up to his expectations. Provincetown had been too crowded, Ridgefield too close to New York, Bermuda too social, Tours too rainy, Manhattan too noisy, and Sea Island was too hot. O'Neill and Carlotta headed for the Northwest. LVII. Part consciously and part unconsciously, O'Neill in his own life was tracing the path of his cycle family. As he had finally outlined the saga of his self-dispossessing family, it had its roots in New England, as O'Neill did in his case, Connecticut, in the case of the Harfords, Rhode Island. Like O'Neill himself, members of the Harford family were to move back and forth across the United States, with excursions to Paris and Shanghai. Though as far as can be determined no scenes of any of the plays were to be set as far north as the state of Washington, some of the Harfords, as indicated in A Touch of the Poet, were to have been involved in the trade of the Northwest. This was one of the reasons why O'Neill decided to stay for a while in Seattle. Another was the change of climate that he and Carlotta craved. The writer and teacher Sophus Keith Winther, a resident of Seattle, had visited Sea Island not long after publishing a critical study of O'Neill's plays, and urged O'Neill and Carlotta to come north. The O'Neills rented a house outside the city, on the slopes of Magnolia Bluff, overlooking Puget Sound. They planned to stay for several months, but circumstances cut short their visit within 6 weeks. It was an eventful 6 weeks, however, beginning and ending with a good deal of attention from the local press. On November 3, the Seattle Times reported, "The dramatist, an erect, trim figure with graving hair, and his beautiful brunette wife, both of whom had come across the continent without being identified, stepped from the Empire Builder at the King Street station, to be greeted by Dr. Sophus Keith Winther of the University of Washington English Department. O'Neill, who will spend a year in the West gathering material for new plays, chatted later before the fireplace of his new Seattle home about the things he hopes to do during his stay here. "I'm doing a play which is dated in the period around 1860 and 1870, about the time the railroads came across the country," he said, "and I'm going to make Seattle my headquarters for at least 3 months while I am in the Northwest. I'll be going into Oregon and, perhaps, as far east as Butte, to get the material I need." O'Neill then confided some of the problems confronting a playwright. "Women's clubs and writers' clubs and other organizations want me to talk," he said, "and I can't make a speech. They never quite believe that, and so I have to write letters about it." 9 days later O'Neill was obliged to cope with just such a problem again. An organization in Sweden wanted him to make a speech, and he had to write a letter declining to do so, but it was probably the least painful letter he ever wrote in his life. On November 12, 1936, O'Neill was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature and was requested to come to Stockholm on December 10 to accept the award from King Gustav. O'Neill was the second American to win the Literature Prize, and the first American dramatist. Because no prize had been made in literature the year before, he received an accrued cash award of $40,000, along with the honor. It was Carlotta who brought him the news on the morning of the 12th, after she had received a telephone call. When Seattle newspapermen descended upon him, O'Neill admitted that the report had not come as a complete surprise. "There were rumors I'd be named," he told reporters. "I couldn't help but know that, but I was sure it would be like 2 years ago, when the same sort of rumors were current. And I didn't really think the award would go to an American so soon after Sinclair Lewis received it in 1930, and I felt that if it did go to an American, it might be Dreiser. Lie deserves it." Later in the day, when O'Neill received official notification of the award from the Swedish consul, he said he would not be able to arrange his affairs in time to be in Stockholm for the presentation. To a feature writer for one of the press services, O'Neill confided that he would use the $40,000 to pay taxes. While he accepted with good grace the inevitable, day-long onslaught of the press, he drew the line at being interviewed before the newsreel cameras. A newsreel representative came up with the bright idea of having O'Neill and Carlotta reenact their reception of the news, and even went to the trouble of writing them a script. The telephone would ring, Carlotta would answer and register astonishment and joy. She would hurry to her husband and say, "Gene, you've won," and O'Neill would make a suitable response, all while the cameramen were grinding away. O'Neill was amused when Cephas Winther told him of this scheme, but he was disinclined to cooperate. "The movie representatives could not get to see O'Neill without working through me," Winther later said, "and since I would do nothing to promote their aims, they finally left Seattle without seeing him." A reporter for the Seattle Times, who had evidently heard about the movie script, decided to turn it to his own use, and he wrote his interview in the form of a play without, however, outlining any dialogue in advance. He permitted O'Neill to ad-lib. He called his playlet one Thursday morning, and listed the cast as Eugene O'Neill, Carlotta Monterey O'Neill, Dr. Cephas Keith Winther, and a reporter. Reporter: "How did you hear about the award, Mr. O'Neill?" O'Neill: "My wife told me. She woke me up this morning to tell me." Mrs. O'Neill: "Dr. Winther woke me up to tell me about it." Dr. Winther: "The Associated Press woke me up to tell me." Reporter: "Were you surprised, Mr. O'Neill?" O'Neill: "Well, not exactly. I've had telegrams of congratulation from New York this week just on rumor. But I didn't know for sure." Reporter: "Do you know what particular play it was awarded for?" O'Neill: "No. I don't know. I don't know how they fix that." Mrs. O'Neill: "I hope it was for Electra." The reporter inquired about O'Neill's current project, and on being told it was a tremendous thing set in the East, the West, and the Midwest, the reporter asked if O'Neill was getting atmosphere in Seattle. "Something like that," he answered. "I have to live in a place before I can write about it. I have to have the feeling of living there. Of course, the western part of the play takes place in 1870, but I'm going to travel all around the West. Just looking and talking to tradespeople, that's the way I get the feel. Asked if it was a very long play, O'Neill replied, "Oh, yes. It goes on forever. I feel as though I've been writing it forever. I started out with 4 plays and now it's 8 plays and it might be 9 plays, that's a luckier number, anyway." He added that he hoped the first play would be produced the following October. "With 1 play a season," he remarked, "people can go on seeing it forever. And when all 8 plays are produced, I hope they will run them all off on successive nights that ought to knock the audiences cold. They'll never want to see another play." O'Neill told his interviewer, in conclusion, that he never wrote about a place unless he had lived in it, but that he did not always write about places he had lived in. "I'll never write a play about the South," he declared. "In Georgia you sweat half the year and there aren't any union hours for sweating. I wrote part of this play half naked with bookkeeper's black sleeves on my arms, blotters under my hands, and I sat on a bath towel." O'Neill did very little work during the next few weeks. He spent long hours just sitting before the windows of his rented house, resting and thinking. "The view across the Sound with the Olympics in the background is beautiful," Carlotta wrote to Lawrence Langner. "Jean loves to watch the boats go by and hear the seagulls and the foghorns." But neither she nor O'Neill thought Seattle suitable as a permanent residence. "In the winter there is much fog and rain," she wrote to Langner a week later. "He must find a place to live if we ever sell our present home. And Northern California seems best in many ways. But, we'll just look everywhere and be very sure." Answering the letters and telegrams of congratulation that poured in took up much of O'Neill's time between November 12 and the second week of December, the date set for leaving on a house-hunting expedition. Some of the letters were from friends of the past with whom he had lost touch, and his answers were tinged with melancholy. To Mary Clark, the Gaylord farm nurse, for instance, he wrote, "You are one of the very, very few of my old friends I have heard from. Most of them are dead, the rest estranged for one reason or another, the principal reason being just the wear and tear of time." And acknowledging a telegram from Kenneth McGowan at greater length, he said warmly and perhaps a trifle guiltily that the Nobel Award made him think back and remember the days when McGowan's friendship was such a constant encouragement and when he worked so hard and unselfishly to help put O'Neill's work across. "You are one of the finest guys and one of the best friends I have ever known, Kenneth," he went on, "and I rate it a damned shame and loss that circumstances in the past few years have placed us so far apart in these US that we never get a chance even to say howdy to each other. I often dream of what a grand break it would be if you and Bobby and I could get together again, and start again in New York on our own with a resurge of the old spirit to prompt us. Maybe I'm getting aged and crabbed, but there seems nothing left outside of the radical propaganda on 14th Street which has any definite ambitions toward any goal. I don't know of one producing group that has the guts to hew to the line as we did. And so, outside of my job of writing plays, I've just about lost all interest in the theater." He indicated the source of his melancholia when he revealed that he was physically worn out from the past 7 months' work on his damned ckl. Instead of finding rest in Seattle, he said, the Nobel Prize had thrown him into turmoil. So it is not an unmixed blessing. "In fact, so far, I'm like an ancient cab horse that has had a blue ribbon pinned on his tail, too physically weary to turn round and find out if it's good to eat, or what." Though he might, half mockingly, disparage the award to an old friend, he believed he was entitled to the unreserved congratulations of his fellow writers in America. Many of them did, indeed, hurry to proffer their good wishes, among them Sinclair Lewis and Sherwood Anderson. But a number of people from whom O'Neill had expected to hear remained silent. In a letter to S.N. Behrman, who did wire his congratulations, O'Neill said he had heard from no other American playwright. This is difficult to believe, but possibly he exaggerated because he was furious at not having heard from Maxwell Anderson, in whose praise O'Neill had written so eloquently just a few months earlier. The award evoked considerable praise both in the United States and abroad, in addition to the expected adverse comments. "An excellent decision," George Bernard Shaw said from his home at St. Lawrence. "I always thought that this year's prize should go either to Upton Sinclair or O'Neill, so America would have received it in any case. Of course, I am very pleased. I cannot count myself a great admirer or close student of O'Neill's work," commented J.B. Priestley in London, "but I am sincerely glad to learn that a man who has devoted himself with such deep seriousness to our English-speaking theatre has been awarded the prize. I think such an award may increase the seriousness and responsibility of our theatre." A couple of days later William Butler Yeats and Lennox Robinson sent word from Dublin to the New York Times of their much greater enthusiasm. "I am delighted that Eugene O'Neill has received the Nobel Prize, because I have the greatest admiration for his work," commented Yeats. "I think O'Neill is one of the most distinguished dramatists of today," said Robinson. "I am proud the award has come to him, not only in recognition of his great art but also because he is of Irish parentage. I am especially happy to recall that I was personally responsible for putting on the first O'Neill play in Ireland at the Drama League season in Dublin. Those of us associated with the Abbey Theatre are very pleased that this European recognition has come to such a worthy recipient. O'Neill's contribution to the drama is very valuable indeed, particularly his later work in which he experiments with new forms." The Times, in its own editorial comment, declared unequivocally, "He deserves it." Although American playgoers have had to bear with him during 2 or 3 periods of transition, and have had to suffer 2 or 3 disastrous plays from his pen, the enormous editorial writer continued, "He has long dominated our theatre on the basis of vigorous work performed. His successive days of wrath have yielded a stout library of malevolent tragedies that include several masterpieces. For years he has been the boldest influence in our drama, grimly reaching out after big themes and, in his best work, dominating them by the power of his imagination and the depth of his feeling. None of the practical considerations of journeyman playwriting has ever drawn a compromise from him. He has repeatedly cracked the old molds by the largeness of his dramatic vision. When the good news comes to him from Stockholm it finds him immersed in his most ambitious work, and that would have been true of him at almost any point in his career. The award of the Nobel Prize to Mr. O'Neill confirms a general respect and admiration for his stature among men of letters." An opposing opinion, however, was voiced by Bernard Devoto, in the Saturday Review of Literature on November 21. "You will find the majority opinion in nearly any paper you may pick up," Devoto began. "Unquestionably most of the critics and most of the public who think about literature at all will regard the award of a Nobel Prize to Eugene O'Neill as a gratifying recognition of great talent. A minority will not, however, and because what may be a signal weakness rather than a great strength of our literature is involved. The Saturday Review cannot let the occasion pass without expressing that minority opinion. For the Nobel Prize is supposed to recognize only the highest distinction in literature, and Mr. O'Neill falls short of that. He falls short of it both absolutely and relatively. Whatever his international importance, he can hardly be called an artist of the first rank, he is hardly even one of the first-rate figures of his generation in America." Devoto went on to develop the astonishing theory that it had been the Theatre Guild that had foisted O'Neill on the public as a figure of literary importance, and that the award of the Nobel Prize was largely due to O'Neill's prestige and publicity, which neither the critics nor the public dared to dispute. By way of relaxation from granting interviews and answering his mail, O'Neill went fishing in Puget Sound, skimming over the choppy waters in the motorboat of a friend. He planned, later, to tackle the Chinook salmon of the Columbia River. Combining rest with research, he made motor trips through Oregon, once driving over the winding road to the foot of Mount Rainier and questioning the people he encountered about their work and their backgrounds. Toward the end of November he consented to be interviewed by Richard L. Neuberger, then a reporter for the Oregonian, later the Democratic senator from Oregon. O'Neill told Neuberger of his concern over the decline of the theater as a widespread, living art. "Far too few people in America," he explained, had the opportunity to see actual living actors perform a play. He said the theater projects of the Works Progress Administration, set up by the government to help combat the Depression, might ultimately be the answer to this problem. Take one of my own plays, for example, he added. It will be presented in New York, then the Theater Guild will take it on a road trip. After that it's dead. If you want to see a revival, you have to go to Europe. I think other playwrights will tell you the same thing. The WPA theater projects can change this. They have the opportunity to bring legitimate stage productions to every community in America, whether that community be rural or urban. The WPA can present important plays before audiences that never before have seen an actual siege production. The possibilities in this respect are thrilling. He added that the WPA should try to find young talent, both on the footboards and at the typewriter, and should encourage and help such talent. The art theater, he told Neuberger, could not exist without subsidy and assistance. Heretofore the American idea of the theater has been dictated by business considerations, he said. Millionaires gave money for art museums, grand opera, and archaeological expeditions, but the theater budget had to balance. Relatively little of their money went to the theater. He added that the paying of union wages to stage hands, the high cost of traveling units, and similar expenses made it almost impossible for the art theater to exist without financial aid. For a time, he emphasized, the American theater was only a place of amusement. Amusement is important, he continued. Do not underrate it. But culture is also significant. O'Neill hopes the WPA project will help to revive some of the culture and the color of the period of his father and Booth, wrote Neuberger. He believes the government program should include a resurrection of the classics Shakespeare, the Restoration comedy, the Elizabethan drama. Shifting his questioning from the theater to politics, Neuberger found O'Neill enthusiastic over President Roosevelt's overwhelming re-election. The results of the recent election indicate that the people intend to preserve their freedom, O'Neill told his interviewer. Having already decided that he was not physically up to attending the Nobel Awards ceremony, O'Neill, by this time feeling really ill, struggled during the latter part of November to write a speech that could be read for him on December 10 in Stockholm. Reporters began asking for copies of it before the month was out. Russell Krauss, to whom some of the requests were directed, wrote O'Neill asking if he could have a copy, and O'Neill replied, I wish you'd make plain to the press boys, if they want the speech, that it's a banquet stunt and limited to a few minutes. They are liable to confuse it with the long Sinclair Lewis speech they quoted in 30, but his was a discourse to the Swedish Academy. This discourse affair, so I am informed by a letter from the Secretary of the Academy, is a thing you can wish on the Academy, if you are heartless enough, and the members are duty-bound to stay awake, and grin, and bear it. But, the Secretary's letter adds, few literary Nobel winners have delivered such a discourse. As for me, well, I'll give you one guess how I am going to win the grateful regard of the Academicians for my sensitive consideration of them. O'Neill, after apologizing for not being in Sweden to receive the award, declared in his speech, it is difficult to put into anything like adequate words the profound gratitude I feel for the greatest honor that my work could ever hope to attain, the award of the Nobel Prize. This highest of distinctions is all the more grateful to me because I feel so deeply that it is not only my work which is being honored but the work of all my colleagues in America, that the Nobel Prize is a symbol of the coming of age of the American theater. For my plays are merely, through luck of time and circumstance, the most widely known examples of the work done by American playwrights in the years since the World War, work that has finally made modern American drama, in its finest aspects, an achievement of which Americans can be justly proud, worthy at last to claim kinship with the modern drama of Europe, from which our original inspiration so surely derives. This thought of original inspiration brings me to what is, for me, the greatest happiness this occasion affords, and that is the opportunity it gives me to acknowledge, with gratitude and pride, to you and to the people of Sweden, the debt my work owes to that greatest genius of all modern dramatists, your August Strindberg. Of course, it will be no news to you in Sweden, that my work owes much to the influence of Strindberg. That influence runs clearly through more than a few of my plays and is plain for everyone to see. Neither will it be news for anyone who has ever known me, for I have always stressed it myself. I have never been one of those who are so timidly uncertain of their own contribution that they feel they cannot afford to admit ever having been influenced, lest they be discovered as lacking all originality. No, I am only too proud of my debt to Strindberg, only too happy to have this opportunity of proclaiming it to his people. For me, he remains, as Nietzsche remains, in his sphere, the master, still to this day more modern than any of us, still our leader. And it is my pride to imagine that perhaps his spirit, musing over this year's Nobel Award for Literature, may smile with a little satisfaction, and find the follower not too unworthy of his master. The New York Times was pleased with O'Neill's speech, and took the occasion to comment editorially on its straightforwardness, modesty, and warmth, comparing it favorably with Sinclair Lewis' war dance over the prostrate body of his native land. A week or so before sending off his speech, O'Neill, growing more absorbed with his past, had instituted the search that soon after reunited him with Earl Stevens, who had guided him through the Honduras jungles 27 years earlier. On locating Stevens in Portland, in the brass section of the Portland Symphony Orchestra, O'Neill urged him to come for a visit as soon as possible, explaining that he had to leave on a trip in a few days and would not be back in Seattle for 4 or 5 weeks. The reunion took place on December 9. A week later, O'Neill and Carlotta left for California by train. They did not return to Seattle in 5 weeks or, in fact, ever. The house on Magnolia Bluffs became one more gate at which O'Neill, the stranger, was destined to decamp. Part 5, Hopeless Hope 1936-1953. Le'Ayin. The O'Neills arrived in San Francisco shortly before Christmas of 1936, planning to make the city their headquarters while canvassing Northern California for a place to live. But they had another reason for stopping there. Carlotta wanted O'Neill to consult a doctor who had attended her many years earlier, when she was living in her native California. O'Neill's health had been steadily worsening during the past weeks, and after seeing Dr. Charles A. Dukes, an Oakland surgeon, he was advised to enter Oakland's Merritt Hospital. Carlotta, at the end of her own strength and suffering from a severe cold, also was ordered to bed by Dr. Dukes, and both the O'Neills became patients at Merritt Hospital on December 28, the date of Carlotta's 48th birthday. At 4 in the morning of the following day, O'Neill underwent an operation for acute appendicitis. Dr. Dukes, who had removed Carlotta's appendix in the same hospital years before, performed the surgery. By this time Carlotta was so ill herself that she could not be at O'Neill's bedside. Dr. Dukes and hospital officials had been sworn to secrecy by the O'Neills, and it was not until 4 days later that they permitted an announcement of their whereabouts. The announcement was carried on January 4 by most of the New York newspapers and was embellished upon by the local papers, which were delighted to discover that they had the recent Nobel Prize winner in their community. Dr. Dukes' bulletin stated that O'Neill was still too ill to receive visitors, but is progressing nicely and should be able to leave the hospital within the next 10 days. Carlotta, still suffering from the effects of fatigue, a near breakdown and a heavy cold that had just missed turning into pneumonia, was reported to be convalescing as satisfactorily as possible under the circumstances. The O'Neills had adjoining rooms and both their doors bore the sign, "No visitors." Dr. Dukes added the statement to the press. Mr. O'Neill is an inordinately shy man despite the fact that his talents have made him a world figure. He is still a sick man. Both he and his wife, seeking peace and quiet in the North, were much disturbed when their privacy was invaded following the announcement of the Nobel Prize. The year 1937 had not begun auspiciously for O'Neill. Though he was not yet 49 and was again at a turning point in his life, with the prospect of a new home and a mammoth literary project, he was beginning to show signs of physical deterioration and premature old age. After recovering from his appendectomy, he was beset by other distressing physical symptoms. He developed kidney trouble, a prostate condition, neuritis, and an intensification of the tremor that had plagued him, on and off, for many years and that soon after was diagnosed as Parkinson's disease. While he was still to enjoy periods of relative euphoria, they were few. From the beginning of 1937 to the end of his life he was more or less regularly in the hands of doctors and at the mercy of drugs and medical regimens. At times, aware that his illness was considered progressively degenerative, he felt himself to be a slowly dying man. He was sustained almost solely by his consuming drive to give the world a few more masterpieces. O'Neill spent over 10 weeks in Merritt Hospital. Carlotta was released sooner, but she was still confined to bed on January 6, when she wrote to Earl Stevens, thanking him for a letter of sympathy and inquiry to her husband. She informed Stevens that although O'Neill was making a good recovery, he was still too weak to answer his mail. The recuperative period, she had been warned by her doctor, promised to be a trying time, and for the moment, she said, she and O'Neill were both prisoners. On January 11, with his doctor's consent, O'Neill allowed reporters to interview him in his hospital room. He talked mainly about his CVCLC, which he still referred to as consisting of 8 plays and characterized as dealing with a far from model American family. Fye said the first play and drafts of 2 others were completed, but that he wanted to finish 5 of them before releasing the first for production. O'Neill then announced his intention of buying a permanent residence in Northern California. "I've thought perhaps we could get a sheep ranch in the Napa Valley and evict the sheep," he said. "But that's not definite. It's only a hope and a dream thus far. The Napa Valley is the loveliest spot I have ever seen." In answer to questions about the state of the contemporary theater, he reiterated his enthusiasm for the Federal Theater project, adding, "The continent seems pretty dead. I don't know of any Scandinavians. The only 2 Englishmen writing plays are 2 Irishmen." Commenting on Carlotta's absence from the interview, a reporter asked if she was still in the hospital. O'Neill said she was, but had a cold and she looks it. The reporters remarked on the pile of mystery and detective stories by his bedside, and O'Neill cheerfully volunteered that he was one of the greatest fiends around on that score. "There'll be no work for me for a while," he concluded ruefully. "My doctor won't allow it." On January 29 the local newspapers announced that O'Neill's Georgia house had been sold and that O'Neill would be well enough to leave the hospital soon, to find a new home in California. But actually the picture was not quite so rosy. While O'Neill's appendectomy had been routine, an ensuing prostate and kidney condition had created new problems and O'Neill would be obliged to remain in the hospital for a month or more. Carlotta, therefore, hurried to Sea Island to dismantle her house, planning to rent a place in California for the summer preparatory to finding a permanent home. O'Neill pined for Carlotta during her absence. "I am beginning to feel as old as the Nile," he wrote to Teresa Hilburn, "waiting for Carlotta to return, so very long does this first real separation of ours seem. Such are the pangs of love and how lucky I feel to be panged." Carlotta was still away when, on February 17, Carl E. Wallerstedt, the Swedish consul in San Francisco, visited Merritt Hospital to present O'Neill with the gold medal and embossed diploma that represented the Nobel Prize. In a ceremony that lasted only 5 minutes, Mr. Wallerstedt told O'Neill, "It is customary for Nobel Prize winners to go to Sweden to receive their awards, and only on rare occasions is the order reversed. This is one time when custom must give way to emergency, as my nation no longer seeks to defer honor to a man who has won the highest award which can be made in his chosen field of endeavor." He added that he hoped O'Neill would soon be well enough to make his promised trip to Sweden. "Thank you. I will go as soon as I am able," murmured O'Neill, unaware that a world war and, later, his own invalidism would prevent his ever making the trip. No one attended the ceremony except Dr. Dukes and O'Neill's nurse. O'Neill was so weak his knees shook as he rose from his chair to receive the medal and scroll, and his hands trembled as he accepted them. The scroll, embossed with characters symbolizing O'Neill's work, had been designed especially for him, and the gold medal was the same as all the others awarded in the field of literature. The diploma stated in Swedish that O'Neill was chosen from all playwrights in the world for 1936 literature honors by the Swedish Academy for his creative drama, for characters marked by virility, honesty, and strong emotions, as well as for depth of interpretation. On March 11, Carlotta, having disposed of the contents of Casa Genata, collected her husband at the hospital and carried him off to San Francisco. Having found no house to suit them in the Napa Valley, the O'Neills bought land, instead, in the San Ramon Valley, deciding to have a house built for them. In the meanwhile, they rented a 22-acre estate in the San Francisco Bay Area near Lafayette. At the end of May, in response to an inquiry from a New York Times drama reporter, O'Neill wired back, "Consider me for the nonce as one retired from the racket." He added that no part of his 8-play cycle would be produced the following season, that his illness had suspended all work on the project, and that he did not know how soon he would be able to get back to it. Being the guardian of an ailing as well as a celebrated man, Carlotta now devoted herself full-time to the job of protecting her husband's privacy. It was a battle fought vigorously and with decreasing patience and tact as the years wore on. Few people knew how ill O'Neill really was and how vital to him it was to have serenity during his periods of creative power. Carlotta's unremitting efforts on his behalf fostered the legend of the great man isolated from the world, guarded by a jealous, possessive wife. Only a handful of O'Neill's friends understood the relationship between Carlotta and O'Neill, whose tendency to indulge in melodramatic self-pity now reached a peak. Occasionally, in moments of despair, he implied to a sympathetic friend, particularly to one who was not overly fond of Carlotta, that his seclusion was not entirely voluntary. Frustrated by his ill health and inability to work at the rate he wanted to, he found a certain sadistic relief, from time to time, in turning his rage on Carlotta and in the subterfuge that it was she, rather than he, who was antisocial. At bottom, however, he continued to adore and depend upon her. Not long after moving into their rented home, he inscribed the Nobel Prize edition of his plays, recently published by Random House, to Carlotta, the noblest prize of all, with, as always, all his love. That August he wrote to George Jean Nathan about his health, his hopes, and his plans. Carlotta is in a frenzy of creative activity over the new house. I needn't tell you, who know her capability in this regard, that this means it is going to be some house. And the site has the most beautiful view I have ever come across. Wait and see if you don't agree when you visit us next year, as you certainly must. We expect to be able to move in by the first of the year, barring delay through strikes. In one of his periodic surges of optimism about his health, O'Neill added that, though he had low spells still now and again, he was beginning to feel pretty fit and had been flirting with the cycle, but he would not risk hard work on it for a while to come, perhaps not until we are settled in our new home. The end of September found O'Neill's health still further improved, and he confided to Barrett Clark that his mind was full of fresh ideas about the cycle, which, he said, goes back to my old vein of ironic tragedy with, I hope, added psychological depth and insight. To Clark he revealed both his soaring plans for the cycle and the shadow of a doubt that he could sustain the physical effort to complete it. The whole work will be a unique something, all right, believe me, he said, if Jay can ever finish it. The technical problem alone was overpowering, he added. I have to think in terms of 9 plays, and a continuity of family lives over a space of 150 years, while I am writing each play. But given time and health I can do it. Fi must still guard his health and work cautiously, he said, but he hoped by the first of the year to be ready to really drive ahead. O'Neill had again changed his mind about the production of the cycle plays, having decided to withhold them all until the last one was completed. At that point the cycle's status was 1 play, completed except for final polishing, another, in a long first draft requiring drastic revision, and intricately detailed scenarios of all the others, plus voluminous notes. Later that fall, O'Neill acknowledged receipt of an essay Clark had sent him, in which Clark had drawn parallels between the situation in contemporary Russia and the period in France when the Robespierres and his kind were liquidating the earlier leaders. A true play about the French Revolution ought to make a grand satire on the Russian one, O'Neill answered. Or, a day or novel depicting the history of any religion would apply rationally in the same way. Summing up the essence of his ironic insight, O'Neill added. Cod with a change of whiskers becomes the state, and there's Alwax's a fidei book dogmas HCRCSC trials an infallible pope etc., until you become sick. It appears we apes always climb trees and fall out of them with a boringly identical behavior pattern. The last sounds pessimistic, whereas I feel full of hope these days. For, noting the way the world wags, I am sure that man has definitely decided to destroy himself, and this seems to me the only truly wise decision he has ever made. O'Neill continued to take a reasonable interest in his own immediate future, however, despite his cheerful forecast for the future of man. He observed with pleasure the building progress of his new house, anxiously followed the fluctuations of the stock market, tested his still improving health by keeping regular, if curtailed working hours each day, and attended an occasional football game with Carlotta at the University of California in Berkeley. Replying to a message from Nathan on his 49th birthday that October, O'Neill declared. The day passed without undue repining about time's relentless chiseling. In fact, I can say candidly that I felt younger in health on this birthday than I have for 2 or 3 years. So what ho? The O'Neills moved into their new house in late October, 1937, while the carpenters and painters were still at work. Designed by Carlotta, who, a friend once remarked, had an edifice complex, it was smaller than Casa Genata but in its way just as elegant. I wanted to build a Chinese house, Carlotta explained. But I didn't have the money, so I built a sort of pseudo-Chinese house. The cost of even a pseudo-Chinese house was considerable. It was built of white concrete blocks, designed to resemble adobe. The roof was black tile, the doors and shutters were painted Chinese red, and the ceilings were of deep blue. Carlotta collected most of the furniture, some of which was authentic Chinese and some of it copies, through Gumps in San Francisco. I left the white blocks rough and unpainted on the inside, Carlotta said, and I put all my beautiful, very delicate and graceful Chinese furniture against these rough stones, which made a very beautiful effect. Part of the effect was created with mirrors dark green or blue in the living and dining rooms, and a black one in O'Neill's bedroom, which, some of his friends recalled, returned a gratifyingly ghastly image when he stared into it. His bedroom was also furnished with a huge, ebony opium couch, converted into a bed. The house was in Danville, about 35 miles from San Francisco, but there was no hint of its proximity to the city. It was built into the side of a mountain, about 2,800 feet up. There was nothing there, nothing at all, Carlotta said. The view across the valley from their 158 acres of wooded hillside was breathtaking. Their large patio faced a mountain range, whose highest peak, Mount Diablo, was often wrapped in mist. We really have an ideal home, O'Neill informed a friend sometime after getting settled, with one of the most beautiful views I have ever seen, pure country with no taint of suburbia, and yet we are only 50 minutes drive from the heart of San Francisco, my favorite American city, although I don't like any city much. Access to the grounds was by a private road guarded by electrically operated gates that opened at the push of a button from the house. The O'Neills christened their new home Tao House, meaning, in Chinese, the right way of life. Their Chinese friend, Mai Shi, listened tolerantly when Carlotta consulted her about the name. I didn't think it was particularly apt, she once told an acquaintance, but I thought, what does it matter, if it amuses them? The O'Neills had a naive, romantic idea of China. The wisdom, the pageantry, and so forth were superficially conceived and romanticized by them. After moving in, the O'Neills began planning a garden and building a swimming pool. Gene was always looking for the perfect place where he could swim in the sea for 12 months of the year, Carlotta said. Well, we had traveled all over the world and couldn't find such a place, so, finally, we decided on a swimming pool. He didn't really think so much of the idea, but it was better than nothing, so we built a pool on the side of our mountain. It overlooked the whole valley. Jean told me he had a strange feeling swimming in this pool, looking down from it on the valley, because, of course, most pools are flat and you look up at the hills from them. Among the earliest visitors to Tau-i-Laos were Lawrence Langner and his wife, who, at O'Neill's request, brought along S.N. Behrman. Behrman, whose only contact with O'Neill had been the exchange of correspondence over the Nobel Prize, was struck by his host's exquisite manners. O'Neill had the kind of manners you find in Europe, but rarely in this country, said Behrman, whose reputation rested upon urbane comedies. Carlotta talked a blue streak while we were in the bouse, and after a while O'Neill took me out into the garden. He said, "I thought it would be nice to have a word with you." We talked about vaudeville. I told him I used to go to Keith's in Boston every Monday afternoon when I was at Harvard, and later to the Palace in New York. I knew a lot about vaudeville, but he knew more. He then described, in a very dramatic way, how the newsreel photographers had wanted him to act out a little play in Seattle when he won the Nobel Prize. We had a good laugh about it. We also discussed our common enthusiasm for San Francisco. Later, he showed me the Nobel Prize. It was very impressive. We became quick friends that day. Langner, recalling the same occasion, said that O'Neill displayed the prize with almost childlike pleasure and without the slightest suggestion either of undue pride or modesty on his part. O'Neill found it difficult to settle into a work pattern in his new house. Carpenters and painters were still coming and going and, in addition, a spell of rainy weather had brought on an attack of neuritis. He had managed to finish an initial draft of one more cycle play, The Greed of the Meek, by the end of February, 1938, but like the first draft of And Give Me Death, it still required considerable work. "I feel so utterly lousy at present writing after a wisdom tooth extraction which made my neuritis worse than ever, as they claim it always does for a while, that I'd hate to prophesy when I'll begin to take interest in the drama again," O'Neill wrote to Nathan on February 28. That spring the O'Neills, after some deliberation, decided to invite Shane to visit Tow House during his school vacation. O'Neill had not seen his son in more than a year. Shane was their first overnight guest. At 18 Shane was thin, handsome, and shy, bewildered about his relationship with his father and confused about his future. He was now a high school senior attending his third boarding school within a period of 7 years. After leaving Lawrenceville, in New Jersey, he had been sent by Agnes to the Florida Military Academy and, finally, in the middle of his senior year, he was transferred to a preparatory school in Colorado. Though Shane was popular with his fellow students, his grades and his conduct had been, in all his schools, erratic. He had sporadically displayed an interest in a writing career, and was now considering becoming a newspaper reporter after graduation. Shane returned to school after his stay at Tow House feeling as much a stranger as his father had been at the same age and, like his father, acutely conscious of being overshadowed by a celebrated parent. Shane, however, lacked his father's tough-mindedness, the saving quality inherited by his sister, Una. O'Neill casually mentioned Shane's visit in a letter to Nathan late that May, in which he urged his friend to pay a visit to Tow House so that he might discuss the KVL with him. "I'm hard at it again and the old bean is functioning better than it has in years," he added. "I'm encouraged to hope that my particular allotment of the fatal 40s period of physical bog-down and mental meandering is about over and I can take up where I left off when I finished Moiterning becomes Electra." While passing over Shane's visit, O'Neill made much of an illness contracted by his dog, Blumey, to whom he and Carlotta were becoming increasingly attached. "We came near losing Blumey last week," he related, "and there was much sadness in the Hacienda O'Neill. An intestinal complaint due, I fear, to his lack of willpower regarding horse herds, the old rake. Teams have been up here cutting the hay." Enough said. A good vet pulled him through and he's fairly fit again. He says he can't understand it, that something he drank must have disagreed with him. Carlotta was sufficiently concerned to write Nathan a letter of her own on the same day, humorously denying her husband's allegation about Blomy's ingestion of what she referred to as muffins, and explaining that Blomy's malady had been an infected intestine. She bewailed the fact that she and O'Neill were so devoted to the dog, but added that Blomy had, after all, been the most pleasant and amusing child she and O'Neill had had, and also the most grateful. Speaking of Blomy to an acquaintance many years later, Carlotta described the way he spent the evenings with her and O'Neill before the fire at Tow House. Blomy would sit first by me and then by Jean, not to hurt anybody's feelings. O'Neill decided one day that in addition to Blomy he also had to have a prize Irish setter. He wrote to Ireland to inquire about buying one, and finally, after elaborate arrangements, an Irish setter arrived at Tow House. The dog was named Ben. Having been locked in a crate for 2 days, Ben was overwrought when he arrived, and when Blomy bounded out to greet him, Ben bit him on the nose. This was too direct an insult for even the gentlemanly Blomy to overlook, and the two dogs became sworn enemies. They had to be kept in separate rooms when they were in the house, Carlotta recalled with amusement, but they made a truce out of doors. I would take one of them on a leash and Jean would take the other when we went for walks. When we reached the woods, we'd release them, and they'd have a wonderful time stalking rabbits together. But the minute they got back to the house, they became hostile and had to be separated again. The relationship between Ben and Blomy was further complicated when, one day, a small mongrel bitch from a neighboring farm wandered onto O'Neill land. The bitch was in heat, Carlotta said, and Blomy kissed her politely and followed her off into the woods. I assumed they were married. Some time later one of our French maids told me she'd heard the bitch had had puppies, and didn't we want to take Blomy over to the farm to see his children. I asked Jean, and he grinned and said yes. So we all trooped over to the farm, Jean, I, Blomy and several of the French servants. O'Neill's grin grew wider when he saw the puppies, they all looked like Irish setters. The servants were simply convulsed, Carlotta said. They made the sign of horns. They thought it so terribly funny that poor Blomy had been cuckolded. Blomy walked back home with his head down. After that he was through with women. In addition to amusing himself with Blomy and Ben, O'Neill took a flyer in poultry. He had to have chickens, of all things, Carlotta said. He wanted to have what he'd liked as a little boy and could never have enough of, because his parents were always on the road and he had no permanent home. He kept ordering different kinds of chickens, and I was kept busy typing up data about them and sending orders. Charles O'Brien Kennedy recalled that the only time he ever heard O'Neill brag about anything was when he described a rooster raised at Tow House, and named Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Ray, Kennedy said, fought everything, animal or human, that came near him, but by tact and perseverance the master soon had the battler eating corn out of his hand. Discussing farm animals with O'Neill on another occasion, Thomas Mitchell, the actor, remarked that he had become greatly attached to the animals he had once raised in Oregon and hated to see them marketed. I know what you mean, O'Neill said sympathetically. I had a rooster once that I became terribly fond of. In the fall of 1938 the pastoral tranquility of Tow House was threatened by the gradual defection of the French servants. On October 5 O'Neill reported to Nathan that the family O'Neill is mediumly in the pink, thank you kindly, convalescent not so much from the Hitler jitters as from a rash of servant trouble. He said it was difficult to get anyone to work in the country here and that they had recently hired a Japanese couple. O'Neill had been working on the cycle daily for the past 7 months and he told Nathan that, like 01-man river it rolled on. I finished the first draft of the 4th play about a month ago, he said, and since then have been going over it, doing considerable revision. When I have that done, I'll rewrite one scene in the 3rd play. Then I'll have these 2 plays pretty well set and finished, and shall give myself a brief rest before starting the 5th play. 2 weeks later O'Neill was ill again, this time with rheumatism. Answering the Van Vechtens, who sent him greetings on his 50th birthday, he wrote, Blomy remarked to the cat, the old man doesn't look a day over 183. And he was right. I didn't feel a bit older than that, either. The O'Neills celebrated Christmas, 1939, quietly and in the English manner Carlotta had adopted. On Christmas Eve Carlotta and O'Neill wrapped gifts for each other, the servants and Blomey. Carlotta decorated a big tree, with O'Neill lending a hand. The servants were called in, lined up, and given their presents, and then Carlotta and O'Neill dined in lonely splendor. After serving their master and mistress, the servants were dismissed to their own dinner, a festive one, with wine. On Christmas Day the servants were let go to visit their families, and Carlotta prepared a cold meal of leftover turkey. With his Christmas gift to Carlotta that year, O'Neill enclosed a note in an envelope bearing her name and embellished in the corners by 4 silhouette drawings. The drawings were crudely, but unmistakably, representative of 4 plump, bewhiskered cats, a recurrent symbol in O'Neill's written messages to his wife. The note conveyed all his love and gratitude for the beauty and peace Carlotta's love had brought him, and asked her to accept the 1,000,000 poems. He was not poet enough to write to your eyebrows and your eyes and your lips and your etc. The new year, which, before it was out, would see the beginning of World War II, found O'Neill still deep in concentration on his cycle. In response to Sam Zolito, drama reporter for the New York Times, O'Neill telegraphed on February 3, 1939. Nothing new to report except recently finished 4th play. 5 still to go, which means 5 years at present rate. According present plan, no production until whole cycle finished, and don't think it advisable make public until then. Possible I may write play outside of cycle in meantime if I can keep elephant opus out of my mind long enough, but no definite idea on this, and it isn't probable.